said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Oh, good morning. Well, actually, technically, it's like, wait, so let me correct that number as well. Is that like 7 days? Or is it 8 days? I don't know how many days it is since we last cast a Voldemort win. It's probably like 7, maybe 8. Anyway. Oh, poor guy. I mean, you know, it's like, if we haven't cast it, it didn't happen. Maybe I should take that down. I feel like it's kind of getting to the point where it might be considered bullying. But yes, we are back for some more Age of Empires 4 action. Hopefully you enjoyed your break from me. I'm sure that was refreshing. That was like a deep cleanse of the brain, not needing to listen to me for 48 hours at least. Should be 72 hours, right? Wow, a little bit. Between 72 and 48 hours. You got a break from me is the point. Now it's back to me. Me. Sorry, let me do it properly like Age of Empires. Yes, me. Until you get sick and tired and disappear again. But yes, the plan is going to be to do hopefully a fairly long stream today. We'll see how things go. I know I've got some things I'm tracking in the background because we just launched a campaign that I'm trying to keep an eye on and make sure that I am doing my part to get people through signed and doing what they need to. But hopefully we'll have like 8-10 hour stream today. We'll see how it goes. Same thought process for tomorrow as well. I want to do back-to-back long streams to make up for the fact that we weren't online on Tuesday. See, I got you guys covered. And then we should still probably be streaming at some point on Sunday, I think is the goal. As long as nothing comes up. Saturday, I will not be streaming. I've got to look after my daughter. Someone has to work. I know. Outrageous. Why can't they just work today? Oh, I know. This is what I have to deal with, guys. But yeah, we'll be checking out pub games. We maybe will look in on a free-for-all or two if there's some spicy ones. And hopefully later on we can stream and host our own free-for-alls, which is always nice. I know there is a few things I wanted to try out, actually. So there is, for example, a new world map. It has been updated. There is a generating world map. So that is something we definitely want to check out at some point. And then I believe there was one or two other mods that we have been messing around with that have been buffed. I think that is mostly everything covered. Like, there is no... I'm just double checking the mod area ahead of time because I'd like to get excited like this. There's nothing new that I can see updated, uploaded. No. So I think we're good on that front. We've got everything we need. We definitely need to play the mountain clearing map, though. I'm so freaking excited for the mountain clearing map that Caillou created. It is so tiny. I need it. But what we need now is we need some games. So one sec. I need to go to his profile because Louis MT has decided to put full Chinese name. So it's very hard to search. So good thing copy and paste is a thing or I'd be screwed. So let me have a look through this and see if I can find the correct game because obviously he's been playing a lot of games again. There were some games against, I think, was it Wham or Puppy Paw? Let me check. I think he's had some against Wham. And then he also had some against Puppy Paw, if I'm not mistaken. So let me update that, because I think we'll start with the Puppy Paw ones, because they're a little bit older. And then we'll slide into the Whimsical ones. So, bear with me. Let me find the right one. Alright, we have got Order of the Dragon versus Japanese. That's an interesting matchup, actually. I feel like we don't... I mean, well, anything involving Order of the Dragon, we don't get to see much, right? Like, people just aren't playing it in competitive at all. It's like, it's seen as just pointless, redundant, needs to be buffed. Like, if you ask almost any player, they will tell you the same thing, as like, that the Civ just doesn't function right now. All right, so let me get this ready and we'll switch over. But yeah, I'm trying to think what, like, I've been thinking through what they could actually do to kind of fix Order of the Dragon, because I think it is a Civ that is just fundamentally flawed, which is annoying because I like the idea. It's just like in execution, it just doesn't play out. One second, I'm closing some things before we start because I'm noticing that we're getting a little bit of frame drop, so I want to make sure everything is smooth. Is everything smooth? Can I get confirmation from chat? Are we good? Am I lagging or am I smooth? Is it coming through nicely or is it just on my end? I want to make sure before we hop in that everything looks fan-dappy-dozy for you guys. Because I don't want to scam you out of the true 60 frames experience. Alright, so... just double checking that I put off the trim. Alright, I think we're good to go. Smooth, fantastic, thank you. So, it's kind of weird actually the way that like the base generation does, like it will show you the player but it won't show you anything else around. It's kind of, I don't know how they've coded it that way. It's quite funky. Oopsie, hit the recording too early. Let's go. I see Order of the Dragon. I click Order of the Dragon. I am a simple man. Like many of us, I am looking for the way that this Civ can be anything but an absolute trash can. And who else to show us the way? But the magnificent Puppy Paw and his David Kim account going up against quite the Goliath right now in AoE4. Louis MT, pride of the Asia region. Absolute top of the game right now. And hold on a second. I just realized I have the wrong profile on. So we're going to start that again. Don't worry, I won't restart the video. Someone is willing to actually pick Order of the Dragon. Now, he's probably not going to win because it is Order of the Dragon. But if there's anyone that can figure a way to make this underwhelming Civ good, surely it has to be this guy. Puppy Paw in the red on his David Kim account. He's going to be going up against a Goliath from Asia. This is, of course, Louis MT playing as the Japanese. Yeah, pretty interesting matchup, actually, considering Order of the Dragon just isn't really getting picked in competitive whatsoever at practically any level. We rarely ever get to cast it. So I'm always excited when it comes out. to me, this is a Civ that kind of feels like it has some fundamental flaws that are hard to overcome. And I think it's more to do with like this Civ has a beautiful mid spot where they look really powerful in the mid game, but the escalation is weak because they have to spend so much just to get initial units out. And then the late game is so weak because they aren't pop efficient. They don't have enough units to spread the map. So every time I see Order the Dragon, this is a Civ that I feel like has to make the correct first move, and then it needs to take control of the game quickly in the first 20 minutes. And that's tough, man. Like, imagine you're playing a Civ, and your opening move defines the outcome of the game. That's usually how it feels for a lot of these replays, where, you know, if you have the misread and you build 2 horsemen, but your opponent's already prepped spearmen, all right, GG. Like, you know, you are a mile behind at that stage. You've spent 480 resources. It feels like it's an absolute downer, because then when you say, okay, well, he built spears, I'm going to build archers, drop the archery range, all of a sudden you have to wait double the time almost to build these archers. So it's a tricky thing to balance, and I think a lot of players have been struggling to find that kind of rhythm consistently. And thus, if you can't find it consistently and you have to fall back on the late game, that's where this Civ looks like an absolute pile of stinking turd on a stick. So hopefully that will be resolved. I'm hoping like the devs can come up with some creative way. I know some players came up with kind of the obtuse idea of maybe we just increase the pop by 50 or something like that, which to me sets a weird precedent. Like, you've already got a Civ that functions very differently, and now you're talking about the idea of having it completely circumvent certain restrictions that exist in the game, such as population cap. It's definitely a tricky one to solve for. One thing I will say is Order of the Dragon kind of feels slick in free-for-alls right now, right? They've at least got a home there, because the cool thing about OOTD is their villages are so pop efficient that they are by far the best way to just boom up an insane amount of resources. Now, I don't want to have, like, I don't want to have told you that, because I just realized what that means. That means you're all going to go to free-for-alls and spend 30 minutes in a corner. But if you're going to do that anyway, you might as well do it with the Durgans. Kura Storehouse on the way, though. It looks like we did get a 1-1 scout start. So I was kind of curious if we'd start seeing Order the Dragon in particular try and start doing 2 scout starts. The logic being is, while you can come out to pocket resources, in a lot of these matchups, your opponent can't. I think what might develop in this meta for the Dragons is that 2 scouts will become a bit more standardized, simply because if your opponent has to come out of their base, your units can find easier impact, right? It's very difficult when you have to take your initial men-at-arms, your initial archer, your initial horseman, and dive a TC. Even more difficult with this Civ because it's such a strain on their economy. So I think, although we're not seeing it yet, it will be a development. It's one that we've already seen from HRE for differing reasons. For HRE, they do double scout because they need all that extra sheep. For Dragons, realistically, what you want to do is just take all these sheep off the map and then still head out into the deer and the boars, because you will get much better gathering rates there. But to make the at-home gathering rates better for Puppy Paw, he has actually gone for the Arkan Chapel. Honestly, I'm totally fine with this. I actually think that the Arkan Chapel is pretty decent right now. The thing you have to keep in mind is it says it's 15%, but it's actually higher because your overall calculation has been inflated, right? The villages, the dragon villages, have a 28% increased gathering rate. That's the base rate. So they're 128% already, and then you're adding 15% onto 128%, right? So at that stage, you're getting a bigger yield than you would from the base of what HRE get. The problem is how you utilize this is a little bit more tricky. Considering that a big part of prolonged feudal play is to go into men-at-arms, it feels like you need mind work if you want to play that play, right? Because Golden Cuirass is so good. So I actually like Puppy Paw's approach here of just saying, okay, I want Arkan, I want my greed. That means I can't actually have men-at-arms in early phase. It doesn't make sense. So by going 2TC, you can allow for the Arkan, right? And look, this is going to be a balance point, I think, for a sticking point, actually, for quite a long time, where if you see people go mind work, it should be 1 TC all in. And if they go for Arkan, it's going to be a more eco-focused, tech-driven game, which is a dangerous ball game to play with this Civ, by the way. Order of the Dragon aren't exactly what you call reasonable on... They don't exist on a level playing field in the late game, right? Like, if you end up in the late game, your opponent has 200 pop, you have 200 pop, you're both an imp, this Civ falls flat. Like, I would put them in the bottom 3 of all Civs. So playing this kind of approach is dangerous in a lot of ways. One thing that comes to mind is, like, you are already guaranteeing you reach the late phase of the game. You're removing an opportunity to end the game quicker, right? But on top of that, the tricky part about this matchup is doing this choice against the Japanese gives them the freest castlage they could ever have, and it guarantees them control on relics. Now, that's very important here, because at the end of the day, even though this may be a different HRE, at its heart, one thing still remains absolutely true, and that's that these guys absolutely love relics. So keep an eye out for that. I think Louis, to me, this looks like possibly a 4, if not 5 relic game, especially with the short ramp being walled like this. It's just going to remove options for Puppy Paw. So the only realistic one he can play into is Horseman, right? Playing Horseman into Mounted Samurai is a death sentence. I don't care how chunky your boys are. They're not going to be able to compete with that. But considering that this is going to just be a little bit of greed on greed, we are going to hit the 2-timeser. I love the move out onto the berries. Anyone who's playing Japanese, if you're not doing this, especially in games where you're not being pressured, you're playing Japanese wrong. Tawara already makes this better than gathering from sheep. Once you have Takazaiku, you have absolutely no reason to be on sheep still instead of berries. Now, obviously, Louis still got some over here, but it's splitting the eco, right? After this, he's got double berry patch behind him. This is a glorious spawn for the Japanese. And oh, what? Nani? Yes? Yes. Oh, no. Is my brain thought right now. This is an interesting choice. Temple of Equality is an absolute train wreck of a landmark. It's a travesty. But the idea, the concept in this matchup is smart from Louis. I just realized this is the second time I've cast Louis on Cliffside, and both games he's gone for Temple of Equality. So this landmark really has next to no place. This is the one matchup where it has some sense. Remember, Temple of Equality, the way it works is you get your hands on the Buddhist monks, and the Buddhist monks can use the Sohai Sutra to reduce your opponent's base damage by 50%. Do you know who that's really effective against? People who have big base damage. Say a Civ that essentially has 2 units in 1, like the Dragons. This is actually the only matchup where this build makes even an iota of sense. But here's the problem. The reason that this build doesn't work, even against Order of the Dragon players quite often, is because of the way that Sohai Sutra gets cast. The issue is that these Buddhist monks all end up targeting the same unit to debuff them, more often than not. So you have to be micro-intensive on this to get value. Now, the good news is against Order of the Dragon, there's less things to get micro-intensive against. Another good news piece, actually, is the fact that because this is a Burgrave build on the other side coming out from Puppy Paw, he's going to be able to play for those relics quite freely. And also, this is kind of like added value logic, where if your opponent's just spamming out these men-at-arms early on, or whatever it's going to be, the Sohai Sutra, like, you're already getting your guaranteed lock-in in these fights, right? I think that this is the point in the game where, in a lot of ways, this plays to the advantage of the Japanese player. I think Puppy Paw done this intentionally in response to the Temple of Equality, though. Because if he went for Regnates, he wouldn't be able to get units out quick enough, because remember, Order of the Dragon take way too long. So you'd be churning out a knight every 42 seconds, right? And there's going to be a nice Buddhist monk waiting for each of those. So that was a pretty creative choice being made by Puppy Paw. The other intriguing part about this, the reason why Puppy Paw can afford to do this, he sacrificed potentially 5 extra relics if he got all 5 on the map, right? Realistically, you're never going to get 5. You have to realize, what did Louis sacrifice in return? Louis sacrificed potentially 6 discount relics. Discount relics as in the Yoroshiros. Because if you drop them in the Forge, you get 5 gold less than what you get from a relic, right? So realistically, doing this for Puppy Paw, it hasn't hurt his capability of remaining in this game. I actually think it's helped him. Because in a way, he stripped away more potential gold trickle for the Japanese player than vice versa. In return, he gets an opportunity to try and block these on the field. Unfortunately, the problem right now is he's spreading the Spearman a bit too wide. This is exactly how you cannot play Spearman in general, but even Order of the Dragon Spearman. Because what happens is you can brace, and you'll deflect armor on one, but then the other one will clobber you down. Like, that is an absolutely horrific trade. Yeah, this is a perfect example of where Order of the Dragon struggle. To me, I feel like the unit that is hardest to build past Feudal is Spearman. Because Spearman's biggest impact isn't just in their bonus damage, it's in the way that they can block and control opponents. The issue with that is that when you're playing against mass mounted samurai, you struggle to actually have the same number, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. The only reason he's competing, by the way, is the Burgrave. Like, I'm giving him a lot of credit on the Burgrave because it's very important here. With Burgrave, it takes him 14 seconds to produce one of these guys. Meanwhile, the Mounted Samurai come out in 12 seconds from that Yoroshiro. Yeah, pretty smart choice. But unfortunately, so far, he hasn't really been able to find any grasp from it. And sadly, this is looking like a 5-relic game. Alright, fair to say things just got really tough. So how does Puppy Paw now solve for this? he's going to have to attack. I don't think you can just choose to greed. If you try to go Imperial Age, I just think it's going to be way too much time given over for a Japanese player. The Japanese player, that, by the way, is going to TC on a delay. So, like, he won't fall behind on economy. And on top of that, he'll have this very nice transition to ramping up in food, right, with the daimyos into the mass farming. So I think the best way that Puppy can play this is to try and attack now before Louis gets fully online. Because not only is it going to be 5 relics, not only is it going to be an army of these annoying Buddhist monks, it's also going to be things like Odachi tech from Samurai. So, for example, if you keep spamming Spearman, the next logical drop is, well, it's 2 choices, actually. It can be either the racks for Samurai or the racks for Onibigisha. Either one destroys this army. I'd actually say Onibigisha are better, because obviously the Samurai, although they'll kill the Gilded Spearman quicker with Odachi, they'll die very quickly with the Crossbowman. So I quite like the idea of just going into the ladies at this point. And that's kind of tricky for Puppy Paw, right? Because the other thing that you get by going for the Onibigisha is mobility. And Puppy Paw sucks for mobility. Pretty much every Order of the Dragon player sucks for mobility, right? Like, even when they go for Gilded Knights, I feel like I'm watching a slow-moving army. And part of that is the optical illusion of them being bigger. But the other reason is, like, they just have less units to flood wide with. So, really, Puppy Paw's best chance here is taking the fight right down the center. And that's the beauty of this map, right? Is Cliffside puts you close to the enemy base. It's a map where I think dragons can be viable. Unfortunately, as soon as he's about to make his move, he's busy reacting. Pinchy coming in, though. Oh, great surround. Puppy Paw. Well played. So he's going to take out a few of these Gilded Knights, these Samurais. So he gets free for his trouble. That was beautiful. And remember what we were just saying about how immobile this Civ is? That was impressive, man. Got to give the lad credit where credit is due. Now they're breaking the wall. There's Gilded Archers being queued up. Now, the Gilded Archers to me is an interesting detail. It shows you that Puppy Paw has the same read we just identified. This should now be an Onibigisha transition. It's the most logical transition point for the Japanese player in this position. Instead, though, he's going to go for Siege. That's intriguing. Against Order of the Dragon as well, that's not just intriguing, but quite peculiar. I'm never that big of a fan of doing this against OOTD because you need an extra Mangonel, sometimes an extra 2, to have the same effect that you would against another army. Right? Because remember, the HP pools, these guys are just so much higher. The Gilded Crossbowmen, 140. Gilded Archers, 125. They'll go up to 140 as well, I think, with the Veterancy. So, you know, double Mangonel doesn't insta-kill. That's difficult. Because you could lose your entire army before the reload happens. So, yeah, kind of a tricky one here. He has, however, got the Buddhist monks. And, you know, this is the unweighed commodity in the army. Right? This is the thing that I'm looking for proof of concept. Does this work? Because the problem I'm seeing here is you've got 5 of these Buddhist monks, and there is an army that is 20 units big. How often are they going to overlap their cast Soai Sutra? And how little damage are you going to do because of it? I do really think Puppy Paw needs to consider getting Spring Wars, but the problem is he doesn't know about this yet, right? Like, you can actually see the Mangonels, I think they're held just out of range there. So Puppy Paw could be walking into his death when you consider half his army is ranged and the other half doesn't move. And we're into the Rams. Vinocultor was asking for this, by the way. I see you there. You want him to ram the monasteries? I mean, the problem with this is exactly why religious landmarks are kind of OP, by the way. It's like, if you want to get the relics off your opponent, whether it's HRE or the Dragon Japanese in these situations, you have to break a giant-ass 5k structure. Not a 2.1k structure, which would be a lot more reasonable. You actually have to take down something with over double the health. It's insanely difficult to take Rams away in those situations. But look at this. We've got Zen on the way, so more gold trickle being generated. An ambitious move out. Louis will quickly back away, though. And you are seeing that correctly, guys. We've got Yuumi. Which, in fairness, you're up against Spears, right? And the comical part is having Yuumi versus Gilded Archers. I feel like I watched this quite a long time ago. And you would be surprised by the result. Yuumi can actually win that fight. It's just overkill. The problem with Gilded Archers is they keep overkilling. They're even more likely to overkill than their counterparts, right? Now, like, at least compared to things like Lombos, they do better from an attack speed perspective. But speaking of that attack speed, it's going to put it to good use. Actually finds his opponent out in the berries. Nice little strike there, 5 villagers down. But this Yuumi detail is very peculiar. We just never see it. I think it's a pretty cool concept, though, as a body blocker as well. When the Spearmen charge in, not only are you going to counter them, you've also got this clump of units to stand in their way. That's his goal, right? If you went Onabagisha, that's awkward. Archers can clear you up quickly, and it's expensive. If you go for Samurai, crossbows will destroy you. So this is just a very cost-effective way of blocking when raids come in, hits come in with the mangoes. There's mangoes. They're going to reveal themselves. Puppy Paw. Looking at all those villagers. Oh, Louis playing with fire. He's trying to bait him. The problem is Puppy Paw knows about this, right? So he's going to back away just in time. And Springles are now being prepped and on the way. Ooh. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Puppy Paw and our history of casting him, but I think I said over 2 years ago, actually, he's the best Mangonel dodger in the entire game. I still stand by that statement to this day. This kid is on another level when it comes to dodging those attacks. Even when you compare him to the absolute best in the game, I don't think I've ever seen someone so on point with evading siege. So looks like it's going to be a backup and a reset here. In fairness, Puppy Paw is in a really good position right now. Despite the 5 relic issue, what you have to keep in mind is he's right now sitting 13 villages ahead as the Order of the Dragon. Their villages are better, right? That's a very important detail to identify. What does worry me is if you can't break the base soon. To me, you're reaching your power spike, because if this has to now go into Imperial Age, you're an Order of the Dragon player without Gold Trickle. You haven't got any relics, right? That's problematic, because in Plus, the comp involves Gilded Hand Cannons. And those cost 240 gold a pop each. So, very difficult to maintain that when you haven't got the power Regnants behind you. In fact, I feel like anytime I see Burgrave, if it has to go into Imperial Age, I already hate the build. And look at that Sohai Sutra, man. It's insane. -8. Like, tell me how else you get this type of debuff. Camels can't do that to cavalry. So freaking powerful. Now, remember, one awkward thing with Sohai Sutra is that I don't think they ever changed it to affect bonus damage, if I'm correct here. Oh, wait, they did? Big Pog! Okay, that's sick then. I wasn't sure if they ever made that change, so I remember highlighting it with a dev a long time ago. I'm glad that's in. So that's very important here, guys, because that means these Spearmen actually don't hard counter the Mount Samurai did. It means that, you know, let's say you want to now go into Foot Samurai, and you're up against Gilded Crossbowmen. That's a lot of damage readout. Gilded Crossbowmen are going to go down 8 damage, and then they're going to lose 9 damage on their heavy. I think they should add total resources and income to see who instantly has more. The problem with that is you're introducing more numbers to a screen, which can become more and more overwhelming. I think it would have to be here, and you'd be switching over to it. That would be how you like portray it. You don't need more numbers on screen in general. You need ways of accessing more information without it being forced. By the way, talk about forcing the matter. Louis just went Imperial. What? Well, actually, credit to him. Oh my god, he went Castle of the Crow. That is sick. That is the only way you would be able to get Imperial Age in this situation. You would die. Like, if he had gone for the Tanegashima Gunsmith, dead. Instantly dead. What a sick play. And now look at the response. Elsbeth Palace on the way next to a keep. Puppy Paw says, okay, you may be first, but I'm not going to be far behind. And not just that, I'm here now to stay. Why can he go Elsbeth? Because he's already at 86 pop. He doesn't really need much more than this. It's a very smart read by Puppy Paw. On top of that, just the power of Elsbeth here with the influence means none of your defenses are going to be falling. This is a really smart play. And now, all of a sudden, you have this awkward situation where you can see the plan was to go into hand cannon Ashigarus for Louis. Wouldn't that have been nice to have had a gunsmith for? He didn't really have a choice, though, and oh, what a sneak. You saw that correctly. From that distance, guys, you get 2k resources. Never underestimate the power of this landmark. I legit think people sleep on this. Tanegashima Gunsmith should not be your default go-to. Castle of the Crow can do some incredible things. A little bit of a push in here. The problem right now for Puppy Paw is, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think even torch damage gets reduced, right? Yeah, it's kind of incredible, right? Like, Sohai Sutra, I think, would be quite, almost, like, seemingly busted if it wasn't for the fact that the Buddhist monks regularly cast on the same thing. Because the reductions in bonus damage, in torch damage, and base damage, like, that's what makes it phenomenal. Compare that to other auras where you get a damage reduct. For example, Camelonese. Camelonese is 20%, right? It's 20% of base. So if you so high Sutra a crossbowman, and they're attacking like a samurai in return, you actually haven't reduced their damage by 50% if it acted the way as Unease does. You would have reduced it by 25%. That's the beautiful thing about Sohai Sutra. I do think if they ever fix the AI's behavior so they don't overlap their casts, we're going to see a lot more of this landmark. I don't like that the Sacred Sites haven't been locked in by Puppey Paw. That to me feels like a critical error here. If both these civs go into the hyper late game, I actually favor the Japanese. I think going to Bagisha spam, hand cannoneers, these are things that you can match your opponent with. Because you have to remember with hand cannoneers, you just get Yuumi, and you get an extra +5 damage, right? And then you get gunpowder on top of it. So although it's not quite the level of Gilded Hand Cannoneers, we already mentioned that he's the one with 5 relics. He's also the one generating gold off the fact that these Buddhist monks even exist. He can afford it. Puppey Paw cannot. He cannot afford to wait. He needs to move in. Springles are trading out. Double mango means he has to retreat, though. Kind of tricky in this situation, right? Like, Puppey Paw, these choke points are his enemy. And we talked about this earlier, this idea that the archers are actually a smart play. I still stand by that. It's sick because right now, for Louis, the archers are functioning as his front line. And the hand cannoneers are the back line, right? Like, you have to look at this differently. It's almost like you just got to imagine these guys with shields. Now, they're not very tanky, but they're incredibly cost efficient. So what's Puppey Paw's break-in here? Well, for one, yeah, I was about to say, you need Culverins. I'm kind of surprised he didn't have Culverins before. That felt like a bit of a mistake. It's such a powerful tool. Culverins are just better than Springles now, right? After they made the changes, you have to remember that Culverins are more pop efficient, rather. And that's incredibly important, by the way, on a civ like Order of the Dragon, considering you have pop issues around military. So the fact that he was just wielding Springles instead was a bit of a mistake there. I think he would have fed better in that dive as well, had he waited for the Culverins. Now, let's look at the upsides for Puppey Paw. Louis has absolutely atrocious food income. He has not maxed out a Daimyo. He's still waiting for the Shogunate here. To be honest, even if he Shogunated, this would feel ugly because half of his base is just inaccessible, right? Castle of the Crow, Kura Storehouse, and then front side of your base. For the time being, he does at least have the deer packs over here. He's got the board to work with, but I'm a little bit worried that the issue Puppey Paw has is right now he's not dying because Louis doesn't have food. So if Louis is holding on against you with practically no food, what happens when he gets that full farm transition up? To me, this is a situation where an Order of the Dragon player absolutely can't wait around any longer. You've pretty much reached the apex of your power. You need to push, and you need to kill. Nice little freebie there. More Siege Workshops coming in behind. It's a Trip Siege Workshop setup. What have we got with the Yoroshiros as well? Oh, wait. My brain. Okay, that should say everything it needs to about Temple of Equality. That I was immediately like, where have we dropped the Yoroshiros? We never see this landmark, ever. Pushing the choke point. Remember, these temples are debuffing right now. They're debuffing units in range. Yuumi gets down the ground. Ashigaru as well. Nice mango hits the backside. It pushes the ranged army away. And just like that, the Yuumi hold on. There's so many question marks about this game. Sohai Sutra, Yuumi against Order of the Dragon. You wouldn't believe me if I told you this game happened until you saw it with your own eyes. And credit to him, like, the reason this is so smart is, what did we just say Louis' issue is? It's food. Yuumi don't cost much food. This is a very cost-efficient way of holding your base. Over half the cost of a Yuumi is in wood. Cliffside has a lot of wood. You're not running out of that anytime soon. Walls now going up, castles as well. Treb's last round of Siege in, but you just see how absurd this influence is. 33% damage reduction is insane. And yes, the monks do generate the gold. Remember, it's 25 gold a minute. Mark my words, like, in this current state, this is the only matchup where you would do this, for sure. But you just see how powerful it can be. The other thing I'm a little bit surprised about, like, people are going to get better at doing this. I really wish that Louis was doing it. He has not been using the Nehan conversion. So you see those stats there? That's huge. You get 25% more movement speed and 20% more damage for 20 seconds. That's the mistake I'd highlight for Louis. He's standing here fighting literally next to the relics with the monks right here. Pick up a relic, wall low, get that buff on your entire army, and then watch the numbers skyrocket. 20% increase on 40 damage, you're going to be up at 48. Imagine with Gunpowder, you're over 55, right? You actually eclipse what a Gilded Hand Cannoneer could do in DPS. So yeah, I think like that, it's something very difficult to remember as well, in fairness to him, because no one's really using Temple of Equality, and I don't think I've yet to see a single person use the Nehan conversion in a meaningful way. But this is the place, right? When you're fighting literally right on the temple, there's no better time for it. Treb count is soon to go up to 5 here. Another cool thing about this wall, like the reason, if you're wondering why did Louis set this up, classic counter to anti-siege. Trebs can shoot over walls. Bombards, Culverins, Springles, they cannot. So that's a really smart read. It means he can escalate this count, and he can move all the way up to here. So he can start trebbing the L's back, but the Culverins still won't be able to snipe it. That's a really cool read. Game has kind of grinded to a halt, though. And Puppy Paw, the worrisome thing for me is, if you want to take this type of position, where you're trying to restrict the map, starve the map, you actually have to starve the map. You can't let Louis come out on the flanks like this and get 12k gold on this area, an extra stone. You can't let him go on the right side that eventually as well. Like, these are the issues I'm taking with like Puppy Paw's approach, and this is fundamentally an issue with Order of the Dragon. Because of that lack of pop efficiency, they don't really have the amount of units they need to spread the map. Mangoes. Oh, that's a smart play. Puppy Paw going in for the snipe. Trebs can back away though. You can already see actually that Louis is trying to sneak around the flank and now going with the Springles. Difficult to do though. Interesting with Wei. Is he gonna go on the walls? I think he is. Oh, that's cheeky. I mean, you get the Yuumi up in the walls, right? You outrange everything here but the Culverins. The other possibility is he's planning to hold Springles here and then peek and shoot and peek and shoot. But that's very risky because like right now he gets shot the other way, right? It's a pretty dangerous game he's playing. Like that, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so now I'm confused about the gate. Like, the gate made sense if you wanted to put your ranged units on the wall. Now it makes absolutely no sense. Wow. These Culverins are getting obnoxiously close, though. The army tactics now in the way. I think Puppy Paw, like, we're reaching a point where you have to go soon. But what worries me is he hasn't got much in reserve. He's been waiting on these tech upgrades, but they're still not here. I think that is a critical blunder as well. Specialized picks only coming in now 30 minutes into a game. When you're playing a gold intensive, that's insane. Like, the difference there could have been, if you got it on time, we're sitting on an extra 3k reserve of gold this deep in the game. I'm pretty sure if you lock the gate, it can still be shot through. Someone can confirm that for me, but like, as far as I'm aware, from what I've always seen anyway, as soon as a gate is built, you can shoot through. Colves. Just getting a little bit of tickling, but now we're on the walls like I was hoping for, right? And now you're seeing him creep over the left side here with the wall up, so the Trebs are safe from Colves. TC's taking a lot of damage though. This is starting to add up. Dive's going to come in now on the right side. Puppy Paw seeing an opportunity to flank. Problem is with that Castle of the Crow, it's difficult. It's a death sentence going underneath it, even for the chunky boys. And the castle on the right side guarantees they can't do anything. Yeah, that was an underwhelming charge-in. All right, hear me out. The way you actually play Order of the Dragon in this matchup, when you see they have Sohai Sutra, you just build all siege. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, he's struggling right now because of the fact that he just doesn't have enough troops. That by the time they actually reach the enemy, they've all been debuffed for 50%. That's painful, man. Like, and that, you have to realize what Louis is doing to Puppy Paw's army. By using Sohai Sutra, he's essentially turning all of these units into regular versions. But you're still paying twice, and you're still taking up twice the pop. That is brutal. Puppy Paw. This is going to be able to raid the goals. This is a big deal. The problem right now is I actually think in some ways this will help Louis because he actually needs more military to push out. TC did go down, right? So replacing those losses is also going to be expensive. This is oppressive, man. Like, you are vile. Just HRE and all of the Dragon players in late game are vile for this very reason. 1,000,001 outposts just with cannon emplacements coming in. Not a fan of these farms from Louis. He really needs to just upgrade the daimyo effect and just surround it. Like, delete some of these houses, delete these lumber camps, use this area. It's kind of painful to see a Japanese player playing farms away from the TC entirely. Oh my god, dude. Have these Trebs killed a single tower? I don't think they have. Oh my god. He's sick and tired of it. Remember what he said about taking resources away from the flanks? Well, I don't think he even walled off the flanks properly. He only set up the wood walls. This is a disgusting raid opportunity right now, guys. You have to realize that Puppypaw isn't floating a lot of gold. His food is great, but everything else is struggling here. So this idea to go on the flanks to force a reaction elsewhere. What he's saying is, okay, Puppypaw, I can see you've got a big siege army. You've got 60 siege right now. What happens when I go on the flank? How do you counter me? And yeah, you did just hit me correctly. We're at 66 pop into siege. CGQT doesn't know this level of siege. This is something only Puppy has. Horseman and Big Issue moving in. But they just instantly die before they can take out anything that matters here. Oh my god. Flank attack is coming in though. Now this is the problem, Puppypaw. Great job on building this army up, but when you break it down, what do you have to break buildings quickly? You didn't go bombards here, you went Trebs. Oh my god. Raid comes in. Into the farmlands. Puppypaw did rush up the keep on the backside, but that's going to be idle time achieved. Now the interesting part is this is not going to kill Puppypaw straight away. The food is not what matters. What Louis needs to do with these raids is find the gold. This is an insane game. I can't believe this, man. And here's the thing, guys. Sohai Sutra made him do this. Sohai Sutra forced this weird comp from Puppypaw. Because here's the thing. You can't Sohai Sutra a siege, and you can't Sohai Sutra outposts. So they're the only things he's left with to remain damage efficient. God damn. What a crazy game. However, there's a danger now, and here it comes. It's the Horseman on Nagigisha. The amount of siege that could be going down here. Puppypaw may have went a bit too deep into the siege workshop. That's 20 pop and siege gone already. He's been halved. He's going to be able to retreat with the remainder, but what a hit straight away for Louis. And the difference here is written in the gold. How do you re-afford this? How do you re-boom after losing that much siege? Puppypaw just getting raided on the flanks. The problem I'm seeing now is like what gold is really left, right? There's one over here. There's none over here. Louis has so much gold left over to work with, and even if he didn't, the monks could just give him a little sliver alongside the relics. Speaking of those relics, there is going to be a rebuild. There's going to be a new temple coming up to pull those back to. What an insane game. I can't believe it. Puppypaw. He just needed, what, maybe a handful of spears there. And stonewalls. Like, that's the other part. If he just stonewalled this right side, he never would have got distracted at home. He's learning the hard way that this Civ, I mean, it functions in a lot of ways like China in the late game, this unlimited pump of fast-moving units. If you don't wall yourself off appropriately, you invite chaos. And it's even worse against the Japanese compared to the Chinese because the Japanese, with their elite army tactics, they get more torch damage as well. Brian feels like it's on the wall now. Onagigisha are just going to march in, and I mean, the hand cannon is, they stand here, they're just going to get minced. Looks like there's a few men-at-arms in the mix, so that's good. Sohai Sutra incoming, baby. Louis like, I don't need these anymore. I think you're dead. Just kill them. Look at the raids, though. I can't believe this. Everything's being shut off. Puppypaw is now down to 39 eco. And the last of it is about to get found on the left side. This is game. There's no coming back from this now. Puppypaw has drained his reserves. He's got 2k food left over. He can't get through the landmarks quick enough There's still a Kura Storehouse and a Castle of the Crow, as well as the equality to down before he'd get the GG. Now, if you're wondering why isn't Louis repaired this, it's 13k HP. You're not repairing in a rush. And it's the first thing to always get attacked. But everything else is safe. Poppy Ball most definitely is not. You can see migrate now into the south side, onto that gold vein likely. But that just puts you closer to the enemy's firing range, right? And at this point, I'm struggling to see how Poppy Ball has more than one fight in him. If this army fails to kill, he's dead. Onagigisha, Horseman going in again, looking for more siege. I mean, funnily enough, if you just run onto the back of it, Onagigisha shreds siege. It's insane. Like, in terms of cost efficiency to kill, Onagigisha for the damage output are like one of the best options you have. Full credit to him. It's at least gone back up to 44 villages, but the problem now is like, where do you gather resources from, right? He's running out of any safe haven to hide in here. And you can see by the map, it's the classical issue with Order the Dragon in the late game. Where do you go? How do you spread? You can't. You need that condensed fight. And Louis has been doing everything he can to avoid it. And I can't believe this. 11 Springles. Do you think you have enough? Let's find out. The amount of siege in this game is insane. Now, let's look at the plus side, the positives for Poppy Ball. He's about to have potentially his best opportunity to end the game because he's down to 46 eco. How does that give you the best chance, KP? Well, it's all that population and where you can drive it. This is going to put him 150 pop into military. This is going to be the strongest army you have to push with. He's also queued up a bunch of men-at-arms, archers behind it, right? So he has reserves, but like, it's a one-pump chumper, right? Like, if you fail to do enough damage, if you lose the army, if it gets wiped once, there is no reboot. Louis, of course, is in a position where he can't fight it directly. The problem is, Poppy Ball, like, he sees this siege, and it's the thing that's making him hesitant. It surprises me because I feel like you should just be able to dive in. The issue for him, though, is he's mass-skilled archers. So he doesn't really have many things to immediately take out all the siege in the back. The problem is, right now, like, a handful of men-at-arms plus gilded archers, it's just begging for mass horsemen and a Onagigisha. The 8 mangonel count as well, dude, this is insane. I can't believe this game has turned into CGQ on one side and then CGQ on the other. What the This is by far one of the wildest games I think I'm going to see in a long time. You just don't see these siege numbers anymore. It's kind of crazy to think if Poppy Ball just walled himself off properly, how the game could look for him right now. No, Poppy's villages were deleted by the raids. This is all the work of those raids early from Louis. Oi, 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 man. Remember, this is also the point in the game that Louis is most comfortable with. This guy thrives on, loves the late game. We're deep in it now. And 8 mangonels. I mean, I said you need more mangoes to kill Yuumi. Yeah, 8 will do it, guys. With adjustable crossbars, right? So they will Gatlin it all down. Another tricky part I'm seeing for Poppy Ball is we're still in a situation now, this deep in the game, 40 minutes in, where he's not built a single bombard. He needs this to break the keep. Like, he can't get through here at all. If he dives this keep, he dies basically just static defenses. It doesn't even matter about the rest of the army. He'll just get evaporated. I think that this is kind of already chalked at this point for Poppy Ball. You can see he's scrambling to try and find an inn. But I don't know what inn's going to be good enough at this stage. You know, there's 6k gold reserves for the Japanese here. Food income is spread quite wide, right, across the back and towards the center. So you don't have an ability to move somewhere and shut it all down. Not like, for example, on the other side, when that raid came in and eventually had this knock-on effect on the food, where all the food was in one location. goes. Ah, don't you? Have you missed this, guys? Oh, these were the days. I'm trying to figure out what Poppy Paul's win condition is here now. I mean, this is borderline delusional. Chemistry, like, it's not for the hand cannons, it's for the culverins, but even that's delusional. You're not getting more than this. Chem coming on the other side, the difference is genuinely, if you want to win this game now as a Japanese, you can easily just transition into mass Ashigaru. Raid on the backside is an absolute massacre. A bunch of villagers just getting sniped down here. And Poppy Paul is still looking for that critical hit, that knockout blow. The problem is you can see just by the minimap, all the eco that remains for Louis is on the left side of the map. This is the worst possible position to come. On top of that, Poppy Paul, like, dude, I mean, bring some torches or don't even bother. Oh, man. See, if you were to watch this without any names attached to it, you'd be like tempted to call Poppy Paul a noob, right? Be like, why is this guy running around chasing after that? Like, the reason I'm highlighting that is not to say Poppy Paul is a noob, but it's to highlight the fact that this is all because of what Louis is doing. Louis is making Poppy Paul look discombobulated. He's making him look worthless in this game because despite all this mass that Poppy Paul's had at different stages, Louis has never let him use it. Not to its full extent. He's always been seen it and gone, okay, I'm going to go round, right? Oh no, you've got a really strong line there. You've Magano-lined me. It's time to blitzkrieg. Let's go through the next country across to the right side, the left side. This has been the reason why Louis has peeled him apart. This is the reason why Louis can have such little in military comparatively and yet looks so much stronger. This is exactly why Louis is able to threaten players like Beastie who thrive on this drained late game so well, because it's what he's doing. He's peeling the map, he's slowing his opponent down, he's taking more eco away, he's holding reserves so that eventually, after his opponent has nothing left, he can just reboom up to max military and then break him. Keep going up on the left side here. Some villagers going to be taken down, but this castle is not going to be killable. And any losses at this point are expensive for Poppy Paul. I think he's on the last gold vein now. Yeah, 200 and gone. And then there's nothing. So you now have to set up trade, or you have no gold source for the rest of the game. Ah, interesting that Killjadi mentioned the men-at-arms are unanswered. I have your answer right here, son. And it's a strong one. Louis was already prepping for it. He's got Adachi Tech already. Elite stats is coming through. He's up to 20 the Samurai. If he matches the count, it's going to be quite the wallop him. Also, keep in mind those men-at-arms are going to get hit by 8 mangonels on the walk-in. Right? That is going to happen. It's almost impossible to dodge all those shots. Dive comes in. Mangonels! Woo! Poppy Paul. As soon as I say it's impossible, he says, watch this. Dive on the backside. Only a few are going to make their way around, though. The Mangonels might be able to protect themselves. Warp's coming out. Samurai looking to clear it up. Front line is not holding though. It's going to be a flood through. Poppy Paul now needs to dive the strongest defense. I think that might be the problem here. Samurai count at 27 scaling, about to surpass the men-at-arms count. And Poppy Paul, this is the problem. The Sohai Sutra debuff behind him. The Castle of Crow in front of him. It's too much to break through. And that may just be it. Look at the immediate queue up. 12 more Buddhist monks. They're a peaceful people, but when you come for war, they make sure you're disarmed. These men-at-arms attacked like kittens in that fight. And the Mango's barely felt the brunt of it. You can see he's already scaled back up to 8, about to be double-digit Mango. And the difference now is, sure, you got 1.3k gold because you snatched away from your opponent, but this is a limited lifespan compared to a permanent push of Mass Samurai. And the idea of trading in this is not feasible for Poppy Paul. He can't trade if he can't defend his flanks. He's failed to defend his flanks for the last 10 plus minutes. How's that suddenly going to change? Mount Samurai. Pulling back, baiting them in. The Mango shots again. And even with Poppy Paw's Neo-like reactions, his reflexes, even he has his limitations. This is starting to look more and more impossible as the seconds go on. You can now see the Villager pull. Love this. Just to guarantee there's no trade coming in down the line. This is now Louis looking to cut that away. Poppy Paw, of course, hasn't set up for that anyway. If you want to do a trade transition, it would be the slowest thing in the world. We need another hour in this game to really feel like it was online. But you see how that broke the bank. That reboom into Men-at-Arms instantly drains everything. Landsnake now his last hope. Landsnake's difficult against Elite Samurai because of the Adachi tech. They kind of just melt you very quickly. And this is a glass cannon type unit up against Mangoes, and he realizes there's no point. L's back crumbles, and with it, his hopes of winning this dashed. Louis MT just showed us that the Temple of Equality might be the Temple of Imba.
GG.
Damn. That's crazy. Dude, what a crazy game. Holy crap. What a sick game. That one, I can't... I mean, I actually think he wouldn't have... Like, I don't know if Floating Gate could have won that. I don't think it could have. I actually think he made the right call. But the funny thing is, it wasn't even just about that. It was all about the siege. Let's see. Buddhists bring back the worst meta. I don't know, it's not like that. Think on that one. Yeah, what a crazy game. So let's have a look at what else we've got that we can cast, because I think they had another game actually after that, so we can keep doing some more of them. Actually, let me quickly check live. You know what I like to do, guys. I like to have a look and see if we've got any live games we can cast. Sup, Pathless? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Oh. I do enjoy myself a bit of live gameplay. Liquid Clem, definitely. Can you imagine? Not seeing any familiar names here. Who's Downfall up against? Atri versus Abbasids. Let me check what rank the person is he's up against there. Everyone's playing FFA? Yeah. I mean, dude, I honestly think that the FFA format they've got for Quick Match isn't that good. Like, it's really not that good. One sec. Just need to check the chat. Oh. Music. Dude, the comedial element of, like, so I'm organizing a deal for one of my creators. And, like, the comedial element of, like, these games that I know have huge marketing budgets, not offering great rates, and then, like, an indie dev coming in and be like, we really want this integration here. And, like, the difference, I'm not going to go specific numbers on this because it's not, like, my deal to disclose that on. But, like, what I will say is it's crazy that these games that you know have a lot more money aren't willing to reach in the pocket for meaningful integrations, and then you just get, like, a humbled indie dev that just offers you bank for an integration. All right, guys. So, we said we wanted to check who Downfall's opponent is, didn't we? To see if it's a high rank game. They're ranked 45th. So do we want to do the Atri Abba Downfall versus whoever that Chinese player is, or do you guys want more Louis versus Poppy Paw? Damu's going to play Kiljadi. Is he? Kiljadi? Woo! English versus HR. All right, let's check out the dirty boy. Gotta do it now. We'll have to wait a minute or two, though. In fact, what I'll do is I'll run ads now so you guys don't get bombarded with it afterwards, okay? Because I think we've got probably 2.5 minutes. 3 minutes? Yeah, 3 minutes. All right, I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads now so you guys are safe from the rest of it. Whew. Good idea, get it done. I see a Prime icon. Yeah, this is what you say after someone's like, get it done on pushing the ads. You point out that they've got Prime. So, all right, yeah, I'll sort that later today. I'm hoping to have a call with an energy drink company. See if I can actually get them involved in AoE4. We'll see. I think it would be like, I mean, the value proposition for them is good. So we'll see if it goes. Okay. You want cooldown? You gave it to Wham? Bro, why does Wham just wins tournaments? He don't need it. Also, in fairness, Wham doesn't have this. That's all I'll say on the matter. That is a big wiener. Biggest of wieners. I freaking love that emote. Well, I need to check in with my artists probably tomorrow. See how they come along with the animated emotes. The 16 animated emotes they are working on. Woo! That feels good to say. Okay. It's so annoying to, like, I'm trying to keep track of where my messages were, so, like, when I'm done streaming later tonight, I can, like, get on with what I need to. But it's, like, that's one of the downsides sometimes. Like, when you have streamer mode turned on, you basically can't see the names fully properly. So you have to, like, I think that was X, based on the 2 letters that I can see at the start of the name. Thank you, Discord. They should just rename it from streamer mode to overprotective. Oh, you know what I forgot to put in the title? I'll announce it tomorrow. Gonna be aiming to do something cool next Saturday. For a good cause. Ooh, it's a live game. We can do predictions. So Damu purple or Kiljadi yellow. Why do I say it like that? Because that's me, baby. Whoop whoop. I'll start that now. So we should be in game and you'll have like 50 seconds to decide how you want to predict. All right. The 2 most unsolved civs on the ladder right now. A showdown between 2 Scandinavians, 1 honorary and 1 born there. That's right, we've got Team Liquid's Damu on the English, on his Cameron Poe account in the purple, going up against Kiljadi, the most killest of killery H3 players I think I've ever witnessed in this game at this stage. This guy is absolutely unhinged on this civ. And H3 in general feels completely unhinged. For anyone who's actually been watching them in competitive recently or just in high-level play, they're getting ready to write a Reddit thread about why it needs to be nerfed. I feel like everyone seems to be on board with this, that it just seems so powerful right now. Now, I'm not convinced it's unbeatable, but I am convinced that it has yet to be fully solved. And I think that's why this is an interesting matchup. Not just the players, but also the civs. The English from the other side hit this same notion. With this Abbey of Kings build that's come out, Some people think it's OP. They don't know how to deal with it. But that's the issue, isn't it? Quite often when we don't know how to deal with something, our first instinct is to write it off as overpowered. I think there is a solution to these new Abbey of Kings builds. It's definitely going to take time and a lot of practice because for a long time, people have come to expect the English to do one thing and one thing only, and that's spam archers like crazy. All of a sudden, they've got 5, 6 different builds that just make sense. And yeah, Cameron posed Nicolas Page. Did you Nicolas Page? Robert Nicolas Cage. Did you not know that? It's from is it the Air one, right? What's it called? Con Air. Yeah, it's the main character in Con Air. Never saw Con Air? You've missed out. It's a great one. It's one of Nick Cage's good ones. You know how Nicolas Cage is, right? Like Nicolas Cage is how to describe him? If we put him in player equivalent, Nicolas Cage is like Fade. It's either really good or really bad, right? Sometimes there's the most dankiest of dankness, and then other times it's like, probably want to be able to hide that from your match history. That's like the Nicolas Cage effect. Ghost Rider, there you go. We got on the other end of the spectrum there. Did you guys know, by the way? Like, interesting little side fact. Well, fact, but like someone's been said in an interview recently. Keanu Reeves is interested in getting in the Marvel Universe, and actually his dream character is Ghost Rider. Now, you might be wondering, why are we talking about that in Age of Empires 4? Because this guy that comes out of here in about a minute's time, he is the Ghost Rider of AoE 4 right now. Here to claim the souls as he chooses and ride around the map uncontested. And the interesting part is, like, I think we are going to be getting that 2TC build, aren't we? Yeah, it's already being set up. So 2TC English after you force the harassment of the Abbey of Kings. Pretty standard play, makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure how I feel about it against HRE in general, just because HRE players should be able to contest this. But the problem right now is most of these HRE players open archery range racks and they immediately spam the men-at-arms. You need to go Spearman instead. And I guess one annoying element there is that you're forced to build Spearman against English. That's a jackpot for Dimmu on the other side of this, right? It means that he's going to be able to go into his premium unit of Feudal Age and get value out of it. Now, another kind of interesting thing about this matchup is actually, I think HRE hard counters English. It's not even remotely close. If you think about like the standard English play, at least before this King build, HRE could dunk on them. Even before the March and Drills buff, actually, they could dunk on them. The exception, though, is in situations where you can force no rotation opportunities. And what I mean by that, if you're going 2TC and you drop a second TC over here, and then you wall at the back, the HRE lose a lot of their value because they can't rotate around your base. They can't raid in circles. So that's where the Longbows actually do well, because Longbows' issue is when they come out into the map and they get chased down, they just die. That's what makes March and Drill's HRE archers so good. With their economy plus the movement speed, they kill. So what needs to happen here is once Dimmu does this 2TC, Killjadi needs to look at it and go, okay, I can't actually go into your base, so what I'm going to do instead is tech up. That's what I'm aiming for here, is this idea, this notion in Killjadi's mind, that the moment he sees it's 2TC, his best approach is to try and clear out this king and go castle. Looks like he's already got Spearman on the way. Yeah, it makes sense, right? You can either go Spearman or you can go for an outpost. If you go for Spearman, you have a way of contesting mid-map. And as we highlighted, although this kind of plays into the English hands of building archers, now if you want to get value out of those archers, if you want to use them, you have to come out on the map. Because the goal now for Killjadi should be, how do I get to gold? How do I get the gold to go to Castle Age? And how do I do it as quickly as possible? That's the only thing you should care about. In the meantime, he's going to have to spend a lot on these spears. This is the annoyance of the king, right? It's the healing factor above anything else, I'd say. The timing on this king arriving and then the heal factor just keep probing means you need, like, what, 5 Spearmen to feel good? You have to be careful because if you get caught on your own like this, yeah, look, that's permanent damage. That's temporary. So move on to gold. Yeah, this is now getting a little bit weird. The fact that Killjadi went for the outpost anyway is perplexing to me. I feel like if you were going to go for outpost anyway, you'd be better served just getting the outpost and not the spears. So a little bit weird there. But in fairness, now these spearmen can guard the relics, right? Like, that's a very valuable play because in this position, you know, if Dimmu doesn't want to go in on full feudal, then his only option is to go fast castle. And with that Castle Age, the atypical build we're seeing out of a lot of English players right now is to open knights. Well, Spears will counter that perfectly. A little bit surprised by the farms getting added in so early. I guess Killjadi's, he's trying to kind of get that Japanese Curse Storehouse effect going, though. And what I mean by that is, like, you never run out of sheep before the farms are online. As opposed to the alternative of you rushing down all these sheep and then having to rush across on the wood and then having to rush up the farms afterwards. So he's just trying to give himself less things to stress about here. The cool thing about doing this way, by the way, is it gives you a little bit more flexibility to playing feudal versus Russian castle. If you see your opponent does something, you have more malleability to react to it because you have a permanent food source gradually over time, instead of immediately seeing something and then reacting at a scale of 10. Right? Usually you see that a lot of times and it puts someone behind, right? Like they have to stockpile up an extra 1,000 wood to then make an extra 10 farms or whatnot. This is a much smoother approach. I actually prefer what Killjadi is doing here. And look at what he got. It's double archery range. Okay, so this is brilliant right now. The timing for Dimmu, I think it's been missed. You go 2TC and you play longbows like this, like your timing's not going to work against fast castle. He only built 7 spearmen. He's going into castle now. He's going to be ready to tech up. He's going to be complete on the tech up by, what, 9 minutes? You can't really do much damage with 2 Lombos in comparison to that, right? Like, you can't rush out. King is going to go for the dive in. Nice micro so far by Killjadi, though. King will at least get away, but barely. This is also awkward now, because this is the point in the game that Killjadi wants the King low. If the King's kept low like this, it means he can send the prelates out to the initial relics, and this guy's going to find it hard to dive in. Right? Because it's already difficult to try and get the charge in the kill when you're still a feudal age knight or king in this situation. It's even worse when you know if you remain around for like a second or third hit against these prelates, there's a spearman nearby. So yeah, very tricky position now for Dimmu. And you just see how honest the spearman speed actually keeps you, right? The 1.72 when charging, just the power of marching drills. You know, if this is another Civ, I think this king would have done a lot more because the spearman couldn't react as quickly. And now the tech up on the way, with the fact that we have 7 archers in, it worries me because Dimmu's not in a position where he can make a fast tech up himself. He's got not even 1 full farm cluster. He's got a decent number of sheep. But the problem right now is if you have to rush out the map with Lombos, this should be an easy stables drop and then a spam of Horseman Knights. I actually love the idea of Horseman here just because it's more effective at pacing. Like, Knights take a very long time to come out, but it seems like Killjadi wants to commit to the heavy cav. Makes sense, right? It gives you someone to contest the king as well. This is tricky. I feel like Dimmu may have just misread what the play was here now. I mean, you've got 10 Lombos, right? Up to 11. You do the maths on this. It's kind of insane. He spent over 1,000 resources now on these Lombos. He could have been on his way to castle almost. It's just you don't want to give over the relics, right? Because I get where Dimmu's coming from. His thought process here is if I choose to let him tech up because I tech up, what happens next is he picks 5 relics, even 4 maybe, and then he goes into Imperial. And then the value of my TCs is irrelevant because he'll just outscale me. So this is why you're seeing Dimmu pressure like this. Steel Arrow upgrade is on the way. Villagers are being sniped down. One's been taken out so far. And 2 knights have already arrived. The problem here is Dimmu, it feels like he ran before he could walk. In the spearmen are an integral part of this composition and they just don't exist. So now this dive out from 2 knights should be enough to just rout the entire Lombo army. And while this is happening, the first relic is already on the way home. Oh, Dimmu. Not like this, buddy. At this point, it just kind of looks like he's stuck in a rut. He's constantly producing Lombos. He needs to get Raxes in if he wants to stand a chance to make this work. And I am not seeing Raxes whatsoever. 1 knight's at least going to go down. I mean, at this point, he found his value, though, right? And 2 more should be on the way. In fact, where are the other 2? Okay, they're now arriving. They just took their time creeping up. Yeah, this is going to be a complete rout. I love that he even pulls back the injured knight just to try and bait his opponent in. He also has the prelate to heal with afterwards, potentially. But at this stage, notice that he's just ignoring the king. The king is the annoying thing to chase here because the king has more movement speed than knights. So the smart play from Killjadi, he just clicks Lombo to Lombo to Lombo to Lombo. 1 by 1, taking down the entire strategy of Dimmu. This has been sick. Interesting that he rallied the injured knight back in. I thought he'd actually take him home to heal. But this is cost effective, right? Like he's killing, on average, I'd say 4 or 5 Lombos per night. That's an insane trade. By the time you kill 3 Lombos, you've already made more in killing than you've spent on the night. But then the added benefit on the side is, look what's been happening. The king has been here to contest this because the king is the only one doing real damage, right? So who's guarding the relics? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. King way too injured now, so he's going to fall back. I've seen Dumu win with what I call the Agincourt build before, but this is getting a bit absurd. Oh damn, I got someone arriving through Liz's channel? How's my boy Admir doing? Probably a lot better than Dumu's doing in this game. Oof. This is painful. Yeah, Palings may have worked a lot earlier. Now it just feels a little bit too late. Undermesh now also on the way. If you thought that these knights were taking a long time to die already, wait until that ticks in. I think Dumu, this is a classic stuck in the blender type moment, right? Where he feels like if he lets up the pressure, he loses the game anyway. To me, the more you try to ramp this pressure, the more you lose the game. You haven't guarded the relics. That's the win condition for the HRE. You've given it over to them in the easiest way possible. Now even the king's going to pay the price. I'm struggling here right now to kind of like be positive about the outlook for Dumu. We're up to 4 archery ranges, so his logic now is just spam, spam, spam. But with the extra relics now added in, with extra farms that have been laid in over time, you know, this is where the stable count exactly can increase as well. What does Palings do? Palings allows you to do damage to Cav nearby and stuns them. So you can see it right here. Stuns for 2.5 seconds, and they take 25 damage per Paling they get hit by. Now, the stuns don't stack. The damage can, but the stuns don't stack. What they'll do is they'll refresh the buff. It's very powerful, actually. The problem is the setup time takes, like, I think it's 3 seconds almost. So you're missing out on damage in the meantime, right? Oy, oy. It's something you have to set up ahead of time. You can't set it up in reaction to someone on top of you. You technically can do that and they'll take the damage. By the time you set it up, you've taken way too much damage in return. And this is way too much damage taken across the course of the game now. This is blow after blow. I mean, what you've got Dumu doing right now is at this stage, he's trying to guarantee it's only knights before the spinman transition, but he's also trying to guarantee that he keeps scaling eco. Here's the positive for Dumu fans. His number has continued to go up. Here's the positive for Killjoy fans. Dumu's number is about to go down. Oh, man. 7 Castle Age Knights in here. No textiles either. Dumu has got it on the way, though. He needs it fast. King goes down for the 2nd time in this game. The villagers, the idle time alone is going to cripple his economy, let alone the kills on top of it. And the 5th relic is on its way to being grabbed. 3 Sacred Sites also likely to be locked in the next minute. Dumu needs to tech up in the next minute and a half, 2 minutes max, or this game is going to be out of control. Arguably, this game already is out of control, folks. Textiles was a quick read to try and minimize casualties for Dumu, but there's only so much you can do for you. And the other issue is, like, when you're 2TC like this and you start getting this big of an economy, you just have no way to hide the economy, and you have to go out and take risky resources, right? And that's the thing that Killjoy's prepped himself for with the unlimited Knight spam. I love the fact that Dumu was like, I'm just going to build Lombos only. And Killjoy's like, oh, yeah, the Agincourt build. Well, we'll alternate history. I'll do the other part of it. Just Knights. Now, finally, Dumu has been forced to diversify his comp. In response, this is pretty easy now for Killjoy, though. You just go back to Raxus, really. He might even just think about going Imperial. King for the 3rd time. Remember, each time you buy this guy, it's 200 resources, by the way. So you get 1 for free. He spent 400 resources on this lad. I'm not sure he's been worth it the last 2 times he's bought him, really. It kind of makes sense if you've got gaps in fights, because you can raid with him and you can also heal your guys. But outside that, feels pretty weak. Well, this might be nice, though. Ooh, sees the relic coming back. So at least claims something. The problem is now you've revealed here. Yeah, the prelate can, like, delay the kill, and you could send a knight over to stop this. Okay, weirdly enough, Killjoy's actually just gonna... Okay, that was sick. He just gets the relic even closer to home. Finally, Dumu realizes he was being had. I mean, the funny thing is actually you could have wall-lolled this. Oh, wait, no, you can't, right? King got changed, so you can't wall-loll him. Night Raid's coming again. I think Killjoy's just going to go imp at this stage. I mean, in my opinion, you can just end the game. You don't need to go Castle Age. You just build Men at Arms and end the game. But when you get 4 relics, almost 5 relics at this point in the game, it's easy to just say Imperial is the way. There's no negative to that play because Palace of Swabi is so insanely good. Nice back. Where are the Spearmen? Oh my god, he sent all of them in. Wait, they're going to lose to 5 Men at Arms. This is it. This has to be it. The Knights are still prowling around, finding kills, and the dive attempt's going to come in, but the Men at Arms are already there. Remember, they get marching drills by default. They've got +2 ranged armor. They can only be tickled for 1 damage at this stage. I think it's fair to say that Dumu is kind of hard stuck at this stage. Knight once again into the backline eco. Second wave are just camping on the side, waiting to make their pouncing maneuver. And now, with just a handful of archers left on the offensive, the problem that now happens is, after you lose this fight here, it's going to be a rush towards your base. Dumu has to get the White Tower built in the next 20 seconds, or it's going to be too late. In fact, I think it's too late already. The problem is, where do you build it? How do you build it? You've still got several Knights running around your base. Oh, this game is brutal, man. I actually love to see how consistently impressive Killjoy is on the ladder at the highest level of play. Against some of the best in the game, right? Like, win after win after win, I'm just seeing out this guy right now. It's so refreshing to see. Like, you know, I think there was kind of this worry that with AoE4 getting a bit older, with us seeing a few players leave the scene or whatever, you know, when and where were the new generation going to come? I love that we have a player that was here from a very early point in the game that was kind of overlooked for a very long time due to playstyle and matchups to evolve into this. This guy is brutal. He's painful and frustrating to play against. Looks like he may have stabilized. And here we go, White Tower now on the way. The good news is he killed enough of these Knights. The good news is also Killjoy kind of camped, and I don't know why. He had 14 Men at Arms. This is a little bit of a mistake. He could have easily been in the base ages ago. He could have been doing damage, irreparable damage. Because here's the thing, guys. Knights get countered by Feudal. Spearmen kill them. Men at Arms can't be countered by this Feudal army. So definitely a missed opportunity, but this is exactly what I was anticipating an H3 player would do. He's saving up for Imperial. No. I kind of find it perplexing when H3 players just default to this choice. This is legit a game I wholeheartedly believe he could have just won in Castle. And the thing is, when he arrives at this army, he's going to realize it, right? Like, the White Tower went up, but the reality is it's Archer Spears. Men at Arms disintegrate everything. And now, because the White Tower, because you allowed this to go up, it just got a lot harder. Palace of Swabi coming on the other side, though. This is a smart dive. Killjoy knows he's going to get eco kills. He's also going to keep Dumu in his base. So there'll be no reparations. There'll be no counterattack for this tech up. Nice, drag it all the way. Men at Arms going to camp on the villager line on top of the gold. White Tower will eventually clear them up. But you can see it's just not as quick as you'd like here. Oh my god. Still a few Knights left over. Just keep running around. The goal here is just to secure the tech up and guarantee that everything that Dumu has is in his base. The smart element of this play, actually, from Killjoy is this dive forces Dumu into a slow comp. He couldn't rush Knights on Castle Age, right? Like, he couldn't try to go out on the map. He's now built a very slow arm. So it guarantees that you're not going to get punished for this greedy play. This is where we should be getting into mass Men at Arms spam. Food income is already looking glorious at this stage, right? Like, we've got, how many farms underneath this? 31. 31 Arkham Chapel buff farms. Actually, I think there's like 3 that aren't. On top of that, you're going to have the Eco Level 2 tech coming in. You're probably going to be able to add in another like 10 farms, easy peasy in this area. And then you're good to go. Now, on the other side of this, Dumu isn't weak either. He has got 4 farm clusters. The problem, though, is what can you do with that food? If you're going to spam Men at Arms, that feels like a losing battle, right? Because the heavy mace Men at Arms are just better. And thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Instaleaf. You're an insta-joy. Castle now coming up. Oh, this is problematic. This is the perfect time to try and hit the farm eco. Now, Dimmu could wrap around, but it means you get tickled away out on the flank. King goes down. Yeah, he's not really looking impressive anymore, is he? Men-at-Arms with the two-handeds. Heavy Mace is coming in as well, just in case there's Men-at-Arms spam down the line. This pushback as well. He needs access to that food. You want to just try and spread out, right? You want to try and take advantage of the fact that your villagers are quick and cheap. Dimmu, for the time being, is going to be able to hold on just outside the base, but it's not enough to hold on here, guys. Dimmu's mindset is, I need to get in, and I need to do it soon. I'm an age behind again. I can't rush the age up at the same pace he can. If I do, I'm going to get flooded. Right, if I put 3,600 resources into a tech up, he can put 3,600 resources into Men-at-Arms. That's almost 30 MAA running the base. More numbers coming. The crossbow count is stopped at 20. That's kind of interesting. What is he worried about? There's no way he's worried about spear spam. Maybe, because like H3 players do sometimes do that. But this is just a dead brain Mace Boy game. Knights charging on the backside. Draws the spearman closer. There's no elite army tactics. That is the good news right now, is that it is not full Imperial. If there's a university tech coming in, elite army tactics though, it's going to be GG. Instead, it looks like Killjadi is prepping a full switch into Horseman. I mean, you're still going to need Men-at-Arms here, right? Like, you're against Spears at the end of the day. What's intriguing to me is that Dimmu is getting ready for Men-at-Arms as well. I don't mind the idea from Killjadi. The logic of Horseman here is kind of cool because you can raid, right? It's just a raid unit. And your opponent has built like a bunch of crossbows, right? If you went with Knights, crossbows would kill Knights quickly. Spearman will kill Eva quickly, right? But the difference is one's melee, one's ranged. So it kind of makes sense, plus it's a faster unit. He does need to ramp his food income a bit more, though. I don't like that there's not enough farms here yet. We're up to, what now, 38? Let's get to 45. 45 to 50 is really good. And then you play like the deer on the backside, the berries as well. That's a jackpot. In fact, there's a fort. Has he got military academy? I should hope so. It would be quite the blunder. There we go. By the way, keep in mind these numbers are deceptive. Dimmu's definitely behind. The Regnitz is 10 relics effective. It's actually insane. He's getting 800 gold a minute. And then the Sacred Sites were adding a lot more in as well. So, like, Killjadi's in a very good position. Then you add in the fact that the Arkan Chapel is giving this insane 40% buff on, what, half your economy? Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind H3 right now are ahead. And then you add in the fact that they're spending less food to get more villages per minute. Like, this is what makes Pastor Swabia so insane. Men-at-Arms, wrapping wide. Oh, dude, that's a sick read. Guys, look at the map and think about why this rotation by Killjadi is genius. It takes a long time to arrive, but look at where all the gold is. Dimmu is predictable in his pattern. There's no gold on the south side. He has to play north side. It's a great read there. Does mean it's going to be harder to hold at home, though. You can see Dimmu now diving towards the Stables complex, towards the Palace of Swabia. And yeah, Killjadi, like, this is a late reaction. He should have had these outposts up much sooner than this. He's floating 1,000 stone and no way of spending it. This is tricky. I feel like Killjadi's given an opening here that shouldn't exist. Now, Dimmu can't stay here forever, but he's idling out the Palace of Swabia, right? He's keeping it fully condensed. But now, dive into the choke points. Mass Horsemen on the way, and I'm afraid that's just not going to be enough Spearmen to clear this up. Only 6 of them in the mix. That means the Horsemen are going to be victorious. And now the Men-at-Arms on the flank are looking to jump in. Ball goes up. It's going to be sneak inside, but now you can look to torch through here, guys. These are elite Men-at-Arms. Their torch damage is insanely high. Instead, Killjadi says, why? Just go around. Dimmu has to give it over. He forfeits the hold on the H3 base. Starts to retreat. Yeah, this is where the game starts to get a bit slippery. Men-at-Arms at this stage are still going to struggle to break through due to crossbows with attack speed aura, but the Horsemen can start to spread and burn. And even if they don't get in, guys, this is now a game where you're building crossbows Men-at-Arms, but you have no gold. He's got 700 gold in his base, and then he has to come out. So there's an opportunity here for Killjadi to try and swiftly end this game. Elite Army Tactics is finally on the way. This should be the backbreaker that was missing. Keep dropping the center. Good claim here as well. That's going to be 1,200 more stone. You're spending the 900 to get it, as well as now controlling the central sacred site. Dimu, he sees it, but there's nothing he can do about this. It's going to take him way too long to get through the front line. Lanceneck now also being followed up. Love this element. It means the Spearmen get completely wiped. This is the point now where I struggle to see how Dimu's meant to tech up while holding. If Killjadi just, for example, sets up a Siege Workshop here and gets into a Bombard, you can start blitzkrieging your way through the base. On top of that, this is now gold you have to guard, right? So like Dimu's in a position where he probably feels like he needs to drop a castle in this area or Stonewall. Because that raid last time, he should be counting his lucky stripes the gold wasn't exhausted. Otherwise, the men-at-arms would have killed 20 villagers and been into the farms. How does Killjadi not win this? I always love to go for these like dissectory forts. I think if he overinvests in Lanceneck, he sets himself up for failure. You've got 5 relics, it's a lot of gold, sure, but like Lanceneck, they are meant to be a support element to your back, like your front line, the backbone of your army, which is men-at-arms horsemen. So I'm hoping he doesn't go overkill there. I do like it for the Spearmen. I just don't like it as the entirety of your army. Awesome raid in. No biology here. Looks like he's going to get pinched, so Horsemen not looking to run away. Only a few of them going to be left alive. But once again, like we're in a situation where Dimu is dancing to the tune of Killjadi, right? A minute ago, you had Dimu in Killjadi's base pressuring him. Look at what it done. We had a 20 eco lead. Now, because the pressure is no longer on Killjadi, he's about to eclipse the English economy. Dimu. What worries me is what comes next. I really hope this is not a Berkshire. I think Berkshire is... I don't want to say it's a mistake. It's more forced error in that like, you have to do it because of the pressure. But missing out on the Wingguard is painful at this stage of the game. The Footmen can be incredible in this matchup. Much more tanky men-at-arms. On top of that, they're great at dealing with Horsemen, right? The idea of getting into the Wingguard Raiders so you can actually just flood units onto the field. Another valuable tool. But this is starting to reek of Berkshire. And it pains me to say that I'm right on this one. Berkshire now on the way. Oh, the timing, though. The timing could be bad here. Dimu. He has to cancel it. Oh, no. Dive even deeper. The Mangonels are going to be slightly exposed by this. The men-at-arms need to dive even deeper. More villagers are being pulled in the meantime. The Mangos are going to be access. Crossbows having to start a stepper. More villagers are going to commit in. The men-at-arms wave is going to get cleared up. So Dimu will get up into Imperial Age, courtesy of 55 villagers working on it. But it came at a price. More eco units going down. Army has been reduced down to 25. This first wave may not have been able to beat him, but the second wave is going to kill him. That's Lanceneck to the mixer. Here come the big swords. Villagers not pulling away. Dimu, he needs the gold. But he's only going to get death. That was a fun game. What a cool game, dude. Oh, man. Like, what was the focal point in that one? I mean, like, I think the focal point is how long he played Feudal. %40 farms busted. Eh. The bigger issue is Dimu played Feudal way too long. He needed to find a way out sooner. It's tough, though. I'm trying to think what I'd call that on YouTube. Because the interesting thing is, like, it turns into Longbow's Knights. I'm trying to, like, change the approach to my YouTube videos where it's, like, you kind of got to tell people what is actually going to happen in the video. But, like, if you put, just needs more Longbows, right? Like, does that actually fit? Probably not. set to 0 now? Hey, Voldy, how's it going, buddy? Guys, should we watch a Voldemar replay? I'll let chat decide, Voldemar, because you know me. We're a democracy. Chat, do you want to watch a Voldemar replay or a Louis MT replay? Chat, do we have preference? So there's a Voldemar recon game, or there is a Louis MT puppy paw game. Voldemar game on Highview? You can't pay me to watch that. I only have 90 minutes until my next meeting. We don't have time for Voldemar recon. I mean Voldemar, in fairness. Actually, like, I haven't checked out recon recently, but like I know he was transitioning into a more aggressive version. Very, very aggressive player. All right, maybe we watch a Voldemar game. Maybe. All right. Let's do some Voldemar versus Recon. I'm feeling generous. We will give Voldemar a chance to redeem himself and fix that number. We also, Voldy, we need to organize the show match between you and Myriad as well. When can we do it? Because Myriad works weekdays, right? Do we maybe schedule it for like next weekend? I need to pull you both. I think I sent you a friend recce on Discord, actually. I don't know if you accepted it. I'll drag us all in the chat and we can figure it out. Talking about Sunday. Sunday can work. That could work, yeah. Are we thinking of someone to make it spicy? Late afternoon? Yeah. Like, do we do... What do you think? Best of 7, best of 5, best of 9? Best of 5? Okay. You scared of Myriad in best of 7 series? Is that why? Guys, this is what you do. You reverse psychology. I'm into doing more games for you. I'm just trying to gauge. Like, is there something wrong with best of 9? Are you worried Myriad has more breadth than you? Don't worry, guys. This will 100% work and we'll get more. Doesn't have enough Civ to do 5 plus. Jeez. Someone clip it and ship it. All right, like, this is how I get it up to a BO9. I turn this into like a PP contest. Who's got the bigger EPing? Down for best of 15. All right, I'll tell Myriad that it's best of 15. Content for all day. Why are you redeeming chain necktie? You can't wear a necktie with a collarless shirt, you savage. What's wrong with you? So, where is this game? Oh my god, Voldemar. Can you stop playing so many games? Voldemar! Alright. We found it. Wait, it's English versus Iobids. Isn't that like Iobid favored? And you're playing Iobids. I mean, every matchup is Iobid favored. Right? Dude, like, I'm trying to think... Actually, what's the best counter to Iobids off the top of my head? Maybe new HRE? Maybe? But if you want Dry Arabia, for example, I think, like, Suck versus Chinese, I can kind of see that. What, you just play, like, Song 2TC, right? And don't care about relics. Because, like, by the time they get their relics, you outscale, right? That makes sense. I think Byzantines aren't too bad against Eyes as well. I think Jab Contract is good. Like, I'd say, like, Chinese Byzantines are probably the 2 best civs against Ibids, right? Are there any others? Jeanne d'Arc's pretty crappy. Because they just castle rush and then she dies. Is there something else? Because you don't want to be cavalry comp. That sucks. Is that... Order the Dragonverse, are you? Maybe? Nah, it's too slow again. Alright, I'll answer questions in chat and then we'll hop into this one. KP, what's your opinion on Mongols right now? I feel like if Tower Rush doesn't work, which I hate that cheese, you were screwed. Mongols, I do think that Silver Tree is kind of like overrated to a certain extent. You need to assess whether the game is a good trade game or whether you could be going Deerstone instead. If you're going Deerstone, Deerstone gives you a bit more malleability to be all in Feudal Age and end by the beginning of Castle Age, or go for a 2TC build. I think the 2TC build is kind of underrated, actually. But Mongols is a tricky one. I think Voldemort will agree. Like, they're in a very weird place. The Outpost Rush definitely got kind of crippled. I think in a lot of cases, you might arguably be better just trying to go to Feudal as quickly as possible. Yo, what's up, Iminator? Thank you very much for the resub, bud. Welcome back to Swarm. You want to start learning Rus? Where can you start? So, Rus, honestly, I'd say the best thing you can do to kind of get the gist of Rus is practice your first 5 to 10 minutes of gameplay. Rus thrive off of a good rotation on scout play, so you need to make sure you're on top of your scout gaming. The reason that that's so important is because it allows you to not need to go onto gold, which saves you 50 wood in a mining camp, as well as the idle time walking out and gathering. It's a phenomenal value play. And then, I think the interesting thing that the Rus offer, like, it's not just that 5-10 minutes that sets you up beautifully to get one, like, the best average Feudal Age timings and take control of the game. The other value point in learning Rus from that perspective is what you learn is to value scouting. If you want to know why you should pick Rus outside of, oh my god, OP Civ, the reason it's so powerful at high-level play is because of the inability to deny vision from them. They always go free scouts because it's optimal to take all the gold away, which scales them into wheelbarrow and tech at the same time without having a single piece of gold gathered on a mining camp. But then the knock-on effect is you have free scouts afterwards. So I would say focus on that first 5-10 minutes. If you want to like build orders or whatever, you can check AoE for World. They literally have like run you through the build orders. If you watch a game here and you're like, I really like that Rus build, you can have a look on it afterwards. But the cool thing about Rus is I think you have a lot more freedom than you do with other civs, because you can go fast castle, you can play long feudal, you can play 1TC all in, 2TC, 3TC not as popular anymore. So, you know, there's a lot of flexibility in what you do. I think it's harder to make a mistake playing Rus, especially if you're not pro level, than with a lot of other civs, because so many of their builds make sense. The mistake you can make is going Golden Gate, but that's about it. Voldemort versus Recon, we're going for 9 days? No, dude, that's you versus Voldemort. I'm never going to let you two get away from that Himiyama game. I literally just had Don the entire time in the chat bitching about how this is so pointless to watch. And then I just like 30 minutes in, I was like, yeah, I apologize. What Himiyama game? I think you were... What civ were you? You were China, and I think he was either French or Mongols. He was French, right? And he went Chamber of Commerce, and you just built TCs. And you guys just done nothing for 30 minutes. And then had one fight and it was over. Yeah, you're China. Stop picking China then, you piece of crap. Didn't you tell me you're a Byzantine main now? Come on. Oh dear. It's kind of awkward building farm transition to Rus. Sure, but like if you aim for an endpoint when you're strong, you usually don't even reach a farm transition. The problem for a lot of players, like my big lesson for a lot of people that are like below conk or whatever, is just learn to end your games. Jesus, like the crazy thing is people want to follow build orders to get them to a solid state in the game. But then like when they're finished following the build order, the brain thought isn't how do I end the game? It's like how do I survive? They're like, all right, we'll go Imperial now. Oh, I'll build another TC. Oh, I'll build 50 farms. It's like, dog, you were so far ahead. It's like you'd started a second race. Just finish, right? So, like, you're not good enough at Rus to pull that off. I think you're discrediting yourself in, like, it's not... That issue isn't within the Rus itself. It's within general play that I noticed in a lot of low-ranked games. There's a lot of players. There are some that play, like, the initial French night raids and whatever really well, and they'll just, like, you know, they'll kill 10 of your villagers. And then you watch them against a player who doesn't GG. They don't quite know what to do, right? Like, identifying your win conditions is a very difficult thing for people to wrap their head around. We're about to cast a player who has an issue with that mid-game himself. I've talked to Recon multiple times. We talked through this about how he needs to like work on his ability to like react on the fly, because that's his weak point, right? Is that he likes going into games with a plan. He doesn't like it when a curveball gets thrown, because he doesn't immediately know what to do. He covets Mister for this reason, because Mister does. Mister sees something and he instantly just like, I know what I want to do next, right? It's like, don't feel bad that you struggle with that. Some of the best players in the game, the Gold, I was about to say world and game together, in the Gold struggle with this idea. But if you can start to kind of like think on that process and evolve that process, you'll improve. Like, one of the interesting things that is critically underrated, if you actually really want to improve in video games in general, I'm going to give you a piece of coaching advice that isn't even specific to Age of Empires 4. It works in any video game. Every 10 seconds, ask yourself what you're doing. And if you can't give an answer, or 20 seconds, like, set yourself a metric, right? You can be as intense or unintense as you want. Set yourself a metric to ask you, internally ask yourself, like, brain switch on, what are we doing right now? And if brain's like, I don't know, dog, I just thought we were on cruise mode, you got a problem, right? If you're like, oh yeah, I'm going like 2 TC to then reach Fast Castle. Oh yeah, I'm going for a ram timing 8 minutes, right? Like, even if you don't have the answer straight away, don't feel bad that you don't have the answer straight away, but now you have someone to figure out, someone to improve upon, right? Now, the issue for a lot of people with this whole, I'm not good enough to do Roost or whatever, is like, they're just not interested in improving. A lot of people want cheap solutions. Like, people come in here, and I'm not saying you're doing that, I've had people come in, it's like, how win with Japanese? It's like, well, that is a very loaded question, loaded with loads of possibilities. What matchup are you doing, right? What's your power spike time in those matchups? Blah, blah, blah. But a lot of people just want a quick, cheap solution. It's why good coaches are hard to come by, because in a lot of different scenes, people just go for cheap tricks to improve your gameplay, right? Like, we've all seen the clickbait videos. Do this to improve your MMR by blah, blah. Simple trick, increases ELO by 200. Right? It's like, it might be true, but then like when you're there, you don't know why or what the relevance of that trick was, right? Tactics and strategies are different things. Tactics are cool, and I love tactics, right? Tactics can be things like doing this little outpost rush or doing a proxy base. But what's the strategy? What's your win condition? What's your overall plan? 2 hours of sending armies to their demise and just gave up, not worth it. Yep, Arc Leave, that's why free-for-alls are badly designed. And that's why what we do is better. All right, sorry. I think we went through it, though. You love Roost, you just find it hard to keep your foodie co-op. You can, honestly, Roost is very easy to end games just by getting double deer pack and boar, and then berries. You can be GG'd by then. Like, another kind of big thing for you, Gold Lion, is like, you can attempt all them feudal plays, right? Try to end the game by late feudal, early castle. Because what you'll discover with the Roost is that their strength lies in feudal knights and archers. So actually a lot of your spend is going to be on wood, because then you get to rams, right? So what is the resource you have a lot of at the start of the game? Wood. Crap tons of wood. What's the thing that is the Roost you get more of? Wood. Crap tons of wood. So if you focus around there, like what that will train you to do is like rely less on the idea of the farms and more on the idea of kill. Here's the interesting thing as well. Like, the whole point of it's hard to make farm transitions, actually Roost is one of the easier ones because of the fact they get 20% more wood. If you map that out and do the calculations, you realize that you're actually paying 60 wood per farm. In terms of like real eco efficiency. You're still paying 75, but the point is because you're getting 20% more, it's almost like you paid 60 if you were playing on X Civ instead, right? Like, if you're an Ottoman player building a farm, you're paying 75 wood. A Roost player, by comparison, would feel like they're paying 60 wood. Try and they raid you out there? Okay, so big tip there then. If you're playing Roost, you literally have the best walls in the game. The Palisade walls are broken. They're ridiculous. Like, the 4-5 Palisade walls are way too good. They actually need a health nerf. Utilize walls, and you'll feel a lot better about like that. You don't then need to be as like APM intensive to deal with raids. It has been 8 whole days since a Voldemar win. It's going to be 9 whole days. Okay, maybe not. Voldemar has picked the Ibids. This is a pretty ridiculous Civ. We were just discussing this actually in chat, how there's maybe 1 or 2 Civs that feel like they can deal with it. I think one we mentioned was like pretty obvious, the Byzantines, because they can just answer everything. The other one I think we were saying was Chinese, right? Of course, Voldemar would recommend Chinese in this matchup. English is a bit of a predicament, though. I do think they have some ways of playing, but it revolves around the idea of not just doing the old meta Council Hall build. Abbey of Kings has been dunking on everyone at the moment because of the flexibility it has. In this particular matchup, I think Abbey of Kings into Fast Castle could make a lot of sense for Recon. Probably don't even stop off for a second TC. You could potentially go all in, but it's so difficult to thread the needle, especially when Voldemar gets a gold spawn like this. Yeah. So let's talk about like how you break this if you want to do it in the early phase of the game. You'd have to do Abbey of Kings into double Council Hall, Lombos into Ram. That's a lot of time, especially against the Civ that just goes for blind Fast Castle. And the choice should be pretty obvious here. This is going to be Growth Wing into Advancement. So that's going to give a very quick ramp up and a very small window of opportunity. That's why I said Recon's probably best served here aiming into Castle, is because the Fuel Age simply is not going to last long enough for him to do real damage. And look at Recon, double Scout Opener. That's intriguing. That also fits with the ideas that Recon has been trying to instill recently. I talked to him, it's been a while actually, I talked to him a few weeks back, and I remember he saying that, you know, he thinks that Dark Age is kind of OP and underrated. He thinks there's a lot more power now in the early game, and he's been working really, really hard to focus on that early game instead of relying on his turtley, let's go Imperial type gameplay. Double Scout Opener suggests that we're looking at a lot of feudal aggression, but that does have me worried for the already mentioned reasons. Growth Wing, boom. So, why Growth Wing? You can't go Desert Raiders. It's quite as simple as that. If you go Desert Raiders, like that Desert Raider will eventually lose to the King play or lose to Lombos. It's sucky either way against the English, so it's just a no-brainer. But the problem was, like, this is one of those matchups where if the English player can find a non-meta strategy, I say that as if Abbey of Kings isn't meta now, but when it was not meta, it kind of caught these IB players off guard. Because this strategy doesn't revolve around a lot of eco-inflation if you think about it, right? It's 3 villages, which is 15% when you get it, but now you're missing out on the 8 villages when you tech in the castle in favor of a cheaper tech up. So tempo becomes even more important. And that's where I think Abbey of Kings has the potential to outskill players, because you get this free Prowling Knight very early on to just disrupt what your opponent is doing. So far, though, I'm liking a lot of the things that Voldemar's doing. He's cooking correct here. He's going on the berries quite quickly. Actually, scrap that, guys. Guys, you're seeing it. Voldemar. Voldemar, check in chat. What's this? What is this? Sir, you're a growth boy? Starting to think the only real reason you went with Growth Wing is because you're a kid and want to grow up. But no, it always pains me when I watch people do this. Like, you want to try to be optimal. I think the safest way is typically, what, 2 villagers on each berry patch should keep you safe and none will get exhausted. The interesting part is that he bypassed these ones and then went straight on with the others. The reason this is important is it's more safe food, right? Which can be very important against a Civ like the English building a knight at the beginning of the game. Now, realistically, it's not the end of the world if you make this mistake in Fuel Age. I absolutely cringe when I watch this happen in Castle, though. Because while it's 300 food in this situation, it's 600 food for Castle. That's a big deal for a Civ that pumps very food-intense units at the beginning of their age up. Outpost now on the way. So there is a nice way that you can balance your economy, by the way, that you can essentially just have 5 villages out on gold all time and still tech up efficiently. And it means you only ever need 1 outpost. And it completely invalidates the Abbey of Kings play the English aim for here. So the tricky part now for me is, like, what I'm seeing from Recon is this 2TC build, right? He's going to play a prolonged feudal. That's difficult because then you invite things like Ghulams as well as the Camel Lancers. That's also especially difficult because while I do appreciate this matchup, this strategy rather than a lot of matchups, in this particular one, the issue is that your opponent doesn't want to come into your base. So he doesn't care about this. As long as he can find eco elsewhere. And the Ibids are always targeting one thing, right? They think about one thing and one thing only. It's relics. And the King will not be able to contest the Camel Lancer play. That's the difficulty of this matchup. Like, despite the evolution of the English, I think this build with the Abbey of Kings struggles because your opponent can easily buffer the King away. We've seen similar in the HRE matchup, right? Where, like, the play for a lot of English players right now is to get the Abbey of Kings, get the King out, the HRE play goes Fast Castle, but then the initial Knights kill the King. So suddenly you don't block anything your opponent is doing. And it's even more difficult in this matchup because at least in that matchup the Prelates are squishy, right? But in this matchup, the Dervishes are quite tanky. They move quicker, and they can heal themselves. You want a nice little controversial one, actually? I think Zhuji can go fast castle against this build, and then if the king tries to intercept the monks, he dies. Because you only have 2 melee armor, right? And you can pull out the fight, but when you pull out the fight to heal, the monk heals as well. So yeah, it's kind of interesting how many civs can actually just fast castle against this play. It's why I'm not worried that this play is OP, because I think when this build first came around, the immediate thought of the community was this is broken, this needs to be nerfed. I think there could be an argument that the king needs to take a little bit longer to spawn, but I think this build isn't without solutions. Aris sets up. Love that. Voldemar just walked out to the stone right. That was, I'm not going to say fully efficient, but there was some efficiency play in that he built up a wall here anyway. I'd say this wall feels kind of mostly relevant, but the reason he set it up is probably because he's going to want to eventually be on this wood line, so it just makes sure that he can't be immediately rushed by the king. Recon? What are we doing? What? Wait, was that... No. So I'm puzzled by this because, like, to me, this seems like he wasn't sure he could get in range to check what the House of Wisdom choice was going to be. But that seems silly because a scout will heal and the king will heal him, right? You could just go check. It's only 25 wood, but it's still 25 wood you've just, well, literally burned. And I don't really see the value in it. And Voldemort, well, look at this. Okay, credit to you, lad. This is really smart. I said this build always involves advancement wing. I actually like that he didn't rush. If I'm not mistaken, he scouted the 2TC, right? It should be a pretty obvious play from here because it's either fast castle or 2TC because you've seen no lombos, no horsemen, nothing. So this reaction, I love because you know you're not going to get pressured off your timing. You only lose out if you go advancement wing here. Because here's the thing. Advancement wing is going to save you, what is it, 400 resources comparatively? Well, here's the thing about the dervish play. By going for the free dervishes, you straight away get your hands on 540 resources worth of units that you want. So from that perspective, paying the extra is actually a bargain. You're getting a discount. Then you add in the fact that you've got such an early timing out into the relics. This is potentially a 5-relic game. Recon is going fast castle after 2TC. It means he's going to have no units in the field. And by the time that your dervishes are halfway across the map, he's probably going to be starting his tech up. That's before even getting a unit out. So sick read by Voldy. Love it. What is Recon's obsession with these campfires? He's like, what we're going to do, guys, hear me out, hear me out. We are in kind of a lush green setting here. And the Ayabids are from the Middle East. So what we're going to do is we're going to create these heat sources in our more temperate environment. And they're going to be like a crow to a shiny thing. They'll be like, oh, heat, we love heat. They're going to run out of their base to these fires to get warm because it's just not warm enough here. And then the king is going to kill... No. I think he's just trying to get a little bit creative with the value of Campfire. I think Campfire is still insanely situational. I don't think it's worth the two. Campfire to me makes more sense when you're looking to make a longbow push alongside it. White Town now on the way at home. Remember what we said about that tech up timing? Interesting detail here, by the way. Voldemar did not go for the most aggressively positioned relic. I'm not a big fan of this. You've got the freest game situation you could ask for. You've already got a Camel Lancer out. You can gamble on one of these free dervishes getting hit by the king. It's worth it if it gets you a 5-relic game. This now is potentially a 4-1 relic game, which is a bit better for Recon, right? On top of that, he's 2TC, so he's going to outscale you. So I think you have to take that extra little bit off the map, especially when it's being given to you so freely. I mean, this is the thing as well, right? It's not like the king is hidden and you're going to get intercepted. You could see the king running around your base like a headless chicken looking for someone to do. And yes, campfires are permanent. They have 1 HP. And they only work when you've got units in range. Right? Because they buff the vision. I think you can still use your opponent's campfires, right? I don't think they ever changed that. So I remember that was a silly thing where there was something to do with campfiring Chinese scouts, and they were able to see a absurd amount of the map. Clash coming in. Camel Lancers should win that every day of the week. Voldemort backs away, though, because he knows what's going to happen. He's just going to lose more health. The king's going to leave and heal up. Dervish quickly on the way. So it looks like we are still going to get that 5 relic game at this pacing. He's already dropping them off at home. Needs to get the Mosque online. It looks like he has done exactly that. Pretty good game right now for Voldemar. So now the world's his oyster. He can look to pressure or he can look to go for 2TC. I'm actually a really big fan of 2TC here with the Ibids after this play. The logic being is the alternative is you're going to try to dive the White Tower, right? This is a very hard civ to dive when they go 2TC like this. Because the White Tower's a strong defense, and then they have the double fire, the TCs, and the attack speed aura to defend with. So you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. Whereas if you go 2TCs, you're never going to be behind now on Eco. You're just going to remain ahead. We're getting a little bit started there. Also getting up from Recon. So where's Recon's win condition now? I think Imperial Age. I don't think you want to play Castle. You want to try and inflate your Eco up to about 90, 95. Wall yourself in, and then go for Imperial. That's where the Ibid should feel a lot weaker. Because the point in this game, the problem in this game at this point, rather, is there's just too much gold. With 5 relics, the generation's going to allow them to just easily spam into Camelances to counter you, and add in archers because it's just easy second layer for them, right? And then if your reaction is to respond with, say, Lombos, crossbows, they can just mangonel spam because of all that gold access. So yeah, pretty tricky position now for Recon. Oh, I just realized. Why did the UI go down? And just to confirm for people, it's been 8 days since we last saw a Voldemar win. Now remember, the rules are very clear, guys. If we don't cast the game, it didn't happen. Spin Master's building. Archers are now being laid in by Voldemar, though. You can see Steel Arrow also on the way. Recon's going to need to raid. I think he needs 2 or 3 knights from the White Tower, and he just needs to spread flanks. It's difficult because Camelances will try to mirror you. But at the same time, your opponent's taking risks on the flanks. He has to, right? He has to be playing pocket ecos because he has map control. Oh, that's a cool little wall. So that does make a decent difference because it's just like the whole idea is quite often I see knights in these situations will charge in and then change their pathfinding and then charge in again. So that actually buys you like 2 extra seconds. For what? 14 wood? Not too bad. I suppose now getting added in by Recon though, and this is exactly what I was worried about. I think this is a quick way to lose a fight and lose the game. You know, you have to know, like in your soul, the most likely build for an Ibid player to follow up Camelances is adding archers. So the issue right now for Recon, I think you have to trust in the power of Lombos more than crossbows. I feel bad saying that because you're building Lombos into Camelances, but your Spearmen just hold back and Lombos trade out, right? Like your goal in this game isn't to attack. Your goal is to defend. So realistically, I feel like Archers plus Spearmen does a better job than that with that rather than crossbows. It's difficult though, right? He's probably worried that if he doesn't have crossbows, the Camelances break the walls and all hell lets loose. But, you know, the same Lou is the logic here is if you spend on Lombos instead of crossbows, the extra resources can be going into anti-siege. Because I think that's how this now trends. Is Voldemar will see the comp, and he'll just build 2 mangoes and go. Spearman getting all the way around the back here. I'm a little bit surprised by Voldemar's reluctance to go 2TC still. I think he could have had it quite a while ago, actually. The Camelance account is kind of insane. The problem with what he's done here is when you build this many Camelances, you're making a clear, bold statement of intent to attack. So the likely play from Recon should just be to kind of like layer extra walls here on the flanks to slow that attack, so you can always respond. Still an hour level 2. Recon may have messed up here. He doesn't have a blacksmith. Well, sorry, he does. It just doesn't get any use. Is that gold strain issues? Because it feels like a guy who's this far ahead on Raw Village account should be able to afford a little bit of tech. The fact that he hasn't got Steel Arrow, hasn't got Undermesh. Like, Undermesh is the big one, by the way. You're going to be up against Archers. You know it's a natural transition. These Archers are getting raw full value. Everything in the army of Recon, bar these sparingly existing Knights, take pure damage from Archers. That's a really bad thing to do. That's exactly why I want Lombos, by the way, because what I hate about seeing players do this is you're against Solon's Mamluks. That Mamluk's Bravery is insane. The extra damage, the snowball effect it's going to have, the fact that you are now up against an army that has no armor means you're going to be triggering that buff a lot as the Ibids. Looks like Recon is now switching to Knights, but I mean, to me, this is kind of like a player watching a player just scrambling at the stage. He throws all the spears away like that because he went raiding with them, which is just wild. And now he's replacing them with knights, which, by the way, the knights should have been the ones doing that. Now you see a very strong time in the game. Voldemort, he's going to start building those Manjaniques we talked about. And he could easily go up to 3 of these. Now, the White Tower is going to be a hard place to just dive in. A very easy defense point for Recon. The problem is, look at where his farms are. That is wild. Guys, you don't build farms like this when you go White Tower. The White Tower is your best defense. The highest level players have kind of almost unanimously decided that you try and build farms around White Tower whenever you can. And this is a game where he had the room for it. He could have built an extra 2 farm clusters here. He didn't necessarily have to have the stables here or the marketplace here. That could have been 3 extra farm clusters protected by this White Tower. Instead, they've spanned out on the backside against Cav. It's a very dangerous position to be in. Manjaniques make it even more dangerous now. Crossbows being pushed away. Knights are not going to be able to hold on long. Archer's going for the trade now. And it feels like this is just going to be a swarm factor. Knights are barely holding on at this stage. And the problem is, if you haven't got a front line, these crossbows are getting absolutely shredded. Expensive losses now for Recon. And they continue to escalate, right? Like, the issue I'm now seeing in this game is, sure, Voldemort hasn't gone for the second DC, but now you're at risk of having your eco exposed. So he doesn't need that second town center. All he needs is 1 good dive, 10 eco kills, and some other time with farms, and Recon's going to be unable to play the game. Dangerous timing. The problem as well is Recon has got wood and gold, but he's not actually building anti-siege. The Manjanique fire! I love this against the house clustering. This is going to be super sick when he reaches the farms as well. But right now, goal is to try and pop block Recon. Camel Lance is diving in. Archer's following suit as well. And we have a problem. 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. Voldemort is about to be like a dog with a bone. I love that he's building up Springles, and this is the correct reaction, right? That should be what's coming to defend for Recon. Interestingly enough, not a single piece of siege, though. So let's talk about another reason why I really like the Lombos here. Maybe even Lombo crossbows. You are now fighting in your base where there are choke points. Melee is less valuable in choke points. But because you decided to focus more on Knight Spam, you're now fighting a losing battle. This Knight Spam makes sense if Recon wants to play the flanks. You haven't got time to play the flanks right now. You need an army to defend your base right now. But it might just be a little bit too late. Counters up to 14, sure. Charge is going to come in. Archers are going to have to stand their ground, otherwise the Manjanique's going to be in trouble here. But the Warpins are coming in. The Camel Lancers have already been let loose. He says, fine, take my archers, but I'm going to take your eco. Mango's finally being reached, but even the Archer mass has shredded this count at night down to almost single digits at this stage. And the Camel Lancers, after they've had their raid fun, are going to come back out. And that's going to be a rout the remainder. Now, interesting detail, had Voldemort kept a single Camel Lancer out here, this Night Mass would have lost the Archers. That's how insane the Camelonese buff would have been in this situation. But now that they have arrived, the second wave Archers on the way, you've now got a situation where Recon is burning through his gold way too fast. 2k gold left behind this, and then he's out. He's playing flank resources, which is risky. He's up against 3 Sacred Sites and needs a decap. He's about to be up against Manjaniques again. Oh, man. Did Recon pick English by mistake when he wanted French? Like, it's kind of bewildering to watch someone just spam cavalry like this up against Camel Lancers. Because here's the thing, usually at this point in the game, I'm shaking my head when I'm watching an IB player build Camel Lancers, because to me, the value lies in the first few minutes of Castle Age. They fall off quite hard, right? Because you can scale them once, but you can't rescale them. Problem is, if you're just on the other side of this, if you're Voldemort, you're looking across, and you're just seeing Knight Spam out of English, your reaction is, okay, I'm just going to go and mash the button more. And I'm wondering, Recon's thought process, is it network of castles that's meant to save him here? Right? Like the attack speed aura to offset the damage reduct. I'd agree with that idea if it was network of citadels. It's not. It's just a weaker form. Love that we're seeing this scenario so much. Remember, it's more effective against buildings. Especially if you can find some clustered up. getting outpost set up for Baldy, so it should just be a vision factor. Kind of intriguing. I don't really feel like he needs more vision in this area, but the logic is if he goes into the base, he loses vision here, so he doesn't want this to happen. Recon looking for the surround on both sides. The Camel Lancers, though, they split up. Mangoes are getting jumped. Archers are going to stand their ground, though, and we also have now got crossbows on the way. So these Knights and this King are not going to do enough. The Mangoes just peel back into the Archer mass, and the Camels have arrived. Recon is about to lose again. I just don't know what his out is anymore. This is just the definition of insanity at this stage. Over and over again, for the last several minutes, we've just been doing the same thing. Nothing has changed. And now it feels like it might be too late for anything to change. Food can be great, 2TC can get you there, but the gold is realistically the problem here. Even the flank gold is down to 2k. And this one is about to exhaust. And Knights are not cheap to keep replacing. Recon finally realizes it. He says, okay, I can't just keep attacking you head on. I need to go on these flanks. I need to find your economy. Because you have the ability to pump as many Camel Lancers as me. The question mark now is it too late? Because this army is big enough and healthy enough to dent in. And I cannot believe what I am witnessing here. Recon is adding a third TC. I mean, you know, when in the hole, I guess. When in the hole what? Riddle yourself with more holes? I don't know, this feels quite confusing to me. It's weird because I actually think Recon could have had a good shot at this if he just peeled 2 to 3 Knights and was doing this regularly. Forcing double the Camel Lancer count to react, right? But instead, this raid feels like it came way, way too late in this game. It's 4 Manganiques now. Look at the hell and fury they rain. That's the primary TC, folks. Not for long. Another interesting detail about Recon's choice to raid now. Voldemar can just dent all the landmarks, right? Think about this. They're all on one screen. He's got 4 Manganiques. I would actually love to see him just add in 3 Rams to make this quicker. These Night Raids, although they may find themselves effective targets, simply came way too late. TC down. Voldemar now heading in with the archers. He's going to sub the keep, but like I said, realistically, just go right here. Trebs are coming in now. This game looks over to me. Voldemar would have to farm his delete key for a little bit too long while holding on to his Camel Lancers. Oh no. Recon. Wait. That's half your eco lead. Like, oh, okay, yep, good talk. You weren't going for the gold, were you? Nope, nope, we were just out for our exercise. We're going back home now. Yep, talk to you again soon. Well, if there's anything that's going to tell your opponent you don't have good gold access, it has to be that. There's going to be a keep drop in the center. The funny thing is, if Recon could buy like 5 minutes, there is a way you claw back into this eco lead and gold access. The problem, however, is with the Treb count now inflating and the siege beginning, I don't think you've got 5 minutes. In fact, I would wager you've got maybe 3 minutes max. So it means you're going to have to fight. Night count up to 23. Recon does realize, like, they have... I mean, he does know. He's got Rax's back. I was about to say that he has other structures. But it's just Knights. Into the clash, and this looks futile. Manganiques can help just clear this up faster. There's just simply too many camels. Recon has lost the entire army. The game is definitely over. And I am at a loss at this point. What was the plan here? Mass Knights, Mass Knights, Mass Knights equals an absolute good night when you're up against Voldemar. Yeah, that was a... Oh, wait, I forgot to do it again. I stopped the recording too quickly. One sec, one sec. And wait for it. Wait for it. Ah. Yeah, dude, Voldemar is up my ass and is like, cast my games, cast my games. Why am I at 8 days? Cast my games. Dude, cast my games. We done it. You happy now? One sec, just need to quickly send a message. Okay, sorry. Just random message in the background. Was Recon trolling? I don't know, man. Maybe. But Voldemar will take it. You know, he was desperate. That count was getting too big. Voldemar was sweating. He's like, not double digits, bro. Not double digits. Why no? Okay. Your point's worth nothing? I'm going to tell you something. They're technically worth nothing. There is no financial value associated with those points. I'm sorry to break it to you. But darling, that's the way things are. I can't believe you're going to make me do this, Leave. Just for this, next time we do a free-for-all, I'm going to make the just leave joke so many times. Because you're making me wear a tie on a no-collar shirt. That's disgraceful. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you know you deserve this. Oh, there we go. God, this is heretical. I feel so bad doing this. Oh, there we go. What's up, Philly? Wham versus Buster Scruggs. Ferocious, you wouldn't be able to have a look at Wham versus Buster Scruggs because Wham is Buster Scruggs. Wasn't he? I'm pretty sure he was. Oh no, I'm thinking of... What was the one I'm thinking of? Was it McScruggs? Scruggs is Zertin, isn't he? I remember Wham used to have an account called McScruggs, I think it was. It might have been Buster McScruggs. I'm thinking of. Sharp? Hell yeah. I know. I just look fabulous. Alright, so. I think what we wanted to look at was... Well, one sec. First things first, just in case. Because I always like live games. I prefer live games. Let's see if we got some livers on the line. Why not cast the Beastie Surgery? The Beastie Surgery. Because they said something about pigeons carrying viruses and they didn't want that in the surgery room. Otherwise, I would have been there, bro. Yeah. But sadly, they wouldn't let me in. They said something about the dad jokes would be too cringe. It'd be like, well, you know, some people try to just rely on the safety of their own body. Nature. No need for doctorate interventions. But sometimes you just got to take the knee. And I'd just be like that the whole time. Sounds like he exposed himself. Wait, what, dude, what are you on about? What? Yeah, no, he ain't watching this. I'll pass on free-for-alls. Sadly, you just can't, like, dude, look at the size of this map. No. We're better than this, chat. Well, probably not, but we try. We try. We try so damn hard. So, Killjadi's going to be doing 1v1s, though. He's obsessed. BC talked in a video about the surgery and his bits fell out of the robe. Oh, that's brilliant. He just looks at them and is like, please don't operate on this. So let me have a look. Who is Killjadi up against? I want to make sure it's a high rank game. This is the rank 47th account. I don't know who this person is. It Yui? Is Crackety around? Crackety usually knows these. I'm trying to figure out who this person is. Yui stopped playing. Like, I'm pretty sure it's not Yui. Do you guys want this, or do you want Wham versus Killjadi? Do push-up. Bro, I got a cast to do. What the hell, no, Mike? Oh, you guys really want me to just increase the price of that crap, don't you? Oh. 1, 2, 3. Well, the options again. Wham versus Killjadi, or this. Killjadi versus rank 50th player in the world, who I don't know the exact identity of. I'm opening the door, actually. Jesus. You can tell it's getting into summer just by how humid it is getting. I hate this country. What civs? I don't remember. It was... I can't find it now. Wait, sorry, no. It was... Who was it versus? Sorry, it's Louis versus Wham. That's the one I'm thinking of. And there's a Louis versus Poppy Pool, which was Byzantines versus English. Alright, whatever. So we're going to do this first. And then, wait. Let me just answer someone on YouTube and we'll get into it. Do you get more benefits from people watching on YouTube or Twitch? I'd say Twitch. I just like to give people their options. The reason Twitch is, like, it's... From a sponsor perspective, like, it doesn't matter if you've got 100, like, viewers on YouTube and then, like, 200 viewers on Twitch. A agency or whoever you're dealing with is not going to look at that and say, oh, this guy has 300 like live viewers, because they can't, like, most of them are too busy and they're jumping thing to thing. They can't be asked to, like, compile that together. How do I get into casting AoE4? So I have been casting since 2018 in Dota 2. So I saw Age of Empires coming. I tried it. I liked it. I was like, let's try casting this. And I just started creating content. In the game we go. It's time for thoughts, and it's time for the old versus the new. But guess what? In this situation, the new is way too infant. The old is apparently a 30-year-old vet who has access to way too many guns, because this Civ right now is blasting everyone away. I'm not sure exactly who this is. They're ranked 48th in the what I think it was. They are a Chinese account. I'm not sure if Yui Metal has returned to playing, but they're capable. They've consistently been ranking around like 40th to 50th season after season. On the other side, Killjadi is looking to rank right to the tippity top of the ladder right now. In fact, I think he's ranked 6th at the time of recording. 5th with 2125 elo. This boy is grinding, and it has been paying off. It's been a pleasure to watch him, actually, on the ladders. The only people ahead of him are Dumu, Poppy Paw, and I believe it's Vortex. He's eclipsed everyone else. And the interesting part is, actually, I feel like a big part of what's been helping Killjadi, rather, is the Civ on the other side of this. He's a vicious HRE player. The moment that patch hit, I was like, good lordy. Seeing Killjadi in action, the new HRE fits playstyle perfectly, because those who do not know Killjadi, are not familiar with him, this is one of the most aggressive players we have in Age of Empires 4, full stop. And he's looking to get aggro with the Order Dragon. Mindwork pass being dropped. I actually think this is the required way to play Order Dragon in this matchup. OOTD become less favored against HRE the longer the game goes. The deeper you get in, when you get into Castle Age, Imperial Age, that's when you see HRE start to take a lead. Another interesting one is it can begin even as early as Castle Age. For example, both these Civs rush Castle. The difference is that an HRE player can build prelates out of the TC. He can have prelates in Feudal Age. So then you just move out for relics ahead of the dragon. So it's very important for many different reasons, as we just highlight there, that dragons are the ones aggressing in the early phase of the game. Mindwork online. And you might be wondering, why would you build Mindwork and then go Stables? You bait a reactionary play. The goal here should be to get your opponent into Spearman, and then when they're into Spearman, you can go into Golden Cuirass Men-at-Arms. And those Golden Cuirass Men-at-Arms aren't going to have a counter at this age, right? Stables also being mirrored here. This is interesting, actually, because look what's happening. He's already almost into Castle. It's insane just how good this economy is. It's kind of crazy as well when you like compare these. You just look up and you wonder, how have you arrived at this point where somehow the Order of the Dragon player is this far behind? I mean, he's queued 2 horsemen, sure, that makes up 480 resources. It doesn't explain the rest of this. It's just the raw power. The moment that Archon completes, all of a sudden, you've got 21 villages that are better than the Order of the Dragon villages. Remember, there are less Order of the Dragon villages. Sure, the 28% base is great, and the bases scale really well with the ecotechs because the base number's higher, so any percentage increase is higher. But the problem is that these techs don't come in until, what, 6-7 minutes into the game? By the time you're starting to get to a point where your gilded villages maybe feel better than the Archon villages on the other side, your opponent's already going to be in Castle Age. It's actually insane that they can do this. And this, by the way, is like Killjoy isn't playing the game wrong, right? He's gone for the Horseman. He's trying to contest the areas. But it's just the power of the Achery economy. So you expect this a lot in your games, but what matters now is how many relics can you secure? Well, we've got one for free over here. Another one in the center seems quite grabbable if Killjoy's not looking. And I just realized we had to ban all that word, of course. But the interesting part is now that you're in this castle, before for blue, the issue of HRE is that they've done one predictable thing, and that's knights. They could only do knights. Ever since the buff to marching drills being there by default, I feel like HRE can just drop any building in Castle Age to feel good. Rax is added in as well. I swear the numbers aren't right. Does anyone else get that feeling? Like when you look at these numbers and you think about the raw resource difference. I explained Archon's powerful, but for a Civ that just has a 28% base rate increase, sometimes I just look at this and I'm perplexed. Like the numbers don't make sense. We have to remember he did get hit pretty hard, right? He gathered 3/4 rather of the ball and then had to run back because of the Horseman raid. So there's a lot of idle time there, and I think he made that pull before you had Wheelbarrow as well, so Teal was hurt by that. But that still doesn't explain a difference this big. The Horseman cost sort of Canov, words today. Remember at this point, they've spent 1,200 resources on Gilded Horseman. So that's 2/3 of a tech up. That's where it's all gone. But the question mark now is, like, where was the worth, right? Could you have instead just tried to build maybe 1 or 2 spears up on castle? Because then you would have had a blocker to the relics, and you would have had your own gathering as well. This is a tough one, man. Blue with the second stables coming in. Other side of this, Teal. Adding in the farms now. Not a great sign. I think you can't afford to be going for farms in this matchup now at this stage. You are behind on age, right? So you have to find that sweet spot of units to control the map and go up. And the problem is these horsemen have been annoying on the raid. But the reality is over time, they're going to lose value. And I love this detail coming in. The Prelate pull for the heal is a sick read by Blue. Because they're in Castle Age, they can do that, right? They've got the Regnates to build the extra Prelates. And they can't rush out of the base. So what they're doing now is they're baiting Teal to throw away their horsemen by trying to dive. Sick read. Is Archon Chapel best feudal landmark? Quite possibly leave. I'm trying to think if there's a better landmark. I'd say it's like top 3, top 4, definitely. Kremlin? I don't, dude, like Kremlin's good. But compared to like the value play out of Archon Chapel, I disagree that Kremlin's better than Archon. I don't think Kremlin's better than Archon. Kremlin protects your eco. Archon gives you 40% more eco at a point in the game where like people can't have a big enough army to dive your base, right? And then you add E-repairs in as well. Like, come on, dude, it's not even close. Teal is getting ready to full and send it, dude. We are not going to see a tech up, are we? It's impressive because it's kind of working, right? This is what we highlighted, is that HRE wants to get into Castle, get into Imperial as quickly as possible. So when you block them like this, really, like, what has Blue got out of this? They haven't really got a Castle Age. They're building Knights which get countered by a Field Age unit because Spears. I almost feel like Blue needed to go for Men-at-Arms, but that's difficult because of the lack of food and also the fact that the Gilded Men-at-Arms with the Golden Cuirass can actually contest you. And this is exactly why I said, like, Dragon in Feudal Age, that's the win condition. That's the point to thrive in this matchup. And Blue is now going to make that pull of the trigger. He's going into the Men-at-Arms. Difficult thing about the Men-at-Arms, by the way, Spearmen actually aren't bad at dealing with his Men-at-Arms because of the fact that base damage is so high. Right, so I'm going to contest what Neri's saying here. A landmark that gives you a free second TC and extra wood gather and free units. It doesn't give you a free TC though. It secures you to get an extra TC. That doesn't make it free. By that fallacy, I can say that Abbey of Kings is OP because it gives you a free TC. It's an annoying play, but it's not uncounterable, right? But like, what you have to keep in mind is me buffing all my economy by 40% now underneath my TC. Like, what is the equitable value of that? And I don't have to pay 700 more resources, 750 more resources for that, right? I just get it. And I can't, like, I can't argue against the power of Arkan. It's too good. Arkan is the GOAT. I almost feel like Arkan should have some sort of cap on how many villages it can buff. Because at this stage in the game, you're buffing everything, right? It's 32 villages, but, sorry, not 32, 37. So take that 37 number and now add 40% on. That's what you're at. That's insane. That's better than getting a second TC any day of the week. Well, all attempts. Looks like Teal will be able to intercept and block that prelate. So still no relics being brought home yet. This is insane. Teal agrees with what we said, right? You just build Spearmen here. Even against the men-at-arms now. Like, look at the damage they do. You only have 4 melee armor? This unit has 2 melee armor, more health, and more damage. Oh, man. This really is the feudal all-in civ of AoE 4. And what a player to wield it as well. This is exactly the type of person you want to actually put it in the hands of. An all-inner for sure. Warlord coming out on the flanks. Horseman does have to back away, but he can come back in to intercept. Second relic is on the way home. That might get intercepted as well. Spearman count has reduced everything. Blue is getting absolutely distrominated here. The only thing that's missing right now is Teal needs to get all these troops in. He needs to just bulk them and start heading to constrict the map more. Crazy game. I don't even know why there's still knights in the field at this stage. But, like, what is your solution now if you're blue? I think archers could kind of work because you've got march drills. Archers is probably your best play, but there's already horsemen. That's what makes this such a sick read coming out from the Northern Dragon side. He opened horsemen to block archers and then spam spearmen. You don't have a clear answer. Your best backup solution then is Lance Nectar. But Lance Nectar are expensive. And you've only just banked 1 relic after several minutes of trying as the HRE. Yeah, the micro is not leaving me impressed either out of blue. Way too many knights rather been thrown away for nothing. Another men-at-arms spam as well. So here's the funny thing. You might think that early men-at-arms would loot to Castle Age men-at-arms. Not true. The attack speed is kind of insane on these. Look, 1.38 compared to the 1.12. And even if you get heavy maces, like the damage numbers are kind of comparative at that stage, but you still have more raw HP. Yeah, pretty rough one actually for blue now. Spearman just continue to poke and prod. Prelate goes down again, and the spears are on the way. The other thing you have to remember is with Golden Cuirass, these men-at-arms are going to tank a lot of damage close to death. This is brutal, man. He can't do anything. Looks like he's going to try to snatch a second relic. This could be really good, actually. If he gets 2 relics, maybe we see those Lance Net we were highlighting before. The problem now is that there's men-at-arms as well, so Kiljadi doesn't really have units that are going to die fast. I mean, that's the beauty of Order of the Dragon, right? Is with a little bit of micro, you can get to a stage where you practically lose no units. Look at that. They killed 1 spearman, and was that 2 men-at-arms, almost 3 dying. What's going to come in? Kiljadi, not going to be pulled in range, though. It's going to be a dive through. Horseman will just immediately target down the prelate. And the men-at-arms are in there now, by the way. There's still no heavy maces, though. Blue doesn't have enough gold. He's spending it all on men-at-arms and prelates. Oh, my God. And here's the thing. Like, the prelates, they can't even try to chain heal on the side because they just died too quickly to spearmen. Feudal Age spearmen that hit for 13 damage. This is like a Sipahi on foot. It's insane what these units can do. And after all this back and forth, relentless aggression, look at what's now coming. Kiljadi is finally starting to save up for Castle Age. in a game where there's still 4 relics up for grabs. Diving deeper. The only thing that Killjoy needs to make sure he doesn't do is go into the base. Can't go underneath the TC. That's what will kill him here. Will fail again. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I noticed someone earlier, Julie was asking about like Tower of Victory and like the best landmarks of Feudal. Tower of Victory is like probably a top 5. It's definitely not number 1 though. The other thing is, like, compared to all these other landmarks, which landmark is the most applicable to different builds? Arkan. Arkan is the most applicable landmark to any build. That's coming out again. He's just not getting this. The men-at-arms count is at least going up. That's a good sign, right? But the problem is you're not microing back the injured men-at-arms here. Like, committing to fights like this is exactly how you lose the game. You need to chip, pull back, heal. Chip, pull back, heal. Blue, this is not pulling back. This is pulling back to the afterlife. It's mainly just mostly men-at-arms left over, right? They're going to be upgraded soon, so not going to be the early anymore. They're going to be very chunky and hit even harder. Behind this, we should have prelates now on the way out to start securing these relics and then sacred sites. I think this game is over. Blue has been stuck in his base so long that he's almost exhausted his safe gold. If your comp involves men-at-arms, it requires gold, right? Same with the prelates. You've got 1 Regnit's relic. That is not going to keep you alive here. Oh, count reduce down to 3. Sprint and placement is his 1 saving grace right now. I love the fact that Killjoy just peels the horseman to kill off all the prelates, though. He's like, okay, I might be losing a foothold temporarily, but if you've got no religious boys, you've got no way of picking up relics. Gilded Crossbowman now also being queued up. And I was... I love it. I did. I actually love the way that Killjoy plays. I'm in sync with the fort. I immediately was about to say, I really hope he's going to set up a proxy base so that he keeps troops funneling in. This is the correct play. If this Gilded Crossbowman come from back home, he gives a chance for Blue to scale and react. Now there is no scalability, no reaction. Prelate's going to try to pick it up, but he's got like 1 inch out of that. No, despite what some of us are told, I don't think 1 inch is going to make that much of a difference here. He's still, what, 20 inches short? And that is the immediate relic pick to force a GG. Oh, man. That was brutal. What do I even call that one? Oh. 1 inch per prelate kind of has a ring to it, doesn't it? Trying to think what I'm going to call that one. The Relic Policer here, maybe? Forts is so dented? I don't think Forts is that bad. Forts kind of gets a bad rap. Needs some tweaks, improvement, but it's not like a fail map. Has some interesting concepts. That felt like the most annoying game in the world for Blue. For real, dude. He's like, oh, I touched a relic? No, I touched death. One sec, just send a message quickly. Wait, what's he called? Sorry, I'm just checking someone quickly. next week. Alright, sorry. I had to send that quick. This music Spotify? Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so let me have a look and see what we got live. From the ladder. What's the list? It's my own special brew, my friend. Let me have a look. What's the one that I used for stream, so that I don't get DM-surred. So let's have a look. What have we got here next? I think Anatan, we know he's in a thingy game. Let's quickly check live from the ladder and the 2v2s, 1v1s. Someone was asking about like 2v2s, 3v3s earlier. The problem with 2v2s and 3v3s is always the matchmaking sucks. Otherwise, I'd happily cast more of them. The matchmaking just isn't very good for it. And part of it is it takes way too long to calibrate to a point where you get good matchups, right? That kind of poisons it a bit more. Yeah, Gully, why are you not playing 1v1s? Don't be a pussy. You're slipping, mate. Lose all your rank points? Aren't you down to like 20th? That's irrelevant to you. Dude, you gotta be top 10. Sup, Anachad? FFA better than 1v1? Yo, Anatan, my FFAs are better than those FFAs, though. You've seen my FFAs, right? Meat grinder mod, micro maps, all better than standard free-for-all crap that we've got right now. Without a doubt. Oh. Yeah. Dude, it's so much fun. Like, honestly, I hope we get more people tuning in again to, like, playing them, because I want to do more of them. I love them. They're so much better than what exists in the base game. You play FFA first, of course. They always play FFA, don't they? Okay. What's Voldemort doing? I don't know. So I think... we had the Louis Wham game, right? Let's do the Louis Wham game. So let me switch on to me. I need to go and copy and paste Louis' name because I don't have a keyboard to type Chinese. Oh no, I just clicked. Don't observe the Apuma 88. I don't even know who that is. An HRE mirror on high view. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'd rather trap my testicles in a door frame. No. They had some 2v2s yesterday. Who did? Someone said that Crackety and like Lash were doing some team games, right? You think they will play Feudal? Nah, dude. I don't know what rank that is. They'll probably just go like Castle Imp. If it's lower rank, they'll probably just go Castle Imp. Still working when you cast FFA, but I've told them they should catch your streams. Oh, thank you, Leaf. Yeah, I say to people like, dude, like, you know, if people want to help the stream grow, just share it around. Talk about it in places, whether it's on Reddit or with people you know who like gaming or whatever. It all helps. Always appreciate it. How's Abby in your opinion? I think Abby's in a good place. Probably like 7th, 8th-ish, probably. Something like that. They're decent. They're like situationally viable. In competitive especially, like it's something that I think you pull out midway through a series when you know you have a good matchup. Right? It's not going to be like the top 4, top 5 easily. But there's a lot of matchups where it can fare quite well. Right, so we have actually got... I've got choices for you guys. We got Wham versus Louis MT, which is going to be French versus Japanese. That is intriguing to me. Or there is another Puppy Paw game versus Louis, which is Byzantines versus English. Do we have a Killer Pigeon tier list and why? No. Because I don't know. My YouTube channel's content is like it's already. I'm already struggling to get the numbers up currently with it being casting. I feel like when I do that, it's difficult because people don't look for that content. I don't know. Maybe I need to start doing it. I'm too lazy to set up the images in a tier list. Puppy versus Louis. Do I need to put a poll up for you guys so you can dance up and down it? Wait, what? Yeah, take a poll. What it costs? Puppy Paw versus Louis MT or Wham versus Louis MT? I mean, we'll probably end up doing both of them anyway. I just like to give you guys options. You could snipe Lash or an FFA. I mean, dude, what? Like, who snipes an FFA? That's cringe, bro. So cringe. Okay. He's playing 1v1. Oh yeah, do that, dude. Which one has Japanese in it? That would be the Puppy Paw. Sorry, Wham. Wham versus Louis. It's like people want the English versus Byzantines. Why do you guys hate Japanese so much? That's cold-blooded, is it? It's good training for him. No? It's a battle of the Rhinelands. Germany, Austria, who's better? That's how it goes, man. If there's anything I've learned from like thousands of hours playing Europa Universalis, it's that it is genetically like ingrained in the Austrians to want to defeat, like, rule over the Germans. So, you know, are you allowed to wear a tie and a necklace? Wait, what's wrong with a tie and a necklace? Your problem should be with a tie and necklace. Your problem should be with a tie with no collar, and you can blame Lee for that. Someone time him out. Personally, I think I'm rocking it. You know, dude, you know what kind of vibe it's got going? I don't know if he actually had a collar, but it's kind of got like Fred from Scooby-Doo vibe. Wrong color, but like the feel of, because like he wears the ascot. Like, okay, yeah, because he actually does an ascot and then he does a collared shirt. But it's almost like, it's not the same, but it's almost like in similar category sort of thing. Put it over the tie? No, dude, like this is fashion curses now. I need to ban you. All right. Roadman ready for a job interview. Yeah, guys. Hey guys. Like, yeah, I definitely know how to operate SharePoint and SaaS. Yep, I'm your guy. Hire me. They just walk in on you the first day of work. You've just got like you got one of those diggers. You got the what's it called? The concrete breakers, and you're just like drilling into your keyboard. I don't get how this job works. You guys want it? I give. But I have to ask the question, whoever wants this. Oh god, it's Highview again. English versus Byzantines. Or as I like to call it, bad English versus good English. Which is ironic because one of them's in English and the other one is in Chinese. Anyway, this is Louis MT versus Puppy Paw on Highview of all maps. Interesting matchup, actually, because I think things have been pivoting around. For a long time, it's felt like the Byzantines now are just a better English. But with this amassment of new kingly builds, all of a sudden, this Civ is looking a lot more spicy. In fairness, this is one of the guys who's innovating it the most. We're going to keep this on 2x speed for the early game, but for those that aren't familiar with these new kingly builds around the Abbey of Kings, or who to blame for that, you can blame the Canadians. They were the first ones spamming it and doing it. They came up with so many different builds almost immediately. It was insane to witness. And what I loved is the bros were kind of splitting the work and doing different builds between them. It just made it so much more efficient to get through to what was the most optimal. This matchup, I feel like this particular matchup, the most optimal was likely to be 2TC into Eventual Castle Age, where you only build what you need to stay alive. On the other side, Louis, is he going to try to turn the screws or go for greed? He's turning the screws! Here we go! So we've actually seen this exact matchup before between Voldemar and Puppy Paw, where the build was 2TC on the English side versus Hippodrome from the Byzantines. Louis actually is a very big believer in Byzantine's Hippodrome. I think he's one of the players we most frequently see do these builds, but I love the way that he navigates it. It's kind of similar to how Marino does. in the Hippodrome isn't the win condition. The Hippodrome informs the win condition. What I mean by that is whenever you do something, Age of Empires 4 is a game of reactionary states. You see something, you do something, right? I see you build spears, I build archers. I see you've got horsemen, I build spears. I see that you want to play the game, but I'm HRE, so I'm just going to camp in my base, go Imperial Age, and build 5 towers. Sorry, that one was a little bit loaded. But the point is that in general, you see and react to something. But the beautiful thing about the Hippodrome play is because it's a double downer, it's like, it almost feels like twice the power. You have to react incredibly aggressively to it. So when you see horsemen, you don't just build spearmen, you build a lot of spearmen. That's already an edge for the Byzantines, because their Limitane spears, they can mirror, they're better. On top of that, because you built horsemen, and they had to build spears, you choose where you fight, due to the mobility. And then it's the next layer that has impact, because you can start spamming jabs. Javelins can struggle against mass lombos in English, but when the English player opens up Abbey of Kings, and then has to add in spears, they're not going to have many lombos to work with here. And this is already more crazy because Puppy Paw hasn't moved on the stone at all. He's sticking 1 TC and has some very early farms coming in. It's interesting actually because he's still got 10 sheep to work with out there. Just doesn't seem to have an interest in them. We're likely going to be looking at a Rax drop to open here just to be safe against the horsemen. But I'm expecting if this is going to be long feudal, archers have to play a key role in everything for you. He could potentially do horsemen. That would be kind of wild. I quite like the idea of horsemen here, just because the issue with the Byzantines when they get into horseman-horseman clash, Triumph will make you win a fight, but you have to kill in the fight or it doesn't count. That's the interesting thing that I think people have been discovering about the Abbey of Kings that makes it so good. It's the fact that it gives you some permanence to your units. Typically in Age of Empires 4, especially in Feudal Age, most units are constrained by their health pools, right? It's a limited resource that runs out. It's a resource you commit to fights. What the King and the Abbey of Kings has done is thoroughly disrupted that flow. Where if you build mass horsemen, you take a fight against horsemen, you lose that initial fight, but no one dies. You're going to heal up, you're going to top off. In a lot of situations, the Triumph won't be enough. And it won't be consistent enough. And that's exactly what we're getting, guys. It's melee, mosh pit, spearman plus the horse. Other side of this, Louis needs to make a choice, and what a choice this is. We're so busy focusing on the fact that Puppy Paw did not go for a second TC, we neglected to notice that that's exactly what Louis' intent was. 1 Cistern, 2 TC on the tree line. Now, this is the thing that you're probably looking at and going, okay, wait, but if Louis wants to go for greed, why build the Hippodrome? It's the reaction, once again, that we highlighted. Puppy Paw had to pivot any sort of greed plan to make sure that the Hippodrome plan could work. It's actually quite reminiscent of actually what the English are doing right now with this king build. By going for the king, they're forcing their opponent to act as if all the aggression in the world is coming. And then typically what you're seeing from English players is instead they just go for greed. They'll go for a second TC, they'll go for fast castle, and you're stuck just holding the check. You've now invested 600, 700 resources into countering a king. And what comes next? But nothing comes next. That's what you're seeing from Louis here. He invests 480 resources in aggro. He forces this lofty investment of spears alone that's already up to 320. In fact, more than that, right? It's the racks as well, so it's at 470. And then the stables on top of it. He's now put Puppy Paw in a very awkward position where he needs to do damage. He needs to do a lot of it. And that can be difficult against the Byzantines, especially if they set up the systems with the Akratoy. Cheeky little raid coming in, though. Just going to die for that 1 villager. I love the fact that Puppy Paw is targeting down the scout. That's really important. If you can remove that, then you're riding blind here. And the villager, oh, just about gets picked. Still, that's expensive. The horseman is going to get sniped out. So remember, can't heal the dead. That's very important here. Puppy Paw, I think he went a little bit too deep there. At least with that extra horseman, he could have peeled him back sooner. And now he is going to discover the second TC. This is another thing that I think makes the Byzantines quite absurd. Is there's not many civs in the game that can drop a mining camp, go on stone, and you still aren't sure if they're going TC. Right? There's not many civs that can brag that. Ottomans to a certain extent, because they might be going military schools, but if they're going military schools, it's very obvious you can find them. The thing that muddies the water with the Byzantines isn't just the way that they can throw systems anywhere. It's the fact that as they build structures, they get rewarded stone as well. So there's so many sneaky ways you can get a town center without your opponent ever really realizing it until it's too late. I mean, yeah, just look at the power of this. He builds a Merc house, 150 wood, and immediately gets like a, what was that? Was it 22 stone return or whatever? It's kind of absurd. Right, coming again. Decent damage being done. Now, I'm curious, is there going to be a point where Poppy Pool... Okay, there it is. Yeah, he's going castle. I was about to say, where he needs a second TC. This is how you get it, right? This is what I love about the English right now, is this flexibility. We've been casting a lot of these 2TC feudal games, but I'm actually a bigger fan of this build. This build is much more impactful because although you're kind of double dipping where you're going for extra eco while you're trying to get your upgrades, the cool thing about doing it this way is you start using extra food to produce villages at a point in the game where you realistically need less units because the units you're building are more quality, right? Like a knight is going to be worth, a castle knight is going to be worth 4 feudal horsemen, essentially. But horsemen cost half of a knight, so it's a good trade, right? It's a good bang for buck. On the side of this, of course, Louis is going to be going for that castle as well. And it is going to be the longbow contract. Now that is an interesting detail because I think Louis may have just opened himself up to a weak point. The English have started to do something quite crafty. With these fast castle builds and the king, there's been a return to knight spam. By going for the Western contract, you've opened the doors for the English here. Because had Louis gone for the Silk Road, he would have had the camels. Camels are perfect against these cav comps. And oh my, what? That's a misclick, right? What are we looking at here? Are we legit gonna see cataphracts? No, dude. I think it's Varangian, right? Okay, wait. This is kind of a sick thought, actually. Hear me out. What if it's Lancenecked for the sip, for the gulp? The deer push. I always love watching him do this. Sometimes it's easy to forget. We're 10 minutes into a game, and yet now he goes to the deer push. This is sick. But guys, hear me out. System in the first hill. Lancenecked. Gulp. Because if you keep them alive, they cleave everything down. Now, obviously, that relies on this being an infantry comp. But that's an interesting element to think about, as if the English start pumping mass men at arms, you can actually ensure your Lanceneck never die with enough micro. For now, it's definitely going to be Cadas as an opening. Right? Needs to get some food together, but I'm imagining we're looking at a Cataphract beginning here. Tough part I'm seeing for Louis is food access is a bit weird. He's got the 8 berries on the back, but the rest is like kind of unguarded. This is one of the dangerous things on this map. It's also why cavalry tends to be the MVP on high view. Because at Cast Slave's point in the game, there's so many blind spots to raid on the flanks. And if you look at where the resources are for Louis, he's got berries and deer on the forward, and then these resources far exposed on the flank. He's going to need to invest a lot of wood to defend these areas. I'm still a bit bewildered by this system, the first hill. I still think this landmark is too weak, by the way. I genuinely think it should offer a 6th level to your system buff. Then it would be a real choice. Hanging down placement's coming in, so this should be able to hold. That is a very brave Limitani. And immediately Puppet Paw's like, hold on a sec. We need to deal with the outposts. I love the mistiming there, by the way, because I think mangoes, like, don't they attack quicker than... I can't remember, I think it's quicker than a standard mango. The outpost is being brought low, but unfortunately it's not going to be quick enough. Villagers are pulled to repair here. You can easily garrison them before we lose them. Weirdly enough, Lou just says to hell with it. Keep the outpost alive. And with the horsemen arriving home, the longbow surviving through this, looks like the first wave of the English is going to be repelled. But look at what's happening because of this. This is another awkward thing when you go Hippodrome. You don't have that immediate smooth transition into relic gathering. Puppy Paw is taking full advantage of that. He's on 2TC via the landmark, and now he just double dips by going to the monastery. We could easily be looking at a 4 relic game. The long wall's now coming in, so this is exactly what I was worried about. Love that Louis is fixing for this, but the amount of wood you're investing in that wall going up, that's a lot of extra units missing that you need right now. My count's about to be double digit, right? You've got 4 Limitani to your name, and I'm still not seeing the value of this system in the first hill yet. I am genuinely perplexed by this choice at this point. In fairness, you can use it on Limitani to try and survive, but I don't feel like that's like your high-value target. And the other thing that I find very awkward about System the First Heal is admittedly you can stockpile a lot of flasks now, right? But if you aren't you kind of feel bad that if you're not using those flasks occasionally, you know you're eventually going to reach the 20 pop, and then you're just at capacity and you're getting no value. System the First Heal with its healing buff in that regard kind of plays a lot like the idea of military schools for Ottomans, where if you reach 200 pop, then you've screwed up. Because at 200 pop, you're not getting anything out of military schools, right? They're stalling. So it kind of has a similar feeling with System the First Heal, where when you're playing the Byzantines, you need to fight, fight, fight. King's going to go down. Knight gets pinched as well. Wall has not gone up yet. Oh, no. No, 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 no. It's a breakthrough on the west side. The wall wasn't complete next to the tree line. The palings aren't going to have a good enough effect here. I actually don't think Louis is getting these walls up. He's going to try now. Looks like there's going to be a walkthrough. Weirdly enough, it looks like Puppy Paw is going for the sacred site. Okay, this is getting a bit weird. And it looks like he sent all the knights to one location. So actually, despite that nice breakthrough, Puppy Paw, I think he mismicroed his troops a bit there. Your goal is to split up and look for your opponents, right? You're not meant to just bulk into a fight with knights against Limitane. And the idea is if you give a 6 level for the System of the First Heal, you have it just unlock and count as 1. So you just go to 6. Like, this would only give a +1. Having this give an immediate plus for your levels would be OP. I think just giving it a 6 level would be good enough for System of the First Heal. I actually debate that, Dr. Jarman. I'll have you know that Palings has helped in many situations. For example, when I'm fighting a guy who Palings, it helps me every time. So, those Palings definitely helped Puppy Paw. Gold gathering on the way. Puppy Paw. I wonder, are we looking at the fast imp build now? I've seen them do this quite a bit. Puppy Paw especially loves doing this on maps like Highview. It's a very powerful timing because if you rush into Imperial now, you can just spam out Wingard Raiders. They come out every 25 seconds, 6 cav units. It overwhelms your opponent. It's insane. Like that is the landmark that guarantees that you can essentially flood and zerg with cav, which is not easy to do. Hello, Louis. Ooh. That was a bit close. Oh, we've finally got Triumph. Notice that Triumph has been completely... No, wait. Have we got Triumph? That was just gold. So I'm going to stand by what I was about to say, which is Triumph has been completely irrelevant in this game. He's at maximum tickets, but just not using it. Because he doesn't have the units to use it. It's hilarious that this Civ can just essentially just not use their landmark and still feel good about their position in the game, right? Still, I like what Puppy Paw is doing. It is going to be Makarov. He's seen he's up against Limitane Lombo. This is a great read. Whenever your opponent goes Western Contract, what you need to be cognitive of is the fact that they don't want to attack. Western Contract is a surefire sign that your opponent is playing for the late game. So what's Puppy Paw doing? He's saying, I'm going to get there first. I'm going to get there a lot quicker than you, in fact. He's going to have the relics, he's going to have an equal eco. And also, once he reaches into Imperial, you know he's going to have the better economy. These farms are already buffing up by 25%, which exceeds the System's effect. On top of that, you're now going to get enclosures added in. Great timing, great read. And the problem now is, because you went Spearman Lombos, even if you read this and dove towards the enemy base, what are you going to do? Run underneath this and die to TCs? It's not a viable option, right? So, now that we're looking towards Imperial Age, I think both players know it's heading there. Neither can stop the other. Foreign engineering company makes a lot of sense here. The reason you want to go foreign engineering company is because you need the volley for your backline. Volley is insanely powerful here. On top of that, Lance Nectar, I still like it as part of your comp further down the line when you've got enough olive oil. Lance Nectar are incredible for the marching drills they get as a buff. And then in general, the other thing you have to remember is if you're up against mass men-at-arms, building 2 or 3 Nesta Bees disintegrates men-at-arms. It's like one of the best solutions to it, one of the cleanest, because men-at-arms with the armor clad, they're way too chunky. But Nesta Bees do pure damage. Interesting that you say you've picked up Byzantines that they feel stronger than any other Civ you've played right now. Even HRE. That surprises me. I gotta say, I think HRE probably takes the cake in Feudal Age right now. HRE versus Byzantines is a very interesting matchup. I actually think it's one that HRE can win. You just have to do it in feudal. You can't let them get castle. Who cares about castle? We're talking about Imperial, baby. Palatine School is on the why? So he's going to try to flub a Varangian then.
This is the awkward part, guys.
I don't rate Palatine School in this matchup because I know it's going to be Wingard. I can sense already. There's no reason to do Berkshire. And if you do Wingard here and you spam Raiders, Elite Knights will disintegrate Varangian because they just cycle charge you. And there you go. It's on the way. Wingard Palace coming up. 22 workers on it. God, sometimes I say these things and it must sound like I've already watched the game or something. I haven't. It just makes sense. You only build Berkshire now when you're forced to. There's no force here, right? Like, why would you need it? You're up against a player turtling. There's no value going for the Berkshire at all. Instead, though, now you can get so many value points. For example, Footmen are incredible. Footmen are just more tanky men-at-arms, so you can actually contend Varangian. You can go into the Raiders. You can even consider, like, trekking into the idea of Wingard Rangers. I'm not against Wingard Rangers as an idea when you're up against the Western Contract. It's actually pretty effective here. Even more so considering your opponent did not go for Foreign Engineering Company. That's going to peel back for the time being. Level 2 ranged armor is on the way, and we've got enclosures, Tithe Barns, all being queued up. Louis did at least manage to secure one of the relics for himself. Unfortunately, his ability to push Mercenary sucks because he didn't go for a Grand Winery, so he doesn't have that relic banked inside, right? We've talked before about how powerful these relics are when you bank them in the Grand Winery. So they convert and give olive oil instead of gold. To remind people, because we haven't been seeing Wingard for a long time, it allows you to get these different bulks of troops, some of them a lot cheaper. Wingard Army, for example, takes a long time to produce, but you get a huge discount on the overall cost. The Footmen, the Rangers, the Knights, the Raiders rather, they're all focused more around just getting you these quality units or getting them fast compared to being that much cheaper. In particular, the Wingard Raiders, you don't get much of a discount, but you get the units very fast. That's coming in. Taxpedor is here. This is a terrible fight for Louis to be trying to commit into. He tried to run through here, discovered the wall a little bit too late. Although a few units are going to get back here, I just don't think there's going to be any significant damage. And the worry I now have is you're in a game where the Wingard Raiders are being queued. Your opponent already has mass over you. Men-at-Arms plus Knights destroys everything that Louis is trying to do. Outposts are going to be a nuisance. Castle's being rushed up. Unfortunately, you need to pull them away. Louis, sick micro. He uses the longbow to pull them out of range to guarantee the keep goes up. That was incredible. He was a millimeter away from being revealed on that keep. If that keep gets revealed, the villagers get butchered, it's GG. You won't be able to stop the flood. This is what's going to potentially keep Louis alive. Castle goes up. He still has issues on the flank, though. And oh my god, he's transitioning trade already. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You're trying to spam Varangian. This is your only move. You don't have map control. You've got 1 8k gold. That's going to drain quickly with Varangian spam. I'm curious if we're going to get Kata spam eventually, though. I feel like Cataphracts would make a lot more sense here with the Varangian. Because at this point in the game, you get Numeri, which is a vulnerability buff. And also, this just allows you to have something chunky to kind of mirror out these knights and contest them. Plus the fact you have Hippodrome. Triumph Hippodrome is kind of nutty with these Cataphracts. See, for the time being, it's only one single Kata. Make no mistake about it, the Numeri buff is actually a big deal. You get a 15% increased damage output to your opponent. Let's say you have Varangian and you Berserk. 15% more damage is an extra 4.5 damage. That's 3.5 levels of Blacksmith deck, essentially. That's power. But, weirdly enough, he hasn't queued it yet. Look at how quickly this Knight count is spamming upwards, by the way. This is, by the way, before the veterancy and elite stats comes in. So that's why Puppet isn't diving yet. He's just maxing out his army first. Another cool thing about this comp, just puts all the value on biology, right? He's got men-at-arms as well, but I'd say, like, in this type of game, you probably prioritize elite army tactics because it gives them more damage. And then you still have the flexibility to raid with these guys. Varangian are going to Berserk in, but unfortunately, another reason why the Cav is so good, right? The Wingard Raiders always able to contest this. And this is usually the point in the game where the Byzantine players become really annoying, right? The walls aren't complete all the way across the map. The Varangian leak in, and anytime they see villagers, they berserk, they kill. You just can't do that against Knights, though. Central wall now being set up. Puppy Paw just trying to guarantee that the Varangian spam actually can't keep flooding. This is getting tricky. He might be able to find a few eco kills, sure, but realistically, the damage you're doing isn't enough to just outright kill Puppy Paw. Military numbers also now just bigger for the English. Raids have been shut down on the flanks as the last unit is going to go down. And even with the goals, the Cataphracts can only do a little here. That's another issue I take with the idea of System the First Heal. I think System the First Heal peaks in Castle Age. It sucks in Imperial. You just have too many units dying too quickly for it to really make a difference. Rush comes in. Landsnet just trying to get the cleaves out, but against these Knights, it feels irrelevant. Puppy Paw will have to pull back. Numbers are just against him. The Berserk has been activated. But now, with Elite Army Tactics on the way in, the fact that he's got 24 of these Knights to work with, this is where things start to get difficult. Because you don't have the Limiton, you don't have the golden answer. What worries me is, if you ever lose a fight here, you haven't set up stone walls. You're in your infancy of trade. If 2 or 3 of these Knights get in, that's it. You're dead. Here's the Numiri. This is big, man. Like, this is the thing that really matters. A lot of people just keep looking at Cataphracts, expecting them to be what Knights are, and that's simply not what they're meant to be. They are support units. They can snipe siege. They can apply debuffs. That debuff is huge. We already highlighted why with the Varangian and definitely with the Landsnack. So I actually really like Louis' comp. The problem right now is scalability. I'm struggling to see the route to success for a raw numbers game. His food income is way too low in this game. It's kind of crazy what Hippodrome does to you in that perspective, right? Like, if you had Grand Winery, this food income would be a lot better. It'd be a lot more driven. The olive oil income would be a lot better. You'd be able to fill in with more Landsnack. But this food just is not it. Compared to the English economy, it looks trivial. Castle is going to be torched down. No way you can save that. And do keep now in the way. Problem is, you're not going to be able to get it out quick enough. Like, this is not going to work. Louis, 70 villages just isn't enough. Breakthrough comes in, and immediately it's a cancel. And that's going to be blood in the water. Puppy Paw, with an army this big, he forces the route back to base. Varangians have to return home. Berserk gets activated early just to get back to defend. They are going to clash. The problem, though, is these Knights are so obnoxiously tanky. Varangian might be able to hold it temporarily, but you're starting to see a flood through here. Extra troops just making their way in. A castle drop now on the way from Puppy Paw, and I think the writing here is most definitely on the wall. There's no Numiri buff coming through. The trample's just not good enough here. The Varangian have reached their end. 25 and declining. Enough Knights, enough men-at-arms left over now to just dive into the base, and I think this is the point where the game gets out of control. Oh, dude, this is the brutality, man. I think, really, this game just came down to food. You have 20 villagers on food. That's simply not enough, Louis. You need to be up at 40. Similar to what you're seeing from Puppy Paw. That's why he won that. It's a raw macro game now. I love the fact that he rebuilt the king. Look at the effect afterwards. All these units just chunking that health back up. It's going to take a long time to get full, but it just ensures that when you commit to the next fight with a limited Varangian, you haven't got half your army at death's door. They're going to be replenished. Brutal, man. I'm surprised by Louis in this situation as well. I think way too gold focused. I'm shocked by how much focus he has on gold here. The trade was decent at this point. You don't need this many villagers working gold. You're extracting every little ounce you can get. Right now, you've got 34 workers in total. Imagine if you took half that and put it on food. How many Varangian could you have? How many extra Landsnet could you have? But now it's too late. Great read by Puppy Paw, just showing you the power you really do get out of this Wingard Raider build. Because otherwise, it would have just been mass men-at-arms. And mass men-at-arms, all of a sudden, Varangian and crossbow works. When you add in these horsemen, these knights, the equal numbers, that comp doesn't work anymore. It forced Louis into this unsustainable meat grinder. Cool that he got here, though, right? The way he got here was through the whole idea that Hippodrome being bait. I do wonder if the System of the First Hill had any real prevalent value here, compared to just going for the standard choice of Golden Horn Tower. This landmark, to me, just doesn't work. It requires you to do so much immediately in Castle Age or lose the game. Because after Castle Age, those gulps don't really matter. They're almost a moot little detail in my eyes. So yeah, I hope they do nerf Byzantines in some places when they buff this. Otherwise, it's just going to get out of control. But fair to say right now, System the First Seal, Hippodrome, there's a reason why no one's doing this build. I think Louis just learned why. What else could Louis have done? I think it's just the food. I think despite those details, like the power of Varangian, the power trade, the power of like Numeri, which is just so underutilized, would have helped him. It's kind of a shame because I think like I'm a broken record at this point, highlighting how good Numeri is. And then every time we watch a game where it actually gets taken, the person loses. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it needs to be a 20% buff. Or maybe something else just needs to change because cavalry is still to this day the hardest thing for the Byzantines to do. So you think that Louis should have doubled down on massing cataphracts? So the problem with that is, the challenge with massing cataphracts is it's too expensive to do efficiently. You need to have insane bulk resources to make that work. And most players just like don't, like they never will at that stage. Like, remember what I said about massing Varangian being difficult due to his food income? How does Cataphract solve that problem? It doesn't. It makes it even worse, right? Because you're spending even more food. So I don't think that was the problem or the solution. It's more that he just needed more food in there. You know, even if Palatine had been generous to him and given him an average of a 50% like generation rate of Varangian, it's still not enough against those infinite farms. So cool game there. We had another one from Louis we wanted to check out, which was going to be the Louis versus Wham game. What are we gullying? I mean, Gully is in a game versus Lash right now, but it's English mirrors, and that's kind of cringe. Nobody wants an English mirror, let's be real here. I think we'll go for the Louis versus Wham. But Lena, like, why do you keep atting Gully? Gully's not even talking. What? You right there, buddy? You right there, pal? Alright, so we've got French versus Japanese. Black Forest, English Mirror. Get out. You banned. Ban yourself. Ever since BC's English Guide video yesterday, everyone and their mum is playing English. I feel like well, the high-level players were already doing that before that video. I'd actually say the people that, like, got all the attention on English well, maybe for the casual players, like, that watch their content creators, is Beastie. On the pro scene, I think actually it was Poppy Paw and Wham. It was 100% Poppy Paw and Wham. Those guys, like, the moment the king got changed, they just hit the ground running with it. They were like, oh yeah, this is the build. And they found so many different ones. It's insane. What's up, Mr. Babs? Are you a Rampart fan? Or at least a Hom fan? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm curious. Like, how many people are actually Rampart fans? Because, like, from a balancing perspective, they're considered to be one of the weaker factions, right? Like, people would obviously put Necropolis above them, Castles above them. I would say Tower is above them. What else? Well, Stronghold, obviously. From a power ranking perspective, I feel like most of the time Rampart are mid, but I do love Rampart. That's where my journey began. All glamour, no meat. Well, actually, there's a lot of meat. The meat is just, you know, not the kind you want to sink your teeth into. Dragon meat just doesn't sound very tasty. Dungeon fanboy, you like Dark Elves? Dark Elves are dungeon. You don't have Dark Elves. Are you just like recruiting elves from a homestead and pretending they're dark versions? Castle's pretty OP. I'm trying to think, like, what's the best one, right? So I feel like Castle's not that OP if you're playing in a game of Conflux. Conflux is OP. Conflux is insane. Like, dude, Conflux just... Where's the weakness, right? Especially with the spell scaling. Tower is OP. Tower is pretty strong. Like, Genie stacks are insane. Sorry to those who don't know Hom at all, and this is all completely like confusing. I'm a multi-game nerd. There is a lot of games that I could easily talk about for hours with people. Last game I played, Biz, I got stomped by Mongols. I made the same mistake. Start with horses plus longbow. I get stomped in late game. I mean, I need a lot more details than that, Illidan. Against the Mongols, your power timing is early castle. Don't let the Mongol player outpost rush you. Or, like, if you think he's going to outpost rush, identify whether you really need the berries for the opening play. And then you can even, like, if you're going Hippodrome, dude, just, like, rush the berries. Get slightly slower tech timing, but get your initial javelins. And then get Horseman and just burn down the Hippodrome, burn down the outpost, rather. And then take map control. And then play for Castle Age with Varangian spam. Like, if people want a tip on how to win games as Byzantines, I can happily give it to you. The tip is... rush Castle Age and spam Varangian. Add your javelins in on the way. Most matchups on average you'll go javelins. There's a few where you won't. And then just dunk them at the beginning of castle. Like once the Varangian spam, like out of all the points in the game for Byzantines, once the Varangian spam begins, it's so difficult for an opponent to turn that switch off. Because it feels never ending. And the numbers just keep climbing because of the efficiency of the Byzantines. All right. Shall we get to... One odd pick for WAM. Nobody does French. Last time I saw a French play in pubs, it was on Highview. Now, we are on Highview, but I want to like warn that's recently back in competitive. Before that, Highview was missing for like 2 seasons. Nobody picks French these days. On the other side, that's someone I'm expecting to see a lot more of. The Japanese. This matchup caught my eye because I haven't seen it in a while. The last time I saw it, I came to the conclusion that Japan is OP in this matchup. Why? Because of the ability to just contest heavy cav with heavy cav and then counter it outright with Onimusha. Curious to see how this game's going to play because I imagine WAM has something creative in mind. He'll understand the nuances of going into like fast castle builds and scaling into knights. We're probably looking at multi-TC play. Anytime your opponent picks French over Jeanne d'Arc, there's 2 possibilities. 1, they are going to multi-TC. 2, they don't have the expansion. Those are the choices. This is the one area that French really has a clear edge still in, is the idea that scaling TCs is more optimal for them versus Jeanne. Now, the reason that's important, and actually the correct way to go, is in this matchup, typically what a Japanese player is going to do is just rush castle with no hesitation and go into Mounted Samurai. That's a win for you if you're playing French. Do you want to know why? Because you can easily camp the relics with the spearmen, and then you can just follow up on a tech up delay. Alternatively, another cool thing about going multi-TC here is you can just wall these off. It's such an underrated play, especially with a spawn like this, right? So many of these relics, like if you send one villager out here early on after the second TC goes up, it's very optimal of a route for them to wall off 3 relics. And that's important because the thing that keeps the Japanese going, keeps them spamming, is this transitional element of their economy, where the Kura Storehouse gives all these free farms, and then they have the gold trickle coming in from Yoroshiras and relics. If you start stripping elements that way, their ability to shift from Mounted Samurai into something else becomes limited. Tech up on the way. Gonna hit the fast forward a little bit. We've already got the initial scouting coming in. Good haul. 12 sheep actually in for WAM. Exactly what you'd love to see. There are maybe 2 or 3 sheep left on the map maximum. Cool thing about this, though, is even though the Japanese got less sheep, it's actually a good thing because it will probably force Louis to go out onto the berries, which is exactly what he should be doing. Tawara already on the way. And that's when you'll probably see him shift the villagers across. He's got some working on the courier here now. I'm hoping we're just going to see a quick garrison into a re-rally on the right side of the berries. Yeah, so people earlier were asking me to cast the, why wouldn't you cast Lash versus Gully? Why don't you cast the English matchup? And I said I'd rather jam my testicles in a door frame. And Gully just came in and was like, I done an English Mirror versus Lash. That's enough 1v1s for today. I rest my case. You went White Tower, you deserve to lose. School of Cavalry on the way from the other side. WAM is, of course, going to commit to 1 knight at least. You can already see him moving on the stone. Maximum 2 knights should be coming out here. The reason why you don't want to scale knights at all, really, I hate when I watch French players scale knights here, In the Japanese matchup, you're always going to lose those fights because even if you mirror Castle Age and have a similar number of knights, what happens is that initial clash, the deflective armor removes your charge damage. So you're missing out, like in Castle Age, a 36 damage attack while taking a 36 damage attack. On top of that, then there's the extra melee tech that guarantees that the follow-up strikes aren't as beneficial for you, even with the damage buff. And considering that that damage buff you get when you charge as the French only lasts 5 seconds, you're getting, what was it, 3 attacks in before it runs out. And it gets you about an extra 3 or 4 damage. So overall, let's be generous, say 5 damage. 5 extra damage, 3 attacks, let's say 3.5 attacks. You're adding in an extra 17.5 damage. But you're losing out on 36 in the first charge. That's why Mounted Samurai beat the crap out of French Knights. The only way you can contest them is if you go Cantled Saddles and get your hands on Royal Bloodlines. And Cantled Saddles is a dicey one because the fact of so many of those charges are going to be deflected anyway. Like, actually, people are going to find this weird to say because it's so cheap. I think Cantled Saddles in the Japanese matchup is kind of a baited tech. It doesn't help you. It often just costs you. If you're attacking the Knights anyway. So Wham behind this. Second TC should be on the Deer. Honestly, I hope it's free TC, Deer and Boar. The Castle Age timing isn't going to be that quick that like it's just going to be punishable, right? So I think you can get away with that extra layer of greed. Then again, I feel like most players nowadays are just leaning towards 2TC so they don't get caught their hand in the cookie jar. I just feel like if you try to go 2TC and rush Castle afterwards, you're going to forfeit all relics anyway. So you might as well play for double greed. So, interesting point from Badaro that with good micro, the French can just pull their knights back and heal. That's true. You can heal. Here's the problem. You don't get a chance to because of the follow-up play for the Japanese. The follow-up play in this comp is you just go archers. You go Onimusha. So the issue now is you're trying to peel away from a fight with a 50 HP knight and there's 10 Onimusha, you're going to die every time. So that's what makes this such an impossible matchup to just play French Cav into. Your goal, actually, I think, in this matchup is to go Imperial Age and play Arbitrary Mass. That can be a bit dicey because of the Odachi attack, but Arbitrary are pretty good, at least against Onibigisha, because of Gambesons. So win conditions for Louis is mid-castle. For Wham, I think it's Imperial Age. And yes, you are correct that the Japanese Knights will have the healing from the initial Shintos. But in fairness, the healing factor still favors French in that they have a mobile healing factor built into them. But like, if the argument is you can heal on the go, then Joan is better for that than French, right? So second TC did go up on the Deer. Walls are also now coming up. Castle Age is about to be triggered. This is very easily going to be a Floating Gate build. Louis could build the alternative. I know he's been doing a little bit of Temple of Quality. But last time I checked, Louis likes to win games. So Yorishiro it is. Why am I still gathering a bit of stone? I am wondering if this is the delayed third TC. I'm a really big fan of that. Because the problem is if you rush free TC, you just don't have enough eco to scale. You kind of kill yourself straight away. But there's a nice gradual... Oh my god, he's doing Temple of Equality. You beat one Canadian with this build and you... Oh god, I just... This feels so unnecessary. So let's dissect why it can be a good thing for Louis. If he's ID'd his opponent's going to be doing mass knights, it's great because knights are all base damage. They don't have bonus damage. Obviously, bonus damage gets like debuffed anyway, but the whole logic is that knights are high damage units. If you took the value damage that a spearman can do, you got 3 of them, like their collective damage can be high, right? The idea is like, because of that, you'd have to debuff 3 times as many units. So that's kind of why he's leaning towards Temple of Quality. That and very clearly Louis cooking. He's been trying this out. We watched him do it against Order of the Dragon. It made a lot more sense in that game. Actually, I think like Order of the Dragon is the one matchup where Temple of Quality makes sense. This one less so, because archers, arbitrary, like these type of units, the amount of debuffing you have to do is much higher compared to dragons, right? Where dragons give you the bang for buck of the knight effect here, where all this power is on one unit, so you need less units debuffed to get value out of Temple of Equality. Instead, behind it is going to still be the Stables play. So double Stables play. That is going to slow the time with Mount Samurai. The reason it's not going to kill Louis is because Wham did go 2TC. So he doesn't actually have that much firepower right now, right? It's not like you're at a stage of the game where he's got 7 or 8 knights. It's only 3. Relic should start being played for. That's another interesting thing about this build, actually, from Louis, is it gives him more aggressive timing on the relics. But I find that very baity. It's delusional to think you're easily going to pick these relics up, even on a map like Highview when you're playing against French Cav. That's just easy interception. So you still have to tick the box of Mount Samurai first. What baffles me is the fact that Wham done this, though. He completely chased the scout with his army. So actually, here's the thing. Louis knows this. He's being chased by the knights right now. He should be running out for the relics everywhere. That's exactly what he's looking to do. Archers are at least guarding over here, so that might be difficult, but Mount Samurai are going to escort. And we didn't talk about this outpost much from Wham. I felt like it was a cute detail that just didn't really stop much. Because this map has been generous to Louis. Like, all you've done is now pushed him to a safer point to gather wood. So I'd be surprised if this detail really matters at all. He has at least made it annoying to move out on the Northern Relic because of the wall. That's the good news. And there is a positive to this outpost of Wham being told what his opponent is doing. But in terms of resource denial, I don't think he's doing anything critical here. Yeah, I'd actually argue that the wall-off idea we had on the relics would have been better. Because you spent the fortification plus the arrow slits and the wall. You spent like, what, 300 resources here almost? You could have just spent 150 and been home sooner. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that outpost play by comparison. Mount Samurai going in for the clash. These are still feudal knights, folks. Wham is not taking up. Buddhist monks. Oh man, it's so communal just watching a -9 on the read there. From 20 damage to a mere 10. Like, bro, Louis, we just wanted to get Japanese buffed. We were trying to work together. I've been doing my part. I've been telling everyone that it's a crap landmark, worst in the game. Why would you pick it? And now Louis is trying to make sure it never gets buffed. Relic's now on the way home. He's already banked 1, 4 more coming. This is going to be a 5-relic game. Wham is finally saving up. He's accepted that this can't be done in Feudal Age. That should have been quite obvious. What's interesting is now at this point, Louis could realistically just drop a second DC. In fact, boom! Look at that for timing. Now that is going to slow down his Daimyo escalation. That's a negative, which is kind of bad because you want to go Uma Bannerman here. Uma Bannerman is insane with this build because your build should realistically be Mount Samurai, Onimusha. Wham, what is it we said about like, the whole idea of an Imperial Age? He disagrees. And I can kind of see why. He's scaled knights. He's now up against an opponent who decided he wanted to go not Yoroshiros and not Flowing Gate. So instead of leaning towards that idea of what we talked about, where your win condition is Imperial, he's changed the script. He said castle's where it ends. This is a pretty creative play. Royal Institute gives you that value. He's already at 10 knights when he's taking up. And he's not looking to fight immediately, right? But if there was something that could overpower this Mount Samurai, it would be this detail. I still take issue with the idea that you're now going to be diving limited troops into this debuff. And while you do have 35% more health, you've now got 50% less damage. So if you do the basic logic of maths there, that's still you at a disadvantage. So less of a disadvantage, sure, but it's still a losing play. Wall coming in. Looks like it's going to be wrapped around the back. Now, what I do find interesting about this build is the conversion point into Arbitrier. That's where I think Wham could get a win. If he preps crossbow stirrups gambesons as well, that's how you break this all. And the cool thing is also these monks that are annoying in debuffing can immediately be targeted down. When you play mass melee, it's terrible to try and take out monks, right? Same reason why if you're playing on a water hybrid map and you're playing against an Altman player, their go-to play for a long time was spam spears, spawn imams, win game. Because you just didn't have anything to reach the imams. So that's why Arbitrier is so critical here. It kind of unravels the comp, and also Arbitrier are phenomenal against Onimusha. They just Pavis, they have more range than Onimusha, and they reduce the Onimusha damage by half. Outpost now being taken out. Love that we got the Zen tech. I think what you're seeing from Louis is this attempt to try and make this choice relevant via the Zen tech specifically. It is a lot of extra gold trickle when you're at 5 of these guys already. You know, if you go up to 10, that's 250 gold. That's as effective as having 3 Yoroshiros in Forges. And you usually will not have 3 Yoroshiros in Forges at this stage of the game, right? You'll have them spread out into a Stables, into a Rax, maybe into a TC. Alright, what do you think, guys? Right now, if you had to favor someone, 1's if you back Wham, 2's if you like Louis' position. Because Wham is very much all in on this kind of castle timing. He needs a big edge, a big lead. Your goal shouldn't really be to go Imperial. You could with trade, right? But I feel like any time you go for all Institute, if you're forced to eventually go Imperial, if you're not a mile ahead, you feel bad about the choice. So all's going up from both players. Samurai switch on the horizon for Louis. I mean, we said about this, like, is this the correct read? From an Odachi tech perspective, you can do Arbitrary quite well. I always find it a bit awkward doing this against French, though. It's your natural transition, but it just feels bad either way. Ono Bigisha also struggles because of the Gambesons, but at least Ono Bigisha can move fast in. So you'd have Mount Samurai to contest Knights, and then Ono Bigisha can just swarm the crossbows. The timing is going to be Spears, which I like to deal with the Knights, but I'm really hoping that we're not getting Samurai. The problem is when I see Veterancy and I also see Odachi, it's almost a guaranteed factor, and to me it's a losing factor. I feel like this is the one unit you can't build against now. You're French. My sugar daddy. What's up, boy? Thank you for the raid, buddy. Sorry, boy. Now, anyone who's watched more than like 3 Japanese casts by me will know that I have very strong feelings about Japanese spears and them being like the worst possible thing you could build. I think this is the exception to the norm. It's just tough, man. I actually think subtly this matchup is one of Japan's hardest when it gets to Arbitrary Mass. If it's Night Mass, it's easy GG, right? Because Night Mass, Japanese win, and Onimusha follow-up destroys. But for me, I'm seeing a game where Louis didn't hit his timing. Whether that's because it wasn't Yoroshiro or what, like, he's finding himself in a later phase of the game where I think you're going to be weaker because the Arbitrary Mass you now have to solve for. And when I'm seeing these Rax units instead of seeing Siege, I get worried. I think you need to go Spears, and then you immediately need to go Mangonels. Mangonels is the only way I see you dealing with Arbitrary here. Because with Gambeson's tech, you can't rely on Spears. Even Ono Bigisha will struggle against Gambesons. Even their Imperial tech, that's when Spears are alright. Like, the way that I always have described to people, Shivaki, is that you can only build Spears as Japanese in Imperial Age, when you get Nagayari. If you build them before Castle Age, before Imperial Age, you got forced to. And it doesn't feel good. Gambeson's tech now on the way. He got the confirmation he wanted. Wham's smiling right now. He's like, okay. He mass Spears. Perfect. By the way, this fight has the potential to be the longest fight you'll ever see if it turns into Mass Arbitrary versus Spears because of the debuff. So you're going to have Arbitrary hitting for 7 damage, and then you're going to have Spearman hitting for, what? 5 damage? No one's going to die. If they do this right. Because the problem with this build that I've highlighted before that I don't like Buddhist monks, they all tend to target the same unit. So you don't actually debuff the whole army. You debuff part of the army. You're not debuff efficient. Rams now moving in. Wham. Wham's Rams on point here. Gambeson's also in, so the 6 armor is through. And now he's using the TC against Louis here. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. This is exactly why Sohai Sutra sucks. 5 of those monks just debuff the same crossbowman. Imagine how much more impactful this would be if they debuffed 5 separate targets. It's such a crap unit for this reason. But the crazy part is if they just fixed it, it would be viable. If the AI auto-detected that that unit's already being debuffed, or like if you target debuff the same unit, it spread to a different target, so it got spread out. It would be so much better. The problem right now is he's consistently re-debuffing the same units. Bam. He's going to stand his ground now. Night count down to 15. 25 Arbitrary just trying to hold on. The problem is we've now got Onibigisha in the mixer. Louis, is it going to be enough to break through though is the question mark. These Knights are lasting an insanely long time, but you have to remember Defender's advantage is a big deal here. Wham also is in the middle of setting up full farms, so he doesn't have the ability to non-stop pump. He's going to have to retreat. Good hold by Louis, gets him out of the base, but he's falling notably behind in economy. And right now, he's a full corner camper's wet dream. He only has 4k gold in the corner. He's relying on the Buddhist gold trickle to keep him alive. The rest of the gold is just not accessible, so it's critical, actually, that Louis gains more ground here. Arbitrary, need to keep running back. He's not respecting the movement speed. This is also another awkward detail about this comp. It's not just the Monks, it's the Spearmen. Remember, they both move at 1.25, so you're slowing down the Onibigisha. The Onibigisha can't do what they do best because they're taking twice as long to gap close here. Mangonel's now in play, Louis. By God, I think he's got what he needs. And Wham, you know, you could try to macro for Imperial, but like we already highlighted, when you move this Royal Institute tech, you've got most of your value already. In fact, one crazy thing is missing here, and I'm perplexed. He doesn't have crossbow stirrups, which is a big no-no. I wondered why that was such an easy hold for Louis. And I know it wasn't because of so high suture. It's because there's no attack speed buffer. Wham didn't get the crossbow stirrups. It's surprising how often I see players make this mistake. You're 36 crossbows in, it's worth it. It's most definitely worth it. For a 25% reduct in attack speed. Interesting point in the game now. Louis looking for a hard, strong push, and Wham is in a state where he has to cut reinforcements. This is difficult right now. If Wham can survive like this onslaught, pretty good position to find yourself in, right? Remassing 17 Buddhist monks is not easy, and you will lose them in the retreat tonight. So it's very important that whatever move Louis makes here, he leaves himself wiggle room to retreat. Because if it's an all-in, you're fighting into this production, you're going to die, right? Mass Arbitrary will just shred you. So you need to not overextend. It's critical that he doesn't do that. Love the way he's playing flanks now. He's moved out. He's secured the gold left. He has access on the right if he wants it. This is really important because Wham, in comparison, is essentially out of gold. He's got 1.5k gold left here, and then he has to come out and play. I think he wants that tech up before he comes out to play. Something that Louis is objecting to. All burn through. Must feel so good seeing all the plus 25s. Red pass now on the way. Wait. Where? Oh. I think he needs it here. This is a lot of foreground to give over. Will Burnfree comes in. Louis now looking to march in and notice that he's not looking for a tech up. He's looking for the all-in. Nothing really being held back here. Food income is abysmal at this stage as well, which is another worrisome factor. He hasn't prepped the farm transition yet. He's got deer to work with, but those are temporary, running out fast. Oh, weird build. Mangonel, good hit. Wham has a problem. He needs solutions quickly. No Springholds, no Siege Workshops. The only problem I'm seeing is, like, you know, Louis, there's a hesitation here. You need to dive this TC and kill it before the Arbalest placement gets added. I think he finally realizes it. He's going to shuffle in. Mangonels have an easy target here on the Arbalest Mass. Wham will try to back away, but the movement speed too slow. Now the Buddhist monks lead the charge. TC goes down. Mangonel's still unanswered. Wham needs to wait for these upgrades before engaging. But you can see that Louis not going to allow it. Continues to move up. Double Mango. Just needs one good wall up to the center of this formation. Knights waiting for their opportunity to pounce on the backside of this. Louis is now starting to stockpile resources. He's popped and he's looking for Imperial. Wow, about to lose one of the landmarks. Royal Institute is going to go down. Still no crossbow stirrups at this point in the game. I feel like he's just forgotten about it at this stage. So many players forget this tech. That goes. Wow, look at that, guys. 20 Buddhist monks just debuffed a single knight. What a worthwhile tech. dumb thing is he's winning, and it's not got anything to do with their active effect. Oh my god, dude. I just can't with how dumb they are. Like, it's insane how potentially broken they're going to be if they ever fix that. French needs something? I mean, he needed crossbow stirrups, really. Like, what do I even call that one? It's like, it's so dumb. I need to come up with short tile. I'm going with like Buddhist build is great, just not for why you think, right? It's like, it is the worst ability of the game. It's so dumb. It's like, dude, it's like, it shouldn't work, right? It's so dumb that this is working, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Fixing that is the Japanese buff we were all waiting for. For real. Well, it's done the Sutra? Yeah, because it's so bad. Because it stacked debuffs, so it's really, really bad. The problem is, like, they all target the same person. It's really silly. Yeah. Like, if they fix that, Japan's going to be broken. Oh, why are you changing my tie? Now I have to pull down the green screen because my ties are stored behind it. I hate you. There, I said it. Oh, look. I wasn't actually in a mystical rampart land after all. I'm sorry. I lied to you all. It was a scam. Red on grey sounds pretty good. Yeah, everyone blamed Camion for that. He made me deceive you. We were all living in our happy little elf land. Right? The one universe where we actually like elves. And he ruined it. Whoa. Time out. Yeah, dude, like, you got the choice. You could time him out. That's a pretty strong option. The red does work better with the grey, right? Sutra's a skill cap issue, micro individually. Dude, I knew someone was going to go for that. In a game about A-clicking as well. Actually have a tie draw? Yeah. Decided to hook it up recently, because most of the time I just keep a lot of ties in my luggage area, which is quite nice as well. Oh, my throat's a bit rusty. 1 second. So, give me a sec, guys. Actually, I'm quickly going to grab a mini snack, and then we'll figure out our next game. God, my throat's really rough as well. I may have been drinking last night. Am I still drinking rum? Not right at the second. Why? You want to buy me some rum? Who's going to be my rum guy? We've got Brock Tree, who's my pizza guy. Who's going to be my alcohol guy? I need a network of people. All right. 1 second. Be right back. 1 sec. I'll run ads now so you guys don't get them the next game. So BRB. Okay. I think Twitch just ran ads instead. BRB 1 sec. Okay, guys, I'm gonna fix the balance of it for you. They spread the debuff, but you have a limited number you can build. You have to build, it's like a separate population logic. Like, it still comes from the 200 pop, but you can only build 5 per temple. Something like that. Guys, I got cookies. I'm gonna eat 1 or 2 cookies? Jesus. No, I'm not gonna eat those. I'm gonna eat cookies, and then we'll find another game. Yeah, like Chinese tax guy. We need a limitation like that on Great Bombards? Dude, you know what I'm going to say. If you let someone build that many Great Bombards, right? Why are you even letting an Ottoman player get out of Feudal Age, Camion? Just kill them in Feudal Age. They're all plebs in Feudal Age now. Oh no, my supply takes too long to build. Ah! Oh no, it takes way too long to get my 5 military school. Ah! Just kill them, lol. Alright, let's do a quick check to see if there's any live games, and if not, we'll do a replay. I do prefer live games. So much funner because, like, there's no potential spoiler you accidentally glance. I don't think we have any, though. Sage. Let me check who Cat's up against, because I don't know what the rank of this player is. God, I love this song so much. Who would watch me do a Final Fantasy X playthrough? I still remember, like, I think there's still a clip somewhere. Years ago, I was playing the Blitzball, and I remember I just meanfully cast Blitzball. It was really dumb. This FF Music is license free? Yep, because it's a redo, like it's different, right? So I haven't had any DMCA issues. Will I be involved in the Zero Space tourney this weekend? I haven't really been looking at Zero Space. I definitely haven't been asked about it. I didn't even know there was a tournament going on. What's this? What's the details about this? Let's have a look. I don't feel like I've really had a chance to look too much into Zero Space. I played like 1 or 2 quick games of it on the last test run, but that was it. I look exactly like the snake? Bro, we're going to have a problem with Jiggly. What the duck? Why would you say that? Yes, I am very familiar with Stronghold. Like, dude. Jiggly. You clearly don't listen to my cast enough. The amount of times I make the wood needed comment. Come on, bro. Okay, so that's not the one. Wait, that's Farmland. Can you even stream it? I assume so. Are that many people really looking at Zero Space right now? Like, is there much of a community around it? Not really. Yeah. Well, it's not publicly accessible, right? Is it the one that's like StarCraft? Yeah. It's kind of like StarCraft. I'd say it's more like it almost feels like a Command & Conquer game. as well, to be honest. It doesn't really feel like StarCraft, you know? Like, did they improve the issue around time to kills? Because I felt like time to kills were really slow in this game. Which was part of why it didn't feel like it was very StarCrafty. At least when I played, like, the start of the year, I was like, some potential. The graphic style looks kind of different. I think one part, if I had to highlight one part that kind of feels weird about the graphic style, it's almost like the building entities, like this stuff with the resources, looks really out of place, right? With the other, like, art elements. I think it's probably lighting, so it's probably someone that's going to get fixed. I think it's a lighting issue. Is that the light? I don't think they're using lighting yet on those elements that essentially integrate it in the scene. It's almost like they're backlighting the buildings, which makes it pop more, but also makes it look out of place. I think that's what's happening there. Graphics look better. What, for this? Maybe. Hom challenge. You have to cast a game going full HUD, dude. Like Hom's way too chill for that. Way too chill for that. Insanely chill. So let's have a look here. Who have we got right now? So on the Recon Voldemort game, let me clear the back with AoE4 games that I was looking at here. And we've got, was Faye versus Ruslan maybe? Let me have a look. What's Faye been up to? Oh, you mean graphically better since you last saw the game? Yeah, probably. I mean, dude, like Stormgate, the amount of people like Stormgate graphics bad. I'm just like, dude, I saw what it looked like before. A lot of improvement. Chill. Not the final state of the graphics. It would be hilarious if they released the game and the chicken was the final state of that camp, but like, pretty sure it's not going to be the final state. Right? You'd hope. Sorry, I'm just looking through Faye's games now, seeing who she's been up against. I could have sworn. Can I not see it here? There was one I had like my eye on. Maybe against Ruslan? Do we want to watch some Delhi vs Abbasids? Oh, wait. She had a bunch of games against Corvinus. Maybe HRE versus Order of the Dented? Let's see if you guys want to see versus Order of the Dragon, considering Corvinus has been playing a bunch of Order of the Dragon. So we kind of have options here. Like, he is non-stop playing Order of the Dragon at the moment. Rus? Nah, no one's cringe enough to do that in ranked. He doesn't have Rus opponents. He has Ottoman opponents, HRE opponents, Malian opponents, English opponents, Ibid opponents, Mongol opponents, Japanese opponents. Mongol, HRE. God, I can't believe someone chose Mongol. They're just going to lose, aren't they? Jesus, you guys got all these different... Okay, I'm just going to, like, you know, let's do it this way. OT versus... ... Ing... HRE... what else did we say? Otto... John... Mongol. There you go. 1 minute, because no one cares about Malians. Let's get them votes in, and we'll figure out which one we're going to watch. God, the more I hear this song, the more it like grows on me. Why is Rus cringe? Try hard? Yeah, like for these players, they don't really need to practice anything with Rus, right? They already know what they want to do with Rus in most cases. Or like, it's not just that, it's that Rus should never not be banned in competitive. So like, if you're a pro player, why would you waste time practicing something you know is not going to get through a ban phase? It's pointless. It's a complete waste of your time. Right? Like that's more time you could be putting towards permutations of a Civ you know you can get a pick on. Like Order of the Dragon. Okay, so people want Otto. Intriguing. Well, folks, we have got double Otto. We've got one versus Wham and one versus Faye. So let's start with the Faye versus Corv. We'll proceed through. When is that Killer Pigeon Meat Grinder mod tournament happening? I mean, I've been contemplating it. It's like one of those tough ones of like how I would balance the system. I almost want to have an anonymous mode so that people can't just snipe out people with more points, right? The problem with those tournaments, I think Dumu was talking about this the other day. What he didn't like is even though people were told they cannot coordinate or whatever, they're not meant to like team outside the game, they're meant to only do it in the game. He remembered he was like he was getting messaged in games by several different people with Outback Octagon, asking them if he wanted to team. Which is kind of sad. But that's what happens when you put money on it, right? People don't do that. It's always an issue of trying to financially incentivize free-for-alls. You open the floodgates for that crap. Alright, 1 second. Finding the Corv Faye game now. Seeing the points gives a strategic layer. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you see the points and then what you do is you mask people behind identities so they don't know each other's identities. The problem is, like, if you do that though, the moment that you publicly tell the scorings as you're tracking them across like multiple games, then the players who are low ranking are going to ask each other what their in-game name is, right? It's so difficult to hide unless you hide the info even publicly, so you don't let people know who's leading the pack. So then they have to anticipate, they have to speculate. Then you're approaching like a more Secret League thing, which honestly is Secret Cup is like King Cup Rub is something I wanted to do. I literally had a whole proposal in mind for it, an interesting way to do it. You can record the game's not live, doesn't matter. The players will still know the scores if you have the scores stacked somewhere and I'm informing them, right? It's free-for-alls, man. It's the tricky part about them in general. All right, let's get ready for a maneuver. He is the most dented player we have. Sorry, Corvinus. He's been doing an insane amount of Order of the Dragon at the moment, actually. Corvinus, I think, has like 30 games in a row on this Civ. When you know this is going to be a clown fiesta when you see who's on the other side. Because his opponent is going to be none other than Faye. Faye, who is on record, her own words, everything I do is Pepega. That is going to be written on her tombstone years from now. She's playing the Ottomans. So I'm curious how Pepega we can get in this matchup. So, kind of awkward thing with the Ottomans right now. What makes this a very intriguing matchup, Otto's got kneecapped hard. Their early mid-game feels really, really rough. And you're up against a Civ that thrives in that early game. Order of the Dragon is all about the first 2 ages. Ottomans is about how the hell you get away from those quicker. It's curious to see what a creative person like Faye has in mind. I got a feeling we'll be seeing relentless aggression out of Corv on the other side. Let's hit the 2 times here as we just check out the scout rotations. I think Sheep's going to be a very big, important haul element here. Because if Faye gets baited into playing along Feudal, which I can see easily happening, she's going to need a lot of food to get into Masapahi. Now, what's difficult about doing Masapahi here is the awkward factor of your opponent can kind of mirror with Horseman and have a bigger impact. On top of that, the thing that we've highlighted before that can really make Order of the Dragon this brutal force to be reckoned with is if you misstep, if you make one mistake with your comp, and the Order of the Dragon player has the counter ahead of time, you feel like your game just flatlines. Until you're at like a 1-1-1 comp, you don't feel protected. But it's a double-edged sword in that regard, because if the Order of the Dragon player gets the comp read wrong, it's so hard to readdress with this Civ, considering that every unit you build is twice as expensive compared to another Civ. So if you misread the comp you're up against, all of a sudden pivoting into Gilded Archers is very expensive to even start scaling in the first place. And yes, we do love Faye. She's very creative. I think, what was it? I gave her the challenge of saying, you know what? Why is no one doing Mass Pro Scouts Hippodrome? Activate Triumph, and you 5x the damage that your scouts do. And she's like, I will go try this. Now, she said it did not go well. She won't tell me which one she done it in, and I'm gutted because I absolutely want that for the channel. That build would be hilarious. Maybe I have to do that. Maybe we'll set that as some sort of sub-goal in some way. I will take to the ladder and do Hippodrome mass scout builds. It actually sounds kind of fun in a very cringe way. Spear opening coming in, though. Now, this is interesting. We've seen a lot of these players try to direct their spearmen towards the enemy base. I'm a bigger fan of just pushing the deer. I feel like this opening play is just get the spearmen in, shove these deer in towards your base, give yourself a lot of food to work with. Not a really big fan of running across the map, because quite often a lot of these matchups, you just don't really do anything with the initial spears. Even showing up on this gold feels like a death sentence, especially against gilded villagers that have more base damage than standard villagers and more health. This poor 80 health, 7 damage unit is not going to compete. Yeah, don't say mass Yuumi around Faye. She'll never, ever, 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 ever in the history of ever do mass Yuumi. She wouldn't be caught dead with that. We regularly have arguments on this channel about Yuumi. She is so fervently against them. So let's talk about win conditions for these two sides. We already alluded to it a bit, the kind of like feudal versus Imperial Age approaches. I think the win condition for Corvinus in this matchup is to constrict the map very quickly. We're probably going to be seeing stables opening. Just makes a lot of sense. You're up against spears, but you can avoid those. And then you have a mirror to Sipahi. For Faye, I think you just have to try and get towards Castle Age cleanly. The cool thing about being up against all the dragon is when you tend to rush these age ups as well, you do get a window of opportunity. The problem with this particular build coming out of Corvinus is he's disarmed you already. Mindwarp Palace means that there's the potential for Golden Cuirass Men-at-Arms. So if you go for a tech up, you can get caught and dove in the middle of it. And look at this for an opening. So instead of going for the Horseman and just trying to raid and avoid the spears, it is actually going to be an archery range opening. That is intriguing. I think it's a pretty cool idea, actually, from Corvinus. The issue you have to keep in mind with the Ottomans is initially skinning Sipahi is really slow. You always wait for this military school to finish the first spearman and then toggle over. And then it takes, what is it, 2 minutes? Look at this timing. Ready? Doink. 2.5 minutes without a blacksmiths to get one Sipahi out. Spamming them isn't much more doable, considering 160 resources. So the Gilded Villagers, the Gilded Archers are going to get a lot of value initially. The cool thing is now, actually, considering you know that this should be the realistic comp, you could potentially just open with a spearman or two as all the dragon. The reason I like that is the natural choice is then going to be for Faye to go archery range. If she does that, you don't build more spears, you just build men-at-arms instead. Oh yeah, look at that. It's a Rax. Yeah, I'm a very big fan of this strategy. What worries me as well, I don't like what Faye's doing with the stables. I like that she's doing the deer pushing. Love that. That's what I want. We got that jackpot. But I feel like you just have to be archers opening here. And the thing is, she's scouting, right? So she sees the Rax. She sees the Gilded Archer. I feel like at this point, there's no real reason to go stables other than you don't think you can ever fight the army directly. So your thought process here is, I need to raid the economy. I will never win this army directly head-on. So it feels like Faye is leaning towards that idea of going on flanks. This is risky. Look at where her stone's located. Look at where her production line's located. Look at where the berries are. There's a lot of reasons why actually just forfeiting the center of the map to the Order of the Dragon can be dangerous here. I'm curious. How are we looking at the blacksmiths? Because there's no rush towards that. That's another thing that's scary with Order of the Dragon with the Mindwork build. It's kind of like a deli juiced up on speed. Because they get these tech unlocks so insanely quick. And you might say, oh yeah, but KP, you pay for them. Yeah, but here's an interesting thought. Your villages are a lot better than Delhi villages. They pay in time, but because you're a better gathering rate, you don't really feel the sting of less than 100 resources per deck. Very powerful timing in the game, especially for Gilded Archers. That increase in damage, especially with their attack speed, it's almost twice as effective of an upgrade for these archers than it would be for normie archers. Okay. Still no archery range here. Looks like Corvinus is going to add in the men-at-arms straight away. That's interesting. So he's anticipating the archer switch. The weird part is Faye actually not switching archers might save her. Because now that it's men-at-arms, you'd rather just have more Sipahi. Right? Your opponent only built a single spearman, so if you spam up 4 5 Sipahi, you can win this fight. It's all about masking intent, though. What is going to make it difficult either way is the Golden Cuirass detail. That extra amount of effective HP at low HP gets insane. The nice thing, at least with Sipahi, they have very high base damage. Raid's going to come in, though. Oh, the outpost didn't go up. Faye does just about get away, so Villager isn't going to be killed. But now you have to commit. There's one Spearman here to deal with 2 Sipahi. I would back the Spearman every day of the week. Oh my god! The guy 2-hit that. Are you kidding me? That's a premium horseman, and he just 2-hit it. Doink him again. There we go. 3 hits to bring that one down. Villager's at least going to be able to clear this up as the archer got a little bit too low. Spearman is going to go for 1 or 2 kills. That's 3 worker kills already now for Corvinus. And although the army's going to get cleared up, that's wave number 1. Men-at-Arms being queued up. Rams also being prepped. We've got Siege Engineering on the way, coming in just 15 seconds. This is going to be brutal. So Faye now only has Sipahi. At this point, the choice should be pretty blunt, actually. You don't really even need Gilded Archers. If you just spam Men-at-Arms, you can shut this all down. We can already see Faye's real intent now. She thinks that was all the aggro. This is the interesting thing about double downs, and this is something that Faye should know Corvinus does a lot. When you lose a fight like that, in the end, your opponent's thought process is, okay, that resets him so long that I can just tech and I'll get away with it. But because that wasn't everything, there's a second punch. Like, Faye's paranoia is, if there was an all-in, I would have seen more troops. The genius of what Corvinus done here is he smuggled a second group over here, out of her vision, just out of range. She right now feels about as confident as ever that this is Castle and Castle Rush. She's now only going to discover with the next Men-at-Arms that that's not the case. And the problem with that is there's already a second ram on the way right next to her infrastructure. This is brutal. This is so cheeky, actually, out of Corvinus. More Sipahi are now at least being added in, but it's just passive production, right? Nothing active. Now, the good news is Sipahi can quickly take down these rams. Bad news is to take them down quickly, you're going to have to activate Fortitude next to very painful Men-at-Arms. Interesting thing about these MAA, they attack quicker than standard Men-at-Arms. So anytime they're stationary, they perform better than Men-at-Arms from other civs. And yes, they did buff the Other Dragon. I'm glad they did as well, because I was ranting about this for a long time. The build speed on Siege was way too slow, so they actually buffed the ram build speed. 3 rams, she just found out. Oh no. Also, keep in mind, no undermesh means these Gilded Archers are pretty good at dealing with Sipahi. We dive in. Fortitude has been activated. The problem is the Men-at-Arms are just now going to shred you. The Rams are just camping here on purpose. Okay, no, that's not enough. I love that. Gilded Archers hide inside the Ram. 3rd Ram now coming up. Imperial Memetic Armory is on the way, but Faye, outside of the gold, she has issues, right? Food is at least going to be accessible, but can easily be idled up by dive. She's not got Steeled Arrow, so she has no extra DPS coming in on these Men-at-Arms. And 3 Rams should be able to blow up this base before you start producing. Make no mistake about it, guys. This is a very hollow victory of a Castle Age. 3 Rams moving in. Military School should be first target. Memen Imperial Armory is not going to return any value for 2 minutes. In fact, you might not even get this Sipahi out. Oh, come on, no. This is cursed. It's not coming out. Ouch. 1 down. 1 to go. Backstab coming in, but the Men-at-Arms are there guarding. And the Spearman. God, she's getting worse and worse. Yeah, that's exactly the fight you can't take, Faye. Oh my god, she's going to lose. With 4 Sipahi versus 1 Spear. No stables either, which means no upgrade on the Sipahi you have in the field. This is over. I just don't see what you do now. She's floating almost 1,000 food and 1,000 gold. She just has no way of spending it is the problem. She's trying to rush up a new production line at the backside, but it's going to come too late. Torches are out. 4 Rams are in. The primary town center is already down to half HP. Corvinus is showing you exactly why this civ thrives in the feudal age. Faye showing you exactly why the Ottomans never want to be here. What a sneaky player, though, man. You just can't take anything away from Corvinus. The positioning was setting up those Rams. I would have paid money to have a camera reaction on Faye in that moment. It would have been a full face farmer. She did not anticipate the double down. And this, folks, shows you the power of this sometimes. Sometimes when you're in a game where the first hit whiffs, adding another one in isn't delusion. It's actually you trying to play off the advantage you already started to build. This is exactly what I want players to take away from games. There are situations where you have to fall back on a backup plan. You have to play greed, play safe, recovery. This is not what Corvinus had to do in this game. Even after that fight on the south side, stripping 3 villager kills, killing off the supply and the spearman, his immediate thought was, this is great. I now have a win condition in the early game. There is no need to drag this deeper. See landmarks down. Final wonderful. It's undeniable. We're going to hit the 2x speed. Villager's going to be pulled, but the problem is the men-at-arms could easily just disintegrate that. Instead, it's going to be a dive onto the siege. Men-at-arms are going to return over. No textiles either. These guys could easily massacre. And with the only line of defense in the siege going down, this game is most definitely over. Just look at the health bars. This is criminal what's happening right now. There's nowhere to run and hide anymore. No extra TC, no extra eco. And no hope in overcoming Corvinus's degeneracy. 30 Order of the Dragon games in, I think this was, in a row. And Faye is learning just how brutal a one-tricker can be. Let me know if you guys want to see more of these two, actually. I feel like we haven't done Corvinus in a while. Dude can be pretty creative. I still remember when he showed us that Zhuji Pro Scouts build. I still need to upload that on the YouTube channel. But Faye didn't even get a chance to meme in this game. She was just Ottoman and chill. Turns out when you play against Corvinus, there is no chill state other than your cold corpse. Oof. Brutal. What's his win rate with Order of the Dragon? I'm not sure, actually. He's got a decent amount of green coming in. Ad time. Oh, guys, well, your Prime sub expired today and you're getting ads. But your Prime sub says it's not available until tomorrow. That's weird. Let me help you with that. I just ran ads. Oh, in fairness, Raphael did resort to it. All right, so we've next up got a game between Wham and Corvinus. So let me get that one. Is it Dry Arabia? No. We're not going to cast all the Faye games. She had a lot of games, but like other options of people to cast first, like most of them were freaking. They were that. They were Faye versus Corvinus. All right, I'm staying away from that cringe. There's a Highview game that is an hour long between Wham and Corvinus. No. No is my response to that. All right, so let me load the game up now. It was a misclick, was it? That's how you played Innocence to the court of public Twitch chat. I'll let them pass judgment. Oh, actually, one sec. Before we commit to this one, let me double check. There's no live games. I always like live games. I'm a sucker for them. Whoopsie. Wait. Let's hide that. Boom. I don't think so. Everyone in their goddamn free-for-alls. Wait. Huh? No, that's... No, I mean, he's level 3. That's not real Tato. Right? I think that is. No. Is that enough games for Tato? I don't think so. Someone's trolling. That's a thought, though. Should we quickly check if Vipers played any games this season? There's a Canadian gold rank who's gone with the name The Viper. I want to believe, but I know it's a lie. Oh, that would be great. Yeah, I don't think Viper's played any this season. Let's quickly check his account. Nah, 3 months ago, guys. Rip. Get a green tie and zoom in on the game. Zoom in on it to cast the game. Oh, Jesus, not this crap. A lot of that meta is already dead, right? Because they removed the ability to do it. They put it in the rules that you can't do it now. Oh, God, screw this. Free for... Oh. Full-size free-for-alls? Vomit. Putrid. Get me out. Alright. We'll do the Core versus Faye. Wait. Core versus Wham. That's the one. I'm wondering actually if we have enough people for community games at all. You can't do it on your butt. You can't do it on your butt. You can't do it on your chest. You can't do it on, like, your crotch. Basically, anything that's sexually suggestive, you can't do. That's what the rule update was. It wasn't just your butt. It was a lot more than your butt. Yeah, that stream inception meta, like, whatever you want to call it, was getting weird. Extra weird. Alright. I hate how long free-for-alls take to load just for me to get out of them. I don't know. Should I trust in a free-for-all and cast one? Alright, let me get that game loaded up. And we'll get into it. Host your own? I don't know if we have enough people. Do we have enough people for free-for-alls? Let's have a look. Probably not. Who wants to play FFA? Me! Nah. We'll find out quickly. I just realized I wasn't playing music. Outrageous. Look at that. Gully's the only one. GG. Gully's a bully and no one wants to play with him. Toxic kid. So toxic. I thought we'd be able to save him, but... impossible. You're all afraid of a 16-year-old kid? Alright. Let's go ahead and do the 1v1 then. Oh, must be like a tingling, a summoning noise to Corvinus. All he knows right now is that noise because all he's doing is non-stop picking Order of the Dented. We just watched this matchup. Order the Dragon versus Ottomans. Did not go well for the Otto player in the last one, but this is a different person. We've gone north of the border. It's no longer in America's hands. It is now in the hands of the Canadians. And they field one of their best. Wham! In the north, in the purple is the Ottomans. We're going to be on Lipany. For a second, I glanced down. I was like, is this a cliffside? No, we are on Lipany. Just a very weird-looking Lipany. Yeah, interesting matchup. We highlighted that actually all the Dragon feel like they should be able to do a lot here, right? Because the issue for Ottomans is they don't really want to play Feudal Age. The longer they get stuck playing it, the worse it kind of feels because of the way that all the Dragon eco kind of scales and the Blacksmith scale. If you can get deep into Feudal Age intact, that's where Ottomans can take the lead. With the extra military school, with the extra Vizier points, but it takes a very long time. They nerfed this Civ pretty hard. And in fairness, it was deserved. If we're being completely real, Ottomans were broken. They were ban-worthy. They were actually second banned, most banned in fact, behind Rus in tournament play. The nerfs were needed. But I do think the nerfs were misguided in their location. Because of the nerfs that they applied to the Ottomans, at the highest level, this feels like a Civ that just really can't play Feudal anymore. Not against Civs that actually compete in Feudal. Against another boomy Civ, one that doesn't care about it, sure, whatever, but that doesn't really count. Against these Civs that thrive off of Order of the Dragon, French, Delhi, that's where we're seeing Ottomans' win rates just go down the drain. Question mark is going to be, how is Wham going to fix that? Can he fix that? Good start on the sheep. 10 already. Meanwhile, other side, looks like it's going to be a 12 split. North side of the map, just completely unscoured. That's really bad for Corvinus here, because if you look at Wham's rotation, his next move should be to go north and then just drift around and eventually scout the enemy base. So we could end up with, what, 15 sheep at least here for the Ottomans? And then on top of that, you have Anatolian Hills. Other side of this, only 6 sheep left over for Corv. And he's gone for mine work. It means he's going to have to play Pocket Ecos. So we're in for a very different game than what we saw between Corvinus and Corvinus and Faye. The reason is that in this game, Corvinus is going to have to play Pocket Economy straight away, almost. Even though the deer are close, it's still a risk, and that opens up the floodgates for Sipahi to do things. The issue we saw in the Faye game is that her Sipahi had no pacing to take control of the map. Just too many sheep, wrong timing. Corv didn't have to try and come out too quickly. This is where the game's going to feel different. Premier Register is on the way. And Spearman already shuffling across. You know what I'd love to see here from WAM, actually? This would be sick. Is if they move over to this deer and then push the deer away from the base. We've been highlighting a lot at the moment just how powerful it is to push deer in to have more eco. Something I have not seen enough players do is shove deer away from the base. We've seen them split the stack up, but we haven't seen them push the deer further out. If you do that in this matchup, like the issue you're going to see here is that the Sipahi are going to have free reign in this area. And that's going to force outpost after outpost investment to try and defend it. A little bit of poke from Spiz. Ooh, nice grab. Not good enough though. Wham somehow finagled his way out of that. He's still going to end up losing that spear though. I'd say at this point, you just should be disrupting the deer. You've got 8 HP left, you're just going to die. But what he's trying to do right now is just idle delay. He understands the mine work timing, relies on that initial gold to get those fast tech unlocks. And if you restrict the gold as well, it prevents your opponent from A, going fast castle, or B, going into those men-at-arms spams. And that's something you need, right? If you are able to delay the men-at-arms timing by, say, a minute, then you're able to get your initial supply online. And here we go. That's going to be confirmation of exactly what's coming. Rax drop. Wham should be all too aware of where this potentially goes. Now, Wham's reaction is going to be an intriguing one, because now that you've seen Rax, I feel like you have to play it safe and go archery range as much as you want to go Sipahi. Because if you misread this and it's Spearman, you're screwed. If it's men-at-arms and you have archers, you can at least kite and slowly kill them off, right? But if you're wrong about this and you double down on Cav, it feels like a GG, because you've just given control of the game over to the dragon. God, every time I call them the dragon, I just want to say Rara afterwards. All right, there, I've done it. I got it out of my system. Any Durgan enjoys? Conceptually, I really like the idea of Order of the Dragon, by the way. Kind of reminds me of StarCraft 2, the co-op mode, playing as like Zeratul. Because Zeratul's Civ is basically a hybrid of, well, not hybrid, but a sub-faction of the Protoss, where his units are like doubly effective. They take double the pop and double the cost. Now, I'm not saying we stole the idea from there. But I can tell you, like, that Civ slid into the game to feel very comfortable, very unique. Just feel like all the dragons missing something, an extra layer to the cake to complete that uniqueness. What we're missing, I figured it out. We need Giga Siege. And what is up, Mad Mike? Thank you for the resub, buddy. Get those Prime Gaming subs across on my Twitch side. I need money. Do you know how expensive it is to A, feed a baby, but then also kill my liver simultaneously? You guys make it all possible. Yeah, hear me out. Giga Siege. So like, imagine a Springle the size of a Great Bombard. Yeah? Yeah? We're on board. A Culverin the size of a Great... I don't know why I'm angling for this. I mean, everything has to be bigger with these guys, right? Maybe they get Mega Outposts. No, I'm going to stop now. I'm not going to finish that for... I don't want Mega Outposts. But I know what Ottoman players want. They want out of castle as quickly as possible. It is indeed going to be the fast castle build. Pretty expected choice here. You just can't play long feudal. We highlighted why. Like, this Civ dominates you. The feudal units... I feel like that's the point where the stat difference is biggest and most notable, most painful. And there's just certain units you can't easily solve for. The other issue is, like, it's scaling logic, right? Once you're at scale, countering these big, clunky boys that are strong is much easier. Sniping them out efficiently, much easier. But at the beginning, it's an uphill chore. This double archer range, I think... Corvinus, this is too slow. Compared to what we saw last game, where he baited Faye into a false sense of security. He managed to snipe a few units. He forced an early fight she didn't want. The difference here is Wham isn't being forced to fight at all. He's just chilling at home. Love the Imam point as well. Just top off your units against the melee, and then on top of that, you can now try to snatch relics away. In the event this is a fast castle build from Corvinus, you're taking away what he needs off the map. If it's not, you can draw his attention somewhere and then go elsewhere with the imams. Because the thing is, you've already seen the racks. I think Wham scouted the archer range. Even if he didn't, it kind of makes sense that it's going to be archers spearmen a lot of the time. Because that's where you can get the biggest edge. But that means it's a slow-moving comp. Do you think they should have like a temporary march and drills? So you think that they should have forced march? That's what we should call the ability instantly. Like a crazy idea. I've never heard that one. No, I'm kidding you. Yeah, the kind of a pseudo deli ability. That could be intriguing. You know what I really like they added? Because I remember talking about it years ago now. Is the trample of the cataphracts. I remember highlighting the idea of how cool it would be if there was knights that could charge faster, but they couldn't stop their charge. And I remember how fun that was in Total War Arena, for anyone who played that. Total War Arena, I don't know what happened to that game. I had a lot of fun with that game. But Alexander had like the hammer and anvil, and the logic was that when you activate the anvil, your cav, or the hammer rather, they charged up in a direction. They charged really quickly in a direction. And the trade-off was you can't cancel it. So, if you just ran into a spearman line, GG. It died? Well, yeah, but like I don't know why it died necessarily. I think it was the beta phases for Total War Arena. It was a decent game. I think the issue was they went... Yeah, I remember actually. They had a pretty stable beta. It was really fun. I think they were even letting people buy into the game and get their hands on things. And then the logic was that they would refund you and let you do whatever you want with it at launch. But the launch came like well over a year afterwards, after they had an amazing beta. It's so sad to see. Dude, I wish someone else would revisit that. Because it was a really cool way of kind of mobilizing strategy games. You know what it was? It was kind of like the World of Tanks of strategy games, now that I think about it. Now, some people hate World of Tanks, but like the idea isn't bad. And I thought the execution was decent. I still remember I was a filthy Roman spammer. I would use the guy who had the Legionaries as his primary. Those boys were strong. Anyway. Push coming in. Notice that Wham isn't contesting it yet. He's not losing anything that's worth it to contest. Men-at-Arms are getting queued up. They are coming out of the military school, so it's going to take a bit of time. But right now, you may notice an issue with the comp for Corvinus here. It's way too much Gilded Archers. That's a problem, because it means that you can easily be jumped like this, and on top of that, once the Mangonel comes out, you're in trouble. Nice dive to the backside. Doesn't want to waste time with the Spearman. Archers are trickling away at this, just trying to take down the spears. Those spears are threatening, by the way. Their base damage is insanely high. You need to show them respect. But now that the spears are almost gone, that's where the supply can start to ride in. But I think we haven't got stables yet, right? No stables. So no active push into it. It's just going to be spam men-at-arms. Interesting play here. Ram's now going to move into the military school, but fair to say this army's getting cleared up. Behind this, we are seeing Corvinus trying to play into Age 3. The problem, though, is you've given Wham map control temporarily, and look at what he's trying to do with it. Imams are on the move. Moss drop should be coming in right now. And we could easily be looking at 3 to 4 relics going the way of the autos. Villagers just trying to keep that one alive. Military school is going to fall, though. And last, the archer's going to go down. So, expensive army to lose. And the problem now is your opponent's already started to mass men-at-arms. So by the time you tech up, he could be at 12 to 15 with his MAA. And look at the response. Because this is the issue. This is what I don't like about all-in dives to secure a tech up of Order of the Dragon. I can't think of a worse civ for rescaling an army after losing it. The production time is way too long. He got forced to make this choice by the fact that he lost his army like that. Yeah, this is a bad, bad feeling. This is fundamentally an issue with Order of the Dragon that is tough to fix, because if you let them surge their army too quickly, they're going to be broken, because their units are very hard to contest, right? But fundamentally, like at the core of it, I feel like the issue with this civ is they have to keep snowballing, or they just lose the game. I can't think of another example of a civ so clearly that the moment they throw an army away, the game kind of feels over. I guess it's also partially to do with the fact that there's no progressive increase, right? Your progressive increase is more like spikes instead of a ramp effect. And what I mean by that is, you know, another civ like Ottomans right now, just going to queue up the men-at-arms one by one by one by one. Very cost efficient to get into, 120 resources each. You lose 20 of these men-at-arms, 240 resources each to replace. what you have to consider is Order the Dragon as a civ, like the way that they rescale into units is comparative to other civs when they build knights. That's a difficult comp to make work. The ones that do make it work build off of a lead where they don't lose the units. The problem here is when we're talking about infantry, it's so much easier to misplace them and lose them. Villager gathering on the right side here. Oh my god, Corvin. Everything but 5 of his villagers are here. Oh my god, I think he might just be dead. Men at Arms. Now going to chase one in. The only upside is the mango. Oh, okay, the mango is here. Jesus Christ, come on. That is brutal. I thought I heard the wheels moving, the cogs on the go. Villagers are going to be pulled to try and contest that. Mango looks like it should be going down. Before it does, one last Hail Mary. Not enough damage done, but the idle time alone, right now, a third of the economy of the Dragon is resting. Behind this, we are now looking at 4 Relic game, a 2 TC play as well. Wham. Really liking this build. He just gave himself scalability against an opponent who has no backup plan. This isn't 2 TC from the Dragon. This isn't mass relics. This isn't Regnants. At this point, you're just kind of being hung out to dry. So what does Wham do? Backs off. Doesn't need to rush the end anymore. He's got the lead by a mile. What's the recovery arc now for Corvinus? Probably 2 TC. Feels really bad to do here, but you don't have an all-in timing anymore. Like, what's your strategy? Build men at arms? Okay, there's already crossbows on the way. You could try and go for your own crossbows. That can work to hold. But if you're not scaling extra eco, and this is happening on the other side, you're just going to lose the game in 20 minutes. The sad part as well is Corvinus lost his scout, so he doesn't even know he's against 2 TC. He can maybe anticipate it by the fact that Wham backed up. Because, to be honest, if you're 1 TC, just keep going. Isn't Wham slowing down a bit the fault you described earlier today? Good question. I don't think it's a bad thing in this situation because of the lead he's built. We highlighted that Order of the Dragon gets weaker as the game goes on and Ottomans get stronger. In conjunction with the fact that he's got all the relics and a 2nd TC, there's no easy play that Corvinus has to get out of this. Whereas if you trickle men-at-arms in against sprinkled defenses, you give over an opportunity. So you have to read the matchups and understand the power spikes. Order of the Denter do not want to play later into the game. They want the game over as quickly as possible. Right? For anyone who likes rushing, honestly, you should be trying Order of the Dragon because they fit this quota perfectly. We always highlight that when you get into Imperial Age, this civ just falls apart. Meanwhile, Ottomans may have been nerfed, but what is the area of their game that still feels OP? It's Imperial Age. So I actually don't mind that he's done this. I think it's the correct read. You reset, you get your troops together, and you go again. Oh. Corvinus trying to hug the tree line, hug the cliffside to go in here. Is going to be seen. He'll always get a few eco kills, but now he knows about the 2nd TC, and this is rough. Janissary is also now being queued up. Oh, this is brutal. What's the play? Corvinus is just trying to go Imperial, isn't he? That's insanely greedy, but it kind of fits the idea of what I was saying, where you need a 2nd TC. The problem is when you go 2nd TC, your opponent doesn't know you're going 2nd TC. When you go Imperial Age, they know you're going Imperial Age. And that's dangerous considering you saw your opponent spamming men-at-arms. Now, credit to him, Corvinus is wasting a lot of Wham's time. But he should realize what's happening here. Wham should realize, okay, these men-at-arms are idling me for a reason. I need to discover what that reason is. That's exactly why he's on the move. Men-at-arms, shuffling out. Janissary's going to have to kite a little bit. And crossbows are now here as well. So it looks like these guys should get cleared up. Wow. The interesting thing is if he parks his army mid-map and he confirms the tech up, there's a window of opportunity to just end this game. For Corvinus, he needs a few minutes. It's not enough to get past the Swabe complete. You then need 2 to 3 minutes. That's a long time in a game like this, considering how big the army of Wham is. Siege engineering is also on the way. Rams have been built into. Oh, man. He's got, what, double springled? No relics, of course. Production is far away by comparison. This is a very dangerous pass. Wouldn't Order the Dragon Imp be big with hand cannoneers and knights? Once again, it's a scalability issue in Instaleaf. He took a hit to the economy. He missed out on relics. How do you quickly get into the idea of hand cannoneers and knights? That's 480 resources per unit of what you just described. How do you get that scale? It's so difficult. This has constantly been the issue of Order the Dragon. If they aren't continuously scaling, if they fall behind, recovery is very difficult. bar your opponent making a big mistake. And I think the only mistake for Wham in that situation would have been diving, starting defenses, and just dying. So what does he do? He chills, he gets more military schools online, he bolsters his eco lead, and now he can look to march in. And the timing is almost perfect here. He's halfway across the map when the Palace of Suabe completes. Double ram, Mango on the way in. And here's the other issue. Palace of Suabe over time will return value. For now, it's straining your economy more. Now, the crazy thing about this landmark, same with the HRE's version, it's so cost efficient that it doesn't strain your eco too much. But in a game where your units cost so much food, you feel it, and he doesn't even want it because it got scouted clearly. GT gets called straight away. I mean, this is the thing. He had one recovery arc, one hope, but the reality is this matchup, the way that Wham played it, I think was correct. If I had to highlight a mistake coming out from the side of Lord of Dragon, the side of Corvinus, you know, he tried to go for this kind of more feudally all-in play. He didn't find a high-value target. He dove the back of the base and guaranteed no reinforcing. He had way too many archers, not enough units that could kind of threaten in melee, and I think that definitely hurt him there. But great patience by Wham. A lot of Ottoman players would have felt pressured to defend their gold and lost the game. He trickled out instead, bought his time. Then, what does he do? He strikes for relics and TC. Builds that eco lead that he knows the Order of the Dragon can't. What is up, Myriad? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Oh, I assume you just finished the work. I hear we might be doing that show match on Sunday. In fact, let me put that in the title so people know. Indeed. Off till next week now? Nice. Yeah, I was saying, like, Saturday doesn't work for me, but that's about it. Sunday works really well. Or, like, next weekend. But I think you want to do Sunday. Oh, by the way, Voldemar did say that you don't have enough Civ diversity to do more than a best of 5. I'm not stirring the pot here. Chat. One's if he said that. One's if he said exactly that. Come on, guys. Don't leave me hanging here. Ones. There we go. He literally was in here earlier. I was like, what are we thinking? Best of 7? Best of 9? Best of 5? He's like, BO5. And then his words were, Myriad doesn't have enough Civ diversity. I would happily do a BO15. You going to take that, Myriad? You going to take that? Get in there, mate. Get him on the BO15. BO21. So, one thing I'd say, I'd recommend making it a player 5 anyway, though. We'll do 75-25 split, so that the coaching you got from Beastie isn't for nothing at least. Sorry, that's his tax rebate on the coaching sesh. Dude, the comical element of, like, watching Warman conflicted between Beastie and Voldemar's feedback, right? Because they have very conflicting ideas about English. Is that Beastie says that the blacksmith techs are really important, and then Voldemar's like, you don't need them. I think they're quite important by the time you got like 12 archers. Personally. Sorry, Voldemar. That sounds like I'm leaning towards the other guy's opinion. Oh no. Emma, how long until food actually? Let me figure this out. I think we might be eating soon, but obviously, if that's the case, I'll put up a vid and then I'll come back afterwards. I'll choose a game you guys haven't seen. If that's the case. Is Emma here? Voldy and I chill will be fun on Sunday. Hell yeah. More Myriad and KP casting? Oh, I'll have to see about that. Make a caster out of him. How I'm dressing now with a tie is how we'll make him dress. He'll be the one in the t-shirt, just wearing a tie. I might just have to do this on an official broadcast. Was on Sunday? It's a show match. Wait, is there actually like the 2v2 thing? I can't remember if there's actually a tournament happening on that day. Is there? Yeah, Mira, I don't know if you want to go around calling yourself the Kid Slapper, mate. I don't think you thought that name out. I mean, I guess it's better than going with the title, the Child Beater, but like, you know, like, calm down, mate. If you... It's like, you know when someone's smack talking kids on COD, and they're like, I'm gonna F these kids up. You're like, whoa, wait, I'm gonna F these kids. Like, hold on a sec, what did you say? Did you, like, record yourself and play it back? Okay, so. Gully, Bliet, can you please find more games? So I can cast? Like, make yourself useful, son. I like how Gully was like, I'm done for the day. And then after a 2-hour break, he's like, okay, the English mirror is out of my mind now. He's a man now in college and everything. That's true. So what we're saying is if you knock him out, his dad ain't going to come and fight you. That's very smart. Very, very astute of you. Let me have a look here. Did Mr. Crackmeister have any good matchups the last few days? Probably not. Oh, yeah, cool. Ed Gileadi. Was that the first of the Zebras with a Z? Who that? Wait, who's called the first of the Zebras? I'm actually intrigued now. Let me check this. Oh, they're like 1400. Yeah, they're ranked 1400th. We don't care. Someone from Belgium. They only plays Byzantines. Wait, has Don been playing actually? Like, where's Don? Dude, Don's like AWOL. I'm heartbroken, man. 21 days ago? Jesus, I shouldn't have told him to go touch some grass. Probably got like a paper cut from grass and he got infected or something. Guy's gone. GG. Chad Lord Donati's probably like got a GF and a life now. He's never come back, guys. I need someone else to start villager rushing with English, please. You can start today. Myriad, it's time to take up that helm. You like English? Villager pools. Thank you. God, that would be great in the show match. Just pick English. Just rush with villagers. Food in 10 minutes. There we go. I got confirmation. All right. Is it actually going to be ready in 10 minutes? Because if that's the case, we haven't got enough time to start another game. But what I can do, guys, I can put the replay on now. And then I'll come back afterwards with alcohol and more games to cast. 15 minutes. You lying piece of That's why I can't trust people. All right, let's check on Dudu. Let me check Dudu's data, see if they've had an interesting opponent. Can't believe I was lied to, man. Oh wait, Elyona. Who's Elyona? We haven't checked on Elyona in a while. Maybe they've got some interesting ones. GUA versus Elyona. HRE versus Ayubits. Do we do Dudu? You know what, dude? I don't ever cast Juji games. Let's cast a Juji game. I can't believe it. I kind of want to cast Juji. I'll probably cast one Juji game and be like, alright, that's enough Juji for a month. But, you know, it's like... I feel like, it's a perfect example at the moment when I'm looking at, like, ranked games to cast, and I see it's Delhi. I'm just like, I can't be asked. I cast so much Delhi in pro play, it's boring. Well, not boring, but, like, if you had the choice, is what I mean. The game is usually quite exciting in pro play, but like from the logic of like, okay, do I really want to watch another Delhi game if I have the choice? I say as I'm clicking into a Delhi game, I just realized Elyona's playing Delhi. Okay, whatever. So I just went on a rant about how I actually want to cast UG because I'm sick and tired of casting Delhi games because I cast so much competitive and there's always Delhi. So why would I want to cast more? And after I'd done this long tandem as we loaded in the game and I convinced chat, like, yeah, Shuji, woo! Suddenly it feels good to watch Sugar News spam. I can't believe it because it's different. And then realized that it's against Delhi. But welcome back to the AoE4 action. These two are very high ranked, actually. Elyona needs no introduction. We've cast him time and time again. I'm sure you've seen a few of Dudu's replays on this channel. Alyona right now is ranked 41st in the world at the time of recording. 1848 elo. Other side of it, Dudu's doing better though. This is Mio Micah. They are up in, I think, 14th in the world, if I'm not mistaken. 16th, sorry. 16th in the world, 2023 elo. Very impressive. We were actually casting him just the other day in that amazing Zhuji versus Chinese game up against Voldemar that Voldemar probably doesn't want me to talk about, but I'm going to tell you guys about it anyway. Voldemar's cheeks got clapped so hard, you'd actually want a camera on it so you can catch it in slow-mo, right? Like the impact of it. Dudu's been doing some fierce stuff. It's interesting as well, because I feel like... Have I just missed Mio Micah in tournaments, or does he just not enter? Because I feel like I never see Mio Micah in tournaments now. In AoE 4. I know he was just earlier today streaming Zero Space. So it's pretty impressive that he's maintaining that sort of position on the ladder, while also clearly playing other RTSs as well. But I think... I'm looking at his list now, because I'm curious on this one. Mio Micah... Okay, so he played the Rising Empires Weekly 71. And then after that, you'd have to go back to Golden League 2. So he was on one hell of a break away from AoE 4. But still seems to play a decent amount of it. Opening-wise, let's check out how the sheeps are going, by the way. It looks like about even Stevens. There's a little bit of the map left between them that hasn't been explored, right? I think the back corner. So there's extra sheep at home for Alyona. Pretty good start. Very important that you take those food sources away. It's usually Chinese, they're all about getting as much sheep as possible so they can just zerg the food income. And that allows a lot of flexibility, right? Where you can start talking about horsemen, Chigenu, all the options start to open up. We're going to hit the 2 times here, though, because it's like Dudu is going to be moving out for the Jiang, not Jiang, sorry, Meditation Garden. Wait, what? That isn't in range of the stone, right? Yeah. Okay, so not too bad. 36 food, 25 stone, 25 gold. Nothing crazy. Honestly, I thought they'd just go with this one. I feel like this one's not much difference. I genuinely think stone is heavily overrated on land maps for Meditation Garden. It's almost irrelevant. The reason is a lot of people see stone Meditation Gardens like, oh, free TC. Yeah, guys, here's the thing. If you're relying on Meditation Garden to get you a TC, why not just actually gather resources? It's 10 times quicker. That's the reality of the situation. The only reason you get value out of Meditation Garden stone outcropping is for hand cannon slits, or the very big value point for it is actually on maps like Holy Island, where you can usually get like double stone, and then you get the arrow slits for free. The naval arrow slits are a game changer for this civ. But outside that, Medi Gardens, to me, should always be focused around food, gold, and wood. Food being the #1 thing. Because food is something you need at every stage in the game, and food is the dangerous resource in the early game. The thing that runs out quickest out of the free. Outside this, opening for the Delhi is going to be pretty standard here. We're going to be getting into the stables. So nothing unorthodox so far. Typically, if you're playing the Zhuji, your response to this should just be to hunker down with a few spears and add in Chiganu. It's a pretty good mass to focus on. Looks like instead of going for the spears to begin with, though, it's just going to be mass Chiganu. This is interesting. It does work if you're not planning to come out your base, because you just build up a critical number, right? The issue for Alyona, they need to scout this very quickly and just start scaling mass archers. The attack speed archers of the Delhi are pretty damn good at dealing with this, and the cool thing is if you then have Ghazi coming alongside it, you don't need to dive into the base. The way you lose this matchup as Delhi is you have to dive into the enemy base. Your goal should be to secure these sacred sites and wall them off. Mainly the center one. I think the builds I've been seeing, I'm the biggest fan of the Delhi one where you just wall the central sacred site, because Zhuji with this build don't have mobility. So playing flank sacred sites is difficult anyway. In most cases, your opponent might send one Chiganu up there, and you send a Ghazi to kill them. I'm curious, like, is there... I feel like Delhi should be statistically favored in this matchup, right? No. Look, Zhuji basically plays a little bit like Chinese. And China was very good against the Civ. In fairness, a big part of why China was very good against Delhi, though, was the Barbican placement that stopped the Sacred Site win condition, right? And then Song Dynasty nicely scaled. Zhuji is a bit different. They're a bit weaker in that regard. So I'm checking recent statistics. Delhi versus Zhuji, 30% win rate for the Delhi. Now, keep in mind, not many people play Delhi on the ladder. If we go to the previous patch, Zhuji versus Delhi, yeah, 54.2%. So yeah, both scenarios, this patch and the previous one, Delhi is at a negative win rate against the Civ. And it does make sense when you think about it. Attack speed buffer aside from the Tower of Victory, your archers are going to need more numbers to deal with the Chuganu. I think the way that you win this as a Delhi is you basically have to stomp out the timing of the Zhu. You have to kind of cut them down. Now, the problem, of course, is you can't really start cutting them down until about 8 minutes when you've got Sanctity locking in Sacred Sites, because they don't have a reason to come out before that. And the goal right here for Dudu is going to be to get the correct amount of Chuganu to just rush out. One thing I'm not a big fan of is the fact that Elyono has not added in a single archer yet. They should know the comp has to be Chuganu spears. Chuganu can eventually just take over on their own, but they need supporting units in the meantime. And looks like he does scout it. So the moment he sees the spear, archers do get queued up. Another thing you got to keep an eye out for this matchup is the blacksmith timing. It's already getting prepped. With supervision, Steel Dara can just ambush you. It's the thing that I think makes Zhu so scary at this point in the game. Same with Chinese. Their timings on blacksmiths are egregiously aggressive. There isn't really many civs that can mirror, match it, or contest it. And the awkward thing with Delhi, usually one of the downsides for Delhi matchups is they always force you to go blacksmith techs because they're passive. And they're getting into them all times. But the cool thing about the Zhu is you can get there so quickly. Even if they open blacksmiths to start their age, you can be ahead of them on that first tech. Now, Steel Dara is not being supervised. I think that's a missed opportunity, but the problem is when you're playing Zhu compared to Chinese, you just don't have the Imperial officials for it. However, considering that Dudu has arrived at the enemy base, it's probably not a bad thing. As long as he doesn't get forced into a fight, he can wait the entire duration. What worries me is Elyono shouldn't be allowing him to stand here. The archer count, the Ghazi count should be high enough to just disintegrate this force. So that's exactly what they're going to try and do, but... Wow, okay, that to me just reeks of too much hesitation. That was a golden opportunity to try and close and cut them off. Like, you have, what, 6 Ghazi? But he's paranoid about the Chuganu, right? He's showing a lot of respect because he understands at any point that Steel Dara could come in. And he didn't want to dive in with the Ghazi and then get paper shredded. Because remember, you'd be taking 6 damage from a ranged unit in that situation. That's a lot of damage, considering archers typically will be dealing out, what, 3? So Undermesh only now coming through. This is still a problem for Elyono. Miramiko's just been a lot more efficient about this. Steel Dara immediately into Undermesh. He's already prepping for the next step, which is Elyono shouldn't be relying on Ghazi. It's difficult. This is more like your body blocker, pincher, and your absorber. The archers are the ones to break the back of this army. The fact that he's a tech behind like this, I'm a little bit disappointed in the opening. I think going for second archery range here versus going blacksmiths doesn't make a lot of sense. You need that extra tech. This is one of those civs that does it to you. The likes of Zhu, Chinese, and Byzantines are pristine examples where Delhi benefit a lot from double blacksmith play. Otherwise, they fall behind. Still cutting reinforcements. Main army is camping, though. Now, interesting thing here is Dudu could just sit right here on the edge and snipe out the archers as they spawn. A little bit surprised they didn't want to do that, but they probably feel like it's a bit too close to the TC, and they're going to risk just getting sniped. Instead, they are going to be backing up. The funny thing is, gradually, I know I said Meditation Garden sucks for stone, but you can see with this type of build how it eventually has a transitional point of TC, right? It takes a very long time. It would be a late town center, but this is one interesting thing about Zhu is I think they have a better purpose for late TC than Chinese because of that element. I'm going to stand by my guns. I think of all the resources on land maps, this is the most valueless of the 4. Doesn't have no value, but compared to the others, it feels pretty worthless. But funnily enough, when a game drags like this and you kind of have the Delhi by the balls, you will eventually get that transitional opportunity. Ghazi, keep on riding. Yeah, not a great exchange there. And there's still a mass on the north side, so it looks like he's successfully balanced this map out. I mean, Elyono, have they actually had more than like a minute of capture time in this game? They've been getting blocked pretty efficiently. Miramiko is dirty on this civ, man. And farms? The fact that he's able to afford farms alongside all this. And remember, this is Tang Dynasty, no Song Dynasty, so he's not getting this cheaper. I'm curious, from this position, do you just go castle? Or do you just all in continuously? They're prepping Palace Guard. Usually when I see people going early Palace Guard, I feel like they're leading into Castle Age. Because this is very difficult to sustain with limited food. Like, you don't want to be throwing away these units like pointless cannon fodder. Right? And against 36 Delhi archers, they're going to feel like cannon fodder. So what is the win condition now for Elyono? Because you're playing Delhi, typically your win condition is Sacred Sites. You now need a fallback plan. I actually think they just have to try and get towards Castle. And it feels really bad because you're going to have to get to Castle with no Sacred Sites. But the longer you play this age, the worse it's getting, right? Like, the Chuganu count is scarily large. The Spearman count is going to disintegrate the Ghazi. At this stage, actually, the only thing I'd criticize for Miyamika is too many spears, not enough Chuganu. You don't need this many, right? But this just guarantees the Ghazi are never touching you. So then he's just relying on the idea that the Chuganu are good enough to win. What scares me about Zhu Ji, same with Chinese at this position in the game, a lot of players will just go relentlessly all in on Chuganu Mass because it's broken at scale. I'm a bigger fan of just getting 50 to 60 and then choosing Castle. Wow, dude. That is a big miss micro, Elyono. Now has to replace those losses, and they're expensive. So the reason why I'm a big fan of just going Castle Age around 50 Chuganu is because you can immediately supervise into the veterancy. So you park your army for a fight, supervised, 30 seconds later, boom. You're an uncontestable force. Instead, it looks like it's going to be very feudal focused here. More Palace Guard now being added in. Makes a bit more sense now that Ghazi are fitting, right? It's just an effective tank against the archers. It's either that or Horseman. I guess the thought process here is like Palace Guard kind of a bit more junky while being less mobile. But that's not a bad thing because in this situation, Chuganu are slow anyway. So Horseman being fast doesn't really matter. Palace Guard dive in, and yep, you see immediately why no one bothers with early men-at-arms, or early Palace Guard rather. The other problem is similar to the Horseman in this situation. Just so many archers, when you charge forward of your Chuganu mass, you just lose them. Because the Chuganu can't trade, because they're slower than the archers. So it's a very weird position to find yourself in, but this is where I'm expecting breaks to be put on in terms of producing and tech up to come out. Like, this would be a very strong point in the game for Miyamika to make that transition. And this is what Chuganu are able to do at scale. They can just front line into the enemy base and still tech up behind. Spearman, do you get the brace in? Ghazi are looking roughed up here. Chuganu mass has been reduced though. These archers fighting well. The Ghazi actually absorbing a lot of the fire. However, now with the front line gone, this is where the Chuganu should be able to force the mana. Yeah, it's going to be a committed trade. And that's a lot of units getting shredded. Chuganu count down to 28, but look how quickly that archer count is shrinking. Even with production on his side, right next to this fight, it feels like a losing battle for Elyono. Oh, man. This unit is just absurd. Reminder, this is Tower of Victory Delhi archers. They attack quicker than standard archers, and yet they are having a hard time of it. And now, what? You can just all in or go tech. Either one's an option. The crazy part as well is, if you look at the backside, like it's a play on berries and farms at home. At this position, Miyamika could play Deer on the north side for better gains. Elyono's just lost all the Ghazi. They have no raiding potential anymore. They're going to need raiders to try and hold their base. And considering it's Palace Guard, like that's the thing I'd maybe like highlight to Miyamika. The optimal play here would be to get out on the good pocket resources. Deer, boar, these are all within reach now. And Elyono now with a desperation play. Compounded defender on the way. Oh man, I feel bad for them here. Their play makes sense. They just had a big trade. Both of them lost their army. Most players in this position from a Zhu Ji perspective would say, okay, castle now. Right, I've thrown away my feudal army. Time to get the castle. And from a Delhi player, that's exactly what you want to do. That's your strive, your goal in each game. But the fact that Miyamika has chosen to say no to that idea poses a very big threat now. Because Elyono's army isn't prepped to defend against this type of wave. And you can't rush an upgrade to get them ready for that either. To make things even worse, Elyono played with so much confidence that all of their production is on the front side of their base. So once they do lose their army, they have no way of getting a new one out. Even these premium units like the Knights, against this many Chuganu, they'll get 2 hit. There we go. Tech up complete. Dive comes in. Elyono is going to have to defend this area. The gold, the deer on the south side. If this will get scoured off, Dudu makes a move there. It's going to be a big Dudu in the middle of Elyono's base. This looks over. There's just nothing left to defend with. Palace Guard count is good enough. If he starts seeing this on the south side, there's nothing left to gain. And that's exactly what Pink is looking for. Miyamika Trying to scout it out. He sees the double mill. He should know where this is heading. And while the army chases north to just rout what little remains, he can easily spread out the Chuganu and start massacring the villages. No textiles even for Elyona. I mean, this is where you spell death, right? Like, the amount of Chuganu funneling in, the fact that you've got no extra layer of protection means this eco is going to start flopping. Brutal game, man. Chuganu timings. Always the frustration here. Spearman being prepped as well, just in case it does come down to that. The Lancer count is at least going to go up to 4, but there's no doubt about it, guys. Eco is starting to die. Even those that survive are simply not working. At this stage in the game, Elyona has over half of their villagers running around like headless chickens. Dudu says, you know what, chickens? That sounds finger-licking good. I love how there's no intent of ever going Castle Age here. Because why would you? You've got a grip on your opponent. We talked about this before. Like, when you have a win condition, when you have a time, win the game. Don't play around. That's how you lose. Now, with the last of the food access being denied, Elyona has no capability to get more. That's going to be a GG. Good constriction. Dudu, aka Miyamika, showing you exactly why they are possibly the most annoying GG player to meet on the ladder. Oh, well played. All right, so what we should do now, we should have food coming. So guys, what I'll do is I'll put up a match for you guys to watch while I eat, and then when I come back, we'll get into more live games, okay? So let me just grab one for you guys now. And yes, that was definitely a really good play. Like, they just peeled away control entirely. They just looked for one or two tiny mistakes being made on timings, and then there was no possibility that, like, Elyona could scale quick enough. Chuganu, like, are brutal in that matchup. I mean, we've seen Chinese disintegrate Delhi armies. It's a little bit different, but the thing that makes Juji kind of more effective is you have to realize that Chuganu scale starts sooner than the Chinese, right? So you can get to that mass that counts everything sooner. Okay, so 1 second, let me check what we got. So, let me have a ganders here. How long ago was that one? The Wham Tower bait. That was quite a good one, actually. All right, one Wham versus Voldy. They both share that one. Yeah, let's go Wham vs. Voldemort. I really like this one. Don't think I've shown this one on the channel. Obviously, we cast it originally, but outside that. All right, guys, so I'm going to go eat. When I come back, maybe some community games. We've got enough people. I'm not sure we've got enough people for that. If not, we'll look to cast some live from the ladder games. All right, enjoy it, and I'll see you soon. 100,000% Voldemort thought that he was going to be up against the English again. Oh, the kid is back, and I swear he's just a punching bag right now for the Canadians, isn't he? It's Wham on his main this time, not on the other account. He just went up against Puppy Paw. It was Wham before that, and it was always English. And Voldemort was literally just in our chat. He's like, I wonder, like, you know, I wonder what the solution is to the Fast Castle English build or the 2TC build. I'm going to figure it out. So 100% he got into this game, and he was like, it's going to be English again. I'm going to pick Byzantines. We're going to run it back. It's not Byzantines. Wham is playing the HRE, and I actually think HRE are really good in this matchup because of the march and drills detail. It seems really nitpicky, but it's insanely powerful. It allows you to play mid-map at an early phase of the game. It's such a crazy ramp-up as well. So I'm curious to see what Voldemar's reaction is going to be. Like, does he think Hippodrome works better here? Does he have to go for just a more defensive format? Because there's no denying that these new builds in the HRE focus a lot around being present and feudal. Yeah. And they're proving incredibly powerful. So, predictions in. Looks like some people believe in the power of Voldemar. So are they back in Byzantines or they're back in Voldy is what I'm curious with that one. Other side, I'm expecting this to just be a standard Archon. Like, I don't know what they're doing with Minework. The Minework changes and the Archon changes made more sense for Order of the Dragon. It balanced the choice a little bit, anchored it. But for HRE, I don't feel like it changed your outlook at all. You're still always going to do Arkin, right? And I think that's exactly what we're going to get here. Yep, Arkin up against the tree line. This could easily be mass archers, which I love to see. Mass archers is kind of interesting because, like, on the other side of it, Voldemort can get into jabs, right? But something's really scary about the HRE is with their gathering rates, they can realistically get a bunch of archers and get out on your berries before you get enough for jabs. Considering we're not seeing anyone switch over onto the trees, though. Okay, pause that thought. We're on the move. Only 2 villages doesn't sound like that much. Now we are cooking. 5 villages with the HRE prelate buff. I think we're about to get into some feudal warfare. And wow, he does know about the spawn. He knows about the god. Wait, can we just talk about this, by the way? Like, what the f... If only you were a Marlian player. Oh my god. That is one of the most cursed gold spawns, I think. Like, literally all of the gold in this game is for the Voldemar's base. If Wham just all in feudal, I don't actually know what Voldemar does. Like, he's got double berry, triple berry. Okay, so he can play Mercs for a bit. But he's never going castle, right? So if you keep pushing him here, he'll never be able to get castle age, and then you come over the top with men at arms, right? What's the scout haul looking like? We've got 11 sheep versus 7, so that's not great. I think Wham might benefit from like using his scout to push all these deer in. He's going to need it. The cool thing about doing that is it also gives you runway. Getting all these deer pushed under your TC is the equivalent of having an extra 10 sheep. So at that point, you're kind of approaching the idea where like Burgrave can work. I don't think you do it here, but if you saw a window where like Voldemar's getting desperate and looking for a tech up, it could work very well. Yeah, dude, this is this is actually insane. Well, meditation garden numbers, that would be 75 gold and 20 wood. Not bad. Not bad. Who needs imperial officials, right? Just get meditation gardens. Okay, no, guys, that is the dude. That is the Juji jackpot right there. Woo! 72 food, 25 stone, 10 wood. Talking about Juji as if they're ever going to get picked. 1 gold is big. Big versus small gold doesn't affect meditation garden unless I missed a change, which I'm pretty sure I didn't. Big versus small makes no difference. You're thinking of Marlian, sir. Archer Rangers coming in. So we are getting men at arms plus archers. And that is tough. I mean, what do you do as Byzantines against that comp? You can build Javs. And then what? Limitane, they'll die a little bit slower. This has to be Javs. There's no doubt in my mind. Oh my god, no. No. Okay, so I fervently believe that you cannot build Lombos in this matchup. Whether you're English or Byzantines, you will get hard counted by Archer HRE meta. The problem is that these Archers gap close way too quickly, so the Lombo's advantage in range is immediately lost. It's a big deal, actually. It makes it almost impossible to kind of hold, and you're playing a Civ that has a slower scalability than the English themselves, right? If English can't win this matchup doing this, what makes you think you can? I legit think, like, the moment that Wham confirms that it's an Archer contract, he'll just double down on Archer ranges. You'll see a second one added in. The reason this is really tough to contest the HRE on is because of their gathering rate. Like, the Arcan is on the tree line. They're getting 40% more wood. You've got this cute, and it really is cute, 14% increase. It doesn't compare. The men at arms are also just unanswered by this build. Steel Dagger is at least on the way. That's going to force Wham to add in a blacksmith himself. So it kind of loses the value directly that you get from the marching drills buff. But the reality is when you're playing essentially an English matchup as HRE, this was already a good matchup before the buffs, right? So on the delay where you actually had to build a blacksmith, even get marching drills, it was still a good matchup for HRE. So nothing has fundamentally changed here. Voldemar, I feel like the best thing you can do is find a way out of feudal age as quickly as possible. HRE is probably better at spamming archers than Roos is. To a point. So like the difference is like the reason why HRE seems so powerful right now is A, the marching drills being there by default, and B, it's the surge point. They produce a lot of archers very early on in the age. The comparative from a Dark Age perspective would be Mongols, right? When Mongols double produce Spearmen, they seem kind of broken when you have to match them. Because you can't match them. Archery is the same way. The initial difficulty that they had was setting up the archery ranges. But because Marching Drills is there by default, you've saved 150 wood that allows you to do this comp really healthily. If he adds in another archery range, I mean, at that stage, like this is going to snowball, right? He'll be at 22, 23 archers by the time Voldemar is almost 15 archers out. And that's before we equate the men-at-arms factor. Men-at-arms, which are also going to have undermesh. Walls have at least gone up, so interestingly enough, actually, Wham is trying to go around the flanks. He's going to have to go down the center. He does now have a blacksmith, so I'd really love to see just siege engineering. Just dent this forward outpost and go in. I think Voldemar's ticking the right boxes. Like, this is what you have to do here. But this still doesn't feel great. Scout also lost. You know, I always love it when your scout lives long enough to tell you just how you are. What's up, H4 Dukin? Thank you very much, my friend. Or should I say, Dukin? Seems appropriate because there's about to be a giant plasma hole in Voldemar's chest. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of men-at-arms. Steel Arrow is at least going to affect the outpost as well, so that's not too bad. But you could just torch this. Archers diving in. No Steel Arrow yet, though. Undermesh is already there. That's a good read by Voldemar. So he understood what he was up against here, right? Like, he's seen this build. I think a lot of people have seen this HRE build by now. That's the one grievance I have with Wham's build, is that he didn't get Steel Arrow before he went in. Now, what I'm wondering is if Wham is just trying to bait Voldemar to hang around in Feudal longer. If that's the case, you're failing to convince him. Voldemar's goal, his win condition, was always to get Castle Age as quickly as possible. And now you've delayed your own. Realistically, you haven't done enough damage. I honestly think Wham, like, for this to have worked, he needed to just all in. It feels a bit greedy to do it the way he's done it. Voldemar is now looking to punish him for it. Lombos looking to just trade out. Gets the space to get additional gold. Scout, sick micro there. Actually slowed down the men-at-arms from gap closing here. And immediately Wham hesitates. It's a fortified outpost. He can't get in now. And the walls are up. Voldemar. Oh, chef's kiss, man. Dude, he's so on point with this. I actually think Voldemar has control of this game now. Wham, I mean, he can catch up. Like, he does have some mid-map control. But Longbow veterancy will come in first, right? And, like, if you catch these men-at-arms guarding the center, it gets difficult. The positives for Wham is actually he has a decent number of men-at-arms. And once they're upgraded, these Longbos do nothing, right? Well, not nothing, but they don't do much. They do half damage. So this is now a race. Regnitz versus the normal olive-loving monks. Don't know why that makes them normal. The problem is that Wham has a huge edge with what he's done here. This many men-at-arms and archers is too many for Voldemar to come out and contest. One of the brilliant things about HRE that makes them so strong is that they can build prelates before they go castle. I think you're going to see Wham move out for this relic, and he'll move out for this relic. And then we are on the verge of a free, make that 4 actually, relic HRE game. And yes, Voldemar is 1 villager behind because he made a new scout and then lost that new scout. Sorry, Voldemar. It's fair to say the scouts have not been having a good time if they belong to the Greeks. Double prelate pump. Actually, no, he left the Arkham one in, so it's just going to be the central relic to begin with. Seems that Wham didn't want to sacrifice more eco. A little bit surprising. I think you can afford it here, especially considering your opponent looks like he missed some production. Oh, no, he's just building... No. No.
So that is the second scout being produced out of the TC.
He also seems to have missed a villager somewhere along the way. Yeah, he's a villager behind, and there's been no villager kills, right? And like that's even more bonkers, like, because Wham built a prelate, right? So it should have balanced out until this point. But now Voldemar's going to be 2 villagers behind. See, this is the real reason why Marine Lord is the absolute Chad Lord. Because he would have at least got 80 Bunty with 3 from scouts. Voldemar got none. I don't know why Marine Lord's catching Shane in this cast. We do it because we love the song, man. I swear. Wow, a lot of men-at-arms already upgraded. Voldemar's trying to get into Varangian, but that's a losing matchup, actually. The moment the first Varangian gets seen, it's going to be heavy maces, and then it begins to just feel like GG. And arms chasing in. First Varangian comes out, and that's just confirmation of what Wham needs to do next. I mean, actually, like, you don't even necessarily need to rush heavy maces. I think two-handed might be more value, just because you can counter lombos, right? Ugly fight for Voldy. Being pushed back into his base. In the meantime, more relics are now on the way home. It looks like Voldemar was a little bit too late. What the duck? Wham, you're playing HRE, not Japanese. I know you're playing as if you're Japanese by being President of Feudal, but like the wrong civ. Oops. So Wham, it's so stupid how fast they are. Wait, come back. You can't just walk away from the fight. I wasn't done yet. Don't worry, he'll be back. He's just waiting for a few little upgrades first. So relics now being dropped off. That's 3 relics about to be banged. 4th one just behind. This is... Voldemar has got a matter of minutes to do something, anything, or the game is over. Outpost on the 4 doesn't actually have any upgrades coming through. No stone being gathered. But you notice Voldemar, like, he sees the relic go in. That is such a sick fake. Wham is acting as if he's got a Springle coming in. So Voldemar has to respect that. Like, if he dives that, with a relic in placement, even the Varangian get wiped. That is a sick bait, man. Wham, now just posturing against this. Voldemar overextending. More men-at-arms are being added in AK Varangian, and that means, like, less longbows as this goes on. The crazy part to me is, like, the way that Wham keeps surging, it's as if Voldemar's like, oh no, there must be heavy maces. We can see it's now only being queued up. Every time he ran in like this, it's like he's lying to Voldemar about what he's doing. Like, I actually think there's a lot of subtle details in this game from Wham that is done intentionally to bait Voldemar, right? That outpost with a relic in but no upgrade was a perfect example. The men-at-arms chasing out like that, like, if you're Voldemar, your game experience over thousands of hours is telling you, okay, no, he's got heavy maces. Like, I'm going to lose this fight if I stay. And it buys him time so that now when you come back, he still thinks there's a Springled. I mean, at least, like, he's half right this time, right? There is actually going to be a Springled now. But that's so annoying. I mean, Voldemar, like, at that stage, his army was really impressive. He could have dented this base and done some significant damage to the farms. Wham was playing very greedy, right? He wanted those 4 relics. He wasn't trying to play mass military straight away. So now he gets away with it. And all of a sudden, I think we're going to have a pretty easy-peasy, cut-and-dry, fast Imperial game here. Right? Like, it's hard not to do this when you have 4 relics. And yeah, it's not the case of, like, you can't see where they've got heavy maces. It's the fact that when people make moves like that, you assume that heavy maces is coming through. Like, the highest level of play right now, you see it with Royal Bloodlines as a perfect example. Players will force a fight just before upgrades come through to bait their opponent in, so that when they're then engaged, so then you get the value out of the upgrade, right? Like, sure, you take a little bit of damage at the beginning. It's a bad trade for 3 seconds, but then it's a good trade for 10+. That's what he was doing. So, like, the thing that was genius about Wham there, he didn't have heavy maces coming at all. He just acted as if he was, right? He saw that Voldemar slightly overextended, and he knew that all it would take is posturing as if you had an advantage coming to freak Voldemar out. He built 20+ Varangian because his goal was to break the front line and then rush into the eco. Varangian, the reason why Varangian is the bread and butter of Byzantines right now is, despite all this complaint about having less stats and costing, like, a weirder resource abundancy and costing more, they're a really good unit because they're hybridized. I'm not talking about their ability to build transport ships. I'm talking about their ability to kill eco really effectively. They also snowball fights in that if you start to win a fight, you activate Berserk and it wipes the fight. So this is the utility you get out of the Varangian that normal men-at-arms don't actually possess. And then on top of that, you eventually go into Teardrop Shields, which just makes them a crazy unit. Wow, continues to go. Springle placement is there now. Voldemar. This is an ugly one now, man. He's trying to snipe out the crossbows, so his Varangian don't die too quick. But even with that gone, it's the men-at-arms now The +2 damage as well. Like, that's another thing. The Varangian have higher base damage, but there's no melee tech. And behind this, Wham is also teching up. Voldemar needs to sense this, like he should. He's seen enough of these HRE games to know that with the way this game is gone, that the numbers don't mathematically make sense, right? Like, something has to be being invested elsewhere. It's just annoying with this Springald. It's so bloody tanky with the E-repairs, and the damage is so high. This defense, 3 shots for Varangians. That's insane. Clash comes in. Wham needs to be careful. Notice that he's not overextending, because if he loses all the men-at-arms, he's going to lose the economy. It's going to be GG. So he needs to buy time in the retreat. Dive now coming in. Wallop, Varangian being brought low. Only 11 left over. I mean, this is actually really good micro from Wham. The problem is the raw numbers for Voldemar are overwhelming here. Men-at-arms are down. Second wave needs to get involved. And they are trickling out. On the way. Imperial Ace reach. Voldemar needs damage. He needs it ASAP. The problem is now the damage feels circumstantial, right? It feels irrelevant when you're up against this many TCs at such a discounted rate. So you need to shut down these farms, and you need to do it permanently. Voldemar clearing up what little comes out. More troops on the way. He has a pristine opportunity to close this game in the next 2 minutes, but he needs to find Eco. He needs to maintain lead and ensure that the men-at-arms numbers do not swell up. Lombo's diving in deeper in the meantime. This is a great read by Voldemar, but a dangerous game he now plays. One small fatal error is all it takes, and any error would be fatal here. And wait, was Wham killing the reinforcements? Is that what was happening? He had a lot more men-at-arms, so good read there. No. Like, I think they were just kind of trickling in some weird places. There were a few cutting reinforcements, but not enough. However, now you have a problem. Elite men-at-arms is coming. Wham hasn't got much food, but you don't really need much anymore. These Lombos are taking a long time to arrive. This is so infuriating for Voldemar, because he knows, like, he has to keep kill. You, like, if you're not killing a villager every 3 seconds, you're falling behind, right? Like, that is the power you get from the Palace of Swabia plus primary TC. And it's insane how cheap it is as well. Only 17 food. So good trade, Voldemar. Getting rid of as much as possible. You can see he's now macroing up for Imperial himself. Lombo count low enough that they're not really going to kill much now with Textiles being in, but he knows the Lombos are gone, right? Like, that's his objective isn't to keep here for much longer. It's just to buy time. Voldemar still with military advantage, but he needs to be teched up in the next minute. Any longer, and it's too late. That eco damage you've done is temporary. Remember, folks, with the Palace of Swabia, Wham is at 4 TC effective. Voldemar is only at 1. But my god, is he making up for it in other ways. 37 olive groves. It's a lot of mercs. Good read. Foreign Engineering Company is 100% play. You don't want to be putting Varangian against HRE. That's like a losing play long term. And this gives you a lot of bonuses. So the volley is actually kind of insane on archers. It's really underrated. It's kind of crazy how often it gets forgotten about for English players. Langsneck are also really good with the marching drills. It's going to give you a way of kind of raiding very frequently on the flanks, quickly, when you see that Wham's playing out to gold and a stone, which he's going to need. Like, 4 relics is a lot. But at the end of the day, you've got a lot of upgrades ahead of you, and you've been playing your corner. What a game we suddenly have. Voldemar also starting to wall in his opponent. This is going to get spicy. Foreign Engineering Company complete. Men-at-Arms try to dive in, but the walls are just in time from Voldemar. And yes, the Byzantines get marching drills on the Landsneck. That's the perk of Foreign Engineering Company. You can see right here, it tells you that you get a bunch of various unique techs. So Lombos get volley, the Landsneck get marching drills. Like for other, like you don't actually get any impact on Imperials because the Imperial ones get the unique techs. But like for example, if you're playing Ghoulims, Ghoulims get boot camp. Keshiks get step lancers. For the Silk Road contract, the Javelins get the precision training, which gives +3 damage to jabs. Flash on the farms. Wham just needs to hit eco, and he knows that the problem is these Lombos. It's only a bit of tickling, but that's really all it takes when your health bars are this low. Nice spread. Wham, just trying to punish to slow down the eco, right? Voldemort has a problem coming. It's a flood, folks. It's a big one. There is more men-at-arms waiting at home. In fact, I'm a little bit shocked that Wham hasn't moved these out. This would have been the perfect move, wave after wave coming in. Instead, small trickles like this actually favor the Varangian. It sounds weird, right? But it's the Berserk. When you outnumber, Berserk is always better. Expose the play? You'd think, but the problem is you need all your resources into a front line, right? Otherwise, crossbows will just lose to men-at-arms flood hitting you, getting on top of you. So, like, the goal for Voldemort is longbows are free, in a way, right? They're an extra resource. They are olival. Varangian is still a very good tanky unit. And with the teardrop shields, plus the imp age up with the berserk effects, they actually become a pretty effective counter tool against MAA. You don't want to be fighting on your own, for sure, but you're never going to be fighting on your own, right? Because of your mercenaries. And yeah, to think adding Varangian is expensive in itself. If you then have to add in crossbows as well, it's just not very feasible. Also, like, on top of the raw numbers, you need techs. You need to get elite status, which is 700 gold. So if I have to do 1 unit versus 2, that's 1,400, right? I'm always going to be aiming towards the elite status because Landsknecht and longbows coming in occasionally are worth it. So, like, now I'm up to 2,100 to get my comp versus 1,400. You think that's, like, crazy? Like, go even crazier. Longbows are nice for incendiary arrows, but they don't feel, like, compulsory. Incendiary arrows feels compulsory when you add in crossbows. Another 700 gold. Like, it's crazy when you think about, like, diversifying a comp in Imperial Age, just how expensive it gets. That is a lot of men-at-arms. I think you need Nesta Bees for the Royal Cannon. I mean, dude, the artillery shot. The problem with artillery shot, I'm just going to, like, let you guys in a little crazy thing. It's not reliable. Sometimes the artillery shot doesn't splash properly. So, like, you saw, like, it felt like it hit some units on the right side, but not the left side of the AoE cone. It's very weird. However, Voldemort, like, he's choosing to go artillery shots, like Royal Cannons, which is interesting because that's 200-second cooldown. But it's because he wants to break the base. He feels like his army's big enough to take on men-at-arms. I think it would be safer to just build 3 Nesta Bees. But I guess his mentality is, like, I can fight the main army. My issue is if I go Nesta Bees, I can't break the base, right? Because, like, a cannon emplacement has more range than the Nesta Bees. So that's why he's going for cannons instead. Men-at-arms marching around. Wham. If he gets sniffed out, it looks like Voldemort's a little bit hesitant. Okay, so there is a way into the back here. Voldemort made a bit of a boo-boo. He didn't set up stone walls on the northeast side. And Wham has got elite army tactics coming. Meanwhile, Voldemort, please tell me that you are not prioritizing ferociousness over... He is, isn't he? Oh, Jesus. I get it, because he needs to be able to, like, body block quickly, right? Like, that's part of the value of Berserk here. But elite army tactics is a huge difference. Especially when you consider that it scales your, like, damage when you have these melee tech increases as well, right? It's not going to affect the bonus damage, sure, but with the melee tech, it gets kind of nuts. And Bloomery is now only coming in. And it does scale. While it doesn't scale with heavy maces, it scales with two-handeds, right? It's another reason why Oda tactics always look so powerful with Bannerman auras, is you're scaling, scaling, scaling. It's like, watch this damage, right? Elite army tactics coming in 20 seconds. It's going to be split the MAA. We're at 16 damage right now. Bloomery is just behind at 15 seconds. So this is going to be, well, the bump is going to be, I think, 5 damage? Almost 5 damage, right? So E18, 3 damage. Bloomery, number 1 there. But that's more like you're actually 0.5 there, I believe. So you're not hitting for 20 damage. 26 if you're fighting these Varangian, which is basically what they get in return when they berserk. This is where this matchup is really difficult for Varangian. He's literally only building men-at-arms. You would think he went for a Burgrave if you didn't know better in this game. Good God. 67 men-at-arms. We are officially in the men-at-arms only challenge. All coming in. Voldemort. Dude, you need stone walls right now. Like, you need them ASAP. Voldemort's issue is he needs a bit of breathing room. And the worrying part still is to come, guys. Like, this is actually not Wham at full eco power. He's 108 right now. He's still got about 20 to 30 more to add in. So once he's there, think about how ugly this game begins to look for Voldemar. Sure, he still has a lot of eco escalation, but the speed at which he gets his is so much slower. Varangian lose the men-at-arms. They do in these quantities, especially when you forget to get elite army tactics. Or can't afford to get elite army tactics. It's difficult. When you berserk with maximum melee damage, you do like 30 damage. But what you need to realize is actually these men-at-arms do about 28 damage with all their melee techs as well. Right? So, Varangian are a little bit better, for sure. But they're more expensive on the gold, and it feels less sustainable for the Byzantines. The big deal is actually in their attack speed. You can see how low it is, right? Like, Varangian will beat men-at-arms if you can get the same numbers. But the problem right now is between the movement speed, the location, the timings, Wham always has more to fight with. And I think Voldemar is sick and tired of it. He's moving in. Landsneck also, like... Now you go hand cannoneers! Oh, Jesus. There's a risk this is too late. The bombards are here now, and there's enough Lombos to snipe out those hand cannoneers. Guys, this is a very difficult hold right now. So Wham needs to find a trade. Goes into the base. Varangian there to meet him. Still no elite army tactics, though. It's actually crazy to think how quickly this game would be over in favor of Voldemar if he had EAT. Wow. I can't believe this. Wow. I actually think there's just like too much downtime now for Voldemar. He doesn't have food income anymore, right? This is all of his food income. No freaking way. He's done it. I mean, he's had to run back. Like, this is the problem. Voldemar, he played a game of chicken, and it turns out that Wham could not see or hear the cars. So he's been dancing on the highway all night. And somehow, he hasn't been hit once. Marching drills are something else. I mean, it's the difference of economy now. Look at this. 368 food. 30 minutes into a game as the Byzantines. You might as well just take 2 ice picks and stick them in your eyeballs because you don't want to see this anymore. This is not pretty. I think you needed Stonewalls here. Like in hindsight, I think Stonewalls was the difference maker, and Voldemar never got them. You needed to play it a little bit more safe, get some Stonewalls up, get some Nesta Bees, take this slow. Because this feels like it shouldn't be working. Like, Voldemar, to a certain extent, has to be looking at this and being like this shouldn't be being this impactful at this stage. But between the elite army tactics and the lack of walls, those differences have made the mile. Right now, the cannons are griefing him as well. Oh my god. Like, the way you have to think about this strategy from Wham, if this was a Chinese player in Imperial Age and you knew they were building Palace Guard, you would build walls, right? So why are you treating this threat any different? I think what happened is Voldemar thought about, like, Varangian and how they can actually beat Men-at-Arms if you have the same numbers, right? Like, statistically, they're a decent matchup because of their attack speed. But you don't have the same numbers. Meanwhile, Wham is basically a stage where he needs full production because the dude literally doesn't have a way of spending his money enough. If he starts sneaking more and more hand cannoneers, though, we're going to reach a stage where he's going to arrive in Voldemar's base with 25 to 30 hand cannoneers and just as many men-at-arms, right? And that is when it's GG. So Voldemar is officially on the clock. He needs to clear up these raids. He needs to get some reliable walls up. And that's exactly what he's working on. Stone walls on the south side. None on the north, though. Wham's raids have definitely slowed down. What's kind of weird to me is how often he's just stockpiling troops before moving them in. It's like, it feels like it's more impactful, it's less than micro overall, but it feels like you need to be just blocking these golds, right? Like, if you can consistently park golds, Voldemar can't keep scaling Varangian. Like, the game ends the moment he runs out of gold. So I kind of like that Wham is now playing flanks, taking away the 8k. Because this is now turning into an attritional game, right? Where you've got all these resources at the front of your base, but I want you guys to remember that Voldemar had an 8K and 2 4Ks. So he had 16,000 gold on the screen. There's now only 2,600 gold left. That's not a lot of cheddar to splash at the casino. Streltsy may be stronger than longbows. The problem is if you're building Streltsy into hand cannoneers, you're not going to have the best of times. Longbows can like trade out hand cannoneers and keep a distance. So like either can work. The difficulty with Streltsy is they're very expensive nowadays. Right? Like longbows is much more cost efficient. It's 500 olive oil versus 720, right? It's a huge difference. Ever since that nerf, you actually don't see many players going Streltsy anymore. It's difficult to get an income level that can maintain that. And arms. Oh, no. Not again. Please. 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 Oh, no. Well, luckily, Varangian don't mess around. That's actually quite a lot of men-at-arms and hand cannoneers taking damage. Wham is once again trying to dent the economy. And oh my god, there's still MAA over here. Dude, are you kidding me? Look at the damage he's done to the gate! Weirdly enough, he's not going to finish it off. He's just going to run around. But right now, that is half of Voldemar's economy not working. Jesus, and the next wave is coming too. Sacred Sites have also been locked in. This is becoming an oppressive game for Voldemar. If he could just get one big fight in one location, he could swing this. But Wham is playing like this intentionally now. And along the way, like, look at what he's done to Voldemar's economy. The funny thing is Wham is at a stage where if he does actually go towards one big fight, like he builds 25 hand cannoneers and spams men-at-arms, Voldemar has no way of rebooming his Varangian count, right? But Wham, he doesn't see the tree through the forest, right? Is that saying that I'm looking for the right way around? He's not seeing like the clearer picture here because he's bogged down in this idea that Voldemar's Varangian will win. So instead of thinking he doesn't have resources to keep building Varangian, he keeps feeling threatened by the Varangian because every time he arrives, he sees this really big army. He doesn't see them losing troops, so he doesn't understand Voldemar's ability to rescale it afterwards. Oh my god! And that, folks, is exactly why Voldemar's not losing Varangian. It's raw number logic, right? It's why if you you got more cavalry than there are spears, you can beat spears because the damage returned is so much less. Oh wow, this is impressive right now, Voldy. Wham, please just cancel, 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 please, 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 please. Oh no, no, no. Oh no! That could cost him dearly. Varangian might even hang around to try and deal with the keep. Cannon placement is least on the way. Second wave is securing the front. A few men-at-arms are leaking in, but these Varangian, decent damage done, right? Like, Wham has a lot of gold in reserve, but if he now starts pumping hand cannoneers, this gets sticky. And the more important detail is, like, what matters for Voldemar, his comp requires gold. Stopping this gold from being taken is the world to him. I say as he walks away. It's too few Varangian. It would have been the world to him because, like, he needs more gold, right? Like, the reason he's winning is Varangian. Varangian is the only reason he's winning right now. But they are 30 gold apiece. You need that gold on the north side because your options are limited elsewhere, right? You got 4K down here, 4K over here behind the walls. That's it. Looks like he has gone back in. No Berserk. Finally activates it at the tail end. So idle time achieved. I think what he was looking for like something over here if there was stone gathering or wood gathering. Realized there was nothing in the area, so finally returned. At least it's going to find a few additional eco kills, but it will get shut down. And now it's to dive down the center. We've got 4 cannons? If he just uses the artillery shots into the mass, he can do a lot of damage here. Or you could all target the same 1 minute. He's dead. He's dead. It's over. Call him a doctor. He's going into surgery. Wham! Finally forced him to come out, and all it took was one fight to convince him it was all over. Wait. No, we're fine. We don't need to change the number. We cast a Voldemort win earlier, so like technically we're good. We're good. We're safe, guys. We're safe. We're safe. Yeah, pretty cool game though. That was a fun one. It's quite interesting. That was where it really became apparent just how good Rangian are, even up against H3 Men at Arms. You already saw this game? I mean, sure, but like Voldemort lost, so you know, guys always winning. We've got to show more losses. That's the way it works. The amount of MAA I saw in this game was satisfying. I mean, you are a one-unit tricker. I've watched you do this. You literally get in a game, it's like, I'm going to spam that one unit type. So yeah, I knew you'd appreciate that. Okay, guys, so let's figure out what we're going to do. Let me check who's playing live. Maybe we'll find some interesting 1v1s. I don't think we've got enough people for community games yet. Probably have to wait like another little bit. I'm on the alcohol. I don't know, just... It keeps everything spicy. Not spicy, fresh. What's wrong with spamming one unit? You know, you stop right now, you chicken new person. You know what you done. If I lived with you, Julie, I would come into that room and I would pull out the W, right? The W key. No more winning for you. No more shoot for you. MA, the easy to macro and micro. Yeah, you just A-click. Like, let's not overcomplicate it as micro. Let's not go that far. They're easy to macro, and you don't need micro. Was actually the answer you were looking for there. Okay, so let's see who we've got online doing things. Has Dragovan got some interesting opponents? Alu. Or is that Alu? I don't know. Who is this? Oh, no. Yeah, no. He's bullying someone. I feel like last season they were ranked 668th. This season they're not doing too well. They're like ranked 1000th. Let's not do that to them. Sohal vs Sushi, but also passive production carries. I mean, does it? I still remember casting that game you had against Crackety on Golden Pit. You sure you want to stand by the statement that like auto passive production carries? I just want to check that's your final answer, you know? It's very important to me. You remember that game? The one where he built spears as Japanese and you lost it? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being mean now. You do remember that game, though. Alright, let's have a look and see who we've got playing live, see if we can catch some interesting ones. God, my throat is really roughed up today. Cisco Ultimate, alright. As soon as it goes late game. Dude, it sounds like you need to go study under the tutelage of Donati. That is your next level up. You need to go through the masters of the different phases of the game, the different styles, and then you bring it all together, and then you just conquer the whole world. That's how that works. And then I get 20% of all you earn because I gave you that idea, right? Without me, you'd be nothing. Any familiar faces? A Zinc. Was Dimu only playing free-for-alls today? Do we dust off the Dimu? The Cameron Ho? I mean Poe? Whoa. What's my man Killjadi been up to? He was playing a bit earlier. There are other games he done that we didn't see. No, I think we caught the Killjadi games for the day. Maybe from yesterday or something. So we had a game versus Crackety. HRE versus Chinese. Do we do that to ourselves? You know, I like this idea of him just getting relentlessly attacked. Because earlier on, when we highlighted that Voldemort Crackety game, Crackety's whole defense was like, I'm China. I'm meant to defend. By the way, guys, I figured out how to make this fashionable. Watch this, watch this. Boom. Now it looks like I'm wearing like some sort of ascot, or like it's actually like, you know. Right? Right? It kind of looks fashionable, right? Right? I mean, I almost feel like, boom. Oh, that look pretty. Almost look like I got a little scarf on. Who's that Dudu guy? Dudu is Mia Micah, the Vietnamese player from StarCraft and Stormgate and Zero Space. Is there anything I missed? I think that's everything. You know that guy? That's Dudu. He likes usually a bit too much. Okay, so maybe Crackety? Let's have a look at what we got here. Do you guys want to watch some 2v2s to mix it up? Because it looks like Baltoon, Crackety, Lash, and Avali are playing a bunch of 2v2s. That's not bad. I don't mind that idea. Let's do a bit of that. So we got what? French and Abbasids versus Rus and HRE. The irony is that Lash is playing Rus and Avali's playing HRE. That's not how that's meant to go down. You know what? The more I wear this like this, I don't know. What do you guys think? I think I could rock Scarf / Ascots pretty well. Right? Right? I think it's got a charming appeal to it. I'm kind of digging it. Alright, one sec. Let me studio mode because I need to turn the overlay on without spoiling crap for you guys. Why not? Hell yeah. I need some Ascots. Alright, there you go. That's exactly why I need more people to subscribe to the channel, because Ascots are not cheap. So, subscribe. Boom. Oh, did I miss anything on YouTube? How you YouTubers doing? I like to check on you guys are Gucci. Look at you. You have a glorious time. All right, so let's get ready for this one. Wait, did I change the title at all? Nothing. We're good. Lash is a big Rus guy? Yeah, but like, dude, your teammate's Avali. There's no bigger Rus guy. Right? Even Core, like, between them, like, the Core, you're like, oh yeah, HRE. Avali's obsessed. He's fetishized about the Rus. When someone offered me pros playing 2v2s, I say yes. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. We've got some custom games between Baltoon and Crackety going up against Lash and Avali. And it's kind of a comical one, actually. I was saying we're going to this. It's kind of funny watching Lash be the one playing as the Rus, and then his teammate, who's Avali, who basically is a prolific Rus spammer, being the one playing the HRE instead. This is going to be a fun one, though. We're going to be in Himeyama. I don't feel like I get to cast enough 2v2 Himeyama. And, you know, I do definitely want to do more content around team games. I think it's an unexplored area with a lot of potential, and it's really fun. 2v2s especially is the right size. The problem, however, is often the matchmaking sucks. And when I say sucks, I'm talking old Henry Hoover levels of suckage. It's kind of absurd just how bad the matchups are. So these guys, I agreed with it. They identified it. They decided they were just going to hop into some custom games. Yesterday, I believe this was, and play out a bunch of 2v2s. So we've got Baltoon actually in the north on the French in the blue here. And then Crackety is going to be taking the Abbasids. Interesting matchup, especially on a map that has this little wart hybrid area where you could easily play out to Himeyama's pond. So far, I very rarely see people going for the pond, though. And I think the issue is, like, compared to standard Himeyama, it's an issue of distance, right? And they don't want to make, from the development side, the pond too large. Otherwise, you essentially create a Baltic effect. So in a lot of cases, especially in 3v3s and 4v4s, this lake is simply just too far off to be a viable play. Now, what's interesting is Avali opening with this Rax. This seems like he was concerned about the idea of water play. It's not a bad idea either, considering one of your opponents is French, so likely he's going to be playing to Knights, so you kind of discount him there, right? And I quite like the combo of Archer plus Spearman from the side of the HRE. The interesting thing, though, when you get into team games, usually you kind of take roles within the team. And if you think about it, although your archers move fast, Lash could arguably field a lot of archers himself. I do expect them both to do kind of 1-2 comps, because I like the idea of Knights plus archers mixed in with more archers and spears. On the other side, Crackety, I don't really know how scalable Camel Archer is going to be here if both players can build into archers themselves. You're likely going to see him leaning to Horseman and maybe a Camel Archer to give the aura. And for Baltoon, I mean, well, this is the awkward thing, actually. You can't go Camel, right? You can't go Horseman because you've got a French teammate. And French players basically only ever want to do one thing in team games. We've all seen it. They drop a School of Cavalry, they build Knights, they drop another Stables, they continue to build Knights the entirety of the rest of the game. So his build is pretty rigid. Doesn't really have much flexibility. Crackney, meanwhile, is going for the Eco Wing, though. So what's interesting here, I'm wondering, usually when you see team games, you have the Boomer and the Attacker. I'm wondering if you just see Boomer versus double Attacker. Because I really like that build for the Roos plus the H3 combo. And Abba can mass archers, yes, Gully, but the thing you have to keep in mind is like massing archers doesn't really beat the opponents on the south side until you reach Castle Age. So I think that's why we're seeing Crackney lean into the idea of Eco Wing instead. He's just trying to play that classic 1-2 style. We see this out of Mr. and Pathless a lot, for example, actually, where Mr. will always be the Boomer, and then Pathless will be what I call the doormat. He'll take the beating so that his teammate doesn't have to. That's little V walls. I call them the V for victory walls. I quite like these ones. It sets you up in a way that your gold is unharassable. That's really important, obviously, when you're playing into the French. One issue, though, is now, as the French player, you have to accommodate both the Knight massing and the Archer massing. So I still believe, like, if Lash and Avali just gun it together, this is a very scary game for the Northern team. Kremlin is going up on the stone, though, so it feels like we are inevitably heading towards that second TC. In fact, you can even see Lash gathering on the straggler trees now. Bounty-wise, only 220, so not that crazy of a figure, actually. Meanwhile, over here, immediately the Fertile Crescent, so we're definitely getting multi-TC. I'd expect free. I feel like if you're doing Eco Wing, you want to do free. It's quite interesting, actually, when you think about Military Wing. Military Wing in 1v1s is quite imba. Oh, not imba, but incredibly strong, should we say. Very easy to shut your opponent out of place, force a reaction, etc. In team games, I feel like it flops more often than hits. Just so easy with the extra breadth of a map to get a reaction up in time, whether that's building into your initial units or building into an outburst before they arrive. It's kind of interesting to think about design in that way. Like, you know, this is always a tough issue. Unless you create, like, a very unique format, team games versus 1v1s playing on similar maps has very big divergence points in terms of what's strong and what's not. So I'm not surprised at all in this situation to see Crackney going away from Military Wing. You know, Trade Wing even can feel a little bit flimsy. Eco Wing is definitely by far the safest choice in 2, 3, and 4v4 games. Mark Chapman out of the way. So we'll get us tell a lot about these comps quite quickly. Outpost is going up also on the berries. You can see that Baltoon knows he's not going to get out of his base for free. I quite like this play. It doesn't feel great to have to go berries when you want to move on a deer. But if you're playing in the situation where your opponent is not going to assist you until he's fully boomed, you basically just need to hold on crap resources. First Knight hits the field. Other side of this, what are we looking at? Stables play from Lash. So he is actually going to aggro. I really like this approach. I think the idea of just having a Boomer player is a bit outdated. In 1v1s, definitely, and even in 2v2s. There's a lot of potency, guys, that you can learn from in the first 20 minutes on a two-man strike. If one player is not playing the game, it's just basic, simple maths. Even Defender's Advantage will not overcome a 2v1. And the reality is, with Crackney just confirming the second TC and dropping it next to Stone, this should be a free TC build. It means he's not going to be present at all for a few minutes. That's pretty cool, actually, for Lash and Avali, considering marching drills on one side and heavy cav on the other. Very easy comp to try and run down the French. The question mark is, does Avali want to try and play an age up like most H3 players do, or does he fully invest? Because this has been a very big conversion point for the H3 and 1v1s, is that they actually play very long feudal now. I think in team games, it's just a potent. You know, you're still getting a 40% gathering speed buff compared to other civs. And when the other civs are being greedy in their choices, it just puts you a mile ahead. All right, it's going to charge in. Does end up taking out the initial spear, but comes at a high price here. You have to always be careful. Remember, when these spearmen charge, they move quicker than knights trying to run away. It's a very difficult kind of position. Knights now on the move towards Baltoon's base, though. So Lash understands that, okay, Baltoon needs to apply pressure away from Green because the militia and the Kremlin's too strong. So instead of coming over and reacting and defending, he's getting productive. Proactively raiding is a good choice here, especially considering like pushing into Baltoon removes aggro on the map, and then you can converge on the Crackney together. So it's just about kind of relegating the player that wants to play aggro, considering that in this situation, the only way he wants to do so is in Knights. Wouldn't be surprised if we actually just see some spear spam and a march across. Free stabs here. That's actually a lot of spears. I'm a little bit worried here. Baltoon could end up losing a lot of Knights. Doesn't even get a single eco kill. Wait, is he going to try to pinch it? Because that's going to come at a price. Okay, Avali outplayed him on that one for sure. Spear count is good now. I'd actually love to see Avali just peel out the Prelate and heal this damage off. It would be so tilting for Baltoon in this position because he just won't get any kills at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, he's always at risk, always being threatened because that Knight count for Lash is only going up. Zeus is strong in 2v2s and 1v1s in a way because if you let him have the bounty, he kind of gets a bit too rich. And there's a lot more flexy to play 2TC. Nice clash here. Baltoon, I'm surprised he's taking these fights. He at least snipes out the scout. But an expensive loss there. You just can't take these fights when you're outnumbered, not even when you've got French Cav versus Rus Cav. I don't care that you get the bonus damage. It doesn't make up for an extra Knight at this stage. Side of this, how are we looking on Crackly's bank? Because I think it's going to be important for him to get into castle pretty quickly, I'd say here. Military Wing is going to be a breath of fresh air, by the way. That's going to relieve pressure from Lash because you'll have the Camel Riders. There's still going to have to be other issues solved for. They need to start prepping archers as well. Like, I'm a big fan of the idea of Crackly just actually escalating into archers before he even triggers the tech up. But so far, I'd say like, their strategy is working quite well. Baltoon is getting a bit bruised, but reality is he's keeping Avali in the base. And then Lash isn't checking left side because it's too far away from him. This is everything you need because it's now free TC Abbasids, spreading wide on berries, and there's zero punishment coming. Outpost is going to go up, swimming in here as well, so even Knights in the area, they shouldn't be able to do too much. I say that, no. Oh, that's brutal. Come on. Crackety, he pulls them away with a scout. Luckily, Lash does see it just in time to shift away, but it's still denying him. Kremlin Vision really is something else. Avali now trying to march out. The problem is he sees us finally 3 TC. Outposts are already set up as well. They're going to need Siege Engineering to make this work. Blacksmith is being dropped. I'm hoping it's an immediate tech into the Rams. That's the only way I see you breaking in this base quick enough because we can see that Crackety is about to have what he needs. Yeah, tech up's just been triggered. Military Wings on the way. Lash now able to go back on the offensive. Knight count is starting to get together for Baltoon here though. What is the count at? He's 11 total. Lash, meanwhile, is sitting at 11. So that's not a good sign for Lash. Any damage done to him is permanent. And also, if the charges come out, he loses by default. The damage buff just makes the French so much better. But that's why Lash instead goes after the economy. Not too much damage being done here. Might find 1, possibly 2 villager kills. In fact, if he dives the wood line afterwards, this could be big. But it's the paranoia, right? Whenever both sides are scaling Knights like this, even one Knight is the edge. Question is it going to be a good night for this tower? It looks like it is. Spin move in. Nice damage done. Baltoon just trying to spread a bit too wide. So good denial on the food. This is still going to be kind of awkward. Crackety has got a backup source over on the left side. He has still got some berries at home. But as you start to constrict the map like this, free TC into Castle Age where you're spending a lot of food on these valuable units like Knights, like Golems, it's a dangerous position to find yourself in. So I like that Avali's starting to venture out. I don't really want to see him just greed and go tech. The timing to win now is full feudal. Like, you're past the point of just making this recovery arc into castle. Problem is, one of the players on the other side is already in the way, and that's undeniable. Wolves also going up. Love this from Baltoon. He knows what's going to happen here. The tech up's going to complete, and the first instinctive thought of these two players is don't attack Teal, because it's Abbasids. He's going to have the Camel Riders for free. He's going to have better units coming out. Kill Blue. It's going to be an all-in attempt to try and end Baltoon. So the fact that he's setting up walls, it means he's cognitive of the reality of the situation. He's about to eat the doormat. This should be adorable. Wall's going to start being attacked. Nice backstab coming in from the Knight Mask. Needs to be careful of those marching drill spears, though. This has to be a break-in and a kill. Baltoon right now is playing a risky game on food on the backside. If he gets denied there, he has nothing to gather from. And the problem right now is Crackety doesn't have anything to offer. He set up the Raxes, he set up the archery ranges, but this is going to take time to arrive so far away. Villagers are going to break the wall and run on through. So good dodge there by Baltoon, and this is actually pretty cool. If he plays towards the deer stack in the center of the map, he can be close enough to the basic Crackety that he can assist him. So I'm hoping that's where he's leaning here. He's also now on the march to the Knights. Dive's going to come into the main. Baltoon's definitely going to take some losses here. But the reality is the return fire can sting so much more. That's 14 Knights. And there's what, 5 Spearmen? 3. Oh man, I actually think they might have him. How's the resource gains No investment, no save up, no tech up on the way. So while Crackety builds up the premium, Baltoon looks to run the carpet out and welcome him on in. What better way than softening it all up? Siege Engineering, Jesus. Okay, Avali, buddy, I think you've misread what this situation is now. Siege Engineering a few minutes ago seems like a good idea, but now it feels too late. Baltoon looks like he's going to get found out on the berries. So kind of annoying right now for him. He's got a lot of idle eco. His base is being raided. The question mark now is whether Crackety can deliver the goodies, because he's losing a lot for this. Baltoon down to 31 eco. Crackety definitely made up for it, though, at 79. The problem that I'm seeing right now is the military is taking so bloody long to arrive. Once they get here, they should be immovable. This is not men-at-arms with heavy maces, guys. This is full feudal HRE. Golem's going to arrive. 8 of them, in fact. Oh, Jesus. And remember, this is the Abbasis. They can put mangonels in the field. So that mango play, one mango here could just disintegrate everything. Meanwhile, Knights. Oh, my God! Now, don't mistake the green for the lush grass. There's some for fertilizer now. That's a lot of Ruse Corpse. But he's not done there. Lash is going to get hit in the main. Militia going to be pulled, but I just don't think that's enough to scare him away. Baltoon just sitting on so much military right now. And here's the thing. The high trade house is coming in. Once that tech up triggers, that should be a go sign for Baltoon. Main base being dove, though. And Avali is going to struggle to hold on his own. Golem count. Just good enough. Not a single one has fallen yet. Meanwhile, Avali's army at risk of being completely wiped out here. Archers just have to dive, right? They have to get on top of those crossbows as quickly as possible. Lash is on his way now with the Night Mass. Tech up has been complete. In the meantime, Baltoon coming back to mirror that move. The Camels could be the difference maker if they could just reach. Charge comes in, the Golems. Notice that he's just more or less ignoring them. Archers pull past. Knights now tank. Good cleanup coming in. Avali now coming home with the second wave. The problem is right now behind this, Crackety's infinite eco seems to never be letting up. And remember, because he went ecoing, the farm transition's already dealt. 31 farms in. Yeah, I think Baltoon maybe jumped the gun going right side. It was good for that initial raid, but then he needed to dial back, because they could have wiped out Avali. Instead, they now find themselves in a position where, yeah, Avali is just sidelined and feudal here. But how is that any different to Baltoon? The difference maker is the Roost player has a lot more mobility with Mass Knights now. Boys Fortitude also on the way to make the difference. Veteran sees in those Knights, so not a fight that poor old Baltoon wants to take. And I think we might officially have a problem for these two, because Baltoon's relevance is kind of limited, and Crackety, the problem is the mobility of the army, actually. And you just saw how easy it is to peel off these Golems, right? Like, it kind of feels like he needs some spearmen laid in as well, but you never want to build spears into HRE Archer form, right? But now, the problem is you just don't have an answer to Lash's military, right? His cav. Baltoon is going to idle out the Archon. I think we've maybe got a Macro up here, right? No, Avali's not rushing it. What an interesting dynamic. Well, second waves together, this time it's a lot more Golems. And in fairness, Lash's count hasn't really been escalating at all. I think he's struggling with food. And remember, like, those massacrings that happened outside his base have definitely stung me. Down to 31 eco. Baltoon is doing better. He's at 32. And remember, this is the guy that got dove by 2 players. Navali's at what, 39? I think the ranks on the wall, guys. The Golem mass is so chunky that even the Knights don't feel that threatening, because the crossbows are being ignored. Spearmen are finally going to dive over, but I just think that's an irrelevant detail. Too many Knights are being lost now for Lash. Count is down to what, probably 8? 11, but barely holding on. Golem wave might get cleared up. Crossbows are being stabbed on the backside, but unless you can start raiding the farms, it's going to count for nothing. That's exactly why Avali goes on the offensive here. Crackety, how are we looking? 111 eco. I don't think he gives a duck. Lose 10, lose 20, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Lash has lost everything that matters. Down to just 5 Knights remaining. And considering it's Golems left over, sure, they're not insta-killing the Knights, but neither is the HRE army insta-killing them. They do no damage. Yeah, this game to me is feeling a bit lost right now. Archer count is going to be chased down by the Reigning Knights. I think after that, they've got nothing. Avali, he can't contribute anything anymore. Archer mass isn't doable with a lack of wood, and even if you could, why would you want that against Golems? Lash, in the meantime, is 1 TC all in. I think they missed their timing. The play that mattered here was when Baltoon dove through the Palisade Gate and towards the south side of Krakeny's base. That saved their game. Had they hunted Baltoon down, had they shut down his economy, I actually think they could have played double feudal, prolonged, and overwhelmed Krakeny with mass knights and archers to assist, but now it's too little too late. Baltoon, credit to him for playing the doormat to ensure that Krakeny could win the game. Let me know what you guys think of these, by the way. They've done a bunch of these. I might be looking to do more of these in the future, as long as the game doesn't lag too much. They got a memory leak somewhere, but hopefully we can do more 2v2s in the future. Yeah, I don't know why that was stuttering or whatever. Maybe I need to restart my game. That was a bit funky. Just give me a sec, guys. Now restart. Apparently there's an interesting FFA. Been messaged by a player about it. Intriguing. We could. So let me just restart the game quickly as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like, was it lagging a bit for you guys on your end? It looked a bit laggy at times. Team game's quite a spectacle. Yes, it's just a few things make it harder. Like, apparently my PC isn't good enough to love it because the frames kind of get a bit stuttery sometimes. The other big issues are generally the map designs kind of suck for scalability. I've said this before. Players need to be a lot closer on most maps than what they are. 2v2 seems to be the sweet spot, which is a shame because I wish 3v3s were, but the maps are just too big. In AoE2, it's always Archers Knights. I mean, you can get that as well in AoE4. Like, French players will always just spam Knights. That's their role. Oh, it wasn't lagging. Got you. Yeah. So yeah, like, AoE4 is not completely unshackled from that issue. We have that as well. Like, point to me a French player playing team games that isn't just spamming Knights, and I'll tell you what he's doing wrong, right? Like, it's pretty much the bread and butter of what they do. Free v 3s are bad to watch due to spectator. Sure, but like, you know, there's other issues that don't help it either. 1 second. Let me just have a look here. So Krakeny was telling me about a free-for-all. It was quite interesting. Let me see. Need to send a picture to him and confirm that's the one he was talking about. Right, while I wait for a response, we'll cast another one of their 2v2s. Do you have any idea why EGC TV did not hold Winter Team Championship this year? Where to begin? For a start, depends on what the budgeting is that the Microsoft wants to give you. EGC TV's got a pretty logical spot as the go-to place for 1v1 formatted tournaments, right? And they diversify some. They've done the Empire Wars tournament. I don't know if people really receive that well. The other issue you've got to keep in mind is that whenever you do team tournaments, you amplify the problems that exist in Age of Empires 4. For example, the lack of reconnect. Any issues you had, like, for example, we had a few, right, where people had a disconnect issue and a ruling might be made. For a start, it's actually much harder to gauge who's winning and who's losing in team games to a certain degree compared to 1v1s. So that muddies the water. And on top of that, because you've got more players, you've got more points of failure. If one of them disconnects, it ruins everything. So it's a very, very big problem. No problem, Bandara. Catch you later, buddy. So yeah, sadly, that's like one of the big reasons, I think. I've said this as well. I'd love to do team games, but the reality is, because of the technical limitations that we have, the idea is very daunting because it feels like you're setting yourself up for failure, right? All right. Do you guys want Lipany, Dry Arabia, Cliffside? Which map? Because we're going to do another one of their 2v2s. Cliffside's quite spicy, right? I do like Cliffside. The Himiyama one was actually quite fun. They did have another Himiyama. You want EDC Lipany. Ottomans, Byzantines, French, Abbasids. Ooh. Are they going to do the thing? Do you guys know about the thing with Ottomans and Byzantines? Because you can let a Byzantine player gather your berries. Am I still wearing the ton to that? Yeah, it looks fabulous, right? It's goddamn fab. Look at this. I look great. I need to get some of these. I need to get little scarves. I'm like a better version of Fred from Scooby-Doo. Needs more cleavage. Yikes. Call it Shippany. I mean, this is EGC Lipany, though. It's the better one. So, not as scuffed. So look, guys. Look. That actually looks quite nice. That's not too bad. I don't think EGC Lipany is designed to scale beyond 1v1s either. So, not bad. Cow's capping. He says EGC Lipany. Dude, Cow is on something if he thinks it's worse. I've watched enough of both. EGC Lipany is better than normal Lipany. I disagree with Cow entirely on that. I watch a lot of those. All I'm gonna say is clearly Cow hasn't watched enough normal Lipany. The games I've watched where it's just decided by the spawn, that happens less with EGC Lipany. Maybe he's trying to highlight something in different areas, but like in terms of the cliff spawns deciding things, EGC Lipany doesn't have that issue. They're not too close on the spawn. They're slightly closer because the tree line. Okay. This is a 2v2? Yeah. You've not been paying attention, Lee. We literally just cast a 2v2. we literally just done a 2v2, but you're like, I don't know how he's got so many knights and archers at 12 minutes. Oh. Wait, so what's this? He just said sometimes the spawns... No, that's been fixed. Bidlin done an update for that a few days ago or whatever. I think it was a week or two ago. So, like, it doesn't have the relic issue anymore. Clearly, Cow needs to stay more up to date. That's all I'm going to say. Some of us communicate with Mr. Bidlin. Guys, when Bidlin... Alright. Guys, when Bidlin does a good job, we thumbs him up. When he does a bad job, we call him Badlin. But it's Bidlin today, baby. EGC Lipany for 2v2s. And actually, this isn't too bad on the spawning system. I like this. This looks quite nice. We are checking on some custom games that were happening between Baltoon, Crackety, Lash, and Avali. So, 4 familiar faces from the pro scene. This is what I want, dude. This is what I need in team games. It hurts me so much that we don't even get remotely close to this. We often just get Baltoon and Crackety versus Little Johnny and Little Timmy, who have played 10 games in total. Sadly, the matchmaking is just not there, which is why I love these guys took the power into their own hands and just hopped into some private games. So let's talk about these comps, because it's pretty interesting. On one side, you've got Abbasids French, which is quite comical, because we just watched a Himiyama game where the other side done this combo, and they just chose to boom with one player and attack with the other. So we're probably going to see similar here, where Lash attacks, and then Avali's role is just to eco boom up with an eco wing. And typically you go for free TCs. Pretty doable on a map like Lipany as well, because of all the berry spawns and the deer around you. On the other side, we have something quite spicy, though. And I'm wondering if they're going to do it. There's a possibility that Baltoon could walk over and build Madrissa in Crackley's base. And then you build Grand Winery next to it. I'm wondering if we get it here. It's unlikely because the issue of Baltoon is he's left pretty food light. I'd love to see it, though. The idea is that you could just give your opponent the sheep. Oh, sorry, you give your teammate the sheep, and in return he gives you the Madrissa. because you will be able to drop off at your own building, the round winery. You will buff up the gathering rate. And remember, the Madrissa like respawns the berries, right? And I'm curious, like, I need to double check whether allies can gather it. Has anyone tested that? Because I remember that this was being tested a different way, which is that I believe if you dropped a mill next to the Madrissa berries, it increased the amount they had on them. But I think when they respawned, it went back to normal. And where did the name Killer Pigeon come from? We should do like a quick origin clip on that, shouldn't I? I used to play 1v1s in Call of Duty a lot. And when I got a bad matchup, because in those days we didn't have ELO systems, not reliable ones anyway, to make it fairer, I'd handicap myself by making bird noises whenever I got close to my opponent. And oh my god, they're doing it! They're doing it! Let's go! Oh, this is sick. This is the type of behavior, though, that I love in the idea of like team games, right? Like, you can't get this in 1v1s. People just think team games play out the same on a bigger scale. I think the only reason that people have that feeling is because, sadly, the maps are too large. Especially on 2v2s. They need to shrink the amount of players, the size of the maps that they put loads of players on. And then I think you'll start to see this development. Because like one big flaw, I think, in development choices being made at AoE4 is it's all focused around 1v1s. Team games never really get any real foresight. The cool thing, though, is a nice kind of side product of adding all these new civs is that inherently you'll just get this leak over effect of new comps appearing, right? New strategies. Because all these different civs interacting in different ways will rub off against each other. And this is one of them. Dude, this is cool. And then there's the normies to the north side. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. You went Knights. Oh, wow. You're going to build TCs. How innovative of you two. What year is it? Oh, I love this. Now, Baltine does have issues with giving over the Madrissa because now his eco kind of sucks. It's the only upside you have. So I'm wondering if the plan is like 2 TC for him at all. Otto's a sacrificial. It doesn't have to be in its entirety. You could just like trade this off as I will now make 2 TC and Crackety, you will get loads of mercenaries, so you must play aggro. It's a little bit difficult because you're going to be up against the Knights, but that's the beauty of Limitane plus Jabs here. All right, let's find out if it works. Can he gather? Can he please? Are you just going to leave it until it's like stockpiled up, I guess? I'm assuming you can gather here. Yeah! Oh, I love this. More of this, please. I still remember playing Dawn of War as a kid a lot. And one of my favorite things was how, when you played team games, there were interesting little overlaps. They almost felt like Easter eggs. So, like, for anyone who knows Dawn of War, they'll know what I'm talking about. There was one with the Dark Elder. Dark Elder's builders passively built things. You touched it, and then it would build by itself. So you could do, like, there was a time when you could do that with teammate structures. So, like, for example, there was Necrons. And Necrons were infamous for being the slowest building faction in the game. So when you had a teammate, Dark Elder and Necron, the Dark Elder guy would send one of his workers over and just touch your buildings to automate them for you. So you could do other things and focus your resources elsewhere. I love those kind of, like, quirky little elements. I think it really adds a depth of flavor to these games. Ottomans and Byzantines work together. I know, right? This is alternate history month. If they just worked together, they both could have ruled the universe. So other side of this, second TC's already came in. I feel like you should be on 3 here, no? I'm a little bit surprised you stopped at 2, but maybe they scout this play and they're a little bit worried about it. In the meantime, it's just going to be Knight spam coming out from Lash. This is a pretty good position to find yourself in as a Southern team. I feel like their comp works quite well if this is a cavalry-focused investment on the north side. Because all you have to do, spam Limitane, spam spears, and then add in the jabs with all the olive oil you're getting for free. Wait, I remember we said this, that he would take the sheep instead. That's exactly what's happening. This is sick. I love this. So Crackety should have the first mercs already in the way. I'm wondering, is there any value over here? Ooh, that's tempting. So here's the thing. Usually rule Knights off of the neutral trade post. Just it feels like you can't scale enough. But hear me out. This is a game where you have infinite Grand Winery olive oil. I mean, if there was a game to try for some Knights, this would be the one. It would completely screw with green as well, because Lash right now is the one feeling like he has dominance in that department. That's going to come in. Siston is just about still working for efficiency here, and that means you can always try to activate the Akratoy. By the way, in this matchup, French versus Byzantines, Akratoy is insanely powerful. The +2 armor completely relegates the ability to get 2 hit. Because remember, the way Knights work for the French, they charge in, Lance does a huge amount of damage at 29, and then they get their damage buffed by, I think it was 20, up to 23 from 19. So that 2 hits a villager. If you have Akratoy, the extra armor means you don't die. Somebody 2TC, Avali. The problem I'm seeing in this game right now is the archers just aren't on the move. He's just staying at home. So he's relying on Lash to do all the work. Avali does have some scalability, but I'm curious, like Crackady's win condition, what is it in his eyes here? Is it just massing javelins and going? I could see that working pretty well. Javs are a top tier unit in the early phases of the game. And Limitane are one of the best spearmen you can get. So it's a pretty healthy 1-2 comp. Behind this, I'm wondering, does Avali just start saving up, perhaps? You got a small group of archers, but realistically, there's so many javelins already. I don't know what your purpose is. If you keep your opponents boxed in, like you even see him Gully now, the whole idea is one of you needs to go castle. Like if I'm the Northern team, I'm looking at this game and going, okay, we have map control, we've constricted them. They can try to rush castle, but they're not going to have much to work with when they get there. Now that kind of bait you into thinking that you should be going all in, but at the end of the day, you're still scaling archers and trying to push into javelins. It's dangerous. And what is up, Witzcat? Thank you for the resub, buddy.
Petition to
Petition
add very tiny pigeons sitting on landmark buildings.
So that goes back to microtransactions, and everyone seems to be against it. But I'm just saying, if I could have pigeons on this statue right now, if I could really, like, you know, England, if you could have, like, just a little Nelson's column covered in bird crap, buy that. Maybe a Nelson's column with a giant pigeon on top. So, technical military school coming in. No second TC play out of Lash, though. He's just committed to 1, right? And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Because he just needs to keep pumping Knights non-stop. He's up to 11. Should have Chivalry already, I'd imagine. Yeah, it's now being queued up. And now we see the move. Crackety needs to do some damage. Now, this is interesting, actually, because we've seen Byzantines versus Abbasids. Very powerful matchup for the Byzantines. Because, really, Abbasids want to lean to infantry, but all of their infantry choices are kind of worse. Archers get countered by Javs. Limitane are so tanky in comparison that the reality is that your spearmen, even with boot camp, would kind of even up. We have to remember, this is a game where boot camp wasn't taken. And I'm wondering if that was worth it for Avali, for the eco wing benefit if he stopped at 2TC. Dive comes in. Uh-oh. Lash finds a good strike. Might lose 1 or 2 Knights for it, but decent damage being done. I think Crackety wasn't prepped for that. He thought he was going to draw all attention with his main army, because they're getting ready to dive. Baltin and Crackety sitting on the borders. Check this. Avali doesn't know, so if you time this right, this rush in, this flood in, could do a lot of damage. Spy's going to lead the way. Archers do move in range. Avali, a little bit slow to react, so 3 villagers going down. Cairo Siphon has now been built. And remember, the secondary TC is on the east side here, so you can actually dent this area, deny gold access, and actually keep Avali locked into this age indefinitely, which is important considering what he's doing. Oh man, they caught him at the perfect time. Night Dive is going to get mostly cleared up. Spearmen are now on the way, so that's going to force him away. So Baltin's going to reinforce this area because he understands that Crackety's army is better and needs to be leveraged for attack. Carousel now moving in. Only 1 so far. This is a scary point in the game, actually. Pyro Siphon's going to torch through this pretty damn quickly. I say that. What was that? Wait, is that a bug? I thought they fixed this around the fire armor. What? That has to be a bug, right? Wait. So when we cast Avali in that 1v1 in the tournament the other day, if he just linked in like we said for the Golden Age, he wouldn't have died. Oh my god. So this is the thing. Like, we literally cast a 1v1 where the Byzantines crotch stomped Avali on the Abbasids, but it's because his second TC was loose to the House of Wisdom. And I remember crushing that game. I was like, maybe the fire armor doesn't matter? Apparently it does. Oh my god. You know what makes it worse, though, is he's actually still losing the TC. This is taking a million years, but it's working. He's getting finned a bit, though. Limitane, do brace for it. Knights just trying to push this back. Archer Mass is building. Baltoon just needs to keep that meta alive. Carry Siphon's not going to be charged in, and they're gone. TC still up. And barely any spears left over. I think they're going to hold. The TC did too much damage to our troops in the meantime. Yeah, you don't say. Like, there's so many questionable bugs there. I was like, for a second, I was like, is Baltoon getting burnt as well? Oh, that is brutal! Krakeny lost the backbone of his army. But you know what, guys? This balances it out because remember, he's got infinite olive oil. He can replace it. Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. I'm glad I got that question answered ahead of it happening in a proper game because I have been curious on that one for a bit. I thought they fixed it with the most recent patch when they fixed walls with a fire armor issue, right? Guess not. He doesn't have any villagers left? Dog, he has 58. What are you smoking? They're all up here. Avali's fine. Lash just dove your TC. Oh, yeah, apologies. We may have been distracted a little. So Krakeny's down to 39. Baltoon, 43. So some damage done there. We were distracted for good reasons here. In fact, Yellow's still looming around. Check this. Lash goes in again. Avali's here to assist this time, so that's more idle time. In the meantime, Avali on his way now towards Castle Age. And Limitane, this is perfect. The Knights wouldn't be able to stay here and idle this for long, but the Archers mean the Limitane can't do anything. And this has a compounding effect. Krakeny doesn't have any jabs other than his first group coming, right? Because he can't access enough olive oil. This is a pretty cool 1-2 little strike at the backside. Nice denial on the west as well. Krakeny is actually struggling to get it together, so it's on Baltoon to make something happen. Big ass army coming in. 52 archers. It's time for a dive. Lash, 19 villagers in the front line. He needs to get the hell out of dodge. In fact, you'd think it might have been safer to go in the outposts. So instead, he has to run like a headless chicken back to... Wait. Is it me, or do they look like they don't have wheelbarrow? That's... Oh my god, he doesn't have wheelbarrow! Grandpa build speed here. Because we are 15 minutes in the game, and he's only now getting wheelbarrow. Lash, all of a sudden, chipped down to 42 eco. Krakeny may have been battered and bruised, but still now ahead on 43. It's crazy to think that despite what they've done in that second TC, they're still in a pretty good position in this game, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. Baltoon has a very threatening army. I think even Lash's count, yeah, 21 Knights, it's decent. It just doesn't feel overwhelming. That's why he's focusing on raiding instead. Limitane will chase his way. Archers and jabs in the meantime should be able to annihilate the last of the archers. So at that point, Krakeny should be unshackled, but problems are emerging. Avali is now up in Castle Age. It is indeed the military wing, which means boot camp and composite bows should be on the way. So this is the point where actually Baltoon and Krakeny just need to get out of feudal. You can't stay in feudal anymore. Against military wing Abba on 2TC this entire time, it's death sentence. You need the better jabs. You need the scalability of passive production for the Ottomans. And you can see that's why they're just backing up entirely. How much the eco difference between Baltoon and Avali? Avali should be a mile ahead. Yeah, mostly focused on wood, which tells you there should be a farm transition coming soon. Plus, he's been scaling archers, right? But if you look at the count, Baltoon's at 50, Avali's at 68. And remember, he went Eco Wing, he's got Golden Age. So many layers to this, right? That's Knights now on the way as well. Archer's front lining for this. Composite Bows is not in yet, so Avali jumped the gun taking that fight. Really needs to wait for that tech to come through. That's what's going to allow him to just dominate the Ottomans here. Then again, he is an age up. This is why he's feeling overconfident about his timing. Dive is going to come in. Baltoon, he's on his way up with the tech up, but it's not in yet. This is a perfect time to punish Blue. Who's winning at this moment? Yellow and green, 100%. And this is scary as well. Like, you can't rush out Siege as the Ottomans. It just doesn't work that way. So Mangonels being built in your face is dangerous. The only player who can potentially save you quick enough is Crackety, but I mean, Crackety, dude, he's hard stuck Castle. Feudal, rather. He wishes he was Castle. You know, technically, you could be deceived into believing he's in Castle Age because he's got 3 landmarks in his base. One of them, though, does not belong to him. That's nice. Get ready for the dive. A little bit of hesitation here. I don't like that. I think Lash just needs to kind of pressure this a bit harder, but you see why the Janissary pool coming in clutch to just add that fear factor. That's a cool detail. That actually might save Baltoon from this. The Matane are lurking on the backside. Crackety's like, you got this, bro. Baltoon's like, please help, dude. Just get your ass in here right now. Nah, dog, you got this. Keep hanging in there, kitty. Archer dive coming through. Mango a bit too far away, though. And the backstab's on the way. Javelin, Spearman moving in. It's going to bait green back. They may have overextended. It's the perfect sandwich. A slice of bacon, some cheese, and a big old slab of ham. All they now need to do is take those 2 pieces of bread and squish it together. Upgrades have came through. Baltoon has the Giga Archers now. Veteran up Archers ready to go. And that's a dive into the base of Crackety instead. I'm just hesitant to say it's going to net enough damage here. The problem right now is, like, if you look at the players, the weak one is indeed Crackety. He's got a feudal army. That's why the Composite Bows want to fight. Javelins have to stand their ground. Choke points will be held for the time being by Limitane. Lash has to commit to this fight. Realistically, he needs to go after economy because the enemy army is catching up quick. Baltoon now in for the cleanup. And there's no way they're going to be able to hold on here. 30 archers left over underneath the TC, but not for long. Good save by Baltoon. Good recovery. And now he's the one with the most kingly of armies. I don't think anyone's coming close to that. 91 military. Aveline's down to 43. We don't talk about Crackety. Crackety's the groupie right now. We thought he was the main star. He was given the mic. And then that Kara Siphon rush was the equivalent of, like, getting the mic, being on stage, it being your moment. I'm like, I got a dream. And getting booed off stage. So now it's on Balchad to save the day. The Swede to give him a taste of those meatballs. Crackety does need to catch up. Looks like he's going to start prioritizing the food. Gold has already been stockpiled up the wazoo. Other side of this, Aveli, I don't think he's been playing for relics at all, which kind of worries me. That's a very big power spike play you could be leaning into. But it looks like neither of them have that on the agenda, right? I don't think Lash went for it either. I feel like Lash would be the obvious one, considering he hasn't got TC play. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Baltoon leans into it now. His army is still huge. And it's very easy for Ottomans to kind of step into that next. They also won a lot of gold, but they want to scale Janissaries. Speaking of which, we are having more Janissaries added in. The plan was to let the Byzantines boom infinite mercenaries? Yes, the plan has changed. Long live Baltoon. Why spam infinite mercs? Like, okay, so here's a crazy thought. Ottomans are OP because not only do they have infinite units themselves, but they can allow the Byzantines to spam infinite units. We figured it out. Trash in 1v1s, god tier in team games. Archer Tickle. Not going to work out well here. They have to be very careful about their positioning. One misstep, and Baltoon's going to be in their base. This army is so scary. It's crazy, right? Like, he's over 100 military. He's still got wiggle room to go further. Crackety now on his way up. The phalanx structure being built. Golden Horn Tower, a pretty good spike point for him to try and recover into mass javelins now. Crackety playing Robin to Baltoon's Batman. You know, the funny thing is, like, score-wise, Aveli is barely behind Baltoon, but I shake my head and disagree. Most of that is just in eco. It's kind of a fake element at the stage. Sure, over time it'll pay off, but you can see they're running out of space. The push is coming in. It's going to be a bloody scary one. Whereas Auto Siege, probably a million miles away. Do you know how long it takes for these things to get across the map? That's why ABBA feels so good. Just build it wherever you want. Save the distance. Janny Count gets sniped down here. Mango going to be a complete whiff. So it looks like it's just going to be a back away. Makes a lot of sense, right? Crackety just tacked up. That was the correct read coming out from green and yellow. Lash and Avali are like, okay, well, if he just tacked up, he's not assisting you. He can't be. What worries me is, like, let's look at the current resources. Whoa. Avali's just going to go Imperial. What's your win condition here? I guess you could trade. Trade's pretty good on this map. Like, look at the spawn. Trade post right next to his base. Look at the safety of this corner. You've got cliff sides. You've got walls up. This is a really good trade game, actually, for Avali and Lash. And I don't feel like Baltoon's in a position to stop it now, right? Like, the hesitation, you can see Crackety is not really contributing much. He's up to 41 military again. But it's going to take him, what, an extra 2 minutes to be ready to go? Or at least definitely to be in their base. So he says, hell, pull the trigger. Culture Wing on the way. All right, what do you think, guys? Ones, if green and yellow are winning. Twos, if you think blue and teal have got this. Because this looks incredibly good for Lash and Avali. Feels like the type of position that would be impossible to kind of lose from, right? Like the Mountain Knights you've got here. Remember, this is Royal Institute, by the way, so we've got Cantled Saddles, we've got Royal Bloodlines. Like, this is basically an Imperial Age army. And then if you think about the effectivity of the archers from the Abbasids, it's almost like having a Castle Age Plus there as well, with health and attack speed. So, in a lot of ways, they've comboed at this beautiful mixture of a light Imperial effect. Baltoon now on his way slowly back to defend. He's going to dive towards the farms. Really, the only downside I see right now is these Knights may struggle in these choke points. That could be their undoing. The Mangoes are also on the way, and notice that that is something that Avali is lacked in producing. I don't like this. He's floating almost 2k wood, 2k gold. Build some Mangoes, build some Springles. I think that's the thing that's genuinely missing here. It's the thing that could cost him a fight. Especially the Mangoes, the double Mango on the back of this from the Ottomans. Dives coming in. Tech up, about to complete. Needs to be quick in the veterancy though. Into the elite stats rather for those archers. Limitano line's going to spread and push this back. Trying to force the Knights to commit in. Mango's going to go for a wallop. It's a big one. But the double Mango's coming in range now. Tech up complete, so that's confirmation they need to fight and they need to win this right now because Avali's been holding back. One Mango just not doing enough here. Knights have to pull back. Lash hesitant to lose his army. Means that Avali's going to throw away his. Oh my god, this Ottoman bull is so big. Jab count up to 22 as well. I mean, that's a complete wipe of the army. Avali just needs to get the hell out of dodge. The problem is he can't. He's too slow. He's going to be left on the cliffside and fall. This is Spartan out of the game. It's going to be a reboom for nothing. And that elite stats on Archer is going to feel worthless at this stage. Now, Lash does at least get away, but I'm a little bit skeptical about the way this was executed. I know it's hard to dive into Limitano like that, but you got to be the game breaker. He saw the Janissary count, though, or at least heard them. The reality is there was only 8 in the mixer. And Limitano count was getting low, right? Lash, if he wants to excuse his action here, he needs to raid. The problem right now is there's just so much to kill. Baltoon now going for a free TC boom. Behind this, other side, Crackety, of course, set up his second TC. He's condensed safe near the army. I think the issue for Lash is, if this was your goal, this was what you had in mind, you needed to go sooner. Like, you know, crap will get off the pot. I don't even know why you're there holding Avali's hand. Just tell him, okay, this has been fun, but I'm abandoning you. So that Avali can have that moment, Wait, what? Instead, this looked like a top 10 anime betrayal. Very pretentious French nobility being like, oh, no, I can't get my boots muddy. I'll see you later, peasants. Hey, come back. Now, Avali at least can reboom, but now think about the bream room we've got here. I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a tech up on the way soon for one of these two players. Let's have a look. Baltoon must be close to pop, right? 164. He can easily get up there with the passive production. Crackety is a mile off. So Crackety's, if we're being totally real about this, still the weak point. But most of the raids have been shut down now, right? I think the only thing that's missing, well, funnily enough, Avali's doing it, stone walls. I'm trying to think how they can lose this from their position. I mean, if Lash and Avali go to fight again, and Avali decides to do, like, Lash decides to abandon him, that could work. Baltoon, I knew about the Kara Siphon thing from the previous patch, but I thought they fixed it. So I was shocked. Because, like, I remember talking about this firearm issue before, because it used to be on walls. But I figured when they fixed it on walls, it worked for everything. So yeah, that caught me completely off guard. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Crackety's going for that participation ribbon. Crackety got told he was Peach in this situation and that Baltoon was Mario. And Crackety made the mistake of assuming this was the Mario movie. This is the old school Super Mario right now. I guess in that metaphor, does that make Avali Donkey Kong? Maybe. Sorry, Avali. Camel's coming out, though. Oh, man, that's a heavy hit to the damage increase. These Knights aren't going to be able to carry this fight. Avali, once again, is going to get bailed on. Lash has to commit, and he knows that there's no going back from this. If Avali gets wiped again, an army this big, the way that Baltoon's blobbing, Imperial will just be a matter of time. But he does it. He actually leaves him again. Oh, we have been here before, and I feel like we're going to be here again and again and again. This comp just isn't working. I feel like Avali just needs hand cannoneers. Like, please stop building archers. They're killing you at this point. I'm sorry, what? This is Crackety's contribution. He stopped the walls. Like, we couldn't have done it without you, Crackety. What a push out now, though. Scary point in the game. Baltoon's army feels unkillable. 13 Janissaries, 32 archers, 4 mangonels. I mean, the crazy part is, like, you need a Culverin, right? Just get a Culverin, some Gulam, some hand cannoneers, and go. Avali 129 eco. That should be more than doable. Baltoon's like, wait, what? Wait. We want to fight. Why are we leaving? If we stay here, they'll come to us again, and then we can kill them again. And then, Crackety, what we do is we keep doing it until they get tilted and leave the game. Oh, we figured out the masterful strategy here. Lash is trying to catch up. 96 eco, 40 military. Dive into the farms, though. Oh my god, Baltoon, run. Run like the wind, son. I mean, they haven't started tech ups, right? Wow, he insta-calls it! The farms get shut down, and the Swede can find no sweet redemption here. So we're blaming Crackety for that one, right? What? The farms got shut down, dude. He wasn't going to have food to reboom. I think he just, like, at that point, the night's getting too deep. The 2v2 cup? I don't know about that. I don't know. When is it? This weekend? I don't know. I don't know about this thing. Wow. I can kind of see where he's come from, the GG. Like, the Night Mass never really died. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, agreed, Baltoon. Avali's been in the Imperial Age for, like, minutes at that point. If Avali just wakes up and starts building hand cannoneers, they're all dead, right? Nice tie. Thank you. It's very fashionable. So, what do we call that one? Byzantines and Ottomans are best friends? Oh, is that all practice? I figure they just got sicker 1v1s. I mean, outdated stuff, right? All right, guys. Do we cast more of those, or do we cast a free-for-all that Crackety has recommended to us? What do you think? What are we doing? Okay, eat something sweet while we decide this. Ah. I don't play FFAs. We've been over this, guys. Too laggy. 1v1 Drongo, we need to critique the casters. Nah, Philly. We're just going to focus on how bad System is and how you need to just stop building it. We're happy with that. See, the thing is, like, you know, as a caster, what have I really got to prove? I mean, I make a decent number of grand finals per year. All right, so I'm kind of tempted to check. I know we'll get around to that free-for-all eventually, Crackety, but I'm kind of tempted to check in on more of these team games now. Oh no, Jiggly's arrived. I don't know if we've got enough people for FFAs. Ones if people want to play in FFAs, our custom FFAs. That fresh Jiggly milk? Straight from your mum's tits. Wait, what? I'm sorry. It just came out. Like the milk. This is an alcoholics milkshake, though. It's got Bailey's, white rum. Oh, sorry. Bailey's, Malibu. So coconut rum. Amaretto, and milk. And they're bloody delicious, son. I can tell you that much. So we have 3 people saying they want to play free-for-all. That's not enough. Has Bailey's? Bailey's. 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 Dude, everything should have Bailey's. So tasty. That sounds too sweet. It's not too sweet. It literally tastes like you're having a milkshake, mate. Not too sweet. Perfect. Yes, Bailey's Irish Cream. Thank you, Alaskan Wampa. So, let's have a look. What other strategies are they maybe up to? French plus sushi. I mean, that's just going to be knights and... Oh, God, that's disgusting, actually. Knights and chicken-noos. Like, oh. That sounds so stupidly strong. On Cliffside of... Dude, you guys are die. Gotta check that. I like it, die. Alright, let me load the game up. French UG feudal is disgusting. I know, right? Like, just think about it. But, like, it's on Cliffside as well. I don't, like, how do you hold that? Because you're so close on the map, right? There's no breathing room. You just get suffocated straight away. That's nasty, man. You boys are nasty. Otto Sushi Feudal. Why? Why would you do that? What's the point? What's the point in that? Explain yourself, Gully. Do you just like losing? Is that what it is? I mean, what you can do is you can do Iabid Otto, and you fast castle Iabid, and then you just keep like, because if you build mills, they get the extra berries, right? I think that works. That one is I can't remember. Does Yam work with your teammates? I can't remember if Yam did. I know that Kurultai does. Like, Mongols are really freaking strong in team games. Tower Rush the French Gold. I don't know about that, man. You really want to Tower Rush against, like, Juji nearby? They'll just come and relinquish it, right? All right, I've been theory crafting how this is going to play out because this just sounds absolutely disgusting. We're doing 2v2s here. We're watching Baltoon and Crackety scrims up against Lash and Avali. But this combo on Cliffside is vile. Cliffside, a map that spawns you closer together, and they chose French plus Juji. If you're wondering why this is so disgusting, it's the all-in feudal timing. Mass Chuganu and Mass French Knights, you can't think of a much better 1-2 comp to just rush your opponent with. And big shout out to Vic Stalis, thank you for the Prime sub. Keep those running in, guys. I appreciate the subs. On the other side, Lash and Avali have gone for a kind of combo. That's my artistic definition of it. This is a pretty underwhelming duo to put together. All the players, I love the two, but Mongol plus Abbasids, what's your strong arm here? Abbasids are your typical boomer, and the problem with Mongols is I find Mongols is more of a support civ. So you'd think that Abbasids would work very well together, but I think the issue is that right now, if Mongols are a support civ, the way they're a support civ has been weakened greatly in terms of their outpost rush potential, right? That doesn't really work anymore. So the real way that you're support civ is by trying to get Keshiks, control the map, and then scale into castle so you can offer the Kurultai buff across to the Abbasid player. Difficulty with that is you're going to try to spam Keshiks into a French Knight spam. That is incredibly difficult. Then you add Chugin on top of it. It feels like the type of battle that's destined to set you up for failure. So I'm curious how Lash is going to try to navigate this water. Mongol's going to distract with Mass Keshiks. Right, so that's the problem though, isn't it, Gully Deckle? Because you're saying, oh, you build Mass Keshiks against Mass Knights. How do you ever win that? Right? How does that ever end in anything but pain is the issue. You can try to catch the GG player out, but I'm wondering, like, is Krakeny just going to go 2TC and then spam Chuganu? Because if you get enough Chuganu together, Keshiks can't even dive you, right? They just die on arrival. That's always the frustration, I think, with dealing with Chuganu Mass. Compared to Archers, for example, like, Chuganu Mass just gets to a point where it doesn't care. It will still snipe everything down, because while Archers can have their damage reduced to 1, Chuganu can only have their damage reduced to 3. It's the same when you think about the Mass that way, that Chuganu are 3 times more effective than Archers. I mean, you could trade. It's a possibility, but like once again, you're now trading on a map that's twice as wide as a standard 1v1 against a French player. Like, I don't like the options here. It feels like you need something else to assist you. Like, if I saw this comp, the problem I have is that the Mongol player doesn't really feel like he has scalability that's safe, right? If your scalability is in trade, that means you have to come out on the map, and that's exactly what a French player is hoping for. So yeah, difficult game. So Meditation Gun is going to go up. Not a great one. Then again, I think this is kind of an issue on Cliffside. It can be a bit dicey. This would have been a nice one. The berries, gold, and the wood would have been nicer. But the problem is I think Krakeny, yeah, he has scouted it. I think he's seen everything there. Actually, maybe not the berries. So that's the bigger problem. Wow, I can't believe that. He scammed himself. It's a very long walk as well, though, right? Like, most of the time, you're seeing GG players just take the Meditation Garden right next to the starting resources so they can get to Feudal Age quicker. Do towers buff allies in 2v2s? I'm trying to remember the effects because some don't work. If I remember correctly, Yam doesn't buff allies, and I'm pretty sure like the attack speed aura for English doesn't either. The big one is the Kurultai. The Kurultai does buff allies. So many card complete. That's going to be... Okay, now I like this. I like this a lot more. Military wing makes a lot more sense. So Avali should be aiming for 2TC, and then you play all in with the Mongol player. But the goal should be to try and offer Lash a way of teching up, and this is 100,000% the right choice. If you build Silver Tree, it's a GG. You need to build Deerstone here. Because even with the Abbasid player trying to assist you, realistically, you just don't have someone that can play wide map. So your trade will always get blocked out. So 100% agree with this choice. King from English also cures allies, but Tower buff does not. Yes. The king can heal everything around him. Same with the Kurultai. The question mark that I was looking for was whether Krakeny was going to go 2TC. It looks like he's just going to play it safe for now, though. Opening on the spears, just try and block out the cat play. Because in fairness, Lash has given a reason, right? He actually went for early horseman. A little bit surprised by that, but then again, you need to find some value early on, right? So you want to spam out these initial units because you know, even if one opponent blocks you out, you can always rotate and then harass the eco on the other. And that's why I actually love these walls from Baltoon. It's really cool. He got a forward spawn in gold, but he realized his opponent's most likely play was going to be Keshiks or Horsemen. So what does he do? Create the V-wall, No way in. This is now a very safe eco for Baltoon. It means he can also play looser with his own knights. There's Myriad laying down the smack. Dude hasn't even had his show match yet with Voldemar. He's already trying to like bag and brag against other players. So Halpop's going to go up for the defense. This is one nice thing about the passive stone generation is it gets the hand cannon slits online. So I'm wondering, Crackly, like, he's got the archery range. Surely we are looking at Chiganu Mass. I don't think you go fast castle here. It is a potential option. But then you're putting a lot of pressure on Baltoon alone, and I think actually both these civs have some of the biggest pass spikes in team games in the early phase. Mass Knights and Mass Chiganu. Premium Monk's Cavalry, the best you can get actually. And then on the Archer side, easily a top 3. TC actually going down the double deer. So nice spot for Avli. Also, it kind of condenses them and bridges their bases so that they're a little bit less exposed. Sometimes when you play team games, you can feel like you're on an island with no assistance. This is to kind of mitigate that. Should allow Avli to just build kind of production near his opponent as well, his teammate rather as well, to help him. Keshi's all getting cut down. So good hold. Knights are going to have to pull back. But behind this now, the walls are going up. And Crackly is starting to mass into the Chiganu. Yes, okay, guys. We'll get the Lance Nectar Knight eventually. Wait, we already had the Lance Nectar Knight. It's called Joan. So what are the win conditions now for these sides? For the Northern team, it's all about hitting a castle age timing once you've scaled your mass. The initial fight is going to be big if they get the positioning right, because the Cruel Tide just gives a win there. So like, that's the winning condition. For Baltoon and Crackety, it's all about striking before that happens. Because the difference is that when you all hit castle, none of them hit as hard as the Cruel Tide initially in a team game. The damage buff is like having a castle age light effect immediately. Everyone else has to get their tech upgrades. Now, Chiganu can be upgraded very quick with supervision, but it just doesn't really compare to the versatility of damage buff you get across the border, across the entirety of the comp. Here we go. Now, Unstable's going to be taken out as well. So Lash's ability to scale is going to shrink a bit here. It's always annoying when you have to pack up and move away from Chiganu as well, because remember, they are just going to do full damage. And as we've seen time and time again, Chiganu thrive on no armor targets. Lash now just trying to go on the offensive, but really highlight these walls and why they're so important. Baltoon is just impenetrable at this stage. At least to small groups of Keshiks, and I think Cracky's done enough as well. Long walls coming in. You can even think about bridging across the stone, which I don't mind the idea of, just to make it a wider arc to get in his base. Now, this little move by Lash is actually drawing a lot of attention and getting a lot of breathing room. The problem is we're reaching a stage where the second wave is just coming in, right? Like, this isn't a slow build-up. We haven't got greed at all out of Cracky, which I think is really important. A lot of GG players would look at this type of game and like, oh, I could have had an extra TC by now. Yeah, but you wouldn't have had the ability to constrict the map and handcuff. So far, the difference here is that Avali's made that greedy choice. And although he's starting to see a return on the investment, it's still far from ideal, right? He's only 2 villages ahead. And this is also a guy that spends less on the villages overall. Yet, somehow, he's being outmassed and outgunned. That's the issue with going town centers. Those that play team games a lot, this is a really important lesson to learn. Sometimes town centers aren't just a freebie. The map might seem big, but it can quickly become suffocating when 2 players converge. Wrap him around the back here. Nice. Actually body blocked by a single archer. That is atrocious pathfinding. Wow. Okay, he at least comes in to redeem it at the tail end. But those knights should have been there much sooner. Now, Baltoon should be able to mostly dominate this fight. There's no spearman to deal with him. In fact, spears from Cracky are coming in to try and contest the Keshiks. Rough fight and a difficult hold. Big risk now that Avali could just get idled up on the wood line, if not lose several villages there. Time being that Baltoon just get reset, wait for the second wave to come in. But right now, it's fair to say that Avali looks a bit on the ropes. Another issue he has is, as this mass builds, that second TC is not chained in. There's no fire armor. Diver's going to come in there. Yeah, I think this is the the Karo Siphon game that Cracky needed. A TC this loose, and it would have been an easy GG in that one. Tricky game now. Song Dynasty's coming in. Wow. Okay. So now, long-term, Crackety has that sustainability to transition farms if need be. He can even think about flirting an extra TC eventually down the line when he's got all that passive stone generating in. But for now, the focus should be just to continue pressure. And you can kind of tell that by the amount of buildings he's building. I love this timing as well, because like it's very cost efficient to go into Jiangnan at this point. When you're adding in all these structures, and you know you can afford to spam out of them, right? The freebies you get along the way, like you've built this, and then between the extra infrastructure you needed, you just got, like, what was that, a 480 resource rebate, which is basically the cost you would tech up. And if you knew you needed this many production buildings anyway, it hasn't hurt you at all. That's one of the crazy things I find about Jiangnan Tower. If you get the timing right like this, which I love to see from Crackety, it just essentially pays for itself. So, where's the player out of this for Lash? Because he's still not looking great. I mean, he's been feeling the pressure. The problem now as well is it feels like they're both so claustrophobic in their base, it takes time to react left or right. And that's giving openings, especially for Baltoon, to just strike. Oh, nice. So I shamed someone out of playing HRE. I'm proud of that. Busted Civ. That's right, Gully. And don't you ever come around here playing Holy Roman Empire again. What are the rules of this tournament, by the way? Can you not do double pick? Because I'm just saying, if you can do double pick, I mean, why are you not picking HRE, right? Just every single game? Double HRE? Double pre-pre? What's Avali's eco like at this point? Jesus. How are you only at 43? It just shows you how brutal this game has been for them. Because the problem is the play out of this is still Castle Age. Like, I don't think that they can win a fight in Feudal at this pacing. Well, now the Rams. So this is really cool, right? Because right now the player's difficult to dive would actually be Avali. So if you target the Mongol player, Avali has to come out of his base and out of the choke points. And then you can choose the way you engage. Love this little detail coming out from Avali. Camel Archer is going to be critical here. You're up to 22 knights. 20% damage decrease there is kind of insane. If you consider he's attacking for 20 damage on average, right? So you're taking the damage output from being 400 down to, what, 320? Huge reduction. Wait, are we really going for the Abasa player? That is peculiar. I guess they're worried about him scaling, right? Like, he's the backbone of the army, the Keshiks are just the raiders. So maybe they're just looking at Lash and just looking at him as an afterthought. Because you've got knights to counter Keshiks, right? The only way they can get an advantage is Phalanx Spears with Boot Camp and Mass Archers, right? So I guess it makes sense. Chicken starting to tick away. Knights looking to pounce the attack. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated here. And yes, you're seeing that correct. Another reason why Mongols feels great in this game mode. It does indeed buff your ally. However, I'm wondering if there's enough. There's just so many knights in here. Ah, this is insane. Down to 10. Spearman line is just about holding, but the Chigani behind this could be the backbreaker. Looks like Avali has got enough archers left over, though, so good hold. That attack speed arrow doing God's work here. Going to pull back away from the mass. They get baited on the ram temporarily, so that's going to at least clear up the Keshik. So both cavalry players have been reset. Behind this is no second TC play for the Zhuji, remember. Crackety is all in on this. It's taken a bloody long time to get these troops here. However, tail end, as soon as that attack speed ran out, look at what's happened here. Wait, Avali. What? Oh my god, he didn't have the wood to get extra Raxes up. And the Raxes were on the front side, so he's only got 2 to reproduce here? Wow, okay, that was a gutsy play. Bouncing with just a handful of knights, saw the ability to double down. And in the meantime, he also has knights now raiding on the flank. So Avali has once again been shrunk. 37 eco now. Meanwhile, Baltoon is uncontested. That's crazy, man. I can't believe the amount of damage he done with just a few Knight peel-offs. They're so in sync. Like, these are very difficult calls to make in these type of games where you see you lose that main fight, it's very tempting to back up and just leave. But they are like a dog with a bone, man. And Avali at this point, I think it's fair to say the TC just doesn't feel like it's paid off. I don't think it's the wrong choice. I think it's just the reaction out of Kraken and Baltoon was pitch perfect. They never touched the idea of greed at all. They were only interested rather in attacking. And the problem is because of the fact that you couldn't go into Silvertree, you had to go Deerstone. Lash isn't the solution here. He's not your golden boy who's going to go for the age up. He's not your golden boy who's going to scale eco. You're both kind of just stuck here with no upside against a clearly superior army. Avali now down to 34 eco. Night Clash comes in. Keshiks are going to get absolutely shredded. There's only 7 spearmen here. I mean, the only positive is that a lot of these knights are almost dead. But they're still going to be able to do enough damage if they combine. Unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication there. I think Baltoon was intentionally trying to push that away, but Kraken kind of got gung-ho seeing the opportunity with the Keshiks. If they can at least clear up this army from Avali, this is over. But this is the only thing that potentially strong-arms them back in this game. It's so difficult. I'm impressed with the way the Knight count rescaled, by the way. Baltoon did finally go for a second TC. I think that must have been a minute or two ago. It's not a bad play from this position. And also, remember what we said about Song Dynasty being important? Krakeny is throwing a lot of meat in the grinder. So he needs to have that permanent food source. And the beautiful thing is Song Dynasty makes that so accessible. I'm wondering if they just have to pull the trigger soon. Right now, what you're kind of seeing from Lash and Avali is they are wholly reliant on the idea that Krakeny and Baltoon are going to make a critical mistake, a blunder, an overextension, a misclick into Spearman, or a Knight peel-off that leaves the Keshiks free to just kill the Chuganu. It's a very big ask. It's always sucky when you're in this position, but sometimes you have to remember, you know, the route to success isn't about perfection, it's about the least mistakes. And in team games especially, and this is the thing that I find more marvelous about team games is the concept around RTSs. It's much harder to execute perfection as a team than it is as a one-person stack. When you have full control of the situation, there's no communication needed, there's no second variable, completely out of control, it can be much easier to find that smooth hold. So who knows, maybe there is hope for the Northside boys. Fair to say it feels like they're running out of time, especially with the detail that this TC is online. And not just this TC, Baltoon now with a 3rd town center. Krakeny, in the meantime, going to Castle Age. And correct me if I'm wrong, no, their army is definitely bigger. Oh my god. I mean, Lash is non-existent in this game. So my take on Mongols is I feel like they're typically better in 3v3s than 2v2s. Because remember what I said, it's a support civ? The problem with support civs is in 3v3s it makes a lot more sense. A lot more to buff, right? And there's a lot more to cover you. In 2v2s, it's like a 50-50 balance ratio on the state of the game. And you can stress that with picks like French, right? Where they can carry 60-70% of the weight. But at the end of the day, like Abbasids, the problem when you go Mongols, you're a support civ that doesn't really eco-boom well out of trade. So you're not the eco-boomer into the support civ. You're solely a support civ. And the only advantage you have potentially is Keshik raids, but you know, that's what made this a brilliant read on the draft. The French Knights just make it impossible to do that. And Krakeny wants more Ram. 6 isn't enough. Jean-Claude Van Ram is here to stay. Good lord. Oh, they have to fight now. The tech up in is problematic. Veteran Chuganu are here to play. Even the Keshik just get absolutely annihilated by this. Attack Speed Arrow is going to get activated, but I just think it's not going to be enough anymore. Like at this point, just frontline with the Chuganu and let the Knights mop up afterwards. This is going to be GG. Cool combo, cool pressure. And I think Baltoon and Krakeny, you know, this wasn't just one move that won you a game. It's the consistency you follow through at the right point in the game. And although I do think Mongols are kind of weak in these type of formats, you still have to execute right. And one thing to highlight is this game has just been a recurring nightmare for Lash. He's never once felt like he's been able to do anything in this game. All because these guys decided to push and take control of the front of the Northside's base before they could even spread out. Great read, great strategy. And a great victory for Baltoon and Crackety. Who was it who said, like, Kashix will win the game? Wait, wasn't that... Wait. I'm pretty sure that was Gully Deco. I'm pretty sure Gully was like, yeah, Kashix got this. Gully, buddy. They look like plastic compared to the Knights. Oh, that was brutal. Said Tower Rush. I don't think even Tower... Dude, Tower Rush, like, doesn't work that well there, though, dude. The map is so big, even when it's cliffside. I think you're misassociating the size of the map for what you can do. Nah? You're going to win the 2v2 tournament and prove me wrong. Have you seen the gold spawn? Didn't he have a second one behind him, though? I don't feel like it does enough, man. I'm not there for... Oh, that's convenient. Yeah, very convenient, Gully. You can't enter the tournament because of football. Ironically, sounds like you ain't got the balls. Yo, what's up, Camin? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, my friend. Get to the bottom of the Civ leaks. It's just a bug. They're literally just campaign civs. Just a clickbait video. There's no... They're not real civs coming. Sup, Juan? How's it going, bud? You sign up as a sub because they need a third to sign up. Ah, okay. Gotta go. And then when they win, you're like, yeah. Well, you're gonna, like, when they win, you're gonna be like that kid. Like, when everyone else is doing the fight, you're like, and don't ever mess with us again. You're like, oh shit. Okay, so they won't win. Oof. Who'd you sign up with? Jesus. Sheesh. That's cruel, man. Did I say thank you to Vic Stellus for the sub as well? I think I did. Yeah. Ezra and Kamanoodle. Oh, okay, yeah. Say no more. Say no more. Oh, so rude. Okay. So there's a free-for-all, guys. I've been promised something special. Should we have a look? Crackety don't lie, right? He'd never lie to me. Are you dimophobic? No! I hate them all equally. Oof. He was third worst player in tournament rating? Ah, got it. So when it was between him and Cal, you're like, jackpot. Is Cal, like, still technically the lowest ranked one, actually, on the tournament rating? Or is someone, like, eclipsed him? I can't... Like, Nomad and him are the lowest, right? Was it Nomad and him? I think so. There was another player down there, but they haven't played in a while, so they got removed from the list. Y'all ready for free-for-alls? Haha! You thought I was hosting, like, thingy ones. I'm here? Well, yeah, like... But that doesn't mean you're not the lowest ranked person on the tournament ELO ranking, right? I think your name was on there. Was it you? I can't remember which one was lowest. Someone check. I remember your name and Cal being down there. There's another person, but I think they recently got cut off. What is this? KP casting a regular free-for-all? Can it be? Guy who says normal free-for-alls suck and aren't quick enough? Casting this very slow-moving guy across the map? We'll check in with Taizong later. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. We are indeed checking out a free-for-all here. Crackety submitted this to me. He said, you absolutely need to check out this game. Some absurd crap went down. And I was like, Crackety, buddy, you know how I feel about regular free-for-alls. I feel they're too slow. Not enough happens. He's like, buddy, this one's got you covered. Just keep an eye on that sacred site. So I thought we'd check in. We got some interesting picks here, actually. Double OOTD, an HRE, Malians, Abbasids, Juji, Ottomans, and Chinese. I actually think all the Dragon work reasonably well in free-for-alls compared to 1v1s. They still have an issue over how they get their population across the map to the right position. But one big upside they have over other civs in this environment, in this format, is in a lot of free-for-alls, the number one goal for people is to eco boom, right? Well, can you think of a better Civ for eco booming? You got up to 150 villagers as Order of the Dragon. I don't think there's any Civ in the game that beats that. So I think that's maybe a big part of why we've been seeing a bit more Dragon play recently. But when you look around, you see that you've still got the likes of Chinese in this game. You've got Ottomans. It's not exactly like it's a free win for the OOTD. We're going to hit this on 2 times, by the way, because I want people to get their TCs up quickly. Pretty widespread, actually. There is a little bit of compact going on in the center, though. Sawmin and Fat Wookie are right next to each other. But as you know, guys, Fat Wookiees take up a lot of space, and they're very aggressive when they feel like they're being restricted. They don't like to be in chains. So I think there's going to be a lot of fighting going on between these two. But that plays to the advantage of Crackety, right? Like, he's close by. Same with the player up here, Boy Stretch, who was playing our Fat Little Emperor. So we might actually see some easy 50 pop extras early on. In fact, what? Is he doing that on purpose? What? Rogan? I mean, this is an ambitious lad. Luckily for him, obviously, there's nothing that should really be able to kill him at this point. I like that he's kind of using it this way just to try and scout out what his opponent is doing. I'm trying to think if there's any Civ that could kill him quick enough here. Because Sprint makes you fairly fast. You got 200 health. You need 2 knights, right? I feel like you need 2 knights to kill him. And the Civs around him don't have access to knights. So he should be relatively safe. What worries me is, like, when players do this, it's very easy to forget. And you just sit there for a long time, vibing. And completely blank that you've got this guy just dangling there, right? I've seen it happen time and time again. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Boy, stretch, 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 stretch! Oh no! Oh no! Wait, what? Don't let him out! Wookie! I can't do a Chewbacca, I'm sorry. Spring gets activated! And you'll remember this as the day that you almost caught Captain Barbosa. I can't believe that. That was the freest kill ever. All he had to do is not choke. Oh my god. 900 IQ play? Of course, it was always intended to idle out the OP Chinese. I mean, I'm just going to be real with you, buddy. You walked all the way out there, you might as well barbicaned. Oh, wait. We're looking a bit dirt poor. Wasn't that like all of his economy? He sent, what was it, 6? So that's half his eco. Just out there. Oh, God, that's painful. Arkin now coming in the meantime from Crackety. Is that in range of the... Yes. Wait, no. I hate you. Wait, that... Dude, you griefed yourself. Like, you realize that, Crackety. Surely the... Or is it about the deer? Because I'm thinking, like, you just place the Arkin where the house is, you get the stone, you get all the berries, you get the gold still. I guess the deer is the bigger priority for you there? How are we looking elsewhere on the spawns? Kieran has got some gold to work with in the corner. He's a bit interestingly spread. Blue, a very campy location, but I don't mind it for Void Chroma. He's got the deer, he's got the compact stone and the gold, and it's a fat 8k plus the 2.4k, so it'll last a long time here. Pink's corner is also looking pretty good for a Malian player. Oh my, well, I mean, it's not 100% optimal, but it's kind of a jackpot at the same time. And then far over here on their own, Teal is just vibing. Relics are looking fairly balanced. There's actually quite a widespread. Crackety was trying to go for the jackpot play. A lot of players tried to lean to the center of the map, hoping or anticipating that a lot of the relics are going to spawn there. Unfortunately, he got a little bit scammed here. He has 2 relics in easy range and then another 2 further out. What am I looking at here? This is getting weirder by the minute, guys. This is the dude who almost lost his king. That is possibly the loosest Arkin Chapel I think I've ever seen in a cast game. That is looser than Footloose, the song. Wow. Garden over here is a jackpot, though. I mean, he's not going to be able to hold this at all. Right? Like... He's got the wood for an outpost, so maybe. Okay, so guys, there's kind of a bigger problem right now, if you haven't noticed it for Sawmin. I think someone needs to give him a ticket to a sermon where they teach you how to identify the importance of wood, because he literally just has a straggler forest of trees. And this Archon over here isn't securing trees either. So where's he getting his wood? This is complete El Clasico HRE where they're like, I don't need more than 1,000 wood to win the game. Oh no. I got a bad feeling on this one. North side. This is pretty slow for... Wait. Was that really the closest zone? Oh god. I hope he just builds a TC here. Pretty good position for it, actually. Got the deer. I feel like Chinese has a really good position in this game. There's a decent amount of gold behind them. They've got one of the 8k stacks. They've got a lot of stone. They've got double 4k stacks. All the wood around you. Like this... I don't want to say it sounds like a free game to Chinese, but fairly free, right? Like you should be able to boom, take out these two players your south side, and then pretty much dominate the game from there. TC in the center, though. So, Cracky, like, what? We're going free TC here, probably? So, I mean, I'm still just confused. I don't... The good news, guys, this is one of those genius players. If I don't know what they're doing, then no one knows what... Crackety right now is looking at this going, I don't get what this guy's up to. I'm confused. That is the golden strategy. When you don't know, no one knows. All right, let's hit the fast forward, because I feel like we've seen the clownery. We now need to get into the point in the game where something happens. This, by the way, is the negative of free-for-alls compared to things like Meat Grinder mod that we host a lot of, and things like micromaps. There's too much damn space. In my days, you know, you had this little slab of land, you had to fight over it, tooth and nail. You were not friends. I mean, Crackety, is he just going to rush Castle, right? Castle into Regnants, and then you spam out probably some Landsnack, actually. You got an 8k gold, you've got Archon on it. I legit think you just play Landsnack and cleared this boy down. I mean, he's got these guys out in no man's land right now. Games don't get much more free than this. Fulani half complete on the south side for Halifal. So we're getting a tech up now coming out from the Ottomans as well. Tech up from Crackety is, of course, going to be the Regnants as anticipated here. Like we said, there's 2 free relics, fairly easily grabbable in the 4th down here. And then second TC now on the line for purple, but they're not really adding much in terms of pressure. That's classic Chinese. They don't tend to actually just do things other than build villages and take resources. Counterpart to the big map of slow game, you can chat more with us. I mean, I can do that either way. I literally do that in 1v1s where people are all in. I don't see what your problem is. We can multitask this crap. I can cast it 8 times speed quite comfortably. Don't think we need to worry about micromaps taking too much attention. Second TC online on the east side. I just think the issue I'm seeing in this game, I feel like Hunter's not going to win. Right? They're too far away to get any sort of pop kills. That's a problem. Like, quite often, it's all about finding that balance point between killing early and staying out of the way. Now, Crackety is, funnily enough, chosen to be directly in the way of everyone here in the center. Same with Sormian over here, who, by the way, is going for a Burgrave. I'm actually a big fan of this build for HRE. When you're under pressure from an opponent, this is your #1 play. This gives you an ability to flood. And remember what I said about getting some early kills very important? Well, great. If you spam up 30-minute arms, what does a fat Wookiee do to stop you? I'm sorry, wait, am I getting flamed by Crackety here? Is that sarcasm coming out from Crackety? Don't make me pull up that. Dude, I will literally just do an aftermath replay of that Byzantine Ottoman game. Relics in place. So, Crackety, I'm curious. Watching this game back now, do you feel like you should have killed Yellow 4 minutes earlier than what you were going to kill him? This guy is... I'm starting to wonder if he's even scouted you. The way he's playing is kind of weird, right? Like, he's so fixated on what Green's doing. More relics on the way home. How many are we at? You got the pull on the north side you need to go for. Do you know about that one? No. Okay, so that one is just out of range by the looks of it. He doesn't know about the south one at least. He has got the one next to his base. So we're looking at what? I think 4 relics? Because he pulled one from the east side. Guild Knights have also now arrived. I love that Yellow's like instantly Landsnacked. How is that affordable? I guess he's got 8k gold, but it is kind of in Danger Town. You got 1 goal and 1 goal alone. Oh. Oh, you do you? Crackety is a man after my own heart here. Many a player loves the idea of an hour-long free-for-all. I want to vomit when I hear that out loud. What was the point in the first half? It's going to go an hour long. Crackety says, I've got somewhere to be. I got practice to do for my 2v2s. I want to be top on the free-for-all leaderboard, though. So let's make this one quick. Crackety, you just saw that. He used the trees, and he knows where everyone is on the map. And what he's discovered is that he's... It must look kind of intimidating when you scan the map like that, right? It's literally all around. It's like, okay, so there's no focused defenses on the left or the right. I'm basically going to get pounded from every side, just like my mum. Wait, what? So we need more stone, though. Crackety, I mean, we're just going mass keeps here, aren't we? Well, it's going to be L's back, 100%. I love the fact that you just walked into the enemy arc and you're like, should this buff me? Oh, bless him. Sawmin's still got problems here. He's busy fighting with green. He doesn't even acknowledge your existence right now. How's purple doing above him? We've got double TC. We've got mass granaries in the left side corner from Kieran. He should be ready to start flooding past guard soon. Let's hit the speed up again. Why are you doing a mum check for my mum? This is about Crackety's mum. Wonderful lady. Absolute cracker of a lady. I mean, there is a lot of stone in this area. It's possible this just works. Some of these players are just way too far away as well. Like, what does an Order of the Dragon player do at this point in the game? It's going to be too slow from over here. The Malian player might be a threat. He should be getting mass over. And the walls are coming through. So here's the problem with this play, why it's so effective. We discovered a long time ago just how effective an early Sacred Site cap is. Because everyone assumes everyone else is going to deal with it. When you wait until you're down to 3 or 4 players, one of them is definitely going to, like, all going to come. Because they're like, oh, responsibility on me. But everyone's so eco-focused, they don't want to take away from their eco-scaling to deal with this annoying thing. So they don't notice. I still remember casting one of the Outback Octagon practice games where Matisse basically just moved his entire base to the middle of the map as HRE. Built around the Sacred Site, built an Elsbat, built a keep, and then they lost the game because everyone assumed everyone else was going to deal with it. So this can be really effective. Right now, the other players need to start communicating ASAP. Like, how far away? We must be 3 minutes, 4 minutes into the timing. And no one's going to stop the wolves. In the meantime, green is just partying with yellow. And yellow is done, by the way. So, I mean, it's screwed. He's not getting out of here. Purple, in the meantime, is just playing pat cake in the corner of himself. Red is just continuing to boom up. I've got a feeling he won't know what fighting is until Imperial Age. And that is officially going to be yellow out. So green just got stronger. Fat Wookie needs to get in here and communicate this heinous crime right away. Wait, that's not so done, timer. Wait, so what's that? Mums don't like their sons trash talking other mums, last time I checked. Well, that depends on whether she's a... Okay. Oh, damn. Sofa's coming in, though. So Crackety's going to lose the primary TC. He's still got the secondary. He's got the E-repairs in that area. It needs to be more than just pink here, right? One thing that does worry me a bit is that potentially Crackety doesn't actually have enough stone invested in keeps yet. And he agrees. Back onto the stone. Now, keep in mind, his eco isn't scaling crazy good, so, like, losses actually do hurt Crackety because he didn't go past the Swabia. He's got the perfect 69 villages, but realistically, you just want to find as much stone around you as possible. Gather, build, hold. Kieran, in the meantime, might enter the game in another 2 minutes. Classic Juji/Chinese players. They don't know what to do before Imperial Age. I'm gonna burst the bubble, actually, for Juji and Chinese players. I don't know if you guys have realized this, but Age of Empires 4 is a game before you reach Age 4, right? Just because it's called Age of Empires 4 doesn't mean it's a prerequisite to wait until the 4th Age. You can play the game earlier. I I mean, Red's that classic guy that assumes someone else is going to deal with the problem. We've all seen these guys before, right? We all know one of these guys. It's like, I'll let someone else deal with it, and then I'll just walk in and win. Purple's coming. Oh, look. The original Chinese is actually doing something. Julie Beck feels deeply hurt by every word I say about this game. TC's down. Arkin could be slayed as well. I mean, Crackly is getting into some troops, but this is a pretty pitiful army. Like, this is a Hail Mary that defenses hold. Now, one beautiful thing is that the Marlene player is the only one discovering the defenses, and he doesn't have rams. He is sending archers, so there's a possibility that comes out. In the meantime, looks like Purple's on it. I get a feeling that these guys will communicate, which, by the way, is a rarity. The amount of times where people refuse to talk to each other than to make comments about each other's mums and wish diseases upon each other. Yeah, that's pretty much the only way people communicate in public free-for-alls. And also, for anyone who's trying to be logical in a free-for-all and explain the strategy to everyone and why it's important to do something, what you quickly discover is actually that's a bad thing to do, because then they just assume you're a know-it-all and they attack you. Remember, I have well over 8,000, 9,000 hours in Dota 2. I know what happens when you try to explain how strategy is meant to work. You get 4-staffed in the enemy team. Yeah, been there, done that a million times. Rams now moving in. How far away are we now? We must be getting close. Like, we're close to the 3-minute timer, right? Off back. Lost the cannon placement's going to do a lot of work here. Now, this is nice, actually. The Spearman should be tanky enough to take down the Rams. He needs to be quick about it. Archers are in position. Only vetted up. They do not have the poison arrows at all. 3 minutes until a Sacred Site victory. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He's still got villagers alive, getting more defenses up here. Looks like he's trying to go into the Mangonels to try and hold. Mass Rams are coming in from Fat Wookie. Well, looks like Chewbacca came to chew. Villagers going to get pulled. Remember, the torch damage is higher for Gilded Villagers. And wait, Wookie, please, Wookie, please, hit the wall. Hit the wall for the love of God. What's the average rank of these players right now? That's really important to me. I don't think Crackety wants to know. Green's in. Castle next on the hit list. King needs to be careful as well. You just hide an Elsback. The Elsback is literally your best opportunity to stay alive here. The cannon placements are doing a lot of work here, though. The Rams also just not proven to be quick enough. One final shun is not going to come out. Wall stays up. So only one opening right now. The rewall's coming in. Crackety just trying to keep them all off it. But there's a break from the south side. Blue and pink can go in. Oh, man, this is going to be tough. Mangoes just trying to dent the army as they dive on in. Villagers being pulled. Crackety. Mind, body, and soul on the line. It's a rewall on the north side. Green isn't even contributing troops yet. If they can just clear up the sofas, this is a hold. Elsback can be E-repaired. They made a mistake. A critical blunder here. They never took out the town center. Oh my god, he's doing it! Our boy is doing it! Crackety! He's gonna force him back. What? Talk about panic! We've got a siege tower. Keep an eye on the right side. It'll tell you when the time is close. Crackety. The cannon line, the Mangonels. They're starting to form a plan here. Meanwhile, Green is just building Rams. He's still in H2. Oh my god, they actually need melee. They need something. But here he comes! China's looking to be number one. Kieran, it took him 23 minutes to do anything considered participation in this game, but he's here. Elite Horseman with the biology moving in. Cannon placements just trying to blast through him, but they're just so tanky now. And this is the point where Crackety wishes he still had those spears alive. Elsback's in. Rams are on it. Villagers just trying to keep it alive. Good clutch play there to make sure the Elsback isn't threatened, but now look at the mosh pit! Oh my god! Well, that was the main wave. Kieran's only trickling troops in now. Crackety likes the attention a little bit too much. He's Optimus Priming his way through this movie. Oh my god. He might be able to take them all on, but it's going to come at a price. Teal has finally arrived. It took longer than Gandalf in the second Lord of the Rings movie, but he's here. Yeah, this is really peak Crackety. It's what he loves. These people coming at him from every angle, the banging all over the place. Everyone just unloading. 1 minute away. Oh, you go. How has he even got 30 villagers left at this stage? I'm baffled. Ram's moving in. That's going to pause the timer. Teal needs to break the wall ASAP. Where are the troops right now? How is it the red doesn't have more? Oh, for the love of God, are you kidding me? No. You have 5 stables. 5. Oh my God, no. So once again, Chinese players and thinking the game doesn't exist until Imperial. Also thinking that 5 stables and 1 push will kill a person. This is hurting me right now. This is deeply hurting me. No freaking way. Crackety's gonna get the rewall. Oh my God, come on! He gets the wall up! Crumble on the north side. But that's gonna take ages to get in now. Remaining troops been cleared up. This is it. There's no possible way he loses this. Boy, stretch. Gonna stretch that opening wide. Just keep it. Crackety down to 21 villagers. This is the be-all end-all. The search comes in. The pass cutter in. He can't hang around though. Has to pull off the site. It's paused again. This has to be it, surely. Purple, then red. We're painting a rainbow on this sacred site. Cannon placements. Can they hold? Wait. The villager! Oh my God. Please, just look. Juanita, just the Juan is doing it all. Proof that in the event you were attacked by monsters, standing perfectly still will let you live. Oh my God, I can't believe that. That's it. The walls are back up. Crackety is trying to speedrun free-for-alls. Be warned, folks, if you see him in your game, don't let him do this. Set up the proxy base, slap his cheeks, and get him out. This is outrageous. It's a 7v1. And Crackety is number 1. Oh my God. So that one's called speed running free-for-alls. Oh my God. Oh, sorry, 6 versus 1. Well, technically though, dude, they were all against him. You saw that yellow player. He was taking the gold away. Oh my God, what a game. All right. Cool game. Thank you, that Mr. Crackmeister. They're close to rating in FFA. Maybe. Did someone check their ranks? Because someone said they were conk rank. You really want to know how many kills he got? A boatload. Let's just go with a boatload. It's safer that way. I mean, Crackety is single-handedly trying to get Atri and Order of the Dragons nerfed via cannons again, right? The cannons are about to get nerfed again. I'm calling it. I'm fine with that, actually. Let's have a look. Statistics, shall we? What was the kill count? I hate you. You're vile. Like, hold on, so let me... Where's the report button? Oh, that was nasty. 444 kills. 444. Well, Crackly, the problem with that is that you played Order of the Dragon, not HRE. So you're trying to get like one of the trashiest civs in the game nerfed. Oh dear, oh dear. God, what do we do after that? Where do we go from here? Same crap. I mean, I debate that considering like HRE's getting banned all the time and dragons aren't. HRE's good now. I mean, you're acting me as if I don't already know this. All right. What should we watch? Do you just watch Cal's games and crap talk him? Do you have enough people for community games? I don't know. Do we? Let's check. Who wants to play FFA? Me! Nah. 2 minutes. Get on that poll. Who's Cal even up against? Sharp. Ranked 855th? That's not bad. No, Order of the Dragon is one of the trashiest civs. Don't get it twisted. Vote is bugged for you? Why? Like, what is up with voting recently? Why is the polls... Like, one sec. Delete poll. New poll. Who wants to play FFA? Yes. Nah. Or me, rather. Me. Nah. Works on PC, but not in the phone. You'd think the bigger stream platform wouldn't have an issue with, like, polling on phones. Apparently. That's a bit too complex, though. That's so weird. So how we doing on the votes? Got 4 people. 5? Is it happening? Could it be happening? We're free short. Where are my voters? God, I'm getting a weird itch to do B-52 shots. You guys have B-52 shots? They're incredible. Yeah, I'll show you guys what they are. These were pretty sure they still are the most popular shot in Russia. That's a B-52. So it's Kahlua, Bailey's, Irish Cream, and Grand Marnier or Cointreau. They are delicious. Like, you could just drink... Like, you know how shots like... weird taste. These aren't. These just taste delicious. God, I had one the other day. Yeah, there you go. Grand Marnier. So I kind of made, like, actually what I done for us. I literally, like, poured a shot of each when my friend was around. So we basically had 3 B-52s in one. Those are dope, though. I'm not a big fan of Kahlua, but I can easily drink Kahlua in that. Those are the most dangerous. They're delicious, man. It's the best way. Similar to Baby Guinness. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I'm guessing that's like, what, Guinness with Baileys or something? It's Turkey. In Turkey, there is no cocktail. I'm going to refuse the temptation to make a dirty joke there. There's no cocktail. Eh? Rogan? So, only no soda and rum. Wait. So, Baby Guinness, was it? Let's have a look. shoot style of cocktail. So, okay, it doesn't contain it at all. Oh, so you get Sambuca instead. Ah, Black Sambuca. The Black Sambuca does sound kind of dodgy. Never had one then. I don't have Sambuca though, so I can't try it. Turn VPN on and go on PC? Yeah, that's scuffed. Alright, so 7, I guess. There's probably going to be another one that just turns up. So we can probably do community games. So what I'll do is I'll get the thingy ready for an exclamation mark join. What are we going to do with the lobby? We're probably going to do... I know what we're going to do. Who likes mountain clearing? I get any mountain clearing enjoyers? Because I got someone special here. He's just, dude, he's just doing all the maps for me. It's great. Alright, we're 100% doing Meat Grinder, right? On a map this small, of course. Let's have a look. Well, first Elim could be 8 minutes. I don't care. You guys can move your asses. We don't need Nomad. We'll do every 2 minutes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe, what do you think? 2 or 3 minutes? The map should be really small. How do I join? It'll be when I say, only when I say, you need to put exclamation mark join in the chat with your username afterwards. But once I say, not before. Don't send me friend names. You don't need to do that. Alright, there we go. Let me update the title. So, I think everything's set correctly. The unit cost. I'm going to need to go make another drink. Eliminate all type players, blah, blah, blah. This is all Gucci. What I'll do is I will assign someone, my special prosecutor, to sentence people to pain or enjoyment in this game mode. So what I'll do, Hosen, I'll give you an invite in, and then you're responsible for getting everyone in. So I'm going to go run and make a new drink. If you want to join these, you need to put exclamation mark join, space your in-game username in the chat as soon as I say, and the Hosen will get you in. Ah, Sinky. Wait, that didn't even work. You don't exist. So, whoops. All right. Do it now. Go, go, go. Exclamation mark join your username. Go, 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 go. Hosten will get you guys in. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my drink. I knew it. I knew something was going to happen. Sorry about that, guys. It's because I was playing through Foxplot's campaign the other day that he made, which put me down to a 2-player lobby. So it's all Foxplot's fault, basically. So duck Foxplot and screw him for making good campaigns. Sorry about that, guys. I had a feeling there's going to be something. All right, there we go. Fixed it now. Let's figure out who we got on the list. Let's get Krent in. If we had more people, I'm only seeing 5 names included, and actually, like, Hosen added his name as well. We got Juan Pablo Asi. Got Xertes. Got Rivdal. Who are we missing? Because that's all the people I got in, so if you haven't shown up, double check the way you entered your name, because you may have entered it wrong. Is that campaign any good? It's not too bad. I think it's a little bit easy. Even the hardest difficulty. Maybe I'm just too childly. Tally, your name doesn't exist, buddy. You an Xbox or something? Like, your name should show differently. Like, for example, your name might be like that. Yeah, in-game name, not your... I don't need your Xbox Game Pass. I need your in-game. Hashtag isn't there. Okay, got you. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, for future, Raphael, because it's going to matter if other people get in, it just means you'll miss out. In future, !join space your username is how you have to do it. Japanese Springs for no reason whatsoever. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I mean, dude, I always love Japanese Springs anyway. What have you done? Have you been, like, have you been keeping an eye on me, Kevayu? It's like my favorite aesthetic. Full on Nippon mode. Anyone else joining? Yeah, who are we missing? We're missing people still. Where are the people? I require all of you to suffer alongside me. Wow. I get the entertainment. Should I leave it 2 minutes or should I give you guys longer? We're missing someone, surely. There should be more people than this. Map is small. That's my fault. Where are the Chinese people to, like, protect their honor? Thank you, Kovayu. Yeah, I was getting ready for that. Your invite didn't come through? Let me check that again. I definitely sent you one. Has it come through yet? Well, I sent like 30, so... Alright, we've got room for one more. Who's our final person? Our number 8. Disappears after 30 seconds. There you go, guys. Can't go make a cocktail like me. Gotta be ready. Lifetime long invite streak. Yeah, for 30 seconds. And then they're gone. Come on, we must have one more. Is it a 7-person free-for-all then? I guess it's a 7-person free-for-all. Let's get this downloaded for Zays. Okay. Wait 1 more minute. Okay. No problem, Leaf. Giving people a minute in case there's someone else turning up that wants in. 1 slot available. Because I don't play them. I just cast them.
Being rushed.
That voice. Being rushed. So I went from white chocolate flavored to standard Baileys. Just as good. It's a lot of milk, actually. Is there anything bad that can happen from too much milk? I mean, I guess you get fat would be the main thing, right? Because it's very creamy. Besides that, I'm sure it's fine. Can't see your game? It's not because it's not publicly shown. You need to tell us what your name is, and then you can get invited.
You know, this
Any
game
rules we
has
should
a
know
good
of?
tutorial.
Sure. So the way that Meat Grinder works is there's going to be a timer. When that timer hits 0, the player with the lowest score is going to be eliminated. The score is determined by your kills. So when you kill units, you kill buildings, you'll get score for that round. And the more you kill, the safer you're going to be. Whoever has the lowest score when the timer strikes down each time dies. So first elimination's 8 minutes, and then every 2 minutes afterwards. So it's going to be very quick. So I'm going to leave the lobby now. Someone needs to invite Dolan. So get Dolan in, please. Depends if you're lactose intolerant. I don't think I am. I'm not intolerant of milk. I'm a very forward-thinking person. I resisted the temptation to make some sort of correlation to Crackerty's mum. Are you guys proud of me? Guys catching strays ain't even here. Deport milk. Jesus Christ. Deport. Dude, there's something about the way that has been written. This is what Kevaya really thought Brexit was all about. I don't think I've ever heard, like, I don't think I've ever read those words next to each other. Deport milk. Oh, Jesus, that's brilliant. That is subtly brilliant somehow. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Thatcher would have said it, surely. No. It wouldn't have been deport milk. It would have been we must monetize the milk, right? We must. No. It would be we must capitalism the milk. That would have been the statement. Boom. We must free market the milk. All right, you guys should be good to rock and roll whenever. So this game's going to be 22 minutes long. Is that correct? 8 minutes, 2 minute limit afterwards, or 20 minutes. Might be 20 minutes. First at 8, second at 10. You need to eliminate 5 at more. Yeah. So it'll be 20-minute free for all. Dude, I freaking love this stuff. Doesn't that sound so much better, right? It's so nice as well because it's just like you get through the game, you get to the next one quickly. What's not to like about that? This is what I mean. Just like standard free for alls are just unnecessarily huge. There's no real merit behind that, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna say it. We got the right recipe here. All right, Relic should be following our lead. This should be the standardized experience in AoE 4. Glad we're finally getting enough people in for these again, though. It's kind of a bit demoralizing that everyone was just focused on the free-for-alls and ladder when I won't have these going. So glad we're able to get back to these. Starting game. Nice. Now we find out if hosting's the toaster PC again. Hopefully that's not done that. It should be viewable. I definitely said it as viewable before I left. It's probably just taking a minute. Duh. Have we got a problem? Chat, you watched me. Yeah, it was definitely view. Okay, there we go. We're good. Diplomacy win in this mode is, I mean... What, you mean communicating people? Yeah. Technically. It's pretty, like, clear to see who's winning as well. You're slow to load? Yeah, it's all your fault, mate. Fired out of a cannon into the sun. Double Japanese. Double Zhuji. Ugh. That's historical. And then the Atri can be obsessed with the Abbasids, and the English and Byzantines. That part is not historical. Actually, I guess the Abbasids and the Byzantines can be obsessed with each other. The Atri and English can be obsessed with each other. Yeah, it's all historical. You guys have your matchups. Just meta. All right, let me switch over. This is bloody fantastic. Big shout out to Kaivayu for creating this map. We have got mini mountain clearing. This is an 8-player map. Look at the size of it. It's basically like maximum 4 players. Oh, this is an absolute treat. Want to know, welcome back to A4 Action. We are doing more of the Meat Grinder mod. That's right. Every 2 minutes, someone gets eliminated. It's starting at 8 minutes. Decided by who has done the least action. If you're slacking, if you're idling, if you're AFKing in the corner, and you're not killing, you're getting out of my game. This will be a 20-minute free-for-all. Oh, God, that feels so good to say. So, we've got a nice assortment of players. Hosa makes a return on the Juji. Next to them, we have got Xerxes, a new face, playing the English in the blue. Just to the north, we've got Rivtal making a return in the purple on the Byzantines. Just to the north, we've got a new face, Tally, as the H3 in the red. Then we've got Dolan in the pink on the Japanese. Over here, we're going to have Mad Lad Krent from gold to diamond on the Abbasids. And then the yellow, we're going to have Raphael as another Juji player. Finally, it's going to be Juan Pablo RC as a Japanese. So, interesting spawn. It looks a little bit weighed towards the south slightly on the relics. Like, this is insane, dude. I feel like me and Kaivayu always inevitably end up having a discussion about relic spawns. That is 9 relics on one screen. And you know what the best part is, chat? For some reason, there's another one over here. Wait, oh, we're a relic short then. Because it should be 11 for 8 players, right? So either there's one subtly hidden, or we're being scammed. I feel like we're being scammed. Anyway, Tally's going to be rushing for that like there's no tomorrow. He's going to be like a dog in heat. I wonder if he's even scouted it yet. No, he's busy looking at his next door neighbor. Oh my god, dude, look how close they are on this map. That is uncomfortably close. I love it. So yeah, if you guys like what you're seeing here, by the way, while we've got time before the massacring begins, and you want to be in one of these, I do aim to host these regularly. My goal is to kind of scale the scene, scale the channel and the community to a stage where we can just do these almost daily. I love the idea of just finding creative formats and doing them all the time. Kind of like the Fun Day Monday type-esque things, I think was the way that I know someone described it recently, what Day 9 used to do. So, you know, if you're wondering where you can get your hands on these and you're sick of free-for-alls and them taking 2 hours for an inevitable outcome, come on by, because we got you covered. So, tech up's on the way. We done the 8-minute first elim because I felt like people would have enough villagers. We went for the double villager start, so realistically you can escalate to get kills quite early. But I'm wondering, like, who do I favor here? English can be really good in a map like this. You're so close together. I love the small wall. You are so uncomfortably close that you felt inclined to build a wall here. That is fantastic. Hippodrome build coming out from Rivdal. Rivdal is one of our Conk players, right? So we've got Rivdal who's Conk. Hosim was former Conk down to Diamond. I think we've got some other Diamonds mixed in like Juan Pablo. And then we've got some Golds Plats. The cool thing in this game mode is rank doesn't define all. That's what I've noticed very quickly. We've watched Gully Deckle be by far the highest rank in the lobby and go out first. And the cool thing is, like, you know, when these other players ID you and they know you, like if you see Donite in the game, they start to strategize working together. It's very different in the start as well. Like in a standard free-for-all, if they notice Donite is in the game, they'll all in him, right? But that helps him stay alive in this game mode. So you have to balance that logic. That's what I love about this, you know. In a way, dying can get you deeper in the game, weirdly enough. Medigarden's up. So he's an ambitious attempt to clear that. Just double checking, by the way, guys. There's no lag issues at all, right? Because I'm noticing my OBS is being a bit weird with the encoding. Hopefully it's all smooth. Outpost coming up to defend just in time. Dark Age Samurai? Nani? Alright, that is officially a whole new layer of weird. Not gonna lie. Oh, I didn't check. Do we have enough gold for every player? We do, don't we? Yeah, well played, Kaivayu. Getting this all stacked correctly so people have stuff to work with is impressive. Hippodrome. Starting to spam out the horseman. Oh, that's a mistake. So he's wrong side of the wall. So all of a sudden, Rivdal looking pretty cozy. 100 points on the board. That's because he killed 2 villagers, remember. That's the way it works. Now, the question is, are some of these players even going to move quick enough to do damage before they just get wiped? Because remember, the way this works, we actually haven't had a mass exodus yet. But if you're at 0 and there's multiple players at 0, you will die. It's a very scary element in this game mode. Part of me wants it to happen. I think we've once had 2 people go out in joint last on one of the rounds, but we've never had like half the lobby just die straight away. Krent. Ooh, nice save there. Gets in, gets the kill. Gets out. Now, we have a few new players here. Hope they were listening, because I very clearly told them, if you do not kill, you will die. I think most notably, the 4 people, rather, that don't have any points were, in fact, some of our new faces to the community. This would be one way to learn the game mode, that's for sure. How are we looking over here? Juan Pablo. He has got the stables. Wait, no, please tell me you're not. That is dangerous. Holy crap. He's going for a fast castle. This is going to take, what, a minute? Then he's got 10 seconds walking. He can get the first Mount Samurai out 10 seconds. He's going to have 30 to 40 seconds to find a kill. Talk about living on the edge. This is going to be crazy. How are we looking elsewhere? Purple's feeling pretty good. Rivdal got a decent number of horsemen together. You did hear the ping earlier. The king did go down. So Xerxes has lost his strong arm unit. Difficult position to find himself in, especially next to a Conqueror level player. Behind this... What? Oh my god. Someone has watched my Don Artie's UG build. Guys, it's the discount build. Pay 150 wood, get 120 resource unit quickly. And it looks like with that, Hosen is going to be safe. So 2 players facing elimination right now. Juan Pablo. Oh my god, he got idled out. Guys, this is very important. If Hosen just does this, it's death. Orange, unless the TC can snipe a horseman, he's gone. Raphael also on the chopping block, but it looks like he's actually... No, you can't be serious. He's going Song. All right, I think Raphael might... Like, this is kind of... I can see this being gold level, because it's very classic Zhuji TC boom. Gold or plat. Oh, that's brutal. But somehow Raphael got something out of it. A miracle has struck here. Oh no! Juan Pablo! He just saved a life. Just not his own. He walked out to the deer. The outpost got him, so all of a sudden, Orange is going to be our first player eliminated at 8 minutes into a free-for-all. Desperation mode has activated, but Hosen will give him nothing. And yeah, that was another thing. I got told to put this on the Japanese strings. It does look pretty. And it looks like that's pretty important that we've done that, considering Japan's chances of winning just went down. So they can be part of it in a different way. Castle Age tech ups coming in. For God's sake. Those that are not familiar with Hosen, he is that type of person that just builds 1 unit and only 1 unit. But I like that after I called him out on that, he found a creative way to build only 1 unit. All right, so resets on the scores. Tally taking an early lead here. This is a double-edged sword type approach, though, when you play as the HRE, right? It's like, you know, these units are typically more expensive. Losing them hurts a bit more. These men-at-arms are in the early phase, so they could easily just feed your opponent away. The worrying part for me is, like, Tally, because he didn't find a way to tally up into Castle Age, he might struggle to get there now. And all of a sudden, all those relics, those juicy relics staring you in the face, feel a mile away. 60 seconds left. All right, get your predictions in, guys. Do it for each round before before even 30 seconds to the timer. Who do you think is going out? Because it's looking like it's between yellow and teal. Surely Hosen doesn't die like this. It looks like he's going to be able to find some freebies over here. Villagers getting ambitious. They really don't want that meditation garden there. Dive in. Trying to force the fight, which is smart here, right? Like, you either get the outpost for 100, or you kill the units like this. This is expensive, though. Hosen. Xerxes is one of those lower players as well, so he's kind of helping him out here. Hosen, no. No! Wait, he didn't supervise Undermesh. Oh, no. I love the comment, Hosen wouldn't go out without a fight. This doesn't really feel like fighting. This is like me challenging Mike Tyson to a boxing match. It's questionable at the best and suicidal at the worst. That is pure death. Oh my god, he needs a villager kill. He's not going to get it though. Hosen, he dragged one out with him. Hosen pulled the highest ranked player down with him. That's 2 conks out. All of a sudden, we have a scrappy game on our hands. No high ranker taking the lead here. Oh my god, dude, that was perfect. Rivdal right now just has that full Metal Gear Solid alert moment when you get discovered stealthing over his head. Like the full exclamation mark and the noise. He doesn't know what the hell just happened. Well. I wouldn't have anticipated this. Raphael is still in there, by the way. With the Song Dynasty Grand transition from the start of the game, he somehow stayed alive. And now, you know, looking at the state of the game and Castle Age being able to get into the crossbows, get into the Lancers, they're not looking too bad, but they've got to move fast here. The problem I might be seeing in this game, let's check the vision. Oh my god, Raphael only knows about green. So if he punts south side, he's going to miss. In fact, he needs to move fast. Horseman crossbows. I think this might be too slow, guys. Raphael. If he'd just been into 1 or 2 lances, the damage he could have done here would have kept him alive. Instead, they're looking quite doomed. Maybe if he can sneak the villagers. Krent isn't really paying attention right now. Well, he's moving the army, but he needs to move the eco. Perfect time to shift. Guys, Xerxes at risk as well. Oh my god, no. No, Xerxes. He thinks that he can kill eliminated players. Buddy, I've got bad news. Raphael, he needs a kill. He needs anything. Just shoot, damn it. Come on, Raphael. Do it, no. He clicked the wrong golem. Guys, remember when I said this was going to be a 20-minute free-for-all? Who's for a 16-minute free-for-all? Oh my god. I do feel bad for Blue. So a little bit of advice to people playing this game mode, especially for the first time. Scout. For the love of God, Scout. You start with a Scout, actually use that Scout. It's critical you find the other players so you know who's eliminated and who's not. Because if you're in this position like Xerxes was, and you just blind punt to the side and you're wrong, you're dead, right? Because there's no one there for you to kill. Very critical that you do this scouting. I think Krent, look at what Krent done. He scouted most of the bases, like he glimpsed them, so he knows where the players are. And a nice raid in here straight away, hitting into Dolan. He needs this as well, because Krent was facing Elim, but this should save him. Plenty of villagers going down. Few will be saved. Oh, he needs more. He needs a lot more. The problem right now is the TC is targeting down the archers. It's going to switch over now. Gulem's able to dive in. Krent, he just needs to gap close. That's all he needs here. And that should be enough to keep him alive. Red is at risk of falling behind. He needs to get involved in the fight right now. 40 seconds away. Krent stacking up the kills. Castle Age is the big MVP here. You'd think Pink and Red would try to find a way to work together somehow. Feed each other and keep Krent behind, but Krent was having none of it. That's going to be a double Elim. Dolan's going to be dead, but Tally, I don't see how he competes with this now. He's got early men-at-arms up against their archers and golems. Wow. My former gold Ukrainian turned diamond. Done better than 2 conks in this lobby, guys. Let that be a lesson. Dude, Krent is an aspiration to us all. This guy was ranked gold. Hard gold. Recently, he went up to diamond. Give him another season, this lad will be at conk. This is brutal. Dolan's done. There's no way out of this now, and I think he knows it. At that point, Tally was a bigger threat because Ping had been reduced to nothing. So Krent will be our first victor at Mountain Clearing. Let me know what you guys think about this down in the comments. It's going to be a very short video, but that should keep you guys entertained. Mountain Clearing mini-map. I think we can even play this outside of Meat Grinder, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Oh man, that was cool. That was so stressful. You gotta be fast, Sinky, man. That's the whole point. I'll take second as gold free. Hell yeah, Muzlua. Bro, I need a rematch. Oh, Juan, bless you, buddy. Oh, I thought you were going to go Lancers and just rush the side of the map. Little tip to people when they're playing this game mode, you need to scout the entire map. It's critical that you get eyeballs on every player, because when players getting eliminated, if you only see 2, and you don't know where the next ones are, you're setting yourself up for failure. Always, always, always scout each player, so you at least have an idea of where they are, so that when you see 3 players have been eliminated, you're like, I need kills. I'll just dart here and I won't die. We actually had a game like this where Rasselbot, who made the mod, by the way, almost royally ducked up in a game because he didn't scout the other players. So he had to blind guess of 5 different spots where the final player was going to be. Even without meat grinder, that map's very claustrophobic. I see no issue. That sounds like a good thing. All right, do we do another meat grinder, or do you guys think we should do a without? So like that with just standard free-for-all or something. Someone wallowed? Oh, that's right. Yeah. It was yellow. I'm trying to think who that was. It was the Abasa player, right? 5-minute elims? I don't know about 5. 4, I think, is good enough. I still think we do the first elim at 8 minutes. Because that weeds out who's just being a pussy and building TCs, you know? Right? Or like, the guy who's like, I'm just going to go Castle Age. Because we've been over this before. 8 minutes, like, on the small maps is a good spot. Because otherwise, like, H3 would just fast castle, right? Can I do an FFA on Knight Mega Random? No. Because the thing, Beanies, is... One, I've got a funny feeling that Knight Mega Random is going to be terrible from a viewing perspective. But the bigger issue, even more, I don't mind taking that risk, but the thing that I know is going to be bad is it's going to be maps too big. I don't like big maps. They are terrible. They're absolutely terrible. One sec, I need to restart my game. I don't know what's going on with my game capture, dude. Ever since I added the vertical horizontal thing that was created, it's been weird. What's up, Juan? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome to Swarm. Do you like big butts, though? Yes, I'm always about a big butt. Because I don't like things being so clear. So then, when someone's like, this is how they win. But, I'm like, I'm hooked. Boom. Sup, Drero? Well, thank you very much, buddy. I'm glad you enjoyed the cast. I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Yes. You see, Sinky didn't see it going that way. Alright, so, let me figure out. How long have we got? I've got a maximum of 2 more hours. Because well, just under 2 hours. Because I've got a call to take. And I've got other stuff that I need to chase up on. So we'll get a few games in still. Reminder, people, if you're not followed to this channel, you should be followed if you want to do more of this kind of stuff. Because as I just highlighted in that video, I want to do more of this type of stuff in the future. The whole point is we need to keep growing that community to allow for it, though. It's just a texture pack? No, but that's the thing. It's not a texture pack, Beanies. It's Mega Random. A Mega Random with 8-player maps is bad. It's really bad. It's too big. It bores me. It bores me way too much. Because the first 20 minutes is pointless. That's the issue. Alright. Let's have a look. Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going, buddy? So, what we can do... I noticed a suggestion of doing 2v2v2v2. That could be interesting. Does that work, Rasselbot? Does it track them as teams? No problem, Beanies, man. But I like to clarify this to people because I think free-for-alls, the big issue of free-for-alls is maps are too big. It's kind of the issue across the board, even in team games. 4v4s, 3v3s, they're too big, right? So what we do is we even have micro maps, mate. We have maps that are smaller than a 1v1 map with 8 players on. It's so fun and so quick and so engaged. You don't just TC boom up. You do things. You actually play the game, which is cool. 2v2v2v2 does work. Okay. That's fun. I guess we do the... Do you guys want minimap, mountain clearing, or a different map? Because we have got... all the options. Got Baltic, Chaos, Random, Dry Arabia. Do you guys want the mountain clearing again, or do you want something a bit bigger in a 2v2, v2, v2 format? It will eliminate its teams that UI won't show. Got you, okay. Wait. But does it, Rassel, does it calculate your points together? Or is it like, if one player doesn't do anything, they both get eliminated? Because that's kind of hilarious. That is kind of comical. Where am I from? The UK? I'm from the East, mate. Good old Suffolk.
Combines points. Okay, yeah. That might get a bit confusing. That damn. Yeah, that's gonna be like hard to remember to keep. You expect me to do math, bro? What? All right. Do you guys want Baltic? Should we do a Baltic? Let's try a minimap Baltic. So we'll definitely need the 4-minute Elam. Ooh, would it be more interesting to not have points reset in that situation then? Is that kind of better? Your accent's so clean? Yeah, so I don't really have the farmery accent, really. It's very difficult for people to position where I'm from. I don't know if it's from being around Americans. It's funny as well because when I was a kid, I mumbled a lot, so it's kind of weird that for a living I talk now. We'll do no reset point. I like that for team. Well educated? I don't know about that, mate. I'm from a working class background. I went to uni, but yeah. I wear suits because I like suits. I'm definitely not from like an upper class or anything. So, everything looks correct here. So guys, when I say what you need to do, is put exclamation mark join space your username. Your in-game name is important. It's in-game name because the system I use will not pick you up if you don't use your in-game name. When I say though, so on my marks, get ready. Exclamation mark join your in-game name. Go, 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 go. Get your asses in here. Come on. Move them booties. You assume I'm well educated on my accent? Maybe. You know what my trick is? I sound like I know what I'm talking about, so then people are just like, oh, wow, this guy seems like he knows what he's talking about. So it's interesting you think like my accent makes me sound well educated, because in some ways I go out of my way. I hate the idea of just sounding too British, even though that's a big advantage in this industry. Because I remember explaining to a friend, like especially back when I was doing a lot of Dota 2, is Dota. I call it Dota. I don't call it Dota. Right? Dota is a very British way of saying it. And my friend called me out on it. I was like, well, the reason is just, I don't know, man. I feel like I don't want people to think that I'm super English or whatever. Like upper classy English. So it's kind of weird in some ways. Because I don't pronounce my T's that well. At least in some words. Others I'm decent. But one thing I noticed is, you know, from a very early point on in casting, what served me really well is what probably makes it sound like I'm a bit more uppity class, or like posture voice, or whatever we want to call it, is that I project my voice. I just do it instinctively. Because I remember a friend pointed this out to me. A fellow caster was like, you project your voice. You must have had like voice training. I was like, nope. What's that? Little did I know, I was just doing it by default. Sinky? Wait, what's Sinky's name? I'm checking the list. If your name is not correct in game, it's not going to bring you up. So who am I missing? I invited Spadle, right? Yeah, yeah. There's Raphael. Who am I missing? Tally. Okay. Well, Tally, you're not showing us online. Oh, wait, there you go. It is showing that time. It wasn't showing. Oh, yeah. Tally, when you do the exclamation mark join, don't put the hashtag. You don't need the hashtag. The hashtag is why you're not showing up. Put the number, though. You need the number. So Tally 6510. Yeah. There you go. That's why. That explains it. Can you please explain voice projection? Sure. So most people speak. So it's how to describe. It's to do with speaking from your chest. So most people, how to describe it? I'm trying to remember the way it was described to me. I think it's like most people speak from their belly or something like that, but you speak from like your upper chest. It's kind of very different. And the whole idea is that you can go very loud without straining your voice or damaging it, right? You can actually tell casters who don't know this and they go out their world of like breaking their voice because they're screaming and screeching and they just don't. They're actually damaging their vocal cords. They'll kill them. Like they'll kill their voice eventually. I'm trying to think like so when I kind of thought back to it, the only thing I think that kind of done it for me is I think I instinctively started doing it because I for years breathed in because I was very conscious about my weight and my belly. It's like I inherently have always breathed in. It was a few years ago that I forcefully breathed out, and I was like, man, I need to lose some weight because I didn't realize it because I was hiding it all. And I think that kind of compensated into it. The volume you speak out versus what you're saying, sort of, but it's also the way that you do it. So I can feel it now where I'm not speaking from my throat like this, right? I'm speaking from deeper, right? So it's like some people when they speak loud, you can hear them pushing it from their throat. That's what will damage your voice. That's what will damage your throat. But you need to speak. So instead of speaking from here, you need to speak from like here, right? That's the difference. It's where you like. That's the idea of projection. It's where you originate the vocal like noise from. Have to say it with your chest? Yeah, pretty much. All right. Sorry, who am I missing? Is it Rivdal? Is Rivdal our final lad, or was there someone before Rivdal? I think Rivdal. So guys, I'm gonna leave the lobby. You can invite Rivdal. How are we divvying up the teams is what I'm wondering. Let's check this. So, I'll balance the team for you guys. I'm going to say Dolan and Hosen, you're together. Raphael and Juan Pablo? Wait, no. Kren and Spaddle, Juan Pablo and Raphael. Who we got left over? I'm missing someone here. Be Rivdal and who's the funnel one? Sorry, someone's name I didn't say. Rivdal, you're with whoever the funnel one is.
I'll take that trade.
Is it Tally? Did I not say Tally? I thought I said Tally already. Okay, yeah. So Rivdal with Tally. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fantastic. So I will leave now, and someone can invite Rivdal in. Awesome. Whoop, whoop. Oh, it was on 8 and 4, right? You guys were good with 8 and 4. Or do you want the 5? I mean, we could go like 5, considering that it's teams. We could even go 6, actually, because remember, the first elim is at 8, and then there's 3 more elims. So that would make for a 26-minute game. Oh no, Chris is making me do things. Let me put the music on while we wait. Came for AoE 4 game stay for the voice coaching. Yeah, it's like I never had it though. Because a lot of people like were telling me that they had to go through it to get that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how, by the way, I can cast for 16 hours and not feel it. 8-4 is okay, or should I change? You can change it. I reckon, what do you guys think? I think like 8-6 could make a lot of sense, right? So then you basically get rid of the team that isn't doing anything. And then people have enough time to like develop a strategy, but they have to push. Could 8-6 work quite well? Or 8-5? 8-6 is fine. I think 8-6 is fine, yeah, because you're getting 26 minutes. That's 26 minutes, 2v2v, 2v2. It's pretty quick. Oh. All this talk about chess? Or are you trying to give me pecs? I just want to make me big. They want to make me strong. Give me the power. Do you study? What do you study at uni? I studied computer games design. And then I worked in blue chip software for 2 years, and I hated that job. Is that faint Zanakin? Yeah, I love Zanakin, man. There you go. Yeah. In a way, I guess it did help, because I would say I look at games in a very different way analytically than a lot of casters do. Because part of it is rooted in the game design. Like, when I studied game design, I realized just how different I was looking at games. I remember it became apparent to me when a guy that was on the course who was focused on 3D modeling said, it's kind of interesting now when I play games. So I just look at the things, the assets, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can see the polys there. I was like, huh, that's kind of interesting. Need a reward to have you cast in a different accent. I thought about that. I just feel like it would ruin the casted games, right? But Australian KP. Crikey, mate. We've got to get in here, see how they're going to do. We got Jean versus French. 2 Juji, no original Chinese. Double Japanese, Malians, and Byzantines. Ain't. I don't do Australian enough. I love this song. Chill Hop Zelda is on point. When did drop? Okay. Jesus. All right. We're in for an absolute banger here. Welcome back to the Custom Games 2v2v2v2. What you gonna do but stick them in a meat grinder every X minutes? Not a player dies, a team dies. That's right. 1-0. Welcome back to A4 Action. This is a fun one. This shout out, I think it was Rasselbot recommended this because Rasselbot had already calculated for this. The guy who made this mod, the way this mod works is the players have to kill, and whoever has the least kills gets taken out. Rasselbot already set it up. Love the forward thinking here, so that teams can happen. 2 players will have their scores combined together for each of their teams, and the lowest score overall as a team will be eliminated. So let's see how this one's going to go, because we are indeed going to be on Baltic of all maps. This is a mini-map Baltic, though, courtesy of Kavayu. Shout out to them. They're in the chat. They've been working really hard on these maps. Kavayu, I look forward to seeing what other maniacal creations you have in mind, because I'm already loving the ones you've created. But this is going to be a fun one. So what we've done to balance things out, because team games, like free-for-alls, you can kind of just let rank be rank, and interesting things happen. I wanted to make sure that everyone kind of felt like they had a shot. So what we've done is we basically combined more or less mostly golds with conch or diamonds. So this is a fairly balanced lobby. We've got, in the north, we've got Spadel plus Krent, because Krent moved up to diamond. Over in the west side, we've got Hosin with Doland. Hosin is a former conch and now currently diamond. Down here in the south, we've got Juan Pablo and Raphael, and Juan Pablo, I believe, was also diamond. And then finally on the east side, we've got Tally and Riftel DM. Riftel is a conch level player, but I believe Tally was our lowest ranked player, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be a fun one. Curious to see how many people are going to do water. That's going to be the best part, is the feeling that you can ID who's diamond or conch based on whether they played water or not, right? The way we've done this is usually we use the point reset system when players are eliminated. That's not in place here. I thought it'd be more interesting to kind of add this balanced skill level of, if you take out a neighbor, it's much harder to reach the next neighbor. So I wanted to make it fairer in that you keep those points. So that is an option you can do yourself. You can basically set it so when someone's eliminated, all the points reset, or it continues on. We've gone for the continuation. A mini forest nothing. Oh my god, Kovayu. How are you going to do that without crashing everyone's game? And we'll do meat grinder with forest nothing. Everyone goes out at mid at 8 because no one can reach each other. So, let's talk about these combos. I'm wondering if these guys strategize. What the... Actually, what? It's double sushi. That's going to be a slow-moving army, man. East side, we've got Japanese plus the Byzantines. I really like this combo because you can go Onamigisha spam plus Hippodrome Horseman, and you move really fast, so you can get kills early. North side, it's going to be double French, right? Yeah, we've got Old French and New. That's interesting because I don't know if you guys knew this, but Jeanne d'Arc's abilities, they do work on your allies. So you can have double Knight spam, and Jeanne can heal them both. And then finally on the west side, we're going to have Malians and Japanese. I like that from the logic that you have one of the strongest range civs with one of the strongest melee civs at an early feeder point. Because you can spam javelins here, and you can get into Samurai and Onamigisha here. That's a pretty cool combo. We'll see how it pays out. Looks like we have got quite a few players going out to the water, so west side team is going to do it. North side is only Krent so far. No join in from Orange. East side has been completely ignored, and south side is the same. I'm a little bit surprised more people aren't doing fishing. But what you have to remember is because the first team rather is going to be eliminated at 8 minutes, there's probably this pressure in their mind that going fishing slows your game down. Because it makes sense, right? Like typically, your tech up time is going to be 2 minutes later by going fishing because you scale into it so much. Let me know who you think is going to win this, by the way, guys. Whether you're watching this live or later on YouTube, get your predictions in now. Is it Team West, Team North, Team East, or Team West? Just put the direction and we'll know what you mean. I really like Team East. Not just because Riftel's technically the highest ranked player. It's the combo. It's just so mobile. And I think that's very important in this game mode. You have to have a layer of mobility. When you're too slow, you can just get left behind. And I think that's going to be an issue for the South Side team especially, unless Team East rushes into them. What? Okay, guys, you remember that part where it's like, this is a really good combo because Malians do range really well, and Japan does melee really well. and then Japan's the one doing ranged, and the Malians are the ones doing melee. This is some interesting team discussions going on. I wish I was a fly on the wall for that one. If only there was a way we could read in-game chat messages. Relic, please. Thank you, Beanies. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Love all the support we've been seeing for the community. I'm obsessed with bringing these type of game modes. I think it's cool that we've got all this 1v1 formatted content. I do enough of it. I want to do more of this community. Find fun game modes, set their rules, and include them. Because you do that, like, people surprise you. We mentioned Kren. Kren has been an impressive journey. Kren went from being a goldie to a diamond. Now, I take credit. It was clearly because he played in my micro map free throws. Ooh, almost a snipe on the scout here. The Horseman could chase this down, actually. This could be big. Because right now, like, what's going on in this game, guys? We need to kill. They do know that if they all have 0, they all die, right? Don't tell me Tally and Rivtal are just going to get the freest win possible. We're 2 minutes away from an elimination. Oh my god. Is there any military vessels coming out? Like, that's another really important thing. Oh, someone thought they were safe! Hosen's done it! He got the kill! Pink, red need a fight up here. And Northside team needs it too. I think South is gone. They're just out of it, man. I don't think doubles usually is the play. Just have 0 mobility. Because you want Chuganu, right? Flash comes in. You just need to commit. Just kill the scout right now. This is it. Do or die. Onabagishi moving in. Ping. Oh, he gets it. He just about gets it. We're now a minute and 10 seconds away. By the way, I believe Rasselbok did add it in, so that now Jeanne d'Arc does actually give points when you kill her. She gives the value of her buyback. Is that correct, Rasselbok? I think we got that added in. Or is that still in the works? Oh my god. 1 kill could be so important here. Yellow's on the move. Chuganu are marching west. Team West need more. Hosen's help, but they need to stack the points up ASAP. Tally also will feel like he needs more here. He's got the horse and he's got the mobility. The problem right here for Rivtal is he's spamming Onabagishi and Feudal Age, not the most reliable unit at this stage of the game. This unit comes online in Castle, comes online with time into melee techs as well. But they have no time. 30 seconds away. Team South, the most at risk here. They need kills. They just need to go in. You can't even wait right now. Who's going out here? Like, this has to be... Surely this is South team. Juan's got some in there. This is going to be tighter than it appears. Remember, you have to combine the points of the team together. Oh my god, I think it's Eastside team. It is! Oh my god! The Horsemen, the Triumph, the Onabagishi, they seemed like they were going to have the momentum to do something here. But no dice. First team out. And now we have 6 minutes to go to the next elimination. Now remember, the points are holding. They're not being thrown away after the fact. So if you build a lead, you keep the lead. I can't believe I was so wrong. I had high hopes for them, but charging into Mass Knights and Horsemen probably isn't the quickest way to succeed with that comp. Dive now coming in. Wait, what? Okay, someone's been watching too many Louis MT replays. Is that a real landmark? No, because it's never been complete. Chuganu are diving. Backstab coming in from Musafadi Warriors in Feudal Age, though. Chuganu is still going to make it a massacre, though. The problem right here is everything they're building is bad against Chuganu. Yuumi Archers, Musafadi, they all get slapped. This is quite possibly the worst combo you can do against double Shushi. Oh my god, they are murdering right now. Yuumi will eventually clear this up, but the price has most definitely been high. Alright, Krentz, battle. If I was you, I'd be sweating right now. You need to get your asses moving. There is no time to wait around here. I love the fact that the wall in the east side, as if it matters, those players are dead, right? The likelihood you get flanked here is low. You need to go. Because 4 minutes might seem like a long time, but similar to a Sacred Site logic, it's not. Especially in a game where the points are increasing based on your opponent's fighting. If they keep fighting, which I expect them to on this west side, you're going to just be completely eclipsed. It's the sum. So to confirm for people, these scores, you need to combine the two teammates' scores together, and that's their value. So right now, like, there's no doubt, these guys are done if they can't start killing. Hosin and Juan, like, I mean, these two have been the standouts, right? Hosin just spamming up the Mustafadi. These are the two highest ranked players left in this, if I remember correctly. Hosin used to be conk level. He's now pretty hard in the diamond. And I think Juan is like mid to high diamond. And then Kren is the other diamond level player. Now, they have a very strong army. If they time this right, they could easily just take the lead. That's a lot of knights to contest with. 11 knights in total, a bunch of archers to back it up. It's very strong timing. Flash comes in. Dive into the base. Mustafadi to try and hold, but guys, these are terrible. Mustafadis against knights get destroyed. Joan needs to farm up a lot more than this. Pressure's coming in. I mean, if anything, you can back off and burn the houses to force a fight. Even a ram play would make a lot of sense here for them. Instead, it's going to be a dive even deeper. Knights look at their targets. Fulani. Wait, there is room there, right? Yeah, just about. That looked a bit uncomfortably snug. I mean, this is way too good of a trade, though, right? Kren, Spadal, making up for it. They can start to eclipse a few of their targets. Raphael's falling behind, but Juan is carrying here, guys. That dive done so much damage, this isn't enough. They have to go again. I think the issue there as well is Divine Restoration probably is worth a pump halfway through that, especially looking at the HP paths now, but instead, Spadal never triggered it. Well, can we actually fix the team colors? I don't think insert fixes it, right? No. So there's no easy way to fix this team color thing. Honestly, I'd say that's someone to flag to Relic. Why didn't we actually have an ability in team games to just put everyone under... Well, you can in one team versus one team, right? Red versus blue. But even the spectator mode gets weird there. But in 2v2v2v2s, there's no grand solution to assign. You can give them similar colors. So actually, I by the way, I love this. Shout out to Dolan and Hosin. They done that for us. They picked blue and teal so that it was similar. The other two didn't give a crap. They're like, what is a different color? Green and orange. I love green and orange. This is what I'd paint my Nissan if I had one. Would I go water in this map? That's a good question. I think there's some value in doing it. The cool thing as well is actually just going water to build a military vessel is very strong because other players are going to try to fish. It's a bit of a gamble if you don't know they're fishing because there's no value there other than Nico. But I'd say for the first kill, not worth it. Second kill, you've got time. Life coming in. The problem right now is that yellow and purple need to fight because what's happening here is because orange and green are fighting the top score player, all they're doing is putting purple and yellow closer to death. So this is actually 100% the correct call. Mass Mustafadi coming through in Fules, though. How is Joan doing on XP? Spadal's got to be farming up a storm, man. 400 to 500. He's going to get it. Now it's Samurai now coming out. This is it. I think yellow and purple just realized the mistake they made. Backing up was the worst possible thing they could do. War Canoe is at least going to claw some points back, but this is looking undeniable. The Zhuji Alliance are going to crumble in 30 seconds. Oy, oy, oy. And then my question is, can you stop Hosin? Because I'm getting a bit worried here, guys. Mustafadi count up to 33. Remember, because those scores aren't resetting, it's possible if he keeps trading well, he'll just eclipse them entirely. Spadal and Kren are age-free, though. So if they can take some good trades, they could easily just claw this back in 6 minutes to win. Here it comes. It's too late. Oh, sweet prince. If only you came earlier. But I'm afraid the princess is in another castle. And you're 6 feet under. 2 teams left. Let the bloodbath commence. They need an age up. Dolan already reached up, but Hosin needs to mirror it. He's carrying the team in a point perspective right now, but these Mustafadi are now going to get hard counted. Their archer's coming through. Joan in level 3 online. What I don't like from green and orange is them backing up, actually. I think you keep pressuring. The backing away is the worst possible thing you could do right now. Wait, did I say this meant to be 26 minutes? No, that's wrong. It wouldn't be 26. It would be 20. Yeah, my maths. I counted an extra team there. First Elim, 8 minutes. Second, 14. Final at 20. I love all these 20-minute free-for-alls and 20-minute team games. It's so cool. Once it hits 2 players, you'd like to see 10 minutes instead of 2, instead of 6. I feel like 6 is good, though. 6 is a lot of time in a game like this. I'll let Spador just take the safe trades right now. It's so dicey to try and dive in on this, but the problem I'm kind of facing here is the fact that Hosen could have easily teched up by now. Got these Mustafadi upgrades, and then you can't fight anyway. You have to remember that we see everything from Kren and Spador's perspective. They're blind. They're blind to what's happening behind this. They always have to keep diving in and checking for the Fulani. You know what would be sick here? Is Double Mango. Double Mango would just actually get them the lead. This is so many Mustafadi. They're very squishy and they cost 80 resources each. Double Mango would reduce all their health pools to, like, what, 20? And then the Night Chargers would instantly kill them. They're taking a methodical approach to this. They have still got 4 minutes to work with. We're nowhere near level 4, that's for sure. Level 4 would make this so easy with Valor's Inspiration. I actually kind of like that, because this kind of game mode would require that Zhong can't so easily get that kind of level up. Because Valor's Inspiration would break this matchup entirely. That attack speed buffer would just disintegrate everything. I think, actually, Hosen needs to be saved by Dolan, really. Like, Dolan's a more important deal here in my eyes. What's he gone for? He's gone... Oh, my... Okay, no, Dolan's not going to be saving anyone. He needs to be saved. He's only got 8 Mounted Samurai. Holy crap, this is bad. They could actually do this. They're going to have to take the big clash, but right now, like, Dolan is not really contributing anything. Oh, Dolan body. A few patches ago. But, honey, you're too late. That got removed. Pitman God being removed. Slowing down the trickle for Hosen. They're going to have to take that fight soon. The problem, what I don't like, one thing you need to be careful of, is the longer they wait, the worse this gets. Because if you wait too long, what your opponent can just do is run away. Because you won't be able to burn enough buildings to get the win. So it's very important that you actually just kind of identify that and try to force a fight. This is the value of fighting early, right? It's like, it gives that added value. So that you kind of dictate the opening play. That's the balance out for you having to lose all those troops in the initial fights. Safadi. Outnumbering working for them. Here comes the Mango though, guys. This is what I wanted. Kren is on it like a car bonnet. And well, in a moment, it's going to feel like Hosen has been hit by a car. Because that Mango could be the MVP. Interesting torch from the primary TC. This does not give resources for a kill. Mango shot coming in though. Decent wallop. Oh, Samurai coming in and it's terrible. Like right now, I don't know. Like he's just trying to go for the Mangoes. Oh no. That's expensive. This is getting uncomfortable. Hosen, you need Castle Age. I think they've done it. Not only are they responsible for the downfall of the East Side team, they're also responsible for the slaying of the West. Holy crap, what a game. I'm glad we done this. 2v2 v2v2 is a hype. Dive in. I mean, Dolan just looks like a dead fish in water at this stage. He's Magikarping his way through life. It's going to be a pullback to the Double Mango. Insulation protection for it. The Mustafadi mass is about to come crashing down. And that is it. No chance in hell. Hosen, score may be high, but you have to be high on something if you think you're winning this now. Patience from the Francais before they swing their baguettes for the win. Bless him. Dolan, I think he didn't know what to do with this in the end. Just couldn't get the mass together. Hosen could not get the tech up. But French Cav win the day. Let me know what you guys think about this. This game mode is amazing. I love the fact we're finding new formats, 2v2s. I'm thinking of 4v4, where you actually just set a threshold point where you decide the outcome of the game. Even sounds incredibly sick. Be sure to subscribe. Be sure to check this out because we will be doing a lot more of these in the future. Well played. Golf claps all around for Kren and Spador. That was well played. Oh dear, oh dear. So, Hosen's that guy after the fact. It's like, I didn't lose, you lost. Yeah, dude, the moment I saw the Temple of Equality, I was like, oh no, someone's been watching too many Louis replays. Bold to go for the Temple of Equality. Remember that custom game where all the dragon men at arms had like 5,000 health and could throw torches from trebuchet range? Let's do that again. Oh no. Please. You mean the level up mod? No. He's Rivtor. It wasn't infinite upgrades. It's something that we done within unofficial AGS. Unofficial AGS has a level up function for units. And someone got a men at arms to the stage where he could throw a torch like 11 tiles long. And he'd attack every 0.1 seconds. Oh man, dude, that was ridiculous. I would love to see someone do that, by the way, as a full customized mod where you can choose what gets leveled up. Like, health is kind of absurd in a lot of situations, right? So imagine if it's just damage and like movement speed stuff. That's a cooler idea. There was something that done that, sort of, wasn't there? There was I actually had a mod for that. But the problem is, like, because I think it wasn't a tuning pack. Actually, no, I think it was. So the interesting thing about this, here, I'll show you. This tuning pack in particular. I don't know if it's updated and works now, but where is it? Was it not a tuning pack? Bloodlust. That's the one. Thank you, Cavalli. Yeah, Bloodlust is the one I'm thinking of. So I done Bloodlust before with puny peasants. That was incredible. Because puny peasants, basically, all your villages are tiny and they have like 1 HP. And then you have Bloodlust where if you kill units, you get increased damage and health. By the way, if someone wants to take a punt at making puny peasants work, let me know. This game mode is incredible. I'll quickly show you it before we get another one set up. But puny peasants makes me chuckle every time. The problem with puny peasants is the guy who made it stopped making mods before they released Ottomans and Malians, so all the new civs don't have it. But what it does is, like, the villagers have one resource that they can carry, and they're tiny and very fast. Hey, I'll quickly show you guys before we set up another one, and then we can get the people in. Ah, thank you, Beanies. Yeah, hopefully, man. Did you go to the last one? I worked the last one. It's good fun. All right, guys, you ready for this? Where are my villages? Where are they? This is puny peasants. And they will gather one food. Oh, they run back. So, but here's the interesting thing. They count as 0.1 of a population. Costs 5 food and take 2 seconds to produce. It's hilarious, man. And you know what the best part is? They have full torch stats and full knife stats, right? It's like if you go and find something to attack, they'll beat the crap out of it. We played this in like some little custom games before, and it was an absolute joy. I fell in love with this immediately. Could do puny peasants with original civs only. I'd rather just like have an updated version because I don't like the idea of like handcuffing people to original civs, right? Not at this stage. Like it was one thing when it was just Malians and Ottomans, but now there's so many civs, you basically be saying you can't play half the civs, right? But like, you got this tomorrow. Really, Hosen? Dude, you're an absolute legend. You see what? This is comical though. This is brilliant. And here's where it gets funny. Like Textiles actually, I think Textiles gave them. I can't remember if it gave them 50 health. I don't think it did. I think it was like it was corrected, so it's only 50% more, so 7.5 health. But Wheelbarrow would give them full 10 plus, which was hilarious. So what ended up happening, what I loved about this is it actually escalated your economy insanely quick. The only downside is probably performance, because you have to remember, like, what you are technically doing is you are 10xing the pop cap. Because if someone only built villages, they can have 2,000 entities. That's the only potential negative, is you could lag people out, I think. But like, yeah, look at the build speeds. That's the other thing. That's what makes the game feel so quick, is because like build speeds are quicker, all these type of things, torches, shivs, all of it. It's a lot of tiny high poly models. Exactly, man. That's why modders need state tree access, because you want to be able to do that, but you want to be... I honestly, I wouldn't care if the puny peasants, all the villages were just cubes to make it more resource efficient from a PC perspective. 7 TCS to be it. It's quite funnily effective. But like the best part is when we done it with the one where you get damage and health when you kill. One Landsknecht, oh boy. Or Mangonel, oh boy. They became strong. My favorite one was a Reboldequin. A Reboldequin hitting as hard as the machine gun from Hosen's game mode was a sight. I'll say that much. Alright, so let's try maybe a good old mini-map Dry Arabia. Do you guys like the idea of a 4v4? Because that's the other interesting thing. So we've been doing it with the kill race elimination. But here's the thing. This game mode can just as easily be used for a 1v1, a 2v2, a 3v3, a 4v4. Think about it. All you're doing is setting a clear, specific timing for the game to end. And you still have things like Conquest on, so people can kill the players to end the game quicker if they're behind. Right? It's an interesting idea. 1v1s wouldn't be so fun. No, you're misunderstanding Muslua. Because you can come in and say, okay, 1v1, either you end by landmark elimination or the game is over at 30 minutes. That's the intriguing thing. Yes, Kevayu. That's what I'm saying though, right? Imagine you get into a 4v4 and you know it's not, it has no possible way of being a 2-hour game. This is, by the way, what I genuinely think team games are missing in RTSs in general. Is like a clean mid-objective that makes sense. Company Heroes kind of tried with the tick down of victory points, but like a lot of games don't get this right. Don't get me wrong, Dota is amazing and Dota can last 2 hours, but it's a different style altogether. Right? The weakest player of each team is eliminated, Hunger Game style? Oh no. 1v1 will involve a lot of middle micro. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So, I think what we do, we'll do the... Did you guys like the 8-minute elimination, or is that too soon? Should we do the 2v2v2v2 again? Fights would matter? Exactly. Like, I hate how you get late in the game, and AoE4 just becomes a meat grinder. It's just like, you throw bodies at it, and it's so tedious. I don't like that. I hate that. I've said a million times, and I'll stand by it. Late game is the worst part of Age of Empires 4. No problem, Photo. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hope I'll see you again soon. A 4v4 and see how it goes. You guys want a 4v4 or do you want to do the 2v2v2v2 again? No, it's the best part? I disagree. The way late game functions is not, because there's too much resource on the map and too much freedom to just macro. I know that AoE4 is a macro heavy game, but there's way too much resource in Age of Empires 4. Let's try a 4v4. So should we do the 30-minute limit or 25? I have to balance the teams as the challenge here. So, let me wipe the slate and we can get people joining. Remember, guys, the way it works is when I tell you, you put !join space your username, and then I'll pick the people. So, !join now. Go, 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 go. We're going to try 4v4. Let's get Tally in. Kren, get you in. Hosen, get you in. Let's get Leave in. Alright, we need more people. Derlin, there you go. We've got room for 2 more. Confidential, try put it in. Come on, there you go, go, go. Confidential didn't enter their name correctly, no. They're not showing up. Is it because you put 2 T's, maybe? I don't know. No, it seems to be right. There we go. We got you now. It just showed up. Beautiful. All right, who didn't come in? Was it Dolan? Dolan needs another invite. Oh, there we go. Dylan is in. So, who am I missing? Leaf? I think we're missing Leaf still. It's one of the two. Remember, guys, if you're hiding offline, it makes it much harder to find you when you've got the same name as a bunch of people. Are we missing Riftle? Peasants off? Oh, yeah, good shout. I forgot about that. What, do you not like my peasants, my puny peasants, mate? They're the best. Around. Na, 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 na. So. Wait, who didn't come in? It wasn't just Riftle, right? We should have 8. Dolan. Leave, you're still aren't here, dude. What's going on, man? Ass in seat. Alright, Riftle's in. Leave, you here? What's going on? Oh, okay, so I see. Yeah, got close office. Gotcha. Okay, so let me balance these teams quickly. We'll do minimap Dry Arabia anyway. Opening Steam. Open it quicker! I'll beat you a stick. So, I'm going to need to have Rift on Team 1. And we will put Tally on Team 1. Then I'm going to need Juan Pablo and Hosen on Team 2. And then I'm going to need Confidential and Krent on... Wait, no. Confidential, sorry, on Team 1. Krent on Team 2. Dolan, rather, on Team 1. And then Leave, you'll be on Team 2. Yeah, no problem, Hosen, man. If you download the mod, you can have a look as well. Like, it's on the store still. The guy never pulled it down. It's mostly straightforward, but yeah, anything that you need clarity on, let me know. Alright, we've got everyone on their teams. So who are we missing? There's one person who needs to get in. That's going to be Leave when I leave this. Let me quickly get everyone downloaded on the map. Alright, fantastic. Everyone's downloaded. So you have 30 minutes, and then a team is gone. You can eliminate through landmark victory. If you snipe all the landmarks, that'll get you in as well. So, I'm going to leave. Someone get Leave in. It's kind of fitting. And I think Leave is going to be on Team 2. Is that correct? Yes. Awesome. Oh, yeah, that's right, dude. I got you and Host in. You said Team 2. Well, there's 3 people. Yeah. So, yeah. Whichever, like, I think we already assigned the team. I think we had 4 people in one. So, Gucci. But yeah, like, dude, having you and Hosen in the same lobby, Jesus. I mean, I can go make myself a coffee and come back. I don't even drink coffee. I can just go do it to prove we still won't be loaded. HDD gamers assemble. Yeah, dude, you got one that you just installed the HDD drive from your old school Xbox 360, right? Oh, that's comical. All right. We'll see. I might make this the final one. We'll see how it goes. Chris, Chris. You're gonna regret this when I become your dad. I will serenade your mum. I'll carry her over the threshold with my big muscles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh. And then I'm going to be like, sorry, Chris. Daddy's got to go upstairs and do a different kind of push-up. Wait, what? Team color is warm and cold. Nice. Look at you guys getting organized. All right. Good to launch whenever you're good to launch. Maybe we'll have enough time after this for one more of a certain game mode. I'll figure it out. I'm just trying to make sure I hop into the work stuff at a reasonable time. Some technical difficulties? Have you tried to turn it off and on again? Yeah, someone re-invite Juan Pop. Let's go. Someone's on Vista. Would you rather have Vista or Windows 8? Ooh. A lot of people hated Windows 8. Vista never again. You know, I loved Windows XP growing up, but I do think we put it on a podium. It's like no one's willing to go back to Windows XP now. You'd have to have something wrong with you, right? I ain't got no time for extracurricular activities. I've got time for drinking. I need to drink some water, actually. Dude, drinking a lot of milk gives you a dry mouth. XP to play Sims 1? I don't know, like updated versions, what? I don't need XP for that. You need XP for like Fandor, one of the OG RTS games. That crap won't work on a modern system. Active War is similar. Do you guys, anyone play Active War? It's made by the guys that make, God, what are those games called? Eugene Systems. So they've made like Ruse. They also make like Steel Division, War Game, those games. But Active War was a weird one. Active War would crash and not load if you had more than, I think it was 2 gigs of RAM. If you have more than 2 gigs of RAM, it won't run. So to get it to work, you would have to constrict, like you would have to go into your BIOS and restrict your amount of RAM. It's weird. Game gets, you know, not free space. No, not HD. I was saying RAM. It gets scared of freaking RAM, which is difficult for me because I downloaded more RAM. Yo, what is up, Mr. Pessimistic? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the gifted sub. Overtime pay? Blessings. Blessings, sir. We've got at least half an hour ahead of us. It's a 4v4 that is guaranteed to end at 30 minutes. What I love is the maths that these guys are going to have to do, figuring out, like, what their overall score is and whether they're ahead. It won't end at 30. I have a system, trust me. I think you're in the wrong game mode, mate. It'll end. You know what would be the best is if somehow it's a draw. If after all the murdering back and forth, the exact same point has come out across the two teams. 4 players combined to the exact same number. That would be a wild finish. That'd be the great... Dude, for real. You're like, we've had fun, but we'll call it a draw then. Oh, okay. Go full eco. Oh no, not 30 minutes of nothing. Bruh. That's a slippery game. That's like being in a free-for-all and trusting someone not to attack you. How much do you trust them? Look across the way, brothers. These are your enemies. Do you trust them? You shouldn't. Alright, should we get ready? I realized that this game mode is the perfect way to play team games. Welcome back to the Casted Action, folks. We've got a 4v4 here in Meat Grinder mod. Remember that game mode where after a certain amount of minutes, the player or team with the least points gets eliminated? We've got it here. There's only going to be one elimination, a team elimination at 30 minutes in. We've got Cold Colors versus Warm. Love that they put the thought into this. And this is going to be a bloody fun one because... Wait, did one of them spawn out of position? No, they're good. I don't know why. For some reason in my brain. This is interesting because I was sitting here thinking... We just done a 2v2v2v2, which was insane. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I was sitting there, I was like, like, team games can be frustrating for people because they've got limited time to play. But the games can take forever. And you don't want to be that guy who ruins for everyone who by leaving too early, right? Well, this guarantees that doesn't happen. Have you only got 35 minutes for a game? You've got 25 minutes? You only got 10 minutes? So you could do a 10-minute 4v4 because of this amazing game mode that Rasselbot created. If you guys haven't downloaded this yet, you really should. It's a disservice to them that you haven't. Rasselbot created this meat grinder mod on the store. But we've got some interesting combos. I'm wondering how much strategy has gone into this selection of civs, because we've seen some creative fold-ins. Things like, for example, Ottomans plus Byzantines and dropping them, addressing the teammate's base. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like that. We've got Juan Pablo, Hosen, Leave, and finally Krent on one side. We've balanced these teams. They're as close to balanced as a collective elo as they can be. Rivital DM on the other side, Confidential TTV, and then Dolan and Tally. So our highest ranked players, on one side, we did put Hosen and... So Hosen, Krent, and Juan Pablo, I think, are all diamond. Hosen used to be conk, though. Rivital was conk. And then I think, if I remember correctly, it was... I want to say Tally was maybe plat? Most of these people, like, I think there's 1 gold or possibly 2 golds in each team. The rest are very close in ranking. So we should have a fun one ahead of us. I'm wondering if we've got any spicy civs on the right side, though, because I didn't see anything on the left that caught my intrigue. English, Rus. Ooh, you know what was really powerful in the good old days? Back when we actually had team tournaments. Rus Pro Scouts play. I'd love to see that in a game like this, especially considering your teammate is playing HRE. That would be an incredible read. And what am I seeing here? Confidential's actually going for a deer push. I wasn't expecting this when we got into the game. Confidential is former gold / diamond in even earlier seasons. They rank around platinum on average. So it's kind of interesting to see that some people have just been watching so much pro and they're just doing this. You miss slinging cows to ally Arkan? I don't. That was absurd. Something had to be done about the Malian Scourge. They won't be doing it effectively in this game, even though Krent's on them. But get your predictions in. Like, who would you favor here looking at these teams? Because remember, to win this game mode, you've got 2 options. Because we did actually turn on Conquest. Your choices are kill them good and get loads of points, or destroy all the landmarks of 4 players. So it's going to be interesting if we see the desperation point like a few minutes out when the game's like clearly defined by one team having a lot of points. The other one just dives everything to kill the landmarks. That is going to excite me. You know what I should have done, actually? I should have turned on Religious Site Victory as well. I'm kind of okay with that. If you can hold 10 minutes in the center, you kind of deserve it. What have we got as tech choice? Oh, this man is always a pleasure to have in our games. Hosen with the Feudal Age Atabegs build. I did not see that coming. Have we got any other weird and wonderful choices? No Shinobi on land. Mance is pretty standard. Over here, we haven't had a choice being made yet by Rivital. He's probably going to Sweat Lord it up. Yeah, he's got an Eco Wing. So pretty standard play there as well. Another kind of interesting thing is the spawn on this map. Kivayu kind of adapted it, so you don't always get the relics in one position. You've got a few in the center, a few north, a few south. There's actually not that many relics overall. We're in an 8-player game. There's only 6 on this spawn. So I love that HRE isn't just like a haha, me get relics free win type civ. Dolan did go for the Ford Kremlin. That's going to secure a lot of resources. And it looks like Blue, Talia is going to be playing into multi-TC as well. He did actually go for the Abbey of Kings opener. I like this play. It's just very strong. I'm noticing we're getting a little bit starter, so let me quickly do this. And we will let it roll out. I don't know why. AoE Force been doing that quite a lot recently. Seems like some desync. So nice little raid in. Chipping away at them, does get out of range, but a lot of damage done here. So you might have to consider just running back and healing the king fully. Nice thing is because Blue is playing as a flank player, the Abbey of Kings is pretty close. It's not like a run across the entire map to get that heal. Don't like that they're just chilling here. I do think that this is a situation where you just acknowledge that it's much quicker to run over here and come back afterwards. The relics never spawn how you want them. Time to start making crafted maps. God, people hate crafted maps, don't they? This doesn't seem to be something that people are crazy about because I want to have more crafted maps commissioned. I think it would be cool to have a tournament of just crafted maps. One of the problems, though, is there's usually awkward points involved. Like, for example, the way that elevation works can sometimes screw up pathing for fishing. So we've got some early poke coming in. Now remember, these early points shouldn't really count for too much unless you're going to try to play a game of chicken. But the problem playing a game of chicken is we are playing on Minimap Dry Arabia, one of Carvalho's creations. It's essentially like, I'd say, somewhere between a 3v3 size map and a 2v2 size map. Actually, probably is more or less a 3v3 size map. But the players are a bit more claustrophobic, so there's no place you can just hide in the trees and never be found. I'm still confused by the Atabegs. Please tell me he's discovered something and you can drop Atabegs in teammate stuff. Oh my god, guys, could you imagine? Imagine if you could Atabeg and order the dragon teammate stuff. Yep, Kemar, you straight there with me. Gilded Knights with what? That would be an extra 100 health almost. Oh, no, let's not think about that. That's a nightmare. I'm expecting some Castlage rushes in these games. Confidential's already moved up and they're moving out for the Relics, so good start for this game for them. Notice that Dolan is actually going for the very chill back spawn TC. This is a popular play actually on Minimap Dry Arabia because you get a lot of food spawning in the corners. In fact, that's why you're seeing Rivdal do it to the north side as well. Unfortunately, he's the Ambassador player, so this board doesn't have as much value for him. I think we must be looking pretty good for the Rus for Hunt though, right? 435. Life is good in the Rus Empire. The Gilded Knight getting blessed by JD is actually not... Wait, that works? I haven't tested that. You can actually Jean's champion your teammates? That's insane. Wait. You know what I do? I'd actually Jean... I use Jean to... I champion an Onobugusha. That's going to slap. It's 300% more damage and health, right? So you're almost going to one-hit... Out of tactics, you would one-hit, right? Oh, no teammate. Oh, but you stole it. Got you. Yeah, you convert them. Yeah, that's kind of a crazy thought. Jeez, that sounds like something out of my modded games. Base health is it 480? I'm pretty sure it's like 480 resources the cost. I think it's 400 base health in Castlage. And then you 300% that. What? So you have 1200 HP on a knight. It's going to be a pain in the ass to heal though. Divine Restoration is going to be broken on it. TC Boom coming in from Rivdal, though. How are we looking on the Castlage ideas? I don't think Rivdal's going to... Yeah, he's not too far off, actually. I like that he's doing this. He's just playing Pocket Ecos. And then remember, because you've got fresh food stuff, you don't use much food to just spam out villages. Actual German Panzer. Oh, man. No. It's not a German Panzer. So Gilded Knights are already German Panzers. But when you... John's champions one of them. They turn into that giant train tank that the Germans had in World War II, I think it was. The one where it would shoot and it would go flying back on the rail tracks. Interesting dive in. Rivdal just feeding over a Camel Archer, trying to stop the tech up. Not going to work here though. Kren on his way with Fulani. Now, it's been chill for the first few minutes. You're already seeing the mirror difference between like the quick kill eliminations and things like that. It puts a fire under people's asses. Whereas this is kind of what I've been talking about with free-for-alls and team games, where most people's thoughts is, let's just scale, bro. But I can guarantee you this is quickly going to snowball. Because what you do, I think genuinely what you do between the 10 and 20 minute mark is going to define the outcome of the game. The lead that one side is going to build there has a snowball effect. Not only just locking you in ahead, it guarantees that you constrict the map in a way that hurts the other team. And thank you, Chris. The Jvar Gustav rail cannon. Yeah, that thing was quite the meme. All on the center. Not going to work out. We've got a clash. We're coming in. And this is the Atabegs, by the way. 42 extra health on each of these Camel Lancers. This is a losing fight, man. You need to get out. Wait, who was on spear duty, by the way? Because there's no way, and this is the importance of communicating as a team, there's no way 4 players between them. None of them looked across and went, that's an Irbid player. That's going to be Camels. Because that should have been first and foremost in your mind. I'm assuming it was meant to be Rivdal's duty, but he wants to do mass archers, which makes sense. So surely it's the HRE player. Because the Rus is going to build knights in Feudal Age. The English player is going to... He's going to do things. He could maybe build spears, but I think it's either pink or blue that needs to be responsible for that. That's a big miss and a big mistake. Aye. This is a bad fight right now. I don't like that Dolan's even trying to take it. You can't. You have to back up now. You need to get your tech up. You need to get crossbows. No one is solved for the Camel Lancer threat. Rivdal north side. Getting pressured a little bit by the jabs coming in from Kren. Not too much pressure, but now the raids are going to start hitting in. Camelot's has marched forward. Kremlin is not that great of a defense against these chunky boys. 42 extra health, 4 ranged armor, means this all just tickles. And Arms to Heavy Maces have arrived. That's going to force him back, at least temporarily. And this starts to make sense, right? Pink should be on the Men at Arms with Maces. That now comes back to Blue, though. He should have been the Spears. Either he should have been the Spears or the Lombos and ranged with crossbows, or vice versa on the flank player. It's difficult, though, right? Because that's a desirable comp in one location. Whenever you play Dry Arabia like this and you split the map, the reality is you can all cover one element of the comp, but it doesn't mean you're always there. For example, if the attack comes in on Blue, but Purple's responsible for ranged units, and you need ranged units to count all the spearmen coming, you're going to lose the fight. So yeah, it's a delicate balance, really. That's why usually what you find is the flank players become self-sustained, they mix a comp, and then the center players are more dedicated in their role, right? It's like your pocket player might be, in this case, Onibigisha spamming, and only Onibigisha spamming. The other player playing as the Chinese might just be aiming for Palace Guard spam, and that's the only thing they'll build. And that's the thing, like this comp on the east side, I like it a bit more for that. Men at Arms spam and Knight spam. Just seems like their timing was off, and they're definitely paying a price for it. Regnitz-wise, we've got 2 relics in, which isn't bad. But then when we look at the other side, really? Only 1 relic? That surprises me. Tali? I love that we're just getting a little extension area to play into here. Camelot's is now on the move north side. I mean, this is a butchering for free, right? Krent's already doing damage up here, but if you ambush Pink and Purple, Camelot's win everything. The danger, however, is that you have got a Knight player on the south side to worry about. Great pinch coming in, though, from Juan Pablo. Cuts him off. 2 Knights down. Okay, that was almost perfect. If he reared a little further south and then turned to the west, he would have enveloped them. But still, nice damage done. Score building up. We're now 16.5 minutes away from the deciding outcome of this game. Have you guys been doing the maths? Have I got any fun mathematicians in the chat? Because I'm definitely not bothering to count all these numbers together. I can tell you that Krent and Hosin are destroying in this game right now. So people wonder where Attabeg would be useful. Just similar to Siege Towers, it turns out the Meat Grinder mod is where Attabeg is useful. You have to realize what Hosin's done here. He's taken a unit with high health and escalated it further to make it harder to kill. Fundamentally, he's making it more difficult for his opponent to get points on the board. Nice little charge in. Treb thrown away for free. Is this the strat for Tali? Guys, this is actually a very dangerous strategy, what you're seeing him do here. These Trebs are not cheap. They are 550 resources each. If his plan is to keep spamming them, and he looks away from his base for a moment, Camelot's is right in, all of a sudden, you just fed thousands of resources over to your opponent. The damage you're doing with these dives. Keep in mind, the value you get from a kill isn't the fresh food stuff value. It's the full value. What that unit would cost by default. So this has actually stockpiled quite a lot of kills. It's also slowing down Kaivaryu's scaling. Sorry, Rivtool's scaling. Thank you, Kaivaryu, for the calculation, though. Warm Team ahead by a mile right now. Trebs. See, the tricky part about what's happening here, guys, is that once that House of Wisdom dies, it doesn't give anything. Landmarks aren't worth any points. So this is a whole lot of effort. Pretty much nothing. Oh my god. Oh yeah, right, actually, sorry. House of Wisdom would give... No, it wouldn't give 50 wood, because it's not being deleted, right? The way the game mode works is the thing has to be removed. That's my understanding anyway. This is so dumb to watch. Oh my god. Charge coming in. Wait, Nest of Bees, Nest of Bees! Ooh, this could be big. Blue. A little bit slow to identify that he needs to take out the siege right here. Second flurry comes through and it's huge! Oh, that is it. Blue's army's been fed away. Camelot's have now arrived, which means that the Roost player cannot engage. Nest of Bees stay alive. The Camelot's can clear this all up. Oh man, you can see he's trying to get around the side. It's simply not going to work here. Great sync up there. Juan Pablo coming in for the dunk. North side, in the meantime, there's a big push coming in there. Rivtal, a late bloomer, is looking to surge. Kren in trouble. He needs assistance. Emphasis on the ass because his is getting spanked. Oh, this is big. Rams as well. Full commitment. They're looking to eliminate one of the players before there's 10 minutes left on the timer. Dive coming in. They can maybe do something similar to blue, though. White Tower is going to be strong. Trev should be able to be targeting this down, though. Mass torches could easily torch it. It's going to be expensive, though. This is the difficulty, right? When you make these type of dives, these static defenses actually stockpile a lot of kills the other way. That's why you're seeing Tally is actually almost in first place, despite the fact he's been absolutely pummeled. And that dive may have cost them dearly. I think they misread this. Guys, what is the number rule when you're playing against English players? Don't dive their base before you're popped. It seems like a death sentence to do it, unless you've got Rams. What did we just watch? We watched Spearmen and Camel Lancers go into the English base underneath a white tower. I think they just lost the lead. Well, they're going to very soon. Pink trading out actually up against yellow here, but the problem I'm seeing is Leaf doesn't really have many troops to defend himself with. In the meantime, his North player, Kren, isn't holding on here. He's falling back further. Mangonel's now starting to stage the primary TC. Dude, it's crazy to think the way this is playing out. It's the slippery slopes back and forth, right? There is comebacks, and you can see it by the fact that like Rivtal was getting pummeled, came back in, and then just fell behind because Hosum re-escalated. But like some of these players, like Tally, the way that he's contributing even when dying is impressive. I really like this as a format, even for team games. Now, the only thing I say is like there's a risk that there are impossible comeback situations where someone just can't bounce back in the game. But my defense against that is like I'd say quite often that happens in AoE4's normal modes, where the outcome's obvious, but it still takes 8 or 10 minutes to conclude, right? At least you know it's going to take this fixed amount of time to conclude the likely outcome, right? That's kind of refreshing in a way. Oh, it's still doing so much work. Nesta Bees have been mostly cleared up, though. Mangonel's now coming out to play. North side, there's not really much left of the base now for Kren. Rivtal proving why he's Kong. And Kren's only Diamond. The cows are completely gone. They've been wasted. Now, the interesting thing is, if I remember correctly, the cows, they don't, right? I think originally they may have accidentally given resources, but that got fixed. So you no longer get anything for killing the cow. We can confirm this. Kill the cow. Let's have a look. Oh, no, sorry, they do now. Wait, no? No, they don't. Okay, confirmed. They do not. Oy, oy, oy. Look at the shift by Kren. He's like, okay, well, your casa, mi casa. I'm joining you guys in the back corner. Leave. I wish you good luck. Oh, man. I don't know if they can come back in this now. Remember what I said about 10 to 20 minutes being the more important point in my eyes? Think about this. Kren's basically dead. He's trying to reboom in a corner, but that's going to take, what, 5-6 minutes at least? 5 or 6 minutes time, and you are, well, that much time away from death. Makes the recovery arc a bit harder. Dive now coming on the east side as well. I think it's all falling apart. I can't believe this. Just 10 minutes ago, how good they were looking with what Hosum and Kren were doing on the flanks. To this. It's day and night difference at this stage. Tally, without attack speed aura as well on the front side, those Mangonels have been doing some brutal work. Nesta Bees are going to come in. Big flurry, though. Wait, is he going to recover this one? With the one shot. Most of the Nesta Bees able to hit into the crossbow mass. And all of a sudden, the count is shrunk by 3/4. Spearmen are going to be pushed back. I think he may have done it. One. Proving how broken Nesta Bees are in this game. Wow. And Kaivayu is my human calculator coming in. So Warm Team, 18,500 points. Cold Team, 29,000 points. East side is running away with this one. Wait, is your maths correct there? Nah, of course, I trust your maths. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's much higher now. No, you miscalculated, definitely. But 12K. So this 23k, let's say 24 because like the numbers. And then you've got 32. And then finally, so you've got 80k. And then you've got 10. You got 36. So it's 40k versus 36. This is actually a lot closer than it appears. Well, then you should calculate quicker, Kaivayu. I require accurate calculations every second. Don't make me replace you with ChatGPT. SBs. If they get Flurry out, it's worth it. He just needs to attack. Just attack! Yeah! That's all it takes! So many dead crossbows to Nesta Bees. North side is getting ugly, though. What? Dude, I've been distracted by the knobs. Confidential is doing something that definitely is not secret up here. The Elsbach drop in the base of Leave. This has to be conclusive. I just don't see a way now. Like, Leave is barely alive, it feels like. His army's pitiful. Kren is trying to reboom, but like he just doesn't have enough time in this game. And Hosen is getting hosed off at this stage. I mean, he's got zero military. Wow. That has to be it. The keep drops as well make this so much harder to recover. If you kill the keep, it's worth 900 resources, but unless you've got Treb set up in advance, killing that keep is going to cost you a lot more in return. Damn. I actually wouldn't blame them if they GG'd at this point. This is looking rather ugly. I'd be like, Crane, you haven't got anything to do. You're dead anyway. Can you calculate if we're ahead or not? Just munches on the numbers. So we're at like 12k here. Then you've got, so you're at 30. 42. 43 maybe? But then in response, like, look at this. 32 there. And then you've got 45? 55. Yeah, dude, this is over. Riftool has teched up. It doesn't matter. GG gets scored. That is conclusive. They have no comeback here. It didn't even take 30 minutes. Why? Because they could see the writing on the wall. They lost the players, but credit to this, man. Like, this was impressive. I thought Hosen was going to run away with this game early, especially with the flank attack from Cred. But what a recovery arc from the East Side team to never drop the ball. That was a fun game. I love that. Got to do math mid-game? Yeah, dude. You're like, should I sit back or just keep going? I like how you guys like, ahead, but you're like, let's just keep going. Let's full and send it in that base. Were we behind? You were behind by quite... West Side team was behind by over, I think, 15k at the end. It became rather one-sided. Hey, sup, Steve? Thank you for the sub, buddy. Needs more ties.
More ties, TBH.
Well, maybe next time. I think... I don't know. I love this red tie. It's one of my favorites. We should persuade Rasselbach to add team score. Probably would make it less confusing for you guys. Right side was behind for like the first 11 minutes. Yes. Well, it was partially the MAO pump. I think it was like more the Camel Lancers needed to just go into the back eco was one thing. And it's like the damage kind of felt superficial on the north side. Like Krent was doing a good job. At the end of the day, it's free TC Abbasids. So it's like, you're not building up a big score by killing villagers. You are slowing them down, but you need more, right? It's a tough one. I think maybe the Nesta Bees arrived a bit sooner because like once they started hitting, the Nesta Bees were dominating the fights. It feels like, I felt like what you needed, especially with China there, is just find a condensed area to push in and protect it. Like maybe more melee units, infantry units to defend that mass, and then you can just break everything with Nesta Bees, right? You overflow 5k food? Damn, son, where's the sofas? There's knobs, dude. The knobs, the amount of crossbows they killed in that game was insane. I just watched a crossbow line go from 40 to 10 because of free Nesta Bees. You could not find wood? Ah, oh, rip. Okay, so let's have a look here. I think, guys, I might wind down now and get ready to sort some things off camera. So we should be back tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a lot of people turn up and we get some community games going. No stream on Saturday. We should be having that show match on Sunday. So we'll be aiming to have the Voldemort versus Myriad show match on Sunday. We'll figure out the details. I'd like to make it kind of special, a little bit different. I love the idea of actually getting them to both sit in a Discord together and have them smack talk each other. So we could just occasionally, like, we'd be seeing the Discord, we'd be muted, but we could listen to them occasionally, just having at each other. That would be hilarious to me. I'm not going to do another one leave. We're almost at 10 hours, and I do need to, like, sort some things out. It's getting a bit hot out here as well. So I will call it at 10 hours. But yeah, I'm going to talk to them about that because I think that would be hilarious. So let me find who we are going to raid here. Any new faces? No, remember, look, I'll leave the music on. Because otherwise it's way too quiet.
All it takes is one glance, and I am taken back. I
Don't see any familiar people. Wama's online. Maybe we just raid through to Wama.
tried not to give in and let myself fall again, but I'm under a trance, and I can't deny this feeling. Watching all
Oh, I don't mind the idea of raiding a small streamer though. I don't think I've seen this person before. Who's this? Pandy. Pandy Night.
And now the town belongs to me.
With the Fulford rebels eliminated, William was one step closer.
They've got a
to
bit
war.
static though. Wait. I think they're good now. Alright guys,
he would
let's
face
raid a
strong
small streamer. We're gonna raid a small one. I was gonna raid Marika, but I think she'll appreciate this as well because she likes to raid small streamers. So I'm gonna send you guys through to Marika. They're playing through the Norman campaign, so I assume that they are quite new to the game. But go give them some inspiration, some cheering on. They are VTubing up. So much love, guys.
Bolster his cavalry, so you want me to build
Absolute
more
pleasure
horsemen.
to have you all in. What time do you stream? I usually set a stream up about midday. Usually streaming Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday in most cases. So midday UK time is usually when I have a stream up by. So yeah. Tune in then. Make sure you got notifications on. Exclamation mark Discord as well. Check out the Discord. That's a quick way of knowing when I go live, whether it's on this channel or a different channel, because I always post there. Much love, guys. Go hang out at Pandy Night and experience the joy of watching someone else discover the game for the first time. So I'm pretty sure it's their first time as on the normal campaign. And I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow or very soon. Toodaloo.